Chapter 141 Acquisition. Additional update April 10th for Fat Chicken Boss Silver Alliance. Pei Qian thought about it and asked, "This is also my first time acquiring a company. Are there anything I should pay attention to?" Assistant Qian flipped through a small book. There are still many risks. For example, similar companies often have problems with registered capital. We need to check whether there is any false investment or capital evasion. In addition, there are the company's assets, liabilities, owner's equity, etc., such as the depreciation amount of fixed assets, amortization of intangible assets, and the situation of non-recoverable assets. However, this company is also a small private company. The boss is called Du Rujia, and he and another partner hold all the shares. In fact, the company is mainly run by Du Rujia. I guess he should be eager to sell now. After all, the company has completely turned into negative equity and is losing money every month. By then, if the price is slightly suppressed, he should be able to get it for hundreds of thousands. If you're patient, you might be able to get even lower. Pei Qian was stunned. So cheap? This made Pei Qian a little disappointed. I thought I had to sell it for 1 or 2 million, but it turned out that I could get it for hundreds of thousands. Assistant Qian nodded. Of course, Mr. Pei, this company should have been originally funded by Du Rujia and another partner. They only invested 1 million in total. But later on, because of good luck, the gains they made were more or less. I made money, and that's why it grew to its current scale. Du Rujia himself has already made a lot of money. If he can make hundreds of thousands more by selling this mess, he will already beg for it. How can he dare to raise the price? If no one takes over, all company assets will be sold at a low price. It is said that Du Rujia even plans to let employees take their office computers back to deduct their wages. Pei Qian. Very imaginative. On the one hand, it saves the need to sell a large number of office computers second-hand, and on the other hand, it solves the problem of employee salary arrears. This Mr. Du is really a little genius. Pei Qian did not intend to raise the price anymore. On the one hand, such a forced price increase was a bit too fake. If the acquisition could be obtained for hundreds of thousands, but it had to be raised to millions, it would be a bit too obvious and easily arouse suspicion. On the other hand, Pei Qian now wants to concentrate funds to open a few more Moyu internet cafes, and does not have that much liquidity on hand. So, just pay the regular price. Assistant Qian briefly talked about other matters, such as checking shareholder changes, checking the company's accounting records, collecting employee labor contracts, insurance, and salary details, and finding a notary to notarize relevant information. Pei Qian doesn't have to worry about this. Anyway, he is only responsible for spending money, and professionals will naturally handle these trivial matters. Assistant Qian closed the book. That's pretty much what I need to pay attention to. Mr. Pei, do you want to do a private visit in private? Pei Qian was stunned. What's the point of a private visit incognito? If you have negotiated the acquisition with Mr. Du over there, Mr. Du will definitely make careful preparations when you go to inspect, which will not be conducive to seeing the true situation of Yangyang Games. Assistant Qian explained, don't reveal yourself first. Status, go there and see the working status of the employees and some conditions in the office area. This will help us lower the price at the negotiation table. Pei Qian understood. This was the same as a surprise inspection by superior leaders. If the other party knew about it in advance, they would definitely have to do a lot of face-saving work and they would not be able to see the real situation. Pei Qian shook his head. It's not necessary. It's just a little face-saving project. Some things can't be disguised no matter how hard you disguise them. Seeing Mr. Pei's confident look, he probably already has this company in mind. Assistant Qian stopped asking any more questions. Well, Mr. Pei, I will contact you right away and arrange for you to meet with Mr. Du. Pei Qian nodded, the sooner the better. The next morning, Pei Qian came downstairs to Yang Game. As soon as the door of the Qian was opened, a man who looked less than 30 years old and wore glasses immediately came up to him from downstairs. Mr. Pei? Hello. I am Wang Xiaobin, the chief planner of Yang Games. Our Mr. Du is waiting for you upstairs. Wang Xiaobin is very enthusiastic. But Pei Qian was a little surprised. Isn't your chief planner Lao Lu? Although he didn't know much about the situation of Yang Games, he knew the chief planner Lao Lu very well and was considered an old acquaintance. Pei Qian had met Lao Lu once before when he came to Tenda for an interview, and later heard about it from Huang Sibo and Ma Yichun. Later, when he heard about Lao Lu's many deeds, Pei Qian always felt it was a pity. During the initial interview, I really missed a talent. If I had recruited Lao Lu, I might have screwed up the game long ago. Do I still have to work so hard to lose money? Fortunately, it's not too late to remedy the situation. This time Pei Qian came here hoping to retain all the original members of the entire Yang game, and as the chief planner, Lao Lu was obviously an indispensable member of this group. Why did it happen that the person who came to pick me up today was not old Lu, but an unknown person? Wang Xiaobin was a little embarrassed. I didn't expect Mr. Pei to have a very detailed understanding of our company. I will explain this to you later, so please go in first. With suspicion, Pei Qian and Wang Xiaobin entered the office building and went to the Yang game on the second floor. First, we passed by the office area. The densely packed workstations made Pei Qian a little uncomfortable. After getting used to Tenda's spacious workstation layout, I always feel aggrieved when I look at this crowded workstation. The overall environment is very good, the floor is clean, the desktops are tidy, and the employees are sitting in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard, or using the editor, and they all seem to be working seriously. Pei Qian knew very well that this was obviously a disguised state before the surprise inspection. If you look carefully, you will find that most people are not working at all, they are just pretending. After many people opened their documents, they couldn't write a few words for a long time. They were just reading, and they didn't know where they were wandering around. Pei Qian didn't know how to tell the truth, so he and assistant Qian followed Wang Xiaobin and walked inside to the office of Du Ruijia, the boss of Yang Games. Du Ruijia was already waiting at the door of the office. Mr. Du looked less than 40 years old, with thinning hair and no fat figure. He looked like a successful middle-aged man and looked quite shrewd. Mr. Pei. Welcome, welcome. I have long heard that Mr. Pei is very promising at a young age. Today I saw that he is indeed well-deserved. Du Ruijia came up and welcomed Pei Qian and assistant Qian to the office. Wang Xiaobin hurriedly went to make tea. Logically speaking, this should be the work of assistants or administrators, but it is obvious that Yang Games does not have administrative positions at all, and these tasks can only be done by employees. In fact, this is the norm for most small game companies. After all, raising an administrative staff also requires a salary. When the company's scale does not reach a certain level, this cost can be saved. Like Pei Qian, recruiting 2 beautiful receptionists before the game is finished is not something that ordinary people can do. Soon, Wang Xiaobin brought the tea. Pei Qian glanced at it and figured it wasn't good tea, so he just took a symbolic sip, and then put it down. Xiaobin, please sit down too. When President Pei asks about the game, you can answer it. Du Ruijia motioned to Wang Xiaobin to sit down next to him. Obviously, Mr. Du is only responsible for collecting money and doesn't know much about his own games. He heard that Mr. Pei was not only the boss, but also a very powerful designer. He was afraid that Mr. Pei would ask about something about games that he didn't know, so he asked Wang Xiaobin to cover him. Wang Xiaobin couldn't help but feel a little uneasy when he thought that all the hope for the company's survival was pinned on himself. Chapter 142. If you lose money, you still need to see professionals. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. I've long heard that Mr. Pei and Tenda games are a dark horse that has just emerged in Jingzhou City. Their games are hits every time, and they are frequently on trending searches. It's really enviable. Du Weijie drank tea and felt quite emotional. Pei Qian said politely, "No, actually, I also envy Mr. Du." Du Weijie was stunned. "Why do you envy me?" I envy Mr. Du, you have your own destiny." Pei Qian originally wanted to say, "I envy you for losing money," but he instantly realized that this was a very inappropriate thing to say, and quickly thought of something wrong. Du Weijie laughed. "Mr. Pei is really good at joking. It seems that my luck is indeed pretty good. If other companies faced this situation, they would probably go bankrupt soon. President Pei is willing to take over. I'm really lucky. Mr. Pei, I am very grateful that you are willing to save Yangyang Games from the fire and water, so I won't play those imaginary games with you. Today I will open up and tell the truth. To be honest, I, the boss, have to bear the main responsibility for the company's poor management. If Mr. Pei can really bring Yangyang Games back to life, then I will have no problem giving the company to you directly. But first of all, this company is a joint venture between me and another friend, and both of us have put in a lot of effort. Secondly, the employees of this company are all my brothers, and I also hope to find the best solutions for my brothers as much as possible. A good home. Du Weijie drank tea and talked. The scene was well spoken, but Pei Qian knew in his heart that Mr. Du was still thinking about how to increase the price. The part after this, but, is the key point. All Mr. Du said, in fact, he just emphasized how difficult it is to open this company, how excellent the employees here are, and the two games that are still in operation have not completely cooled down, and with a little effort, revenue can start again. Pei Qian listened silently, smiling and saying nothing. Du Weijie talked for 10 minutes, introducing the situation of Yangyang Games while bringing in private goods, and he worked hard on the scene. Pei Qian didn't take issue with this, he had no interest in these contents at all. Probably Mr. Du thought Pei Qian was young, so he wanted to fool him a little and offer as high a price as possible. But he never expected that Pei Qian was not interested in these matters at all and would not care about them at all. This was all Assistant Qian's business. Assistant Qian listened silently behind Pei Qian, taking notes in a small book, waiting for Pei Qian's order to start bargaining at any time. "Mr. Pei, the situation is almost like this. I'll give you a good price, just a fraction of 1 million. What do you think?" Mr. Du had an expression of "this is such a good deal." Pei Qian did not answer, but asked casually, "I remember that the previous chief planner of your company seemed to be named Liu. Where are the others?" Du Weijie was stunned for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "Oh, old Liu. He just mentioned his resignation a few days ago, and he probably found a new job. Mr. Pei, don't worry. Xiaoben has always been our numerical planner. His work ability is quite good. He has been promoted to chief planner. He can definitely take over Lao Lu's work. Oh no, maybe he can do a better job than Lao Lu. Resigned? This?" Pei Qian felt a little sore. Lao Lu found out that the company wanted to become a prostitute, so he had already found his next employer in advance. That's right, it's not difficult for a senior planner like Lao Lu to find a job with such a good-looking resume. It's just a pity that such a good company is incomplete before we get it. But Pei Qian didn't care and had no plans to get Lao Lu back. Isn't it missing a master planner? Just find someone to take the lead. However, Pei Qian glanced at Wang Xiaoben and felt that there might be something wrong with letting him be the master planner. I heard from Mr. Du that this person was a numerical planner for the project before and he knew the project very well and was very capable. This is probably true. In this case, Pei Qian definitely cannot let him be the master planner. What if he is better than Lao Lu? Someone needs to be replaced. Pei Qian slowly considered this in his mind without showing it. Can I play two of your company's games for a while? Pei Qian asked. Du Ruijie nodded, of course. Xiaobin, go get a laptop and let Mr. Pei experience our game. Wang Xiaobin nodded and went out, carrying the computer from outside. Pei Qian noticed that there was a laptop on Du Ruijie's desk. This shows that Du Ruijie himself does not play his own games at all. Pei Qian couldn't help but be envious. Look at this company is a mature company. If the boss leaves it alone, the company itself will lose money. It's not like Tenda. I'm staring at it eagerly, and it's just causing trouble for me. Not long after, Wang Xiaobin brought a laptop. Yangyang Games currently has two games, one is called Frozen Taoist and the other is called War Song. They are both web games, but the former is a development management game, while the latter is a national war RPG game. Pei Qian first clicked on The Romantic Taoist. As soon as you register your account and enter, you will see a blood-spraying scene. A huge original painting of a beautiful woman appears in the middle of the screen. The sight of the ragged young lady makes people's noses bleed. The expressions of Du Ruijie and Wang Xiaobin were a bit unnatural, and they felt quite embarrassed, like an ugly daughter-in-law meets her parents-in-law. They had long heard that Mr. Pei across from him was not only the boss, but also the chief designer of Tenda Games. Take the recently popular Game Maker, which provides an in-depth analysis and ruthless satire on the domestic game industry. Whether it is gameplay, graphics, or spiritual core, it is on par with top foreign manufacturers. Looking at Yangyang Games again, they are basically still at the stage of playing on the sidelines. This is simply a huge difference in quality. Show this kind of game to the design master Mr. Pei. What if Mr. Pei is unhappy and refuses to buy it? Pei Qian browsed quickly and quickly determined that this game is a headline grabber. It is just an ordinary web management game, with an extra beauty system added, and a new beauty will be unlocked every once in a while. It's very crappy in every aspect, so it's no wonder it's almost out of service. Pei Qian closed the game and silently opened War Hymn. This picture looks much better than the former, but still rough. This is a standard come and kill me if you're a brother type of game. The 2D graphics make Pei Qian feel like he's returned to the Stone Age. This game actually had a lot of revenue a month or two ago, and it was able to maintain the operating expenses of over 300,000 yuan per month for Yangyang Games. This can be regarded as a miracle. After watching these two games, Pei Qian suddenly felt a little emotional. He seemed to understand why he couldn't lose money. Lack of imagination. As a person with memories of 2019, his taste and aesthetics have been fed by various classic masterpieces. Even if he deliberately makes a garbage game, all he can think of is some highly criticized Krypton Gold games on the market. However, any Krypton Gold game that can be remembered by Pei Qian is also a game that fights to the death in the market and survives to make money. Pei Qian's imagination only goes so far. No matter how rubbish the game is, he really can't imagine what it is like. But now I know. It's like the Romantic Taoist and the War Hymn. Click in and play for 2 minutes, and you can feel your IQ being rubbed against the ground. Sure enough, if you lose money, you still have to find a professional. This deal looks like a good deal. Chapter 143 Bargaining. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Du Ruijie was on the opposite side. When he saw Pei Qian playing a game with an eye-catching expression on his face, he couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart, secretly thinking that it was not good. Du Ruijie himself doesn't play his own games, because he knows exactly what this game is. It's really embarrassing for Mr. Pei to play such a rubbish game. If Mr. Pei doesn't like these two games, he may use this as an excuse to bargain down the price. Du Ruijia was mentally prepared. Pei Qian closed the laptop and handed it back to Wang Xiaobin. Not bad. Not bad? Du Ruijia was in awe and thought to himself that Mr. Pei really gave me face. It was really interesting that he could hold his nose and give a not bad evaluation in this kind of game. In fact, Pei Qian really thinks these two games are good. It was so bad that Pei Qian asked himself, he really couldn't do it. Anyway, no matter what the game is, if you can't make money, then it's a good game. Wang Xiaobin subconsciously asked, Mr. Pei, do you have any questions about these two games? I can answer them. Du Ruijia was so angry that he almost wanted to step on Wang Xiaobin. What nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you turn this story over quickly? Are you forcing Mr. Pei to find fault? Pei Qian smiled, they are all very clear designs, there are no problems. In fact, Pei Qian really wants to ask, how did you make such a rubbish game? But after thinking about it, it's hard to say it so directly. Wang Xiaobin took the computer, nodded and said, that's right. Mr. Pei is a professional. He can understand at a glance. It's me who is too busy. Du Ruijia let out a sigh of relief. Hurry up and fool him, facilitate the acquisition, take the money and leave. At that time, this mess, these depreciated office desks, chairs, computers, and this group of useless employees will all be thrown to Tenda, giving President Pei a headache. Pei Qian turned his head slightly and signaled Qian Hailu to start bargaining. In fact, Pei Qian didn't mind spending an extra 300,000 to 400,000, but he suddenly felt that the money was a bit of a loss. Although it is a system asset, I always feel a little uncomfortable because I got a free advantage from this boss deal. With this money, it is better to give more benefits to our employees. So, how to bargain, until the lowest price that boss do psychologically expected. Assistant Qian flipped through a small book. Mr. Du, as far as I know, you are still in arrears with 1 month's salary of employees. One of the two games is about to be discontinued, and the income of the other one has also plummeted. For now, these two games are no longer high-quality assets, and the IP itself can be said to be worthless. The desks, chairs, and office computers were purchased 2 or 3 years ago. They were not expensive when they were purchased. Now consider when it comes to depreciation, I'm afraid the best place to end up is the garbage dump. You also know that in terms of Tenda's office environment, these things are simply useless. Assistant Qian spoke quickly, and Du Ruijia's face gradually turned pale. Damn it, all the time I spent on this was in vain. He originally thought that Mr. Pei was young and had little experience. He could make more money by cheating a little, but he ended up cheating the wrong person. Mr. Pei doesn't care about acquisitions at all, it's all the assistant behind him who is in charge. And judging by the appearance of this assistant, he is definitely experienced and can hang up Du Ruijia and beat him in every aspect. If nothing else, his aura has dropped a lot. No matter how you say it, Du Ruijia is just a private company boss. He is still incomparable to regular soldiers from big companies like Assistant Qian, and he was quickly silenced. Assistant Qian closed the book with a snap, taking all things into consideration, our final offer is 550,000. Du Ruijia swallowed. The price was barely acceptable to him, but he felt a little unwilling to accept it. Pei Qian smiled and said, it doesn't matter, Mr. Du, I will give you another 50,000 yuan, a friendly price of 600,000 yuan. Du Ruijia thought for a moment. He wanted to go higher, but then he thought about it and decided against it. Assistant Qian calculated too clearly and had no good reason to bargain. If you say the wrong thing and Mr. Pei gets upset and leaves, wouldn't that be a loss of blood? Thinking of this, Du Ruijia put on a smile. Okay, Mr. Pei, 600,000 is 600,000. I am doing this so that my brothers can have a better future. Pei Qian couldn't help but be speechless. It seemed that this person was used to talking on the spot. He was talking too much and couldn't believe a few of his words. Then, let's go through the formalities. Pei Qian looked at Assistant Qian. Although an agreement has been reached, there are still a lot of things to do later, including carefully checking the company's details, signing a merger and acquisition agreement, etc. This is not like going to a store to buy something, swiping your card and taking it away. You have to take your time. But Pei Qian doesn't have to worry about this. Mr. Pei is open and bright. He is indeed someone who can do great things. Du Weijia was also very happy. Although the price was lower than he expected, the 50,000 that Mr. Pei added in the end still made him quite comfortable. The point is, the mess that I have been worrying about recently is out of the way, which is a happy thing. For those employees outside, let them get off work and have a holiday first. When the handover procedures are completed, we will notify them to come to work. Well, just next Monday, May 10th. Pei Qian looked at the date. Today is Wednesday. 4 days should be enough to complete most of the process. After all, this is not the kind of acquisition that costs hundreds of millions. Yang Games is just a small company with only a few things to deal with. Assistant Qian has excellent professional skills and has enough time. It's a good time for employees to take a break and adapt to the pace of work at Tenda in advance. From now on, Yang Games will be a subsidiary of Tenda, and all systems and benefits must be in line with the parent company. Wang Xiaobin was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei. I'll inform everyone right away. Pei Qian did not go out, but continued to listen to Assistant Qian and Mr. Du discussing various matters in the office. After a while, there was a low voice of discussion outside, as if a pool of stagnant water suddenly came to life. After Wang Xiaobin announced that he would be on holiday until next Monday and that the company would soon change hands, it immediately caused a commotion. Originally, the fate of Yang Games was over, and many people were already looking for jobs. Employees with good resumes, like Lao Lu, have already successfully changed jobs. But just yesterday, Du Weijia suddenly announced the news that another company was willing to take over, and asked everyone to spend an entire afternoon cleaning, clearing the table, and welcoming the possible new boss with the best spirit. This news surprised many people. After all, everyone knows the dirty nature of Yang Games. Who would be so stupid as to take over such a mess? But after a little inquiry, everyone was shocked when they heard that it was Tenda Games. This kind of good thing is just like pie in the sky. After all, Tenda Games has become famous recently. How many people want to join Tenda Games, but there is no such way. Although if he is acquired, he will probably only be regarded as his godson, and his treatment will not be the same as that of his biological son. But no matter what, he will still be living with Tenda, and he will have a much better future than he does now. I originally thought that the acquisition would take at least a week and a half to negotiate, and I didn't expect to have a holiday. Anyway, I just came to work every day to fish. As a result, I didn't expect the efficiency to be so high. The initial intention has been reached, and the holiday will be until next Monday? Now the employees of Yang Games have only one feeling, that is, the ups and downs of life are so exciting. I was worried about unemployment a few days ago, but now I suddenly became an employee of Tenda and got 4 days off. I almost thought I was dreaming. Chapter 144, Mr. Pei's Weekend, additional update for the Fat Chicken Silver League May 10th. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian was very busy this weekend. He originally planned to sleep in the rental house, but he couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning. When he closed his eyes, he saw the picture of an internet cafe that had become popular and made a lot of money for no reason, making him unable to sleep or eat well. I had no choice but to ask Assistant Qian to drive to pick me up. I had to go and see it to feel at ease. Of course, Assistant Qian was given overtime pay as a matter of course. First, I went to the flagship store of Moyu Internet Cafe, drank a cup of coffee, and sat for a while. I determined that there should be no signs of turning a profit here now, and for some time to come. Secondly, I went to the two new stores of Moyu Internet Cafe to check out the decoration. The locations of these two stores are even worse than the flagship store, but fortunately, the space is spacious. There is no way to make the decoration exactly the same as that of the flagship store, so we can only try to stick to the style that Pei Qian likes as much as possible. The overall style is simple, without so many bells and whistles, but the tables, chairs, bar counters, bookshelves, etc. inside still have a touch of pretentiousness everywhere. It's not that Pei Qian likes this pretentious style, the main reason is that this kind of furniture is generally more expensive. The two new store managers seem to be working very hard, and they were all here watching the decoration master work. Pei Qian expressed cordial condolences to them, and persuaded one of the store managers to go home, while the other one was resolute, so Pei Qian had no choice but to give up. He offered overtime pay. After looking at the internet cafe that was being renovated, Pei Qian was still uneasy and walked around the area for a while before coming to the conclusion that this place was cooler than the location of the flagship store and there shouldn't be many people coming. When I went back, I went to the company on a whim. Lu Mingliang and several members of the design team were working overtime and were caught by Pei Qian. Mr. Pei was very angry. Pei Qian had previously allowed Huang Sibo and the others to work overtime because Pei Qian thought Huang Sibo and Bao Su were working overtime to play games. As a result, I later discovered that even though I was working overtime and playing games, I was obviously working hard. Therefore, Pei Qian feels that in the future, no one should be allowed to appear in the office during non-working hours. This time, Pei Qian kicked Bao Su out as well, on the grounds that he wanted him to go back and have a good rest and take care of his hairline. Thinking of the previous physical examination results, Bao Su had no good reason, so he had to quietly pack his things and leave. During this time, Bao Su had a lot of money. He no longer lived in the internet cafe. He rented a single room and bought a new computer. It didn't matter if he went home to play games. When the others saw that Bao Su was persuaded to leave by Mr. Pei, they had no choice but to quietly pack up and leave. The scene was quite miserable for a time, and everyone walked out dejectedly. Those who didn't know thought they had been fired. After driving everyone away, Pei Qian found a chair and sat down, feeling quite tired. This group of people really doesn't make people worry. I'm wondering if I should get a new lock for the office. Or purchase a more advanced electronic door lock? The kind that can only be opened with the corresponding permissions during statutory holidays. Pei Qian looked at Assistant Qian. Qian Hailu hesitated for a moment and said, "Will this dampen everyone's enthusiasm for work? Destroys work motivation? That would be great. It's better not to be a contusion, but a comminuted fracture. Then it's settled. Remember to ask the administration to see if there are similar door locks and purchase one. On statutory holidays, only authorized people can open the door. For the time being, I will authorize you, me, and the little girls from the administrative team. The job of the administrative team is the easiest. Basically, they clock in and out from 9 to 5. They may be late for a minute, but it is absolutely impossible to leave even a minute late. You will never see them during holidays." Pei Qian was relieved to give them authority. Assistant Qian wrote it down in a small notebook. Just after he finished speaking, Pei Qian thought of a new question. How to calculate overtime pay? By locking the door simply and rudely, no one will come to work overtime, but it seems that overtime wages will not be paid. Although this amount of money is not a lot, it is, after all, part of the big plan with the power of many people and is an important part of open source. One person's overtime pay is not much, but if there are more employees in the future, it will be a lot of money. Pei Qian thought for a while. In this way, everyone will be allowed to declare overtime by themselves in the future, and overtime work at home will also be counted as overtime pay. Xian Hailu was stunned, then how to verify it? Verify? Verify whatever you want to verify, it doesn't matter if everyone makes false claims. Of course, Pei Qian couldn't say that. He thought for a while and said, I believe in everyone's consciousness. However, if it is found that someone has falsely reported overtime, all his overtime pay for this month will be deducted. Set a punishment standard and shut the system's mouth. Pei Qian wouldn't really check who falsely reported overtime anyway. Looking at the empty company, Pei Qian felt much better. He stood up from his seat and prepared to go home and sleep peacefully. At this moment, the phone rang and Huang Sibo called. Pei Qian immediately paid attention. After the last filming of Mr. Pei's daily life was completed, Huang Sibo and Bao Su prepared to take a break for half a month. A quick calculation shows that they should have finished their rest long ago, and now they should be thinking about starting a new project and filming a new movie. Although Pei Qian used his sharp tongue to inspire Huang Sibo's inner fighting spirit and successfully persuaded him not to fight Mr. Pei's daily life and give up this successful IP, but what exactly Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi want to film? Pei Qian was really unsure. This call was either to discuss with Pei Qian or to report to Pei Qian. Pei Qian hopes it is the former. Pick up the phone. Mr. Pei, I'm sorry to disturb you at this time. This time I want to report to you the next work plan of Fei Huang Studio. Mr. Pei's words last time can be said to be enlightening. Originally, director Zhu Xiaozi and I planned to continue to dig deeper into the short video and shoot a new series of short dramas in the continuation of Mr. Pei's daily life to bring this kind of reversal and contrast. The effect is vivid, integrating current hot topics and discovering a series of down-to-earth star characters from the grassroots. Pei Qian was absolutely frightened when he heard this. Is this never expected or rampage incident? Anyway, no matter which one it is, it sounds quite pessimistic. Huang Sibo continued, however, what Mr. Pei said that day suddenly made me realize. I think we should get out of our comfort zone and continue to pursue our dreams. Although short videos are a good means of monetization and can bring laughter to everyone, we always feel that something is missing. Director Zhu Xiaozi also had the same view as me, so after discussing it, we decided that we wanted to make a documentary that no one had ever made before. Of course, due to current funding limitations, some large-scale documentaries are impossible. We will seriously consider the selection of materials. We just hope that we can use the camera to record some meaningful things. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief, but soon became wary again. I was relieved, because Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi actually gave up short videos. This is undoubtedly great news. If they really followed their original idea, it would probably be another hit short video. If it really reaches the level of never expected or report to the boss, then something big is going to happen. Now Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi are going to make a documentary. In terms of subject matter, the possibility of making money has been reduced again, which is a good thing. Chapter 145, The New Boss of Yangyang Games. Limited by the current funds, Fei Huang Studio cannot produce any awesome documentaries. The more successful documentaries in Pei Qian's memory, such as The Tip of the Tongue, which became popular all over the country, were shot after a large sum of money was invested. Not only did they have to travel all over the country to record the material, but the filming equipment was also extremely expensive. So far, Fei Huang Studio has only been able to use 50% of the net profit of Mr. Pei's daily life, which is about just over 1 million. This little money is really stretched. It is simply impossible to make a documentary like The Tip of the Tongue. However, Pei Qian did not take it lightly. Pei Qian knows these issues, so how can Zhu Su not know about them? I definitely know. Zhu Su is a young and talented director. Since he wants to make a documentary, he must do it because he thinks there is a possibility of success. Pei Qian, who has been deceived once, will not be fooled a second time. This film will probably still make money. It's just that compared to short videos, this kind of low-investment documentary should make less money, and that's enough. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, "Okay, I support you." The words were a bit weak, after all, they were not meant from the bottom of my heart. Huang Sibo was very happy. "Thank you, Mr. Pei, for your support." After talking to Ling Ling, Pei Qian briefly asked about the affairs of Shangyang Games. Assistant Qian briefly reported that everything was going well so far. Pei Qian could go over to meet his new employees on Monday and assign tasks. Pei Qian pondered for a moment. "On Monday, do I still need to go?" Assistant Qian coughed twice. "Of course I still have to go. The boss's influence on a company is extremely important. I think it is necessary for Mr. Pei to show up and speak. Otherwise, let the employees of Yangyang Games develop freely. It might be less controllable." Pei Qian thought about it and felt that it made sense. Assistant Qian asked Pei Qian to stabilize the morale of the military and set a general development direction for all employees of Yangyang Games. Pei Qian, on the other hand, is worried about whether these employees will cause trouble for him, such as the possibility of turning a loss into a profit inexplicably. Although it is a takeover, if you think about it carefully, there are actually some changes from the previous Yangyang Games. One is that Lao Lu changed jobs and the chief planner was replaced by Wang Xiaobin. The other is that the boss Du Weijie ran away. These two people should have played a key role in the original loss of Yangyang Games. Without them, Pei Qian felt a little uneasy. In order to be sure, Pei Qian decided to go there himself. "Anyway, it's just this one time, I will never go there again, and try my best to ensure that I don't have too much impact on Yangyang Games. After all, there are lessons learned from Tenda Games." Pei Qian has unprecedented distrust in his own game design level, so he should be cautious. It would be too embarrassing if Pei Qian slapped his forehead and said something that replicated the tragedy of Sea Fortress. "Okay, then come pick me up on Monday morning and go to the Yangyang game first." Pei Qian sighed silently. Being a boss is so hard. Monday morning. Yangyang game. There are still 10 minutes left until work time, and all the employees of Yangyang Games have already arrived. Each one of them was highly concentrated and straightened their backs. While looking at documents and using editors, they secretly paid attention to the situation at the entrance. Yangyang Games has changed its boss. No one knows what kind of temper and nature this mysterious Mr. Pei has, so the first thing to do at work is to cheer up and not be careless. The previous operating conditions of Yangyang Games were not very good, and everyone knew that. If Mr. Pei wants to establish his authority and find a reason to fire an employee who is late for work, wouldn't it be quite unlucky for someone to happen upon him? Therefore, everyone was very alert and did not dare to be careless at all. Wang Xiaobin was under particularly high pressure. As the chief planner, he was originally meant to put out fires, but in fact he had no confidence in his abilities at all. Lao Lu has changed jobs. Based on his qualifications, Wang Xiaobin is indeed the top numerical planner. It was difficult for others to convince the public, and Du Weijie didn't trust them either. Wang Xiaobin didn't think too much about it. He had to accept the appointment from President Du. What's more, at that time, Yangyang Games might be disbanded at any time, and he didn't think he could last long as the chief planner. But Wang Xiaobin knew in his heart that he was good at pulling up tables and matching values, but it was somewhat beyond his ability to coordinate the research and development of the entire project and determine the general direction of game development. So Wang Xiaobin plans to have a showdown with Mr. Pei today, hoping that Mr. Pei can parachute a senior designer from Tenda Games to take charge of the planning, so that he can start the project with peace of mind. At the workstation to the left and rear of Wang Xiaobin, a young man was secretly replying to chat messages on his mobile phone. On the chat box was a message just sent by Ma Yichun. "How's it going, Yi? Has Tingda's personnel called you recently?" Yi Zhizhou replied, "No, Sakura." Ma Yichun, "No, I discussed your matter with Mr. Pei last time. Mr. Pei will definitely not let you lose your job. Is it possible that he has been too busy recently and forgot?" Yi Zhizhou, "Mr. Pei directly acquired Yangyang Games, and you still don't know? A group of horses?" There was no reply for a long time, and the horses on the other side were obviously confused. "Mr. Pei, what does this mean? I just hoped that Mr. Pei could help solve his brother's work problem, but what happened when Mr. Pei said he will definitely not let him lose his job? Acquired Yangyang Games? Myriad and others really don't know about this matter, because Pei Qian feels that this matter has little to do with them, so they haven't revealed it yet." So everyone in the Ma group was confused. Is it possible that because Mr. Pei saw that Huang Sibo and I were so good, he thought that the other employees of Yangyang Games were also good, so he just bought the company? What are you thinking about? It's impossible. Ma Yichun had just left Yangyang Games not long ago, and he knew very well what this company was like. To describe it in 4 words, it is terminally ill. The acquisition of a game company that has already been buried. What kind of performance is Mr. Pei doing? Yi Zhizhou looked at his watch and saw that it was already time to go to work. He quickly replied, "Brother Ma, let's not talk anymore. President Pei may be here soon." Putting his phone away, Yi Zhizhou continued to pretend to look at the computer screen. Not long after, Yi Zhizhou felt that the atmosphere in the office area suddenly became serious. I peeked out of the corner of my eye and saw that Mr. Pei had indeed arrived. Although I had met him once before, when I saw him again, I still felt a little overwhelmed by this confident aura. Although Mr. Pei is very young, he doesn't know why, but he has a special temperament in his movements. How to describe this temperament? Not short of money? Confidence? Compassion? Do I go my own way? They don't seem to be very considerate. In short, from a temperament point of view, Mr. Pei is not a vulgar person. He is completely opposite to the original Mr. Du. Thinking back to the successful games that Mr. Pei once produced, it adds an aura to him, making it difficult to look directly at him. As expected, this is what a true leader should look like. Mr. Du, at best, can be considered a nouveau riche. That's what a real talented designer should be like. Yi Zhizhou sighed sincerely. Chapter 146, The Shangfang Sword, given by Mr. Pei. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Everyone is here? Come to the meeting. Pei Qian walked straight to the conference room. The others quickly stood up and followed Wang Xiaobin into the conference room. Everyone quickly sat down one after another, all sitting upright with serious expressions. Yi Zhizhou couldn't help but sigh. Look, this is the aura. When Lao Lu held meetings in the past, although everyone behaved very obediently, no one actually took Lao Lu seriously. They all have a dawdling mentality, muddle along, assign work, make do, and be done with it. Anyway, everyone knows that in this environment, no matter how hard you try, it will be useless. But now, everything is completely different. It's really amazing to think that Mr. Pei, as a new boss, has gained everyone's heartfelt respect and recognition without saying a word. Pei Qian changed several positions on the chair and felt that his buttocks were a little uncomfortable. It can only be said that Yangyang Games is stingy. From office chairs to conference table chairs, they are all cheap and not comfortable at all. I just bargained with Du Weijie and got 400,000, which can be used to supplement the wages of these people and replace their office desks and chairs. When you have more funds, you can take the time to overhaul the game. It can also be a good way to spend money unexpectedly, before settlement. The uncomfortable chair made Pei Qian more determined to finish the task and leave here quickly. Pei Qian looked at Lao Lisher and acted like he was in a hurry. In fact, he had nothing to do today and was going to catch up on some sleep. We don't have much time, so I'll just make a few brief remarks. After hearing just a few words, everyone straightened their backs and were ready to listen to the lecture for a long time. After all, the leader's speak briefly often lasts for several hours. Pei Qian looked around at everyone. Who is Yi Zhizhou? Yi Zhizhou was suddenly startled. What does this mean? What does it mean when Mr. Pei calls my name first in a meeting? Yi Zhizhou stood up quickly. Mr. Pei, I'm here. Pei Qian was a little uncomfortable and quickly waved his hand to ask him to sit down and talk. He turned to look at Wang Xiaobin, the current chief planner and numerical planner. Wang Xiaobin, numerical planning is more important. As you serve as numerical planner and chief planner at the same time, I feel like you will be a little overwhelmed. From now on, Yi Zhizhou will be the main planner of Yangyang Games. Wang Xiaobin, please cooperate with him in his work. As Pei Qian spoke, he silently observed the expressions of Wang Xiaobin and Yi Zhizhou. Yi Zhizhou was completely confused. Wang Xiaobin was stunned for a moment, and then, a little smile appeared on his face. Although there is a little worry in the smile, it is indeed a smile from the heart. Is this script wrong? Pei Qian originally thought that if Wang Xiaobin, who had just become the master planner, was taken down, his expression would change from astonishment, to shock, to confusion, and finally to pleading. But no, Wang Xiaobin was still a little happy. There was no drama of palace fighting. Uncomfortable. Pei Qian observed the reactions of others, but there were a few older employees who looked obviously unhappy. This is normal. Within a few months of Yi Zhizhou's arrival, he was working in Huang Sibou's class as an executive planner. With neither ability nor resume, who could convince him? When Wang Xiaobin heard that he had been masturbated, he was mainly happy because he felt that he was not qualified for the job and was afraid of screwing up. In fact, he didn't think Yi Zhizhou was qualified for the job of chief planner at all, so there was a bit of worry in his smile. Wang Xiaobin is a person with no utilitarianism, so he can be so indifferent. But other old employees are different. Why does this little kid make the plans? Why, it's not me. The expressions on each of their faces couldn't help but be a bit wonderful. Pei Qian nodded silently. Sure enough, this is right. Infighting. 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 Pei Qian felt a little happy in his heart. But then I thought about it, it just seemed a bit boring. These people were all colleagues before. They were old acquaintances who looked down but looked up. If they were just jealous, the conflict might not be intense enough. You need to stimulate them a little more. Pei Qian thought for a while and added, Yi Zhizhou, you have a quota for expulsion without reason every month. Whoever you want to expel, just send me a message. Yi Zhizhou was even more confused. Shang Feng soared. This is it. And it's not just a snitch, it's a case of expulsion without reason. As long as the person's name is sent to Mr. Pei, the person will leave immediately. Pei Qian glanced at the old employees who had turned pale just now and found that their faces were even uglier. Yes, this is the effect we want. When a mastermind who is unable to convince others comes to power and holds power, he will first give the old employees who have bullied him the first step, dominate and bully him, and even fire his colleagues to establish his authority. Over time, people's hearts became disorganized, and Yi Zhizhou was isolated and became a mere commander, leaving a mess with nothing to do. Well, the script is very good. Pei Qian looked at his watch and saw that time was running out. Although it was very interesting to see everyone's expressions, we still had to hurry up and continue the process. After all, we still had to go back and take a nap. Next, Yangyang Games will implement a two-step strategy. The first step is to make changes to the current 2 games, cut off all payment points, and only keep one. As for how to cut and how to keep, Yi Zhizhou, you decide for yourself. The second step is for everyone to come up with a game plan and formulate a design draft. I will select it as a new project for Shangyang Games. Well, until the end of June, you will mainly implement the first step. Wait until July to submit your plan and officially launch the new project. Pei Qian's eyes swept across the audience. Any more questions? Yi Zhizhou was the first to raise his hand. Pei Qian ignored him and nodded. Very good, let's dismiss the meeting. Mr. Pei stood up and walked away gracefully. Only Yi Zhizhou was left standing frozen in place with his hands raised. Others were also confused. Mr. Pei said, just tell me a few points. How many points did you really say? There are not even 10 sentences in total. Yi Zhizhou just wanted to put down the main planning job immediately, but Mr. Pei seemed to have seen through his thoughts and just left without answering the question. At this time, Yi Zhizhou could feel that several old employees were looking at him with rather unkind eyes, like a thorn in his back. The atmosphere in the Yangyang game was originally like a pool of stagnant water, but now it is like a raging fire cooking oil, gradually boiling. Pei Qian was in a good mood after leaving the Yangyang game. Well, no problem now. Although Lao Lu is no longer there, if he promotes an executive planner who has just entered the industry to take charge of planning, he should be able to have a 50-50 split with Lao Lu. Moreover, this 2-step strategy also ensures continued losses in the future. First of all, in order to prevent the 2 games Frozen Taoist and Hot-Blooded War Song from returning to their glory days, all payment points were cut off and only one was left, ensuring that these 2 games would not make any money. Then there is brainstorming and playing games, and each person writes a plan. Pei Qian is still thinking about whether he should choose the worst plan to do it, or choose one at random. After a brief consideration, Pei Qian decided to randomly pick one. After all, he no longer trusts his own vision. Every time I try to make a garbage game, but it turns out to be very popular, which is a bit uncomfortable. Lonely Desert Highway and Game Maker have taught him enough lessons. Therefore, Pei Qian decided to draw lots directly at that time, and whoever was drawn would be the winner. Of course, if it was a well-written plan, Pei Qian would still draw it again. In addition, Pei Qian will never go to Yangyang Games again, and will try his best to minimize his impact on this company, turning this place into a disorderly dark forest and returning to the most primitive jungle laws. When it becomes a piece of loose sand and Yi Zhizhou can't control it, it will be perfect. In this way, Yangyang Games should be foolproof, right? Chapter 147, You Have to Believe in Mr. Pei's Vision. Additional update June 10th for Fat Chicken Boss Silver Alliance. Yangyang Games, Office Area. The atmosphere is slightly depressing. Everyone originally thought that changing to a new boss would be the beginning of a better tomorrow. They all looked forward to Mr. Pei sharing the joys and sorrows with everyone, coming up with a good idea, and everyone working together to create a refreshing game that swept the major best-selling lists. But none of this happened. Mr. Pei did show up, but left after saying less than 10 words. Wang Xiaobin, who was originally the most senior, was removed from the position of chief planner, and a newcomer who was the latest to join the company was promoted to chief planner, and he was given a quota of 1 unreasonable expulsion per month. As for the company's future plans, they are even more outrageous. The first step is to cut off all payment points in the 2 existing games. The second step is for everyone to write a design draft. Other than that, Mr. Pei doesn't have any opinions or suggestions. As for Mr. Pei personally taking action, it's even more impossible. Judging from the fact that Mr. Pei gave Yi Zhizhou the Shangfang sword, he may not come here for a long time, and Yi Zhizhou is his spokesperson. It felt like Yangyang Yushi was about to come back to life and lift up his coffin, but he was pushed back into the coffin in an instant, and Mr. Pei also hammered a few more nails on the coffin lid. Can this atmosphere not be depressing? Of course, everyone knows that with Tenda as its backer, Yuan Games should not go bankrupt in the short term, and everyone's jobs can be considered safe. But it's hard to say how long this job can be kept. Wang Xiaobin looked at Yi Zhizhou's workstation with a little worry and saw Yi Zhizhou tapping his cell phone with his head down, not knowing who he was chatting with. You can't just use up your first unreasonable expulsion quota, right? Wang Xiaobin was still quite worried. Yi Zhizhou is now the chief planner, and he has to give orders and arrange work tasks for everyone. This is the chief planner's responsibility. Yi Zhizhou didn't say anything, and the others could only sit at their workstations and work hard. Wang Xiaobin was very unsure whether Yi Zhizhou was qualified for this job, but at this point, he could only wait and see what would happen. Yi Zhizhou is sending a message to Ma Yichun. Brother Ma, there is something I don't know how to tell you. The group of horses on the opposite side quickly replied, let's talk, brother is here, if there is any difficulty, we two brothers can handle it together. Ma Yichun was not assigned any work at Tenda, and he was not even responsible for writing plot copy for the new version, so he was idle all day long, and messages were answered instantly. Yi Zhizhou hesitated for a moment and typed, Mr. Pei came to have a meeting and promoted me to the chief planner of Yuan Games. A group of horses? A dozen question marks were sent in a row. You can feel the confusion of the group of horses through the screen. What does this mean? A group of horses don't understand this world at all. I remember that back then, he and Huang Sibo worked together as odd jobs in Yuan Games, and they were like brothers. As a result, in the blink of an eye, Huang Sibo jumped to Tenda Games and rose to the top in one step, from executive planning to chief planner. Later, he and Yi Zhizhou worked together as odd jobs in the Yuan Games, becoming brothers and sisters. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Games was acquired by Mr. Pei, and Yi Zhizhou rose to the top in one step and became the chief planner. There is only a group of horses, and they are still studying Mr. Pei's design concepts every day. So far, they haven't had any results that they can talk about. A group of horses fell into deep self-doubt. Why was the executive planner directly promoted to chief planner twice in a row? Could it be that I am a koi? Can anyone who has suffered the same fate as me be the mastermind? Then why can't I, this koi carp, encounter any good things? Seeing that Ma Yichun had not responded for a long time, Yi Zhizhou typed again, Brother Ma, I am under great pressure now. I have never been a chief planner. Can you tell Mr. Pei about someone else? The noses of the horses were almost twisted with anger. You kid, you get an advantage, but you still act like a good boy, and then you slap your nose on your face. Give you the master plan when you don't even want it? Are you really afraid that you didn't come here to make me angry on purpose? Goodbye. Ma Yichun wanted to close the chat window at that time. Yi Zhizhou hurriedly replied, No, Brother Ma. I really feel like I'm not good at it. I've only been in the industry for a long time and I don't understand anything. How can I be the master planner? Mr. Pei has put such a heavy burden in my hands. What if I mess up? Ma Yichun looked at the message sent by Yi Zhizhou and thought, it turned out that this boy was worried that he would live up to Mr. Pei's expectations. Well, children can be taught. Ma Yichun thought for a while and felt that as a person who had experienced this, and who had been trying to figure out Mr. Pei for several months, he should impart some of his experience to his little brother. Don't worry, just go ahead and do it. Do you know Huang Sibo? He was the one who resigned before you came here. We are also good buddies. He was also executing the planning at the time and was doing the same job as you. Later, he went to Tenda Games and was directly promoted by President Pei to become the chief executive. Guess what? Sea Fortress was made by my brother Huang Sibo. So, you don't have to worry at all. You don't have to believe in yourself, but you can't help but believe in Mr. Pei's vision. So far, Mr. Pei has promoted many people. At first, everyone did not understand Mr. Pei's intentions, but soon they discovered that Mr. Pei has a unique vision, and these people have shining points that others cannot see. So, you don't have to worry at all. Since Mr. Pei says you can do it, you must do it. Looking at the message sent by Ma Yichun, Yi Zhizhou fell into deep thought. So this is not the first time for this kind of exceptional promotion. There has been precedent? Moreover, are they all successful examples? So, Pei always saw something shining in me? I do not know how. But, as Ma Yichun said, it is impossible for Mr. Pei to promote me for no reason and give me such great power. Yi Zhizhou thought about it and suddenly became confident. Since Mr. Pei has given me such great power, he is implying that I can go ahead and do it. If I give in, wouldn't I be incapable of being a mature person at all and betray Mr. Pei's trust? I am now also a glorious Tenda employee. Thinking of this, Yi Zhizhou suddenly became enlightened. Thank you, Brother Ma, for the tip. Yi Zhizhou opened the document and typed on the keyboard with confidence. In the past few months since joining the company, what Yi Zhizhou has done most in private is complain about these two games. This is natural. If this kind of garbage game is feeding shit to players, then Yi Zhizhou is equivalent to playing with shit in his hands every day. Isn't this disgusting? In the eyes of Yi Zhizhou, or in the eyes of most people in Yangyang games, these two games are full of flaws, and you can pick out a lot of flaws in just 5 minutes of playing. But no one changed it. Because everyone is just dawdling, Lao Lu doesn't give tasks, and no one is willing to increase the workload for themselves. As for why Lao Lu didn't change, it's very simple, because there is huge revenue pressure. At that time, the revenue from the game could barely cover the company's operating costs. Where would the money come from to buy art resources and drastically change the gameplay? There are a lot of good ideas, but the key is to adapt the good ideas into the game, which not only takes time, but also money. Now that Yi Zhizhou no longer has Lao Lu and Mr. Du, he can of course do some things that he thinks are meaningful. Chapter 148: A difficult problem that no one has ever solved. Additional update 7 out of 10 for Fat Chicken Boss Silver Alliance. These two games are very old and have accumulated many problems, some of which are even impossible to correct. Fortunately, Mr. Pei provided a good entry point, the payment point. Cut off all payment points except one. This is a quite difficult task, because conservative estimates suggest that there must be at least dozens of payment points in these two games. It ranges from recharge consumption activities to the purchase of some daily props, as well as payment points in various development systems. Yes, wherever payment points can be added, they have been added. To cut off these payment points, it's not just a matter of simply closing the entrance to the mall. Because these payment points are related to the numerical system of the entire game. To ensure that a person who recharges 500 yuan can hit someone who charges 100 yuan, and a person who recharges 100 yuan can hit someone who charges 30 yuan, it is necessary to plan the recharge values in the game well so that each different recharge amount can get corresponding rewards. Improvement. These improvements are linked to the combat power system in the game, and the combat power system affects the game ecology, just like there are herbivores and carnivores in nature. So this is ultimately a numerical problem. This is why the domestic numerical planning status is so high, second only to the main planner. It is because of the numerical value that it often directly determines the experience of Krypton Gold games. Changing the payment point is equivalent to a major change in the value system, which means that the game ecology and player classes that were originally distinguished through recharge need to be distinguished in other ways. To put it another way, if something goes wrong and causes the game's numerical system to collapse, it will really be impossible for the gods to save it. Just like the previous war hymn was criticized and its income plummeted, the main reason was that Lao Lu sold the knife too expensively. A simple numerical problem had an extremely bad impact. Yi Zhizhou thought for a long time, but felt a little powerless. He had some ideas, but he wasn't sure if they could be implemented. So, he printed out the document and found Wang Xiaobin to discuss it together. Wang Xiaobin is a senior numerical planner. Hearing Yi Zhizhou's thoughts, he couldn't help but frown. This kind of change is not a joke. If it were in the past, any experienced planner, let alone Lao Lu or Wang Xiaobin, would have felt that such a change was not feasible and would have directly rejected Yi Zhizhou's suggestion. But now, Yi Zhizhou is the mastermind, and no one can reject his suggestions. Moreover, it was Mr. Pei who proposed cutting off all payment points. In this case, you have to do everything possible to complete it. If there are conditions, you must do it, and if there are no conditions, you must create conditions. Wang Xiaobin said melancholy, I always feel that this is a rather unreliable approach, but since it was proposed by President Pei, it must have deep meaning. I will try my best to complete it. Just cutting off all payment points is equivalent to redoing most of the game. This is different from FPS games like Sea Fortress. Even though Sea Fortress has fired Qingshan, overall it is a competitive game that is relatively balanced. No matter how rich the tycoon is, it is impossible to defeat two enemies with the same operating level. But War Hymn is a typical Krypton Gold game. Don't fight 1 against 2 for local tycoons, it's all meaning to play against 1 against 20. This is an absolute imbalance. The entire game content of War Song is based on this imbalance. If all payment points are cut off, there must be an indicator to distinguish players' combat power. It can't be money, it can only be time or luck. Change the game to just a time-fighting game? That could very well become the fault of the studio, and Emperor gone. Of course, it is not impossible to make it into a card game, but it may be incompatible with the original design of War Song. It is no different from making a new game from scratch. It is obviously unrealistic and does not suit Pei. General requirements. Change the game to a game of luck? Then it becomes the Emperor of Europe. With such a change, it is likely that it will not be as good as before, it will still be unbalanced, and the game experience of most players will still not be improved. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin were just thinking about it. This is a difficult problem that no one can give an answer to in the domestic gaming circle. Of course, no one is willing to answer this question. After all, if you cut the payment points, you are struggling with money. Even if a master planner wants to make such changes, his boss will definitely slap him awake. Krypton Gold games are making a good living, and they are so profitable. Who would be too full to think about alternatives? But the more Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin thought about it, the more meaningful it became. If a proper solution can be given, even if it is just an immature solution, it will be the only one in China. Sure enough, Mr. Pei's casual words also contained such secrets. Yi Zhizhou proposed several plans, but Wang Xiaobin rejected them one by one from a numerical perspective. But Yi Zhizhou was not discouraged. Finally, he slapped his forehead. Brother Wang, I have a new idea. Do you think it's feasible to give everyone the opportunity to play a rich man? Wang Xiaobin was stunned for a moment, playing as a rich man? How to play? Yi Zhizhou was very excited and wrote on the paper, actually, the problem we have been struggling with just now is the problem of game experience. The gaming experience of our game can be simply divided into 3 types. The first type is the local tyrants. They have the most money and the highest combat power. They enjoy the happiness of 1 against 10 on the battlefield. The second type is organizers. They have a lot of time and are very active. They are responsible for managing the guild and recruiting people. They enjoy the pleasure of commanding others. The third type is ordinary players. They cannot fight 10 against each other, and they are not managers. But on the one hand, these people can gradually transform into the former two. On the other hand, they can also follow the wealthy people to drink soup and have national wars. If they win, they will also get the reward of sunshine. Now the distinction between these three experiences is based on the two factors of money and time. The factor of time does not need to change, so the identities of organizers and ordinary players do not need to change. Only the experience of wealthy players needs to change, because we have cut off all payment points, and wealthy players have no place to spend money if they want to. Then, in the national war, wouldn't it be enough if we directly select some players to gain high combat power and experience the feeling of wealthy players? Wang Xiaobin was still a little confused. Yi Zhizhou continued, we will cut off all payment points, so overall the combat power of players will remain at a similar level. Players who are lucky and have more time will have higher combat power than other ordinary players, but it's not too high. But in the national war, we will randomly select some players to play the role of local tycoons. These players will directly gain the powerful combat power that the original local tycoons can possess. In order to ensure that every player has a chance to be drawn, we create a separate selection system for each player, which starts from a 0% probability and is randomly drawn by the system. If you are not drawn, the chance of being drawn next time will increase. If you are drawn once, the chance will be cleared and you will start from scratch. The specific chance of increase depends on various factors such as activity level and contribution to the game. We can use this as a factor to encourage players to go online and participate in activities. In this way, we not only ensured the original ecology, but also allowed most players to take turns to enjoy the happiness that only rich people could enjoy. We also fulfilled President Pei's requirements and eliminated most of the payment points. Achieve 3 birds with 1 stone. Wang Xiaobin fell into deep thought. Yi Zhizhou's idea is theoretically feasible. It's just that it's very adventurous, very deviant, and shocking. However, in order to fulfill Mr. Pei's request and cut off all payment points without causing the entire game's numerical system and ecological environment to completely collapse, this seems to be a solution. Wang Xiaobin nodded, okay, let's give it a try. I will create a numerical model, and you can consider the details of some rules in detail. Oh, or we may have a meeting first to simplify this idea for everyone. Yi Zhizhou nodded, and after quickly sorting out his thoughts in his mind, he stood up. Everyone, go to the conference room to have a meeting to discuss the changes to our game. For some reason, Yi Zhizhou felt confident at this time. It seems that I have adapted to the role of chief planner all of a sudden. Chapter 149, Whatever They Want. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. In a rental house. Pei Qian, who had just woken up from his nap, turned over in bed, grabbed his phone and took a look at it, and found an unread message. Mr. Pei, I'm sorry to bother you. I have encountered a setting problem and I want to ask for advice. Judging from the results of the current discussion, cutting off the payment points of the game will inevitably lead to dissatisfaction among rich players. How should this be solved? Pei Qian rubbed his sleepy eyes and whispered, Who is this? Taking a closer look, it was Yi Zhizhou, the chief planner of Yangyang Games, that he had just promoted. Pei Qian gave him this sort of shang feng and allowed him to fire employees directly by making snitches. Naturally, he also had to add a friend, otherwise it would be inconvenient to contact him. As a result, Yi Zhizhou didn't talk about dismissing other people, but instead asked a question about game design. Pei Qian read the question again. Question: Cutting off game payment points will cause dissatisfaction among players who have already paid. How should we solve this problem? This is actually quite understandable. War Hymn is a Krypton Gold game. Rich people spend tens of thousands of money in this game, and finally their combat power can overwhelm others. As a result, with a bang, all the payment points for the game were cut off. I can no longer experience the pleasure of casually killing people, so why don't I just ask for a refund and quit the game? Of course, refunds are not possible. Every wrong has its owner, and every debt has its owner. You go to do Rugia to get the money due Rugia collected. If you quit traveling, that's great, it's a deal. Mr. Pei really doesn't like you people who forcefully give money away. Still saying that, want to give money to Tenda? There are no doors. Or, you rich people can just convert me into free players. Or, stop playing this game. Well, perfect. Pei Qian grabbed his phone and typed in confusion, whatever they want. Then he threw the phone on the pillow and continued to sleep. On the Yongyang Games side, everyone in the conference room was eagerly waiting for news from President Pei. Yi Zhizhou sat at the top of the conference table, staring at the phone screen and waiting for Mr. Pei's reply, feeling a little uneasy. Mr. Pei didn't reply immediately, probably because he was busy with work. After all, Yongyang Games is just one of Mr. Pei's many industries, and it's not that close, so the priority is probably lower. As for others, reactions varied. After hearing Yi Zhizhou's changed plan, some people found it interesting and full of motivation. Some people are still unconvinced by Yi Zhizhou, but they don't dare to show it. After all, Wang Xiaobin, the oldest member of the design team, plans to cooperate with Yi Zhizhou. Even if others want to cause trouble, they have little appeal. What's more, Yi Zhizhou can communicate directly with Mr. Pei, which is the biggest deterrent. Some people even suspected that Yi Zhizhou deliberately asked Mr. Pei this question at the meeting to establish his authority. He is hinting to everyone that I can contact Mr. Pei directly, and you all should stay calm. Therefore, the atmosphere in the conference room was quite serious, and Yi Zhizhou, who had taken office as a new official, could still hold his own. Ding. The reminder sounded, and Yi Zhizhou hurriedly looked at the reply sent by Mr. Pei. Just 4 simple words, whatever they want. That's all? Yi Zhizhou was in a daze. Wang Xiaobin, who was sitting next to him, came over and asked with concern, has Mr. Pei replied? Yi Zhizhou turned the phone screen towards Wang Xiaobin, just 4 words. Brother Wang, look at this. Yi Zhizhou was a little confused. It stands to reason that what Mr. Pei has given us must be implemented to the letter. But if you don't care about these rich players at all, isn't that asking for death? In a national war game like War Song, the recharge amount of wealthy players even accounts for more than 80% of all recharges. Abandoning wealthy players means giving up 80% of your income. This is not a strong man breaking his wrist, this is suicide. It is precisely for this reason that after long discussions at the meeting, we were still unable to find a solution that had the best of both worlds. Cutting off payment points will inevitably affect the interests of wealthy players. If wealthy players are unhappy, game revenue will plummet. In other words, no matter how you analyze it, Mr. Pei's approach will only lead to a sharp decline in game revenue and accelerate the decline of the 2 games that are already unsustainable. With no other options left, Yi Zhizhou made up his mind to ask Mr. Pei for advice. As a result, Mr. Pei replied with these 4 words. The final solution turned out to be, no solution? Let these wealthy players fend for themselves? How? How courageous! Wang Xiaobin originally frowned, but then slowly relaxed. Mr. Pei is really brave, I admire him. There is great wisdom hidden in these 4 words. Wang Xiaobin expressed sincere emotion. Yi Zhizhou felt a little confused. Sure enough, having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. This kind of profound thing can only be explained by an experienced senior designer like Wang Xiaobin. Wang Xiaobin cleared his throat and said to everyone, there is no need to discuss this issue anymore. President Pei has just given the solution, whatever they want. In other words, we don't need to worry about the impact of this change on the rich. After the new version goes online, the data of the tycoons of the old server will not change and they will still have their current combat power. But after that, all the recharge entrances will be blocked, and they will no longer be able to increase their combat power through large recharges. Players on the new server will stand on the same starting line and follow our plan for the new version. Everyone looked at each other. That's it? Doesn't this still not solve the problem? The wealthy person no longer plays or recharges. What should I do? Wang Xiaobin smiled with relief. Mr. Pei has already answered this question for us. Cutting down payment points will indeed affect the interests of rich players. This is inevitable. We are working hard to find a solution, but there is no solution for this kind of thing. This is like a complete revolution. We are attacking the local tycoons and dividing their land. Do we still need to consider the feelings of the local tycoons? There is no need. Mr. Pei's intention is very clear: let them fend for themselves. The matter that we have been struggling with for a long time was solved so quickly by President Pei. This is the difference in level. Everyone was stunned. Just like a complicated knot being cut with a single blow, this seemingly unsolvable problem was solved so easily by Mr. Pei. It's just easier said than done. Who has the courage to directly cut off 80% of his income sources? Mr. Pei can do it. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but admire Mr. Pei even more. There is no hesitation without hesitation. Sure enough, this is the true realm of masters. Yi Zhizhou was also very emotional. He knocked on the table. Okay, the last problem has been solved. Let's officially start work. We must implement Mr. Pei's ideas to the end and bring these two games back to life. Chapter 150 Resident Singer. Night. Mayu Internet Cafe, flagship store. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan were sitting by the window, drinking wine and looking at the sparse guests. They always felt a little sad about the atmosphere. Still no customers. Now, 2 more Mayu Internet cafes are under renovation and should be officially open for business soon. However, the flagship store of Mayu Internet Cafe is still in a state of steady loss. The turnover has stabilized, and many regular customers have even gotten to know the store staff, but no matter how you calculate it, it is impossible for this small number of people to support the operating costs of Mayu Internet Cafe. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan, the general manager of Mayu Internet Cafe and the regional manager of Jingzhou Mayu Internet Cafe, were raising glasses to relieve their worries. Zhang Yuan drank all the wine in front of him. I'm going to sing 2 more songs. Ma Yang stretched out his hand to stop him. Forget it, no one will come to listen to the singing. Including them, there were only 8 people sitting and drinking. Zhang Yuan stood up anyway. It's okay, just howl twice to solve the problem. When he came to the stage, Zhang Yuan played the guitar twice as before, thinking about what to sing today. As for the people drinking below, they are basically regulars, so they are not too surprised. Besides, which internet cafe doesn't have a resident singer? This is nothing new either. When Mayu Internet Cafe first opened, Zhang Yuan sang hard every night, but it was of no use. Although it did improve his popularity a little, the improvement was quite limited. Over time, he sang less and less, and now, under the influence of alcohol, he went on stage again on a whim. Zhang Yuan didn't have any polite words. After adjusting the equipment, he started singing. The singing is not perfect, but it still sounds good. After all, he is a resident singer in a bar, so his voice is definitely not bad. A low and hoarse singing voice came out leisurely. Zhang Yuan had tried to sing that kind of intense rock music before, but he soon found that the scene was not cooperative at all and was not exciting at all. So later on he sang slower songs or ballads. In this way, at least the scene will not be particularly embarrassing. Ma Yang was drinking and listening to Zhang Yuan singing, feeling a little distracted. Suddenly, he noticed a vague figure outside the glass curtain wall, hesitating at the door. It is already night, and the lights in the internet cafe are brighter than outside. You can clearly see the scene inside from the outside, but it is not very clear from the inside. But you can indeed see a figure lingering at the door. Are there new guests? And I'm still hesitating. Now I can try for it. Ma Yang instantly became energetic. Although he is now the general manager of Moyu Internet Cafe, who can't be the general manager of soliciting customers? Ma Yang, the general manager, has no heirs at all. Opening the door of the internet cafe, Ma Yang had a friendly face. "Brother, come in and play?" The brother standing at the door was obviously startled. He was still hesitating at the door, but he didn't notice that the door opened and such a long face appeared. Brother lowered his head in embarrassment. I'm not here to surf the internet." "It doesn't matter, you can drink, too." Ma Yang was still enthusiastic. He looked at this brother carefully. He looked a bit unattractive, his hair was messy, and his clothes looked a bit old, but he was still neat. Brother scratched his messy hair. I just want to ask, are there still singers here?" Ma Yang. A bit disappointed. "We are not short of workers, but we are short of customers. Without guests, what can you do no matter how good you sing?" Seeing Ma Yang's long face collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye, I hurriedly said, "I think I can sing better than that person, so I wanted to give it a try." Ma Yang thought about it and realized that Zhang Yuan is now the regional manager of Moyu Internet Cafe Jingzhou, so how can he sing on stage by himself? It would be good to hire a resident singer. "Okay, what's your name?" "Chen Lei." "Come on, come in." Ma Yang took Chen Lei to Moyu Internet Cafe and found a seat to sit down. After waiting for a while, Zhang Yuan finished singing another song and stepped off the stage to rest. Ma Yang pointed to the stage. "Go ahead, don't be nervous." Ma Yang didn't have any musical talent, so he couldn't tell whether he was good or bad. He thought that as long as this brother could sing well, he could barely take Zhang Yuan's class at school. Zhang Yuan Gang poured a glass of water and turned around to find that his seat on the stage was occupied. An unknown brother was strumming the guitar on the stage, looking like he was getting ready to sing. Zhang Yuan sat next to Ma Yang in confusion. "Brother Ma, who is this?" "My name is Chen Lei, and I'm here to apply for the position of resident singer. I'm thinking, if he can sing well, let him sing on stage, and you can rest more in the future." Ma Yang said with concern, "After all, you have a heavy workload. Now that we have hired a new bartender, and if we recruit a resident singer, you can just concentrate on the operation of the internet cafe." Zhang Yuan thought very much. In fact, he had nothing to do, but when he heard Ma Yang say this, he was a little moved. "Hey, that's not right, we haven't hired a resident singer?" Zhang Yuan Gang wanted to ask this question, but his clear and hoarse voice sounded in the internet cafe. The flowers bloom in spring, the wind in autumn and the setting sun in winter. Zhang Yuan was stunned. He also sang an old song. This song is so popular that almost everyone has heard it. However, the moment Chen Lei spoke, almost everyone who was drinking looked towards the stage. It's like a clear water pouring down from the stage, wrapping everyone in their hearts. Zhang Yuan was also stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but hum along softly. Ma Yang drank wine and said loudly, "I don't think I can sing as well as you." Zhang Yuan glanced at him helplessly. "Brother Ma, he can sing much better than me." "Really?" Ma Yang was a little surprised. His voice can't get any higher or lower. What's so strong about it? Zhang Yuan felt that he was talking nonsense, but considering that Lao Ma was his immediate boss after all, he still had to keep smiling. A good singing voice has a quality that can impress people. If he sings folk songs with a voice like his, he's just like a goddamn master. I can't envy you. If you don't believe it, just look at everyone's reaction. Ma Yang looked at everyone in the venue. When Zhang Yuan was singing before, everyone was drinking and chatting. Although they were listening, it was obviously just as ordinary background music. But after Chen Lei came on stage to sing, everyone seemed to freeze. Everyone was drinking in silence with their glasses in hand. No one spoke or chatted anymore. A few people stared blankly at Chen Lei on the stage, not knowing what kind of memories were evoked by the singing. Zhang Yuan sighed, "Brother Ma, where did you meet such a good young talent?" Ma Yang was silent for a moment. He came to the door himself. Zhang Yuan, then this is a bit of a coincidence. Actually, it's not a coincidence. Ma Yang said, he heard you singing outside and thought he must be better than you, so he mustered up the courage to come in. I think this credit should mainly belong to you. Zhang Yuan. Brother Ma, I have changed my mind. Can I not hire him? No school. Chapter 151, Try opening a new server? 1 week later, Tuesday, May 18th. Yang game. The changes to the initial version have been completed, but Yi Zhizhou has never been able to make up his mind to submit and update the game. Yi Zhizhou's hands trembled a little when he thought that with his own order, the fate of Yang game would be rewritten from now on and go to an unknown distance. After a week after the last meeting, everything that needed to be changed has been changed. According to Mr. Pei's explanation, the payment points for the two games Frozen Taoist and Hot-Blooded War Song have been completely cut off, leaving only one payment point for each. Myriad Taoist is a simulation development game. There is basically no competition among players, so it is relatively easy to modify. It only retains the most basic accelerator card as a payment point. After all, the game may stop serving at any time, so it has long been no longer the focus of the work. The focus is Blooded War Hymn. After careful consideration, Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin decided to leave the only payment point for this game, which is Stamina Potion. The price of purchasing stamina potions increases gradually, and each person can consume up to 100 yuan bao per day, which is 10 yuan. In order to achieve the goal of retaining only one payment point, Wang Xiaobin almost redid the numerical system of the entire game. Other planners also cooperated with this change and developed some alternative system functions, such as the heaven that Yi Zhizhou once proposed. Select system. After the modification, the skin is still the same, but the core of the game has changed beyond recognition. Wang Xiaobin came and sat down next to Yi Zhizhou. Do you have any more questions? Yi Zhizhou shook his head. There's no problem, I just don't feel reassured. The changes are too big, and there are no successful experiences from other games to refer to. It's all an idea I came up with. I don't know what the consequences will be, and I feel completely unsure. In the previous Yang games, every time there was a meeting, if a planner proposed a new idea, Lao Lu would always ask, do you have any successful experience in other games? If not, the idea will most likely be rejected. Yi Zhizhou has become more or less accustomed to this way of thinking about problems, so he feels unsure. Brother Wang, you have rich experience. Do you think it can be done? Wang Xiaobin sighed softly and said seriously, Xiaoya, you are the master planner now. You have to make your own decisions about these things, but you can't ask others. Whether it succeeds or fails, the honor is yours, and the responsibility is also yours. As the chief planner, you have to shoulder these things. Do you remember Game Maker? In fact, other people's opinions are just the narration in it. They don't play much role other than disturbing you. Yi Zhizhou nodded and sighed, yes. Yi Zhizhou has completed the game Producer several times, and almost knows many choices and endings by heart. In the game, he can completely ignore the narration and choose the correct answer along the way. But in reality, although I know a lot of truths, I still can't achieve that kind of confidence and freedom. Wang Xiaobin stood up and added, it's normal to be confused. Just remember that you are completing the task assigned by President Pei. Yi Zhizhou's eyes lit up. Yes, no matter what, this is the task assigned by Mr. Pei. Regardless of success or failure, wouldn't it be fine as long as you keep doing what Mr. Pei told you? Thinking of this, Yi Zhizhou no longer hesitated, checked the new version one last time, and then sent a message to the group. Update the version. A few hours later, Warham turns into a massively multiplayer online chat room. A large number of players from each server gathered in the main square of the main city to discuss the latest update announcement. Blooded War Song has been iterated on dozens of versions since it was first launched. Update announcements will be released before each version, but never has it triggered such a heated discussion like this. The players stopped fighting and leveling up. They were all discussing the new version. Can anyone please explain what the announcement means? From now on, the mall will only retain the most basic stamina potion. The rest will not be sold. It is said that everything else will be given away. Everyone is given away? Is this game going to be discontinued? Is this the last carnival? So many people quit playing when the 888 knife came out last time. I guess it will be a matter of time for Liang to do it. Hey, it's only a day that I can play for one more day. Doesn't it feel right? Shouldn't we take advantage of the cold weather to make a fortune? What's the point of giving away all the good things in the past? I'm out of my mind. Why don't we try to persuade the wealthy players to quit? You can still spend money if you want. You can buy stamina potions repeatedly. The limit is 10 per day. The more you buy, the more expensive they become. If you buy them all in one day, you can still spend 100 yuan. Stop making trouble, 100 yuan bao is only 10 yuan. Not to mention for rich people, it's not considered money for someone like me who has a little bit of financial ability. I can't understand this official operation at all. Our president has already gone to top up the money. He said that we should hurry up and top up the money before the version is updated to buy all the props we can buy, otherwise we won't be able to buy them if they are out of print. It's late, it has been updated, and all recharge entrances have been closed. I can't even top up money even if I want to. That's awesome. This game reminds me of Ghost General. I have a question. Based on this, when opening a new server, does everyone have to start from scratch? Spend 10 yuan a day to max out your combat power? If you go by what the announcement says, that's it. That's not right. How can we fight a national war? Everyone has exactly the same fighting power. Who has more people? No, it seems that a selection system has been implemented, which will dynamically balance the strength of both sides based on the number of people on both sides, and randomly select players to play high-level battles. It means that if I am drawn, I can also experience the pleasure of wearing 10 in the national war. Then the old server is still playing nonsense? Selling accounts. Selling cheaply. I'm going to the new server. From the time the system announcement was released until the version update, the discussion among players has not stopped. The originally dead official forum also suddenly saw a large number of new posts, and discussions were lively. Yi Zhizhou knows that players will definitely not be able to understand the changes in the new version quickly. It is normal for such large-scale discussions to occur. It's a good thing that there are people discussing it. I'm afraid that if the players are still indifferent even if the version is updated, then it's really going to be bad. Yi Zhizhou opened a small account and silently paid attention to the players' reactions. Surprisingly, no one strongly opposed it? I originally thought that those rich people would curse a lot, but after entering the game, I found that those dissatisfied comments were quickly brushed down without triggering any repercussions. Everyone is discussing the impact of this change on the national war, and the most common discussion is when to open a new server. Everyone is asking for a new server. Is everyone so enthusiastic? Yi Zhizhou looked at Wang Xiaoban. Brother Wang, how about we open a new server to test the water? Chapter 152 Mr. Pei's strong man broke his wrist. Wang Xiaoban was stunned. Open a new server? It's not a hassle to open, the only problem is whether there are players to play. War Hymn has been deteriorating. It has no money for publicity and promotion, and it is not on any charts. There is no inflow of new players. Those who are still playing now are all old players who have persisted for a long time and will never give up no matter what. These people have accounts in the old server and have spent a lot of money and time on the old account. Even if a new server is opened, who will come to play? However, Wang Xiaobin still raised his hand and made an okay gesture. No problem, it will be fine soon. The game is almost out of date anyway, and it doesn't matter whether a new server is opened or not. Yi Zhizhou immediately went to the new server to create an account, and then waited silently. Within a few minutes, the world channel of the new server suddenly became lively. A new server has actually been opened. Ah, I feel so bad that I didn't get the sofa. Is there a guild? Comrades, look here. Our guild develops harmoniously, is united and passionate, and is led by local tyrants. We are invincible. We specialize in helping grandfathers and grandmothers who have fallen down. You are welcome to join us, and help the grandmother cross the road with us. The ones upstairs are copied and pasted from the advertisements, right? How can we lead the team now that there are no wealthy people? Why aren't there any rich people? We know how to be rich, and if we join the guild, all the stamina potions for everyone will be included. Fuck. Add me now. The world channels were coming one after another, and Yi Zhizhou could hardly watch them anymore. Our game, there are actually so many people playing it? Yi Zhizhou was stunned. He just saw that there were many players calling for new servers on the world channel, so he just opened a new server to test the waters. I never expected that so many people would come to play on the new server. What are they planning? Don't want the old number anymore? Yi Zhizhou felt that this was a bit strange. He hadn't seen this kind of enthusiasm for a long time. In the past, Warsong often opened new servers. After all, server rolling is one of the common marketing methods for games similar to Krypton Gold. But no one can compare with the popularity of today's new server. While Yi Zhizhou was leveling up, he was considering finding a big guild to go undercover and collect players' opinions on the new version immediately. As a result, it suddenly got stuck while playing. The screen kept showing reading resources straight, and the screen also became stuck in a mosaic. However, this lag quickly resolved and the game became smooth again. Just when Yi Zhizhou was about to ask what was going on, he heard Wang Xiaobin shouting over there, "Damn it, there are too many players at once, causing the server load to be too high. The new server is actually full?" Yi Zhizhou quickly opened the background to check. The popularity of the many old servers that were originally operated has plummeted, and there are basically no people left. However, the popularity of the newly opened server has skyrocketed in an instant, and it is overcrowded. New players can no longer enter and can only queue outside. Yi Zhizhou was shocked because he had never seen a queue on the server since he came to Yangyang Games. Now he understands that these players who filled the new server are all from the old server. Players were originally scattered across dozens of servers, so each server seemed deserted. But now, the players who are still active are gathering together to go to the new server, and they are all gathered together, so it is naturally more lively. Yi Zhizhou hurriedly said, "Brother Wang, hurry up, open a new server." Wang Xiaobin moved his mouse quickly, "Get it done now. Once the latest server is full, a new server will be automatically opened." He muttered again, "It's really weird. Players are so enthusiastic about the new server? Is it possible that our changes are really effective?" The results are immediate. Everyone in the design team was excited. Many people had not played Warsong for a long time, and this time they also registered an account for the first time. Everyone goes to different servers so that we can observe the conditions of different servers. It's best to join a big guild and get into their chat groups to see how the local tycoons and ordinary players react to this version update. Yi Zhizhou was very excited and quickly assigned tasks to everyone in the design team, lurking into each new server to observe players' feedback on this new version. When Lao Lu was in charge of planning, he never did these things, because it was meaningless to him. It's enough to modify the game, based on the data. What's the use of gathering opinions bit by bit among the players? But Yi Zhizhou doesn't think so. He has always felt that as a planner, he must play the games he makes and go deep into the player community to obtain the most authentic feedback. If the designers themselves don't like their games, how will players like them? Within a few minutes of playing, someone invited Yi Zhizhou to join the guild, and then invited him to join the chat group. As soon as I joined the group, I was flooded with all kinds of information. Hurry up and go to the World Channel to recruit people. Everyone must reach level 20 today. Our guild must prepare for the national war as soon as possible. Do you have any old friends who gave up before? Hurry up and bring them over. I'm going to ask in the previous group and try to recruit 10 people, all of whom are experienced players and drivers. Yi Zhizhou didn't pay attention for a while, and the message in the chat group changed to 99+, which was hard to read. What particularly shocked Yi Zhizhou was that this group of people actually spontaneously brought in many old players who had quit the game to play on the new server. Yi Zhizhou has never seen this kind of enthusiasm from a player, not even when he first entered the Yang game and was still at his peak in hot-blooded war song. Yi Zhizhou looked at the forum posts again. I still remember that when Lao Lu launched the 888 weapon, the forum almost broke down. Players chased after it and sprayed the update announcement thread for hundreds of floors. In the next 2 or 3 weeks, they continued to beat the corpse without stopping at all. Later, with the loss of players, the popularity of the forum continued to decline, but it was still dominated by curses. As a result, now that the version has been updated, the entire forum has suddenly changed to a different style. In the past, there were always posts criticizing dog planning, but now none of them can be seen. Players are all discussing in-game issues such as forming guilds and preparing for national wars. Yi Zhizhou looked at the forum posts and players' chat groups with some disbelief, thinking about how all this happened. Is it possible that this is just risking your life to survive? Yi Zhizhou understood somewhat. The original war hymn was already in stagnant water. Lao Lu and Du Ruijie squeezed out the last drop of blood for revenue, and the game was in critical condition. The conflicts between players and the design team, as well as wealthy players and ordinary players, have reached an extremely intensified and irreconcilable state. Because the amount of gold is too heavy, ordinary players have lost a large number of games, and in-game activities cannot be organized. Even if the rich spend money, they have no one to play with them, and they increasingly feel that their money is not worth it. As a result, ordinary players ran away, and the rich also ran away. Only a few old players were still struggling, and the game continued to decline. But now, all payment points have been cut off, leaving only the most basic stamina potions. This seemingly inconspicuous change has brought about earth-shaking changes to the game environment. For ordinary players, the game is no longer exciting, but fun to play. All the good things that could only be obtained by recharging were given away. In the new server, I also have the opportunity to experience the thrill of being a rich man and wearing 10 in the national war. This is simply the ultimate big reward, so of course you won't hesitate to play the new server. It is true that many rich people have retired from traveling, but just like Pei Qian, let them do whatever they want. What's more, not all the wealthy people ran away, but some remained. As a result, although their income plummeted by 70% to 80%, the remaining players have completely forgotten the previous unpleasantness and rekindled their enthusiasm for the game. Yi Zhizhou completely understood. Sure enough, Mr. Pei has long seen the problems of war song and knows that simply introducing new gameplay or changing art resources will no longer help, so he has to cut off all payment points. This is a strong man cutting off his wrist. cut off revenue, and save reputation. This is the only way to save Warhim. What seemed like an unsolvable problem at first turned around immediately with a simple operation from Mr. Pei. Yi Zhizhou couldn't help but admire Mr. Pei even more. Of course, he knew in his heart that this was just the first step. Although this operation saved the game's reputation, the price was also huge. This game no longer makes any money. Without the large recharges from rich people, the income would have plummeted by at least 80%. Originally, the monthly income of Warhim was only 30,000 to 400,000 yuan. With this, it was not good to see whether the monthly income could still reach 80,000 yuan. Moreover, no new payment points can be opened in the future, otherwise the reputation of players will immediately backfire, that is, it will be completely cool, and Mr. Pei will be hard to save. Yi Zhizhou feels that it is like a clearance sale now. The popularity has indeed increased, but it is not an option to keep burning money without making a profit. Forget it, let's not consider this anymore. I can think of problems that Pei can't think of. These must be all within President Pei's plan. Just do it honestly and follow President Pei's requirements. Yi Zhizhou suddenly felt unprecedented confidence in himself and the prospects of Shenyang Games. Chapter 153, Give the Singer a Commission, August 10th update for the Fat Chicken Boss Buying League. In the evening, visit the Internet Cafe. Internet cafes that were originally deserted suddenly had a lot of customers. Many young people walked to the Internet Cafe in groups, and some people looked outside repeatedly to confirm that the location was correct before opening the door. Are you sure this is here? Why isn't there even a sign? Yes, this is it. Then there are neat rows of computers here. What are they for? This is not only a bar, but also has internet access. Can I still surf the internet? Why don't I go to an internet cafe to surf the internet? I'm here to drink. You can also drink, and the drinks are better than those in ordinary bars. The main reason is to listen to music. Is it really that nice to hear? Anyway, it's different from the resident singers in other bars. You'll know after listening to it. At the door, several young people pushed the door open and entered. The waiter immediately ushered them to their seats with a smile on their faces. After offering them hand towels, they politely asked if they wanted to order drinks. The most active person in the group was a fashionably dressed young girl. After everyone had ordered their drinks, she began to happily explain to everyone how she discovered this treasure location. Do you know how I found this place? Actually, I've passed by here before, but after looking at the menu outside, I found that the items were all very expensive and it was deserted with no one inside, so I didn't go in. But I happened to pass by it last week and heard someone singing. I happened to be off work at that time. I listened at the door for a while and then came in. I ordered a glass of wine and heard it until the end of the night. It sounds really good, and it's not a very noisy style, but it has a very light and leisurely feeling, with a little bit of sadness. It's very special when you drink a glass of wine. And after coming here a few times, I realized that although this place is expensive, the service is really good. The waiter is so attentive. You don't even need to shout. Just look at him and he will come over immediately. It's really great. Feel comfortable. Someone interjected, really or not? Is it possible that the waiter can read minds? The young girl glanced at him. Of course it's not mind reading. This shows that the waiter is doing his duty and keeping an eye on the customer the whole time. He can understand from the subtle body movements of the customer that he needs help and come over immediately. And the waiters here don't say any nonsense, and they don't sell you drinks or ask you to apply for a card. They are very polite. Later I came here during the day, ordered a cup of coffee, and read a book. It was quite pleasant. Don't worry, the singer should be here soon. My name is Chen Lei. It is said that I live nearby. I didn't go to school after graduating from high school. I have been doing music at home. I don't know how this store managed to find such a big treasure. Come to the stands. It's coming, it's coming. As soon as Qingshan came on stage holding his guitar, there were several cheers from the audience, and a girl shouted, "Qingshan, I love you." Qingshan blushed, sat down on the stage, adjusted the microphone, and strummed the guitar a few times, pretending not to hear, which caused a burst of laughter from the audience. There was no courtesy or greetings, and no opening remarks. Qingshan was a person who was not good at words. Just clearing his throat, singing softly into the microphone along with the sound of the guitar. The lights are out, the moon is a lonely eye, watching quietly, who can't sleep alone. The melodious melody flows in the internet cafe. The audience in the audience drank wine and remained silent in this atmosphere. Sounds so good. It's obviously very different from the original version, but it still tastes very similar. Qingshan is like this. No matter what song he sings, he has a strong personal style. It is the kind that makes people very relaxed, but if you taste it carefully, it also has a touch of sentimentality. Very nice. A slightly aged man took a sip of wine and looked at the blurry lights at night outside the curtain wall. He didn't know what kind of memories were evoked by the lights. Suddenly, he looked at the wine glass in his hand with some confusion. "What's wrong?" asked the female companion next to her. The man took another sip. "This wine is actually real wine?" The female companion laughed. "Aren't you talking nonsense? I have a serious business license, but I'm selling fake wine to deceive you." The man shook his head. "You don't understand. Nowadays, in many bars, it is very common for this kind of expensive wine to be filled. The original price of wine is a few hundred yuan, and the wine that is filled with 100 or 200 yuan into an empty bottle is still sold. How many people can make a cocktail and drink it? This is not considered fake wine, it can only be said to be cheap. If you drink fake wine, you will get sick and may even be sent to the hospital, but cheap wine will only taste slightly different in your mouth, and it will be the same in your stomach." The female companion still didn't believe it. "Then you can drink it?" The man smiled and said, "Of course. Even though the wine worth a few hundred yuan and the wine worth 100 or 200 yuan are both real wine, the taste must be different. Otherwise, why would people sell it for hundreds of yuan? Anyone who knows a little bit about wine can feel the difference." He gently shook the wine glass in his hand and looked at Qingshan, who was singing in the stands. "This place is really interesting. We can invite some old friends to play together some other time." Bar counter. Ma Yang drank slowly with a glass of wine, looked at Qingshan singing on the stage, and said with emotion, "It seems, he can indeed sing better than you." Zhang Yuan said sincerely, "Yes. Brother Ma, did you just hear it now?" Ma Yang shook his head very sincerely. "I didn't hear it, but I saw it. When you sang, not so many people listened, not so many people ordered drinks, and everyone didn't listen so seriously." Zhang Yuan, "Brother Ma, for the sake of this glass of wine, can you please stop hurting me? Zhang Yuan is simply MMP, Qingshan is just a gift from God. Why is it interesting that he is always said to be better at singing than me? So, how do we pay him a salary?" Ma Yang asked a very serious question. Last week, after hearing Zhang Yuan sing, Qingshan inexplicably gained confidence and volunteered to sing on stage. After singing, the effect was so obvious that Ma Yang immediately asked him to stay and try singing for a week without saying a word. If he is satisfied after a week, he will sign a formal contract. If he is not satisfied, he will be given 1,000 yuan as a hard-earned fee and left. Now that a week has come, Ma Yang is very satisfied with Qingshan. But I encountered a problem, which was the issue of wages. What is the appropriate salary for a regular bar singer? Ma Yang considered whether he could refer to the bar's salary standards. Zhang Yuan Men was clear about this. After all, he had done this before. Brother Ma, the average resident singer in a small bar may only cost about 3,000 yuan a month. Of course, those are little-known singers. The specific money depends on the level of the bar, the popularity of the singer, and how much the owner is willing to open. Some big bars have large customer flow, and many singers can even sing for free in order to become famous. On the other hand, if a small bar hires a resident singer with some reputation, it will naturally cost more. Normally, for Qianlei's level, I think it's not too much to give him 4,000 to 5,000, or even less. 4,000 to 5,000. Ma Yang hesitated. It's not that I'm reluctant to give up money, nor that I think Qianlei is not worth the money. The main thing is that our internet cafe is still losing money. Do you think this is okay? Let's give him a basic salary of 1,500 yuan, and everything else will be commissioned. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Get the commission? Where do you get it from? Ma Yang pointed to the wine on the bar. Pump it from the drinks. From now on, we will make it clear to the customers that half of the profits from the drinks during the concert will be given to Qianlei. Zhang Yuan took a breath. Brother Ma, isn't half a stroke too harsh? It's okay, we can't sell much drinks to begin with. Ma Yang didn't care. Zhang Yuan was speechless for a moment. That's right, and what we sell is real wine, so the profit is not that high. If you think about it this way, it's quite acceptable. If you follow the model of a general bar, drinks are the main profit. Many bars, nightclubs, KTVs, etc., have some degree of adulteration. For example, XO, it is a common phenomenon to recycle expensive bottles, fill them with cheap wine, and then sell them. With this sales method, drinks are huge profits. However, from the very beginning of Moyu Internet Cafe, Mr. Pei has made it clear that all the drinks must be genuine, not to mention fake wine, and not a drop of low-quality wine should be mixed. When it comes to selling wine, it must be that wine. So they all sell alcohol. Although the prices at Moyu Internet Cafe include profits, the profits are simply incomparable with other bars. What's more, with the current amount of traffic, we can't sell much in a day. Zhang Yuan thought for a while. Brother Ma, it's up to you. I think it's okay to take a commission, and maybe it can also drive some wine sales. Ma Yang immediately agreed. Okay, that's it. I'll tell Qianlei after he finishes singing tonight. I guess he will definitely agree. If we really follow this model, I have a suggestion. Zhang Yuan suddenly thought of an idea. Let's order a new batch of menus, and put a bracket after the price of each glass of wine, and write Qianlei in the bracket money that you can get a commission from. For example, if we sell the Northern Lights cocktail for 60 yuan a cup, the cost will be about 30 yuan. In addition to the cost of space and labor, let's assume that our cost is 40 yuan and the profit is 20 yuan, half of which will be given to Qianlei. That's 10 yuan. When the time comes, just write 10 after the price of Northern Lights cocktail 60, so that everyone will know that this glass of wine gave Qianlei a commission of 10 yuan. Ma Yang frowned and hesitated. In this way, will everyone guess our approximate profit? Zhang Yuan shook his head. Brother Ma, even if you don't write it, don't others know your profit? You can find the prices of these wines by searching online. Most people who come to bars to drink are well aware of the profits, but this is true of the entire industry, and no one takes it seriously. We write down the commission for the singers, and it shows that we treat the singers very well and are very generous. Ma Yang suddenly realized, oh, that's right. Then I think this method is good, so let's do it. Chapter 154, You Can't Feel Pain for No Apparent Reason. After singing for more than an hour, Qianlei temporarily stepped down from the stage to take a rest. Ma Yang stopped him directly and briefly talked about his salary and drink commission. Qianlei scratched his head and said simply, okay. This made Ma Yang feel a little embarrassed. It's okay. If you think the basic salary is low, you can add more, Myong said. Qianlei blinked, then, just add more. Myong. Look, let this child be honest. Myong felt that he had tricked himself. He originally thought that Qianlei would politely say, no, 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 and then he could get off the donkey and exchange a few pleasantries to get over it. As a result, Qianlei got off the donkey. But once the words have been spoken, they cannot be broken. Myong struggled for a while. Well, I'll give you a base salary of 1,800, plus commission on drinks. When you go on stage again, you must tell everyone and let everyone buy more drinks, do you understand? Qianlei looked embarrassed and said coquettishly, Brother Ma, I'm sorry. Otherwise, I'd better take 1,500. Don't let me talk to the audience. Myong was speechless. You see, this kid is so thin-skinned. Forget it, then you should sing and sing. I will announce this. The basic salary is still 1,800, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Qianlei nodded and stepped down to drink water and rest. Myong winked at Zhang Yuan, who immediately understood and walked to the stage. Hey, hey. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself briefly. I am the manager of Moyu Internet Cafe. My surname is Zhang. Someone below whispered, wasn't he still the resident singer last week? How come he was promoted after being squeezed out of the singer's position by Qianlei? Zhang Yuan saw that many people were not very interested in him, so he quickly got to the point. Thank you all for your continued support. This time, I mainly want to tell you that our internet cafe will give the resident singer a special benefit. Starting from today, during Qianlei's concert, that is, within the 4 hours from 7 to 11 p.m. every day, a portion of the money spent on drinks will be given to Qianlei. The specific commission method is: in the next 2 days, we will order a new batch of menus, and how much money we can earn from each glass of wine will be clearly written on it. Anyway, if you like our singer, you might as well order a few more drinks. These will turn into real support. Thank you everyone. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he immediately stepped down without saying any nonsense. This is also in line with the consistent purpose of Moyu Internet Cafe, which is to talk less and do more, and the service should be like a breeze, so that customers can feel it when they need it. The customers in the audience immediately became commotion. Pumping the drinks into the singer's hands? So conscientious? And it's still half smoked. I can go up and sing now, is that okay? Haha, you just need to sing better than Qianlei. Great, support. Please give me another glass of wine. I'll have a drink too. This way, this way. Several waiters were actually busy. This was the first time since the opening of Moyu Internet Cafe. Myong and Zhang Yuan looked at each other and smiled. Don't tell me, it seems like there's really something going on. Late at night. Many people were drunk, but still refused to leave. Before Qianlei stepped down, he said thank you to everyone for the first time. Then he came off the stage with a red face and hid in the internet area. Myong and Zhang Yuan saw off the guests together with the waiter. Thanks for the support. Please be careful on the road. Welcome next time. It wasn't until 10:30 that all the guests left. Quickly calculate, how many drinks have been sold? Myong couldn't wait to run to the cashier. After a few minutes, Myang's excited expression faded. We sold a lot of drinks, but it's only such a small amount of money? Myong was disappointed. I thought I would be able to turn a profit immediately, but when I looked at the sales, my heart dropped immediately. There were indeed a lot of drinks sold tonight, at least 80% more than the average of the previous few days. In other words, most of the customers tonight ordered a second drink after hearing that Qianlei would get a commission for ordering drinks, and there were many expensive cocktails in them. However, it is still far from making money. Zhang Yuan is much more rational. this is normal. Brother Ma, wine sales have indeed increased significantly, but we have too few customers. Do you think, we only have this few seats in total, even if they are all full, and there are people standing, we can sell more than 100 drinks, is that enough? That night, we will make hundreds or even thousands of dollars, deducting half of the commission given to Qianlei, it's only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. Wait a minute. Ma Yang frowned and said, doesn't that mean that if we earn 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, we have to give Qianlei 20,000 to 30,000 yuan? Zhang Yuan was speechless. Brother Ma, aren't you talking nonsense? Give Qianlei 50%. This is what you decided. Ma Yang's long face instantly collapsed. I regretted it. Why don't you give Qianlei half of the offer? Let's take 5%, or even 1%. Zhang Yuanqi was happy. Brother Ma, you can't change your mind that night even if you don't keep your words. Aren't you driving people away? Take half, it's your decision. I decided, but I didn't expect to have so much money. Ma Yongdan scratched his head in pain. Zhang Yuan was speechless for a while. No wonder Ma Yang is so generous. It turns out that he didn't understand the calculation at all. But seeing that Ma Yang really wanted to go back on his word, Zhang Yuan quickly persuaded him to stop. Brother Ma, it's really unnecessary. Anyway, we are still losing 300,000 yuan a month now. If you take Qianlei's commission for greed, you will only earn an extra 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. It is not a long-term solution. Let's give Qianlei more points, and the audience will support him more. When the reputation spreads and there are enough customers, it will be easy to say. Ma Yang frowned and said, how is it enough? According to your calculation, we have to sell 1,000 glasses of wine in one night to make back the loss of the internet cafe. This is impossible even if you think about it. We have a place like this, let alone 1,000 people, even 200 people can't sit down. Zhang Yuan was speechless for a moment. Anyway, now that the wine sales have increased, let's observe for a while and don't do that kind of thing. I still feel sore. Ma Yang rubbed his temples, feeling so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Reluctance was written all over De Chang's face. No, I can't feel pain in my body for no apparent reason. Customers must feel it too. Zhang Yuan was confused. How to make customers feel it? Ma Yang looked at it and saw that there was a lot of space on the wall next to the stage. He pointed at it and said, hang a small screen here. Every time someone orders a drink, a line of information is displayed on it, including the table number, the drink ordered, and the amount of money Qianlei drew. It can also be followed by a blessing. This way, every time someone orders a drink, the whole audience can see it. Add another line at the top to show the total commission Qianlei will get tonight. I have sacrificed so much. I cannot bear it silently alone. I must let all customers know what I have sacrificed. Zhang Yuan thought about it for a moment. That's fine. It's just a small display screen and it doesn't cost much. Then I'll take care of it. I'll fix it during the day tomorrow. Chapter 155 A Surprise for Brother Qian. Morning. Sneeze. In the office, Pei Qian sneezed inexplicably while the air conditioner was blowing on. Strange, is the air conditioner turned on too much? Pei Qian wrapped himself in a blanket, turned off the TV series, and planned to take a nap while leaning on the boss's chair. There was a knock on the door. It was Lu Mingliang. Mr. Pei, I have a few things to report to you. Pei Qian nodded, okay. Lu Mingliang couldn't help but be moved when he saw Pei Qian wrapped in a blanket and looking like he was about to sleep. Mr. Pei seems to be feeling unwell. He can obviously go home and rest, but he still insists on working with us at work. Sure enough, no matter how successful you are, you still have to keep your fighting spirit. LV Mingliang was afraid of delaying Mr. Pei's rest, so he hurriedly reported. The first thing is the new version. Currently, the development of the new version is going well. However, for some reason, news about the limited edition of the new epic weapons in Sea Fortress has spread, and players are currently protesting strongly. Mr. Pei, look, how about we relax the limit of weapons a little bit? For example, 5,000? Pei Qian shook his head decisively, no school. 5,000? What a joke. What is 5,000 times 888? Can you count? Pei Qian said sternly, a limited quantity is a limited quantity. If it's like Chinese cabbage, then what's the point of limited sales? Don't care what they shout, 500 is 500. If you sell one more, I lose. Seeing Mr. Pei's firm attitude, Lu Mingliang had no choice but to nod. Okay, Mr. Pei. The second thing is the work problem of Ma Yichun. He has reported to me several times and strongly hopes that he can participate in the development of the new version. I thought about it. The new version updates of Ghost General and Game Producer do have a lot of copywriting content that needs professionals like him to do. How about letting him try it out first and practice his skills? Pei Qian didn't answer immediately. I can't find any good reason to refuse. But don't refuse, Pei Qian is very reluctant to let Ma Yichun actually do these copywriting. Ma Yichun's writing skills are excellent, and the several copywriting packages he has done for Yang Games before are all very brilliant. If this is the icing on the cake for Ghost General and Game Producer, the consequences will be very serious. But how to refuse? Ma Yichun came to the company in March, and it has been 2 months now. It is a bit difficult for him to continue studying. If Ma Yichun is not allowed to do the copywriting content of the game, he has to arrange something else for him. Send it to Huang Sibo to shoot a short video? It doesn't seem to work. His writing style may also work in short videos. Send it to Moyu Internet Cafe? This is not bad, but the name is unfair and there is no suitable reason. After thinking for a moment, Pei Qian didn't think of any good solution, so he reluctantly nodded. Okay, I should have learned enough during this period, let him be responsible for some basic work. Pei Qian was reluctant. Lu Mingliang nodded quickly. Okay, Mr. Pei. Then you can continue to rest, I will go work first. Pei Qian leaned on the chair and wrapped himself in a blanket. He felt restless and couldn't sleep even if he wanted to. Strange, where does this feeling of danger come from? It can't be from Yang Games, right? Pei Qian quickly ran through several projects in his mind. For Tenda, the new version will probably make money, but no matter how much you make, it should be within control and no big deal. Fei Huang Studio is filming documentaries, but there is no trace yet. Moyu Internet Cafe is a traditional advantage project. The 2 new stores have just been renovated and are ready to open. As for the flagship store, I just visited it more than a week ago and found no hidden dangers. After thinking about it, Yang Games are the most risky. Pei Qian asked them to cut off all the payment points in the 2 games, leaving only one. This was indeed a risky move. Cutting off payment points will improve the game's reputation, that's for sure. But reputation and revenue are 2 different things. A game like War Song has rubbish graphics and mediocre gameplay. Its only advantage is that the rich can kill people in it after spending money. In other words, the core advantage of this game is selling hatred. If you cut me off, if I have money, I will recharge it immediately and cut it back. This is the core advantage of similar games. It is precisely because this game is selling hatred and stimulating players' negative emotions that no matter how bad the graphics and gameplay are, people will still play it. If Pei Qian doesn't change anything, it's still possible for this game to make a comeback, and it's unlikely. As long as Yi Zhizhou does a little promotion and plans to return old players to return the game to its original profitability, Pei Qian will not lose money. Therefore, Pei Qian directly cut off the payment points of the game. War Song has no advantages over other games in terms of graphics or gameplay. It is a fool's dream to attract new players. Even if it becomes fair and the reputation gets better, so what? As long as it doesn't make money. Of course, what if the game attracts a large number of new players due to its overwhelming reputation, and the player base is too large, pushing up profits? This possibility cannot completely disappear. It can only be that it is very possible. After thinking about it, Pei Qian thought that there seemed to be risks only in young games, so he decided to focus on it. First, I went to the official forum of Blooded War Song and took a look. Indeed, it seems that the popularity has increased somewhat, the reputation has reversed, and some old players have returned. However, Pei Qian did not panic and immediately sent a message to Yi Zhizhou. Send me the background recharge data of War Song for me to take a look at. A few minutes later, Yi Zhizhou sent a screenshot. This is the background recharge data of War Song. Pei Qian scanned it casually and saw that the per capita payment rate has indeed increased, and it has increased a lot, but the total recharge amount has dropped significantly, by 70 to 80%. Based on this estimate, it is doubtful whether the monthly income of War Him will reach 100,000 yuan. Well, don't panic, it's still within the plan. For a game to survive, the most important thing is to make profits, so there are so many companies that promote recharge consumption activities even if they are criticized by players, just to achieve the goal of profitability. What's the use of having a good reputation if the game keeps losing money? The modified War Him is indeed conscientious, but the key is to see who you compete with. Compared with Krypton Gold games, the rich are not as happy here, and their income is greatly reduced. Compared with other conscientious games, such as Fantasy World, War Song has junk graphics, mediocre gameplay, and is uncompetitive. This is called not paying attention to both ends. Good, keep it up. After replying to Yi Zhizhou, Pei Qian felt relieved, wrapped himself in a blanket, and fell asleep happily. In 2 days, 2 new stores will be opened, and he will have to inspect them then to feel at ease. Yang game. Yi Zhizhou looked at the message sent by Mr. Pei and felt inexplicably warm in his heart. Although Mr. Pei has many things to do and is busy with his affairs, he still pays attention to Shengyang games. Although our game's current revenue has plummeted, this is obviously within Mr. Pei's plan, so Mr. Pei lets us continue to maintain it. This shows that we are on the right track. Yi Zhizhou instantly felt full of energy. Sure enough, is this the qualitative change that a good boss brings to the company? May 20th. 2 Moyu Internet Cafe branches officially opened. Pei Qian, Ma Yang, and Zhang Yuan, the 3 managers of Moyu Internet Cafe, naturally wanted to be there to celebrate. But the situation at the scene was a little embarrassing. It's so deserted. It was a little more deserted than when the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store opened. The key point is that the location of these 2 branches is worse than the flagship store. Pei Qian repeatedly warned that when opening, he must not do anything like that. He must not set off firecrackers or hand out flyers, and he should be as low-key as possible. Opening business quietly in such a remote place, it is naturally very deserted. Pei Qian was very comfortable, drinking coffee in the deserted coffee area and looking outside, enjoying the warm sunshine. The 2 store managers were a little embarrassed, but after all, they were transferred from the flagship store. They had seen this kind of scene many times, and they knew that Mr. Pei would not blame them, so they did not panic at all. On the contrary, the newly recruited waiters had never seen such a bizarre scene. They all felt that they had nowhere to put their hands and feet. They always felt that this store was full of evil. In the corner of the internet cafe, Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan were muttering. "Why are you stopping me?" Ma Yang looked confused. Just now, Ma Yang felt that this scene was too cold and morale was low, so he wanted to share with Pei Qian the good news about the recent fishing internet cafe. Under Chen Lei's hard work, the internet cafe's wine sales are increasing every day, and the customer flow has also increased significantly. Ma Yang believes that this model can be extended to all Moyu internet cafes. But before he could say anything, he was stopped by Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan obviously knew what he was thinking, and whispered, "Brother Ma, it's not that I won't let you, it's just that the time is not right now, it's too reckless." Ma Yang was stunned. "Huh? What's going on?" "Brother Ma, we only have a slight increase in wine sales. If we estimate, we can earn an extra 2 to 30,000 yuan a month. Compared with the internet cafe's monthly loss of 300,000 yuan, this hole is still huge. It's such a big achievement, but it doesn't sound loud at all. When the time comes, you brag, and Mr. Pei asks, 'You did a good job, how much money did you make?' And you say, 'You're still losing money.' How boring." It's okay not to brag. This bragging has raised Mr. Pei's expectations. Isn't he even more disappointed? "If you want me, let's wait until we turn losses into profits, and then give him a surprise with President Pei. In this way, we and Moyu Internet Cafe can have a higher status in President Pei's heart and be more confident." "Brother Ma, is this true?" Ma Yang thought about it, and it seemed like this was the case. We are still far away from turning losses into profits. It is indeed meaningless to tell Pei Qian the good news now. He also seems to be a credit seeker, showing off even if he has a little achievement. It's really inappropriate. Ma Yang nodded, "Yes, that makes sense. Let's deal with this later. When the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store really turns a profit, we can give Brother Qian a surprise." Chapter 156, What an embarrassment to Tenda. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. May 21st. Pei Qian checked the report sent by Yi Zhizhou and found that Yangyang Games was still in a state of steady losses with no improvement at all. In the report, Yi Zhizhou introduced in detail the increase in the number of active players and payment rates of the game, apparently reporting these to Mr. Pei as a performance success. Of course, all these achievements were accomplished under the guidance of Mr. Pei. Pei Qian didn't pay attention to these at all, but looked directly at the total recharge column. Well, still no improvement. Pei Qian knew this already and replied as usual, "That's right, keep it up." Yi Zhizhou continued to work full of energy. Pei Qian is quite satisfied with the current status of the game. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether the reputation is good or bad. As long as Pei Qian keeps an eye on it every day and the recharge amount of the game cannot increase, then everything will be fine. Yi Zhizhou thought that everything was under President Pei's control. Of course, this is indeed the case, but the things that Mr. Pei masters and the things that Yi Zhizhou thinks Mr. Pei masters are completely different things. Tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. Pei Qian looked up and saw that Huang Sibo was here. "Huh? A rare visitor. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and most of Pei Qian's resentment towards Huang Sibo has faded. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Fei Huang's studio didn't do anything to feel sorry for you. Although he earned nearly 2 million, according to Pei Qian's sharing method, only about 400,000 was actually distributed to Tenda. What's more, director Zhu Xiaozi also gave Pei Qian a huge salary and returned Pei Qian's purchase of appliances provided a good excuse. So Pei Qian is no longer so angry. Huang Sibo was carrying a bag of fruit, stopped by to have a look and say goodbye to Mr. Pei. "Oh? Say goodbye?" Pei Qian was a little confused. "Where are you going?" Huang Sibo smiled. "Isn't it confirmed before that Fei Huang studio is going to shoot a documentary? Director Zhu Xiaozi and I, as well as some on-site staff, have to go to Magic City. The entire filming work will be carried out there. It may take a while. The filming will last until next month. So, before I leave, come over and have a look and let me know. Going to Magic City? Pei Qian nodded. Well, the Demon City is a good place. He knew in his heart that going to the Magic City was quite expensive. Even excluding the post-editing staff, there are still 5 or 6 people in Fei Huang's studio. For these people to go to Shanghai, the round-trip train tickets, accommodation fees, etc., are not cheap. Pei Qian did not provide follow-up funds to Fei Huang's studio. Their funding for this shooting all came from the profits from Mr. Pei's daily life. It was only about 1 million yuan, and part of the money was used to update photographic equipment. When shooting a short video like Mr. Pei's daily life, you can use a SLR or a vertical screen, and it doesn't matter if you make do with it, but when shooting documentaries, you must use serious equipment to shoot, otherwise it will look very unprofessional. Thinking of this, Pei Qian was no longer so repelled, but rather became a little interested. Although he was mentally prepared that Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaoca's new projects would probably make money, Pei Qian still had to ask. After all, small profits are also profits, and big profits are also profits. There is a big difference between them. If you make a small profit, you can use other projects to make up for it. If you make a big profit, Mr. Pei will be gone. Well, remember to be careful on the road. Pei Qian pretended to be casual and asked, why are you filming a documentary and you went to the devil's capital? Huang Sibo smiled sheepishly. Mr. Pei, I'm telling you the truth, don't be offended. The subject matter we shot this time will probably cost us nothing. Lost all your money? Mr. Pei sat up straight instantly. If you talk to me about this, then I won't be sleepy. Come, drink tea. Pei Qian immediately poured a cup of tea and handed it to Huang Sibo, and the treatment changed instantly. Huang Sibo was not aware of the change in Mr. Pei's attitude. He sipped tea and briefly explained the recent work arrangements of Fei Huang's studio. Mr. Pei, Director Zhu Xiaoca and I were deeply moved by your words and decided to step out of the comfort zone of short videos and do something truly meaningful. Later, we also thought about many directions, but it always felt a little bit uninteresting. There are some themes that we are good at doing, and there are some themes that we think can make money, but they are not the ones that are particularly urgent and cannot be done without doing it. Later, we finally found a subject that we felt we had to do, which was a documentary about esports players. Pei Qian became even more interested. Documentary about esports players? Huang Sibo really didn't lie to him. With this subject, there was a high probability that he would lose everything. What year is this? Year 2010. Today's esports players still sleep on curbs, drink tap water, and eat instant noodles. It's not like 10 years later, when all the red wine young model Ferraris have annual salaries of tens of millions. The hot money of capital has not yet entered, and games are still regarded as a scourge in society. For those who play games, whether you play professionally or just for fun and relaxation, there is no difference at all in the eyes of most people. They are all described in 4 words. To describe it, it means not doing your job properly. Nowadays, you can make documentaries for esports players, and you can find suitable materials, but after filming, how do you monetize it? Mr. Pei's daily life can make money because the website Airly Island happened to be looking for some high-quality video content, so it signed a special sharing agreement. Short videos can be continuously updated, continue to attract traffic to the website, and are broadcast exclusively on the entire network. The IP and reputation accumulated over the past 3 seasons are all areas that can be used to negotiate prices with video websites. But documentaries are different. First, not many people pay attention. Second, it is impossible to continuously update and attract traffic to the website. Naturally, it is impossible to sign a solo broadcast or sharing agreement with the website. At most, it can adopt the most basic incentive plan, the kind that rewards 20 to 30 yuan for 10,000 broadcasts. Third, there is no way to insert ads and no way to match the meal. Documentaries are very rigorous, and they are meaningful because they are real. You can't be interviewing players here and suddenly an advertisement is inserted in the middle of the interview. If you want to win, you'll go crazy sitting there, right? It can be said that most documentaries are not profitable, except for a few. For example, tip of the tongue. When Pei Qian first heard that Huang Sibo and the others were going to make a documentary, he was really worried that they were going to make the tip of the tongue, but now it is confirmed that it is not the case. It makes sense when you think about it. Zhu Xiaozi is indeed very talented, but he is not a time traveler. To make a hit product is to show your strength. Making many popular models in a row is cheating. Pei Qian felt more relieved when he heard this. Let's not talk about the specifics of how to shoot this documentary. As long as the investment is large and the return is small, it is a good project. Pei Qian's face instantly became much warmer. Losing all your money? That's not a big deal. Fei Huang Studio has me to guide you, so feel free to do whatever you want. Money is nothing, we can't live such a vulgar life. Huang Sibo drank tea with a smile on his face. Sure enough, I knew President Pei would definitely support us. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, we are also very aware of the risks of this project this time, so we plan to use a green leather car to go to the Magic City. We will also save as much as possible on accommodation and meals. Before Huang Sibo finished speaking, Pei Qian's face fell instantly. What's the meaning? Huang Sibo was stunned. It was rare for him to see Mr. Pei get angry, and he stammered, "No, it's not interesting. I just want to control costs." Pei Qian looked like he hated iron and said, "Control costs? Huang Sibo, find out your identity." Huang Sibo was startled and the teacup in his hand shook. It's rare to see Mr. Pei get so angry. What did I say wrong? Pei Qian said seriously, Fei Huang Studio is a wholly owned subsidiary of Tenda. You and all the employees of Fei Huang Studio are all employees of Tenda. You let them take a green car and still have accommodation and meals. Save money. What if something goes wrong with your food? Even if they are in good health and have no food problems, then they are tired from traveling all the way and cannot eat well or sleep well, which affects their work efficiency. The video shooting is not good, the work is not completed smoothly, and the good documentary film is ruined. Whose responsibility is it? Huang Sibo felt his hands tremble a little. Forget it for me. Oh no. Huang Sibo found himself being bypassed by Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei, don't worry, I'm just saving costs. I'm not a shady foreman. The health of my employees can definitely be guaranteed. Pei Qian looked like he hated iron and said, Tingda's face has been completely humiliated by you. How did I teach? By words and deeds. Huang Sibo was speechless. Pei Qian said solemnly, listen to me, fly back and forth, time is money, do you understand? When you get there, food and accommodation will be at the same level as a normal business trip. If you don't know the specific standards, ask Assistant Qian. When you arrive in the Magic City, you don't have to rush. If you can't finish the filming, postpone it. Just take your time and shoot. As long as it can be filmed before June 18th, that's fine. The extension is nothing more than spending more on accommodation. How much can we spend? We don't have enough money. How big a deal is it to ask me for it? Remember, behind Fei Huang Studio is Tenda. If you have any difficulties, just ask. Huang Sibo nodded quickly, yes, Mr. Pei, I will listen to you. Pei Qian's face softened slightly, he nodded, and said seriously, you are also an old employee of Tenda. Don't let me worry about such trivial matters. Are you planning to take a green car to the Magic City? We at Tenda don't have such an embarrassing employee as you. Huang Sibo's face turned slightly red, and he felt very ashamed. Yes, what President Pei said is that Fei Huang Studio will definitely follow Tenda's footsteps in the future, and everything will be according to your standards. Pei Qian then nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's right. Remember, if you have any difficulties, you must report them to me as soon as possible. After repeated warnings, Pei Qian was satisfied. This guy Huang Sibo, for a project that can lose a lot of money, he is still here to control costs for me. Despite repeated orders, there is still someone so stingy, and he is an old employee of Tenda. This made Mr. Pei feel very tired. Chapter 157. Where would I be in such a big internet cafe like this? Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Huang Sibo is gone. Pei Qian divided the fruit brought by Huang Sibo among everyone, washed an apple, and returned to the office to chew on it. It's almost been a month, and judging from the current situation, it seems to be okay. As long as there is no sudden profit point, it should be easy to make a small loss. Pei Qian has now begun to consider some new benefits for employees. With the opening of the Moyu Internet Cafe branch, President Pei has more and more employees. As long as each person is given a little benefit, a lot of money will be spent in an instant. Whether the project makes money or not is uncontrollable to a certain extent, but Pei Qian can at least ensure that he spends more money. Pei Qian gnawed on an apple and searched for employee benefits on Chengdu. I searched out a few companies with so-called good employee benefits, clicked in and took a look, and immediately scoffed. That's it? Forget it, I don't have ready experience, so I can only continue to use my imagination. Keep turning. After turning over and over, Pei Qian felt a little sleepy, so he flattened the chair, wrapped himself in a blanket, and fell into a drowsy sleep. After a long time. When I woke up, it was almost dark. Pei Qian suddenly felt his right eye twitching. What's going on? Pei Qian rubbed his right eye, but it still kept jumping. Jump right eye, jump Choi, disaster. Not a good sign. Pei Qian quickly stood up and walked around the office twice, looking at the scenery in the distance. After a while, my right eye stopped twitching. It's a false alarm. Maybe it's because I've been a bit too busy watching dramas recently and my eyes are tired. Pei Qian threw the apple core into the trash can, sat back in his chair, and prepared to continue watching the show. But at this moment, his left eye started to jump again. And this time, rubbing it had no effect, and it still jumped. Jump right eye, jump Choi, disaster. It's okay. This is a good sign. It's better than a twitching right eye. Wait, something doesn't seem right. The left eye jumps to wealth. This is a good sign for wool. Pei Qian stood up suddenly and could no longer sit still. He suddenly realized that there was definitely a problem. For others, the idea that money jumps out of the left eye is indeed a good sign. After all, who doesn't want to get rich? But for Pei Qian, there is no difference between his left eye twitching for wealth and his right eye twitching for disaster. These are all bad omens. There's something wrong. There must be something wrong. I've been feeling restless for the past few days. During my nap, I dreamed about fishing and making a lot of money at internet cafes. Today, my eyes keep twitching. It's definitely not a good sign. Pei Qian stood up and paced quickly in the room. Think carefully about what is wrong. Pei Qian went through all his properties in his mind again, and finally settled on Moyu Internet Cafe. Those 2 branches have just opened, so there must be no trouble. Then the only possibility is the flagship store. Pei Qian recalled carefully that he had indeed not been to the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store for more than a week. Thinking of this, Pei Qian went out immediately. It is already evening, and many people are already packing their things to get off work. Pei Qian immediately stopped Assistant Qian and said, "Send me to Moyu Internet Cafe tonight." "Okay, Mr. Pei." Assistant Qian said nothing. After all, there is no need to mention overtime pay, Mr. Pei will definitely pay it in full. Mayu Internet Cafe flagship store. As it approached 7 o'clock, there were gradually more and more people at the door. Several waiters were moving tables and placing them in the open space outside the Internet Cafe. This was originally a restaurant, and the space outside was quite large. It could have been used for parking, but after it was converted into an Internet Cafe, there was basically no need for parking, so it has always been empty. But today, a few waiters have filled the open space with beautiful tables, chairs, and parasols. In the summer evening, it feels like a European seaside town. Of course, due to the climate, the comfort level in Qingzhou is definitely incomparable with European seaside towns, but if we just talk about this style, it is still quite good. The bar area inside the Internet Cafe was quickly filled up, and many people were sitting outside. The stage can be seen directly through the glass curtain wall from outside, and Ma Yang also specially arranged speakers outside, so you can hear Qianlei singing while sitting outside. Seeing more and more customers, Ma Yang's long face was filled with a long-lost smile. Look, wouldn't this solve our problem of insufficient seats? Ma Yang was very satisfied with the situation in front of him. Zhang Yuan raised his thumb at the side. Well, Brother Ma really has a good idea. More and more Qianlei fans arrived, and the seats inside were no longer available. Ma Yang naturally thought of adding a table outside. It happens to be summer now, so setting up tables outside is a technique used by many restaurants. Zhang Yuan naturally thought of it, and he just wanted to flatter Ma Yang, so why not do it? A fashionably dressed young girl came to the bar and handed over 2 red banknotes, 3 cups of Northern Lights, 1 drink, and the other 2 cups for Qianlei. As for the signature. Well, just right, I will always love Qianlei's little fan sister. The bartender immediately mixed the drink skillfully, and soon, a glass of Northern Lights was handed to the girl's hand. Remember, Qianlei will send you off as soon as he comes on stage. The girl also gave a few special instructions before leaving. Ma Yang saw this, and the smile on his long face became even stronger. Zhang Yuan praised again. With this increase, maybe next month we can report to President Pei that we have officially turned a loss into a profit. Ma Yang was even more arrogant. Humph, I have to prove that I am no worse than Huang Sibo. This idea was not thought up by Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan, but discovered by chance during the process of rewarding by customers. According to Ma Yang's original idea, if a customer orders a glass of wine, half of the profit will be given to Qianlei. As a result, once this idea was implemented, it was extremely popular, and everyone's response was so enthusiastic. Moreover, some wealthy female fans actually came up with sexy tricks. After ordering a glass of wine, she wanted to order a second glass, but she couldn't drink it anymore, so the female customer asked the bartender directly if she could skip the second glass of wine and give Qianlei her share directly. The bartender didn't dare to make the decision, so he immediately reported it to the store manager, who in turn reported it to Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan. Ma Yang immediately agreed, no problem. Since the customer won't actually drink the wine, which originally cost 60 yuan, but is just giving it as a reward, then give Qianlei a commission of 30 yuan, and the Internet Cafe will get 30 yuan. In this way, fans also send their thoughts, and Qianlei and the Internet Cafe also receive benefits. Isn't it perfect? So today's situation emerged. Many people buy 2 cups at once, drink 1 cup themselves, and give 1 cup directly to them. Ma Yang was leaning against the bar, holding a glass of cocktail, feeling in a good mood. At the current pace, maybe we can turn a profit next month. As the saying goes, good things are truly good to everyone. When the time comes, drag Qianlei to 2 other Mayu Internet cafes for a concert tour. Bringing the popularity of the other 2 Mayu Internet cafes together is also a great achievement. When the 3 Internet cafes turn losses into profits together, telling Pei Qian this great good news will definitely give him a big surprise. By then, my status in Brother Qian's mind, Ma Yang, will definitely surpass that of Huang Sibo, Bao Su, Lu Mingliang and everyone else. I want to prove to everyone that I, Ma Yang, am the leader of Tenda. Thinking of this, Ma Yang's long face was filled with a happy smile. Outside the Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian got out of the car and fell into a sluggish state. Who I am? Where is this? Where is my Moyu Internet Cafe? Where would I put it in such a deserted Moyu Internet Cafe like this? What is this food stall? Who did it? Chapter 158. Mr. Pei is very angry. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. There were many people at the door of Moyu Internet Cafe. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan were busy inside and didn't even notice that Pei Qian was outside. Pei Qian took Assistant Qian and observed silently. A waiter recognized Mr. Pei and was about to tell Ma Yang when Pei Qian grabbed him and made a shoot gesture. The waiter understood immediately. Mr. Pei, are you planning to surprise Mr. Ma? Okay. The waiter pretended not to notice and continued his work. Pei Qian felt like he was having a myocardial infarction and walked around silently outside the Internet Cafe. The open space in front of the Internet Cafe is already filled with tables, chairs, and parasols. It can be seen that they are all expensive and of high quality. In Ma Yang's mind, it was obviously designed with the feeling of a European seaside town in mind. But in Pei Qian's eyes, with so much excitement, is this still my Moyu Internet Cafe? It's so heartbreaking. Just as I was about to walk inside, I heard the sound of a guitar coming from the speakers outside. The singer started singing. The reaction outside was not that enthusiastic. After all, they were just passers-by who came to listen to the music, so they were not that enthusiastic. But inside the Moyu Internet Cafe, especially the bar area, a burst of cheers and applause instantly broke out, and the atmosphere was quite lively. I didn't know, I thought someone was holding a concert here. Pei Qian and Assistant Xian walked in among the crowd and found that all the seats in the bar area were full, and there were many people standing. Many people came directly to the bar. Pei Qian watched helplessly as they handed over 2 red tickets, but left with only 1 glass of wine and no change. In the stands again. Qianlei played the guitar and sang folk songs, but his face turned a little red from shyness in front of everyone, but he didn't have too much stage fright. It may also be that after he started singing, he entered a state of oblivion and forgot about his stage fright. There was a beautiful screen hanging on the inconspicuous wall next to it. It was still scrolling and broadcasting what drinks a certain guest at a certain table ordered, how much commission was given to Qianlei, and a blessing after it. Rows of blessings rolled by, making the atmosphere in the venue even more enthusiastic. Pei Qian's mouth twitched hard. He had never met Qianlei, but he naturally guessed from the battle that this was the new resident singer of the Internet Cafe. But these other things made Pei Qian somewhat unacceptable. But Mr. Pei is a smart man after all. With a little thought, he figured out the general cause and effect of this. A good Moyu Internet Cafe turned into Moyu TV? What's the difference between giving drinks and giving gifts and shooting rockets? If I come 2 days later, won't it really be possible to turn a profit? Looking at the rows of numbers scrolling past on the display screen, Pei Qian felt his heart skip a beat. He even saw someone giving away 10 cocktails in a row, completing the cool screen swiping effect, and directly rewarded him with 500 yuan. Out. Pei Qian will not think that this is a stupid person with too much money. After all, he knows that the rich people on the live broadcast platform will only be crazier than this in the future. This can only be said to be trivial. What's more, Qianlei's singing is really good and it's totally worth the money. Pei Qian wants to ask now, who discovered such a treasured singer as Qianlei? Who? Although he was heartbroken, Pei Qian was secretly grateful. Fortunately, I have been thinking about it day and night and discovered it early. If we forget about this and calculate Moyu Internet Cafe as a monthly loss of 300,000 before the settlement, then we will probably spit out blood when the settlement comes. The key is that such a big thing happened and they didn't even report it to me. Xian Hailu was also observing, feeling a little emotional. Not bad, Moyu Internet Cafe, which was deserted last week, has become full of life in just 1 week. If this trend continues, maybe the surrounding shops will also be stimulated, and then we will enter a virtuous cycle. And the strange thing is that this singer is obviously just singing, and the atmosphere in the venue is not as lively as in a normal bar, but everyone is very diligent in giving gifts, so the drink revenue this night will definitely be very considerable. Mr. Pei didn't care about the losses of Moyu Internet Cafe before. Did he expect this day? Assistant Xian followed Pei Qian silently without asking any questions. After all, this kind of thing was already commonplace. Pei Qian silently squeezed through the crowd and pushed towards Ma Yang, who was talking loudly in the corner. Ma Yang was discussing future plans with Zhang Yuan. I think there is still room for improvement in this flagship store. The current curtain wall cannot be opened, which is a bit hurtful. I plan to find a construction team to renovate the curtain wall. It is best to allow people outside to feel the atmosphere of the infield. Ma Yang is now full of self-confidence and feels that his business talents have never been so fully utilized. Zhang Yuanjing listened carefully and suddenly saw Pei Qian behind Ma Yang, half of his face hidden in shadow under the dim light. Mr. Pei. Why are you here? Zhang Yuan said hello quickly. Ma Yang was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw the pale Pei Qian. Hey, brother Qian? It's a pity. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to find out. The corner of Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. It was indeed this old horse who was causing trouble. Internet cafes have changed so much, why didn't you tell me? Pei Qian felt that he had been deceived, or by his best brother, and he was very tired. Ma Yang was startled. Brother Qian, I am not reporting good news, but not bad news. I just feel that the good news is not big enough and it is not worth alarming you. Pei Qian. How dare God announce good things, but not bad things? If all my employees were like you, I would be dead. But Pei Qian couldn't say harsh words to Ma Yang. After all, Lao Ma's intention was good and it was for the profit of the internet cafe. Pei Qian insisted on criticizing Ma Yang for destroying the strong character of Moyu Internet Cafe, but it was a bit unreasonable. After all, Lao Ma gave full play to his pig brain this time and devoted himself to making money for Pei Qian. But why does Pei Qian feel that he has a little angina? Will my most loyal minister also leave me? Now that Mr. Pei has discovered it, let's give him some guidance. Look at the internet cafe. Is there anything that needs improvement? Zhang Yuan said with a smile. The corner of Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Everything is pretty good. However, there is still room for change. This screen is a bit too tacky. Although your intention is good, it is to let everyone see your rewards and write blessings. In this way, you can satisfy everyone's need to show off. However, firstly, this screen constantly refreshes the screen, which greatly damages the atmosphere. Secondly, it stimulates customers to compare consumption, which is also inconsistent with the temperament of our internet cafe. So I think it's better to cancel it. Customers coming to drink are already the biggest support. Don't compare consumption. Pei Qian looked farsighted. Ma Yang looked at Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, what Mr. Pei said makes sense. I thought the screen was a little awkward before, but I couldn't tell what was awkward about it. Now that I think about it, it is indeed the reason that Mr. Pei said, which does not match the temperament of our internet cafe." Ma Yang was still a little reluctant. Then, cancel it. Pei Qian felt more at ease. Without this screen, everyone's enthusiasm for giving rewards should have subsided a little, right? Also, the tables and chairs outside are too dense. They have no style. We can remove some of them. Yeah, that's right. Ma Yang nodded, feeling that it made sense. Pei Qian said earnestly, Lao Ma, you have worked hard to turn Moyu Internet Cafe into a profit. I am very touched. But you must remember that in Moyu Internet Cafe, profit is never the first priority. The first priority is to shape our Tenda image. Okay, Brother Qian, I understand. Ma Yang nodded fiercely, don't worry, we are on the same page. You don't need to say much about these things, I understand them all. Haha, you know a hammer, you know. Pei Qian silently complained and walked away. Chapter 159, Drawing Fire from the Bottom of the Cauldron. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian saw it in his eyes and felt pain in his heart. It doesn't matter if you make a little money at Moyu Internet Cafe. The point is, this small amount of money is likely to make all Pei Qian's hard work in this settlement cycle go to waste. This cycle lasted only 2 months, and now 1 month has passed. Pei Qian has already roughly estimated the profits and losses. If the surprise expenditure is included, he can just reach a loss of hundreds of thousands at the time of settlement. Among them, all Moyu Internet cafes combined lost more than 1 million, which is a very important part. If Moyu Internet Cafe really makes money, or if it just offsets the costs, it will leave Pei Qian with more than 1 million extra funds at the time of settlement, which he will not have time to spend. This million plus may not seem like much, but it is very likely to turn a good loss into a profit in an instant. This is the most terrible thing. Wouldn't it be a failure and all the other projects would be in vain? Pei Qian's original intention was to create a hodgepodge. The name of the store was Moyu Internet Cafe. The bar area, library area, small screening room, catering, etc. were all built around the functions of the Internet Cafe. In the final analysis, the purpose is to turn Moyu Internet Cafe into an Internet Cafe that does not make money. But I never expected that the bar area would now be dominated by a resident singer who became famous. In this way, Moyu Internet Cafe becomes Moyu Bar. How can this be done? This is completely contrary to Pei Qian's original purpose. How to do it? Remove the tables and chairs outside the Internet Cafe? No more drinks commission? Or simply don't have resident singers in the future? None of them work well, and the name is not justified. Pei Qian had previously asked Ma Yang to remove the display screen and reduce the number of seats outside, which barely made sense. After all, this was to restore the strong character of Moyu Internet Cafe. But further actions are not acceptable. Completely remove the tables and chairs and let the customers outside sit where. A good commission on drinks is not only beneficial to the revenue of Internet cafes, but also helpful in stimulating the enthusiasm of resident singers. Why should it be completely cancelled? These practices are too blunt and can easily arouse suspicion and result in system warnings. What's more, these are just appearances. If you want to change all this, the key is to pull out all the firepower. So what if we remove the tables and chairs outside and cancel the commission on drinks? This group of people came to see Qianlei. There is no place to sit, so they will stand and listen to the music. By then, the problem will still not be solved. Therefore, to solve it, the key is to solve Qianlei. I wonder if this young man has any dreams that I can help fulfill. At 10 o'clock, the performance ends. Qianlei bowed and left the stage, and many audience members applauded and cheered. Ma Yang, Zhang Yuan and the waiters began to see off the guests. Pei Qian directly pulled Qianlei to a secluded corner of the Internet Cafe and sat down. Qianlei had never met Pei Qian. After hearing him introduce himself, he immediately knew that this was the Mr. Pei that Ma Yang often mentioned, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Pei Qian casually asked a few questions about Qianlei and learned that he had not gone to school since graduating from high school. He was very introverted and could even be said to be a bit autistic. Qianlei plays music every day at home. He happened to pass by Moyu Internet Cafe and heard someone singing, so he mustered up the courage to apply for the position of resident singer. His family members were very happy to know that he had found a job, and told him to work hard and get along well with his colleagues. You have been in Jingzhou since you were a child. Don't you want to see the outside world? If you really want to pursue your music dream, I think you should go to the Magic City or the Imperial City. That's where you can fulfill your dream. Pei Qian's words were full of confusion. Qianlei was stunned for a moment, then said, "Why don't you want to? I have never dreamed of visiting places like the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital. I told others before that I would become a singer, but no one believed it. I knew that Jingzhou was too small to achieve this goal. However, the Imperial and Magic Capitals are too far away from home, and my parents won't agree. Moreover, I heard that the cost of living in the Magic and Imperial Capitals is too high, and I'm afraid I'm going to starve to death." Pei Qian was secretly happy. Since you have a dream, it's easy to talk about it. What Mr. Pei is best at is helping others realize their dreams. Pei Qian smiled and shook his head. "You underestimate yourself too much. You don't even know how good your singing is. At your level, when you open your voice, it's a weapon of mass destruction. Do you know how many little girls are willing to get pregnant for your ears? So, don't belittle yourself. Only in a big city can you have better development. When the time comes to return to Jingzhou, let those classmates and friends who once looked down on you take a good look at it, and make them even envy you." Pei Qian's words were effective, because he saw Qianlei's eyes twinkling. A freak who is introverted and not particularly good-looking, who dropped out of high school and stayed at home, has always been under pressure from all aspects. Whether it is parents, classmates, or parents of classmates, they probably often regard Qianlei as a negative teaching material. So what if the singing sounds good? In a second-tier city like Jingzhou, there is no good platform for him to show off. Qianlei must be a person who is very eager to be recognized. Therefore, Qianlei was obviously moved when he heard the scene described by Pei Qian. He has long wanted to visit big cities and venture into a wider world, hoping that his talents can be recognized by more people. Now it seems that Mr. Pei is planning to provide some material help. The only thing Qianlei hesitates about now is money. There are very high commissions at the Internet Cafe, and there are many fans who like him. This is Qianlei's comfort zone, and he doesn't want to move. After arriving in the Imperial Capital, not to mention starting from scratch in a strange environment, Qianlei couldn't afford the accommodation and living expenses. After all, he would have no income once he got there. Therefore, Pei Qian must solve this worry for Qianlei before he can leave with peace of mind. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, "If you want to go to a big city like Shanghai and continue to pursue your music dream, I can help you realize your dream. Fei Huang Studio, a subsidiary of Tenda, is now in the Magic City. I can transfer you to Fei Huang Studio. Then it will just be asking them to arrange food and accommodation for one more person. You are just taking a job there, how do you feel about pursuing your musical dreams with confidence? On one side is the happy life in front of you, on the other side is poetry and the distance." Qianlei didn't hesitate much. "Mr. Pei, I am willing." The next day. Night. There were still a lot of spectators, but everyone noticed that Qianlei seemed to be a little absent-minded. Outside the long pavilion / beside the ancient road / the grass is green and the sky is green. "I asked you when you will be back here / don't linger when you come." Qianlei was still the same as before, singing one song immediately after another, just singing silently without saying a word. But the fans in the audience still heard some problems in his singing. Strange, why do tonight seem to be all about farewell songs? Yeah, it's quite sentimental. I'll give you 2 more glasses of Northern Lights. Speaking of which, why is that display screen gone? I don't know, but it's gone if it's gone. It's mainly to support Qianlei, not to show off. Everyone was drinking and chatting as usual, but for some reason, they felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere today. Chapter 160 No Need. Update September 10th for Fat Chicken Boss Silver Alliance. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. After singing another song, Qianlei did not continue singing the next song, but cleared his throat into the microphone and said something slightly sentimental. I want to tell you something today. Starting tomorrow, I won't be singing here. There was a moment of commotion in the audience. It's not what everyone thinks. I like it here very much, and I also like to sing to you. Mr. Ma from Moyu Internet Cafe also really wants me to stay, and everyone has also been very enthusiastic about giving me many gifts. I am very moved. The reason why I want to leave is because the big boss behind Moyu Internet Cafe said that he likes my songs very much and wants to send me to Shanghai to continue pursuing my music dream. During this period, he will be responsible for my food and accommodation. I like singing for everyone very much, but I also cherish this opportunity. I hope to leave Jingzhou and visit the magical city. After all, this is my dream. Qianlei said, tears welling up unknowingly. So that's what it is, what a good thing. Although I'm very reluctant to let you go, I still support you in pursuing your dreams. If you are not satisfied in the magic city, you must come back. This is your forever home. You sad. I'll give you 10 more cups of Northern Lights. I wish you a safe journey. A sentimental atmosphere instantly filled the audience. Many people brought drinks to Qianlei at the bar, and many girls cried, wiping their tears with tissues. Pei Qian stood silently in the corner, sighing in his heart. I am really a wicked person. In a remote corner on the second floor, Ma Yang was so distressed that he wanted to cry. My money tree. Zhang Yuan was beside him, passing tissues and comforting, Mr. Ma, this is Qianlei's dream, we should support it, it's okay, let's recruit a new resident singer. But Ma Yang didn't look comforted at all, his face was full of grievances. Of course I support Qianlei in fulfilling his dream. But I hope that the internet cafe can turn a profit. Forget it, I should respect Qianlei's decision. Although Ma Yang couldn't tell whether his singing was good or bad, he roughly understood through his observations over the past few days that Qianlei's singing was really not at a level that ordinary resident singers could achieve. No matter how many people were recruited, Qianlei would never be as popular again. In fact, Moyu Internet Cafe is now seeing signs of profitability, and it was all led by Qianlei. The songs he sang were good, and the audience's stickiness was high. He came here every night to deliver drinks, which generated a lot of extra income for the internet cafe. If Qianlei leaves, other singers will be at the same level as Zhang Yuan at most. It is basically conceivable what the scene will be like. Pei Qian silently went upstairs and handed over a pack of tissues. Old Ma, it's okay. Qianlei is a talent. It's too humiliating to be in Moyu Internet Cafe. If you really feel that you are his boss, you should bless him. Ma Yang blew his nose. Brother Qian, why am I sad about this? I mainly think that Moyu Internet Cafe finally has a chance to make money for you, but now it's gone, I feel bad for you. Pei Qian was moved for a while. Look, my brother still loves me. However, since Ma Yang has such a strong sense of responsibility, it doesn't seem to be necessarily a good thing. Fortunately, this time it was probably just an accident. It was just that Ma Yang was lucky and bumped into Qianlei inexplicably, otherwise it wouldn't have been so troublesome. So in the final analysis, this brother is still trustworthy. Pei Qian patted Ma Yang on the shoulder. Old Ma, how many times have I told you, you are responsible for fishing in internet cafes, don't always think about how to make money. The important thing is to maintain this window for me to display Tenda's image. Understand? Let's go, let's see Qianlei off. On the first floor of Moyu Internet Cafe, Qianlei's singing has come to an end, but most of the audience is unwilling to leave. Qianlei has already sang 2 or 3 additional songs. In the end, everyone gathered around Qianlei and came to the entrance of the Internet Cafe. Many female viewers cried until their makeup was stained, and they all looked like they were about to say goodbye. Pei Qian murmured in his heart, "When will I get this kind of treatment?" Ma Yang also burst into tears and went up to say goodbye to Qianlei and asked him to cherish him all the way. Qianlei's eyes were just a little red at first, but when he saw Ma Yang's posture, he couldn't stand it anymore and was moved beyond measure. Pei Qian felt a little hurt because he knew that Ma Yang was crying mainly because he lost a money tree, not because of his deep relationship with Qianlei. However, Qianlei didn't know this, and felt that Mr. Ma was so kind to him that he had nothing to repay. Finally, at 11 o'clock in the evening, most of the people finally dispersed. Pei Qian called Qianlei aside and gave him a phone call. "When you get to the Magic City, go directly to this person. His name is Huang Sibo, and he is the person in charge of Fei Huang Studio. You don't have to worry about anything then, he will arrange everything." Pei Qian has already said hello to Huang Sibo. In short, Huang Sibo will be responsible for Qianlei's accommodation and food there. Qianlei can do whatever he likes. Pei Qian thought about it. At most, he can just sing a theme song for the documentary. Well, it can't cause any trouble. Besides, even if Huang Sibo's documentary made money because of this, it was still within Pei Qian's calculation. Compared with leaving Qianlei in Moyu Internet Cafe, the loss would be much smaller. "Thank you, Mr. Pei, for your cultivation. I will never forget the kindness of Mr. Ma and Mr. Pei, and I will definitely repay him if I have the opportunity in the future." Qianlei held Pei Qian's hand and was extremely moved. "No need." Pei Qian's eyes were extremely sincere, and you could tell that this sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Back at Moyu Internet Cafe, Ma Yang was still feeling sad. Pei Qian came to Lao Ma, you should be happy that Qianlei can fulfill his dream. Don't be sad. Besides, your work this time is not in vain." The melancholy on Ma Yang's long face receded slightly. "Am I not working in vain?" Pei Qian nodded fiercely, "Of course it's not in vain. You gave me very important inspiration." Ma Yang looked at it and saw that Pei Qian's expression didn't look like he was lying. He temporarily forgot about you saying and listened carefully. "Old Ma, you don't know how much energy your idea contains. It's a pity that it was born at the wrong time. Singers sing and customers give rewards. This model can definitely be carried forward. However, the stage of Moyu Internet Cafe is too small and cannot be used at all. Limiting this idea to Moyu Internet Cafe will be a waste of your talent and limit your performance. Do you understand?" Ma Yang looked confused. "So?" Pei Qian patted him on the shoulder. "This idea of yours can be put on the live broadcast platform. It can take 3 months or half a year, and you will be the CEO of Moyu Live. So, you must believe that your work is valuable and will be of great help to Tenda. Please save your strength and continue to use your talents in a more suitable place." Ma Yang suddenly turned from sadness to joy, his hands trembling with emotion. "Brother Qian, I..." Pei Qian held his hand. "Old Ma, there is no need to say anything, I understand. Please save your strength, and you will naturally continue to shine on a bigger stage in the future." Chapter 161 Rekindle enthusiasm for Lao Ma. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. After leaving Moyu Internet Cafe in the car, Pei Qian let out a sigh of relief. It was simply shocking every step of the way. "It's so hard for me." Pei Qian recalled what happened today. If he had found out a week or 2 later, everything might have gotten out of hand. Not only would something happen to the Moyu Internet Cafe, but all other projects would have been in vain. Fortunately, I strategized and won the battle thousands of miles away. It not only appeased the old horse, but also solved the hidden dangers. It is simply a perfect solution. I am indeed a genius. Pei Qian was worried that Ma Yang would be hit hard and unable to recover because of this incident, so in the end, he gave Ma Yang a piece of pie. Of course, what Pei Qian said was half true and half false, and the cakes he drew were different from those drawn by other bosses. Other bosses are totally lying when they say something, but Pei Qian is different. He really has this plan. Ma Yang's approach really reminded Pei Qian of the field of live streaming. Pei Qian knows very well that in the next few years, live broadcasting will quickly become a trend, and various live broadcasting platforms will begin to compete and profoundly change people's lifestyles. However, who says that the outlet will definitely make money? If you choose the right outlet, it is indeed possible to create a huge business empire, but it is more likely to be burned to ashes in a money-burning war and withdraw sadly. After all, others are not blind. If you can see the wind, others can too. In the internet era, who can finally seize the spotlight depends on who has more money. Many companies are burning hundreds of millions of dollars. Pei Qian asked himself, he is willing to burn money. The key is that Tenda does not have so much money for him to burn for the time being. But no matter what, as long as you can compensate. Pei Qian knows many classic cases of continuous loss of money. Shared yellow car. Didi Chuxing. Meituan Takeout. Panda Live. JD Logistics. Isn't this a good example of continuous losses? Pei Qian felt that as long as he succeeded in any one of them, he would be able to steadily lose money and use the system's money to fill holes. Wouldn't it be a pleasure? Pei Qian has never engaged in these before, mainly because these fields have thresholds. Without any financial resources, it is impossible to even build an empty shelf, so it is impossible to operate. But during this period, Pei Qian found that his loss target was slowly reaching the level of tens of millions, so he could naturally plan similar goals in the future cycle. Of course, how to do this requires long-term planning. After all, the system stipulates that if there are unfinished products due, settlement will be delayed. What if Pei Qian rashly enters a certain field and the product's capital chain is broken halfway through, the settlement cannot be settled, and all the money is spent? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? If you can make money smoothly in these two cycles, then there is no need to enter those areas for the time being. If you make money by mistake again, then Mr. Pei will be on the road of no return, never to return. Among the many choices, live broadcasting was obviously a good choice. Seeing Ma Yang being so sad, Pei Qian wanted to comfort him, so he gave him the title of CEO of Moyu Live Broadcasting. It can also be said that the idea of Moyu Live Broadcast came from the display screen that Ma Yang used in Moyu Internet Cafe. June 3rd. 2 other Moyu Internet cafes have also opened. Pei Qian was still present in person and felt relieved when he saw with his own eyes that both stores were deserted. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan were also present, but Ma Yang still had a little confusion and a little melancholy in his eyes. Pei Qian silently pulled Zhang Yuan aside. I feel that Lao Ma's current state is not very optimistic. Zhang Yuan answered truthfully, it's okay, Mr. Pei. Brother Ma just lost his goal for the time being, and occasionally feels a little depressed. He doesn't miss a bite, and his appetite has increased. Pei Qian sighed in his heart, as expected of Lao Ma, his mental quality is indeed excellent, and even after suffering such a huge blow, he would never miss a bite of food. What's going on over there at the flagship store? Zhang Yuan replied, that's it. After Chenlei left, we found a new resident singer. There are still occasional rewards, but the flow of people has gradually dropped. There is still a commission, which is a little better than the earliest revenue situation, but it is still far away from turning a loss into a profit. Pei Qian nodded, relieved. As long as you don't turn losses into profits, everything will be fine. However, the revenue situation is actually a bit better than the initial revenue situation, which shows that the alcohol commission model is really useful and can make some money. After all, it is a small hidden danger. Looking at Ma Yang, who had a frown and a long face, Pei Qian suddenly had an idea. Can you think of a way to not only solve the problem of Moyu Internet Cafe's drink commission, but also allow Ma Yang to find some new things to do and cheer up again? Thoughts flashed through Pei Qian's mind quickly. Some of the classic cases of losing money require hundreds of millions of funds to get started, and it is impossible to get started at the moment, but there are also some cases where you can get started without a lot of starting capital. For example, takeout. Pei Qian noticed that the manager of this Moyu Internet Cafe happened to be a chef. When choosing the store manager, in addition to the 4 waiters, a chef also raised his hand, and he was naturally selected as the store manager. Just right. Zhang Yuan, call the manager of this store and Ma Yang. I have a new job for you. 4 people sat down in the coffee area. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan were used to this. The chef who had been transferred to the store manager had not yet adapted well to this change of identity, and seemed a little embarrassed and restless. What is the name of this store manager? Pei Qian asked. He really didn't pay attention to the names of these store managers. They were all tool people anyway, so it didn't matter what they were called. In fact, if you think about it from another angle, this is also a good thing. If you know the name of the toolman, it probably means that the toolman does a very good job. That is not necessarily good news for Pei Qian. The chef, who turned to be a store manager, looks to be nearly 40 years old. He is not as greasy as ordinary middle-aged people. Instead, he maintains a good figure and takes good care of himself. When Mr. Pei asked, the store manager quickly replied, "My name is Lin Sanrong." Pei Qian nodded and just remembered his surname was Lin. "Lao Ma, I heard that you seem to have lost your goals recently." "It doesn't matter, I have a new, very important task for you. This will further expand the territory of our Moyu Internet Cafe and is an important part of the layout of Tenda's business empire. Are you confident you can do it well?" Pei Qian looked at Ma Yang, his eyes full of encouragement. Ma Yang perked up instantly. "Brother Qian, just say it." "I'm worried that my talent has nowhere to go." Pei Qian nodded. Sure enough, just a simple task could rekindle the fire of struggle in Ma Yang's heart. "We want to further expand into the catering industry." Ma Yang, Zhang Yuan, and Lin Sanrong looked at each other. Further entry into the catering industry? Indeed, we have already taken a step forward, which is Moyu Internet Cafe. Moyu Internet Cafe sells food, and the menu is foreign wine on the positive side and home-cooked dishes on the negative side. Chef Lin's previous job at the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store was to touch fish every day, oh no, to cook for the guests. But in the past, almost no customers of Moyu Internet Cafe ordered food, so Chef Lin was always in a state of fishing all the time. That's it, are you planning to go further? Chapter 162, The Most Beautiful Takeaway in History. Everyone was puzzled, especially Lin Sanrong, whose eyes showed confusion. Others don't know the catering situation in Moyu Internet Cafe, but he knows it all too well. There is absolutely nothing to do. From work to get off work every day, I actually cook no more than 10 dishes. It's normal when you think about it. In a place as stylish as Moyu Internet Cafe, who would eat home-cooked food like this? The beautiful girl at the table next to her ordered a nice cocktail, slowly sipping it while looking at the scenery outside the window. She could just take a selfie and show it to moments. As a result, the guy at the other table was holding a plate of tomatoes and scrambled eggs, and he was complaining? It's not a problem. If I really ordered something to eat, the aroma of rice would fill the entire coffee area, and I would probably be killed by the sight of the people next to me 100 times. Therefore, no one ordered at all at first. Chef Lin's job every day was to stand guard in the kitchen, which was extremely idle. Later, the situation did get better. In order to ensure the basic life of the employees, Pei Qian asked Moyu Internet Cafe to provide lunch for all employees, so Chef Lin had to be busy every noon. But it's still very relaxing, because Moyu Internet Cafe has 2 more chefs. With this kind of work intensity, compared to ordinary restaurants, it feels like being on vacation. Therefore, so far, the catering aspect of Moyu Internet Cafe is basically dispensable. Not only was there no profit, there was not even much turnover. There is even a trend to develop into a Tenda employee restaurant. That's it, how about going further? I'm afraid my pants will fall off. Chef Lin couldn't figure out how to go further. The 3 of them looked at Pei Qian eagerly, waiting for the discussion. Pei Qian coughed twice and said solemnly, as the saying goes, food and sex are the same. Catering is an industry closely related to people's lives, and will never go out of style. So far, the meals launched by Moyu Internet Cafe are nutritious, delicious, and rich in food. The breath of life has won the love of many people. So, we want to further leverage this advantage so that people who can't come to Moyu Internet Cafe to eat such delicious food can enjoy this convenience without leaving home. The enthusiasm in Ma Yang's eyes gradually faded, and he looked at Pei Qian with some confusion. Brother Qian, after talking for a long time, do you want Moyu Internet Cafe to work part-time to deliver takeaways? Then why do you say it's so complicated? Just say, Moyu Internet Cafe can provide takeout service from now on. The young man understands the spirit very well. He is indeed delivering food. But this is no ordinary food delivery. Pei Qian's expression was serious. Old Ma, your attitude is not very correct. It's the same thing about singing. If you sing, you're praising death, while when Qianlei sings, it's the sound of nature. Can this be the same? As long as anything is done to the extreme, it will open up a great industry. Think about it, in the future our food delivery empire will go beyond Jingzhou and go to major cities across the country, profoundly changing people's lifestyles. Is this just as simple as delivering food? A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and we are taking the crucial first step now. Listening to Pei Qian's words, the expressions of Ma Yang, Zhang Yuan, and Lin Sanrong changed from disapproval, to realization, to sincerity. Lin Sanrong couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this is the difference in pattern. Mr. Pei, from a simple takeout, thought of the future business empire, and also thought of the huge changes in people's lifestyles after the popularity of takeout. This is true foresight. No wonder someone can become a CEO at such a young age. I can only say that this is talent. Ma Yang also changed his previous disapproving attitude, and his interest was once again aroused by Pei Qian. Brother Qian, please tell me what we should do. How about developing a takeout website? Cooperate with merchants in Jingzhou City to build an online takeout platform? Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan expressed many ideas in succession, and Lin Sanrong also put forward some additional opinions. Pei Qian smiled and said nothing. It's not surprising that Ma Yang and others made this suggestion. In 2010, the PC internet came to an end and the mobile internet developed rapidly. In Pei Qian's memory, the number of people surfing the internet on mobile phones officially exceeded the number of people using desktop computers at 74.5%, 70.6%, and that was 2 years later. In this world, because the mobile phone industry is developing faster than in memory, the era of mobile internet has actually arrived. But so far, the online takeout ordering service has not been squeezed by a number of giants, because the giants are focusing on another outlet at this time, which is group buying. Since the spring of 2010, domestic entrepreneurs have seen the popular Groupon group buying model and started the war of 100 groups and the war of 1,000 groups. The group buying industry has grown by almost 10 companies every day. Under such a hot situation, takeout was somewhat neglected. It took a year or two for the market to rise and become a hot commodity in the eyes of capital. But in any case, there are already many restaurants providing takeout services at this time, but they only require ordering by phone, which is very primitive. Not only can the time not be guaranteed, but the wrong order is also likely to be delivered, and there are many problems. Therefore, building a platform to integrate the resources of all merchants to facilitate customers to order takeout online, and then the platform will take a commission, is an idea that normal people would have. However, Pei Qian obviously didn't intend to do that. You're all too impatient. You have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to walk one step at a time. Nowadays, people have not formed similar habits at all. Our Moyu Internet Cafe does not have an independent catering brand, nor does it have any reputation. Even if this website is built, how will it be promoted? How can we ensure that we achieve the results we want? What's more, the biggest problem in similar industries is not only promotion and market capture, but also supervision. Food is a big deal. Some roadside fly restaurants joined us, but they didn't pay attention to hygiene and customers got sick after eating. As a platform, it's also responsible. When you build a platform, you think very simply. Have you ever thought about how to solve these problems? Pei Qian asked a few questions, leaving Ma Yang and others speechless. Yes, it seems that this idea is a bit far-fetched and unrealistic. But, if you don't do this, what else can you do? Everyone looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian smiled slightly. It's very simple, let's do it step by step. First of all, make a catering brand and a simple online ordering app, but we can only order our own food. Our chefs are all top-notch, and the ingredients are all fresh and clean. There will definitely be no problems. Directly seize the high-end market, build a reputation, and then spread across the country through Jingzhou City. The three of them looked at each other, as if this was indeed a more feasible plan. Only. The planning is great, but I always feel like there is something wrong somewhere. Then, what's the name of our catering brand? Ma Yang asked. Pei Qian smiled slightly. Take out the fish. Lin Sanrong's expression was a little confused, but, Mr. Pei, there are many takeout businesses at present, and some of the more popular restaurants provide takeout services. Although our dishes taste good, they are just home-cooked dishes after all, and they are different from other restaurants. There is no obvious advantage over it, let alone in terms of publicity, pricing, etc. As expected, he was a chef, so he immediately saw the problem. Pei Qian smiled slightly. That's why I said, take the high-end route. Other businesses use plastic boxes and plastic bags to deliver takeout, which is very unhygienic and ugly. This is one of the reasons why many people prefer to eat in stores instead of ordering takeout. Actually, the food is still the same food, just the packaging is different. This shows that people are visual animals, and appearance is even higher than taste. All our food is packed with custom-made white porcelain tableware, delivered to your door by dedicated takeaways, and recycled regularly, directly on the tableware, creating a dimensionality reduction impact on all other nearby restaurants. Pei Qian was so confident that he almost believed it. Ma Yang was obviously moved by Pei Qian, and the blazing fire of struggle rekindled in his eyes. However, Lin Sanrong looked at Zhang Yuan and saw confusion in each other's eyes. I don't understand. Could this be useful? Is Mr. Pei's thinking too advanced, or is our thinking too backward? Chapter 163 New Version, New Weapons. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian did not give the three people a chance to hesitate and directly assign tasks. Then, Chef Lin, you are responsible for studying this matter and setting up a pilot project in this internet cafe. What are the specific dishes, delivery range, how to build an ordering website or software, how to promote it in the early stage? Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan, you two have taken the trouble to show me the plan in a while. It's best to have a rough idea this week and officially open for business next week. Ma Yang patted his chest. Don't worry, Brother Qian, I'll take care of you. Similar delivery services have actually been available for a long time. After all, Moyu Internet Cafe is currently responsible for the work meals of all Tenda employees, and they were originally supposed to be delivered. Now it's just a matter of refining some details and recruiting a few more delivery people, so that they can be responsible for the delivery of food in the surrounding area. Of course, Moyu's takeout business must be centered on Moyu Internet Cafe and spread to the surrounding areas. We only deliver to the 2-kilometer area around Moyu Internet Cafe. In the future, as more Moyu Internet Cafes open, we will naturally achieve the goal of covering the entire city. Strictly speaking, this hodgepodge approach is actually very uneconomical and unscientific. But what Pei Qian wants is uneconomical and unscientific. After all, he is still counting on Moyu Internet Cafe to compensate him. If a physical store only engages in one thing, such as internet cafes, restaurants, bars, takeaways, with Pei Qian's massive investment, it is really possible that it can slowly turn a profit. After all, the system has many restrictions on Pei Qian, and he cannot pretend to be inferior. Therefore, no matter how much money is spent, services and goods will fluctuate within a reasonable range. No matter whether the price is high or low, there will be a corresponding target group. And turning Moyu Internet Cafe into a hodgepodge will naturally allow several parts to hold each other back, so that Pei Qian's goal of losing money can be achieved well. Pei Qian is very satisfied with the current status of Moyu Internet Cafe. Among them, Pei Qian is the most satisfied with the state of catering and naturally wants to continue to develop it. It doesn't cost much to raise a few more chefs, but what about a few more takeout delivery boys, a few tableware washers and disinfectors, and a few more website and app developers? When the time comes, there will be a few fishing internet cafes, and the losses will be multiplied. Where can you find such a good thing? Pei Qian gave this important task to Lao Ma, which can be said to have high hopes for Lao Ma. I just want to find something for Lao Ma to do, so that he doesn't have to overeat every day because of Chen Lei's departure, which would be bad if he gets fat. After arranging the tasks for the next period of time, Pei Qian felt relieved. There was a little spark in Moyu Internet Cafe, but Mr. Pei discovered it in time and put it out decisively. It did not develop into a prairie fire. Perfect. June 10th. Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Pei Qian was slightly concerned about the development progress of new versions of several games. There is still a little more than a week before the originally scheduled development deadline, and a few days have to be left for testing, so by now, the development work of most functions has been almost completed. In terms of art resources, not all work has been completed yet. After all the original paintings for Ghost General were handed over to Wang Guangjian. This is a matter of slow work and careful work, so there is no need to rush. Just wait until the new version is updated on June 18th to have all these art resources in place. After all, art resources are different from program functions. They will not have bugs and will not affect the player's gaming experience. Pei Qian ran through the new features of the new version and looked at the new props for sale. Anyway, knowing that the new versions of these games are generally going to make money, and the amount of money made is within the expected range, Pei Qian is not that concerned. There is a lot of updated content, but it is mainly about art resources. Lonely Desert Highway adds 10 new map scenes and an endless mode. This seems to Pei Qian to be the least likely to make money. Although the DLC price of 1 yuan is very conscientious, Pei Qian feels that it should not be possible. Too many people buy DLC and try another scene again. Ghost General has updated 50 generals, which are included in the DLC, and cost 5 yuan. In Pei Qian's opinion, this has a medium to high probability of making money. However, considering that the cost of making 50 generals is high, it will cost it cost 250,000, which means that it will take 100,000 units to make back the investment. Pei Qian estimated that he would probably be able to get his money back, but if he made too much money, it would be unlikely. The DLC of Game Maker sells for 5 yuan, which basically fluctuates between making money and not making money. The biggest problem is Sea Fortress. Sea Fortress adds new plots, new scenes, new characters, and new guns, all of which are free. The only charge is a new epic weapon, which is also limited. The 888 yuan items are limited to 500 pieces a month, which means that excluding platform sharing and tax deductions this month, Pei Qian will only earn a maximum of 200,000 yuan. The main income of Sea Fortress comes from the rapid expansion of the user base and the resulting sales of Pei Qian. Tens of thousands of new players are added every month, and a small part of them by Pei Qian, which is also a lot of money. Calculating it this way, the little money earned from the new epic weapons is actually just a drop in the bucket. Judging from just 1 month, it is difficult to recover the cost of developing a new version with the income of 200,000 yuan. However, the system did not determine the violation, mainly because this is a long-term transaction. Once the new content is released, you will be able to earn so much every month in the next few months, but the development cost of the new version will not be increased. Considering the new version's promotional role for the game, the continuation of the popularity of current players, and the return of old players and other factors, in the long run, this is not a malicious loss. Therefore, the new epic weapons of Sea Fortress will 100% be exploded by Krypton, but no matter how much the players explode, it will just be players rushing to buy each other. Tenda will not make a penny more, and Pei Qian does not care at all. Panic. Following the launch of the Pei Qian last time, the new epic weapon launched in Sea Fortress this time is Barrett Destruction. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile knowingly when he saw this slutty sniper rifle. He seemed to be able to see Lu Mingliang's deep resentment from this gun. Lu Mingliang had previously reported that the news that the new epic weapons in Sea Fortress were limited to 500 pieces triggered fierce protests from players. Whether it could be changed to a limited edition of 5,000 pieces was rejected by Pei Qian. Obviously, Lu Mingliang put a lot of effort into this gun and worked hard to make money for Pei Qian. As a sniper rifle, the Barrett Destruction is superior to the Pei Qian in both style and practicality, but so what? But Pei Qian doesn't care about this at all. 500 is 500. If you sell one more, I lose. It's limited, so you can't make any more money for me, right? After checking all the new version updates, Pei Qian expressed that he was very satisfied. At least Tenda was still under control. At Yangyang Games, the reputation of the old games has been revived, but the profit points have been cut too much. It is still very difficult to recover the money for the time being. Pei Qian estimates that there should be no trouble before the settlement this time. From now on, if you continue to guard against it and always pay attention to the profit data of the game, there will be no problem. Huang Sibo was filming a documentary. Even if he made money, Pei Qian would probably be able to offset all the surplus with his 5 steadily losing money-making internet cafes. Then count the daily expenses, employee benefits, and finally conduct a surprise spending. Pei Qian feels that losing 1 or 2 million this time should not be a big problem. Of course, we still can't take it lightly. In the past, every time Pei Qian thought he would lose money, the employees would always give him some unexpected surprises, which made Pei Qian's heart a little unable to bear the excitement. This time, Pei Qian is walking on thin ice. He must not let down his guard until the final moment of settlement. Chapter 164 Tenda employees are so happy. The horses are very happy recently. He felt that he was finally accepted by Tenda and truly became a part of Tenda. Thinking that their hard-won job opportunity was obtained after nearly 2 months of study, Pei Qian particularly cherished it. The plot and copywriting of the new version were all carefully completed by Pei Qian, including the rather casual text content originally written by Ma Yang in Ghost General, which was also repolished by Pei Qian. Of course, this is not to show off one's literary talent without thinking, but to do it just right according to the specific needs in the game. For example, Ghost General, as a Three Kingdoms themed game, actually has a lot of content to write about the introduction of heroes. But if it were really written as a biography, it would be completely contrary to the characteristics of the game Ghost General. When Pei Qian was doing this part of the work, he discovered that although the original version of the hero introduction was very crude in terms of text, it was very expressive in terms of artistic conception. It was a perfect match with the original painting. While feeling emotional, Pei Qian also asked, wanting to know whose masterpiece this was. Later, we learned that this veteran, who also had the same surname as Ma and started his own business with Mr. Pei, had been promoted step by step and had been transferred out of the game department to use his talents in a wider world. The Ma group was still a little envious. Finally, while retaining the style of the original text, Pei Qian made some polishes to the text to make the content even better. Including the copywriting content in C Fortress and Game Producer, we have also revised it carefully to make it as perfect as possible. Myriad didn't dare to be careless at all. After all, Lu Mingliang, the chief planner, also had a game design master, Mr. Pei. If the content of the copy is not well written, others will not be able to see it. President Pei will definitely see it, so there can be no chance. It took a lot of effort to gain Mr. Pei's trust, but he didn't want to lose it so quickly. Now that all the work was finally done, Pei Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, I think about my two good brothers. Huang Sibo's Fei Huang studio is booming, and he has gone to Shanghai to shoot new movies. Yi Zhizhou has now become the chief planner of his old club, Yang Games, and is making 2 games under the guidance of Mr. Pei. Pei Qian couldn't help but express a lot of emotion when a dying game came back to life and rebuilt its reputation. In a sense, it is not an exaggeration to say that Mr. Pei is the savior of the Jingzhou gaming industry. The group of horses became more and more admired. Randomly browsing the comments on the internet, these DLCs almost became popular before they were made. Let's not talk about Lonely Desert Highway. I had the opportunity to be nominated for the Most Sand Sculpture Game of the Year and unexpectedly released a new Sand Sculpture DLC, and it added 10 scenes at once. This itself is already topical enough. The game, the media is frantically reprinting the reports. Ghost General, a conscientious game that has not been updated for 10,000 years, suddenly received a version update, and the players were all eagerly looking forward to it. The response to Game Maker is slightly less enthusiastic, but as a realistic and satirical work, many hardcore players have bought it for their collection. With the release of new DLC, a new art style and new dubbing, it must be you can buy them like crazy out of a collection mentality. The most discussed one is undoubtedly C Fortress. At present, there is no solid information on the internet about what the new epic weapon is, but the news that it is limited to 500 has gone viral. Many players don't believe it, and the reasons for not believing it vary. Some people say that if 888's products are limited in quantity, can the monthly sales exceed 500? Do you really think they are all so stupid and have so much money? Completely unnecessary. This belongs to players who are completely incapable of arithmetic. Some people also say that it is only limited to 500 pieces. This game company doesn't even make any money. It's estimated that these 500 games will be sold out every minute. But the news spread like wildfire, so a group of players still believed it. They didn't pay attention to what new content the new version had. They were just cautious and waited for the new version to be updated and buy new epic weapons immediately. Seeing the lively discussion among the players, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. This is the sense of accomplishment. I remember when I was in Yanyan Games, when the new version came out, the players were all indifferent. The few feedbacks they received were mostly curses. Let's take a look at Tenda Games. Players are coaxing and begging for a new version one by one. The content of the new version has not yet been revealed. The players have already prepared their money and are waiting eagerly. This is the difference. Pei Qian can't wait to see what the new version will be like when it goes online. Buzz, buzz. The phone on the table vibrated. It didn't show who the caller was, just a long list of phone numbers. Pei Qian took a look and saw that it was a familiar number. He hesitated and pressed hang up. In the blink of an eye, it's 12 noon. 3 neatly dressed delivery boys, each carrying a large insulated box, came to the door of the company. Huh? Did the delivery boys' equipment change? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. The delivery boy who delivered the food yesterday was still wearing casual clothes, and the insulators were not of the same standard. But today, the appearance is very different. The 3 takeaway boys are all wearing yellow and blue uniforms. They are completely different from the ordinary cheap and inferior uniforms. They are not only made of exquisite materials and fine workmanship, but also have a certain sense of design. The 3 takeaway boys also seem to be in good spirits. With their uniforms and brand new, custom-made insulators, they looked really professional. The most important thing is that there are 4 big characters written on it, fishing for takeout. The others stood up and prepared to eat, and were a little surprised to see the change in the delivery boy's appearance. But it's not over yet. Everyone came to the water bar to prepare for dinner. They saw 3 delivery boys opening a brand new insulated box and taking out white porcelain bowls one by one from the inside. The porcelain bowls had a well-sealed lid. All dishes ordered are served in white porcelain bowls, and some people order set meals or rice bowls, which are served in glass lunch boxes, divided into upper and lower layers and small grids, containing different dishes and rice. It looks crystal clear under the light, which greatly increases appetite. Several takeaway guys finally took out exquisite metal chopsticks and metal spoons, which were packed in clean small paper bags and can be used directly after taking them out. Everyone claimed their orders one by one. Some people ordered together and opened the lids one after another. Our dietary standards have been fully upgraded? No, it seems that the dishes are still the same, but the tableware has been changed. Really? We really didn't change the chef? Why do I feel that my appearance has improved so much? Pei Qian also got their own set meal. The lunch box is divided into 2 layers, with meat and vegetables. It doesn't seem to be overly oily and salty like ordinary restaurants. It is a very simple home-cooked meal, but it is packed in a glass lunchbox and under the light. Under the light, it looks quite delicious. The 3 courier guys took out all the food and packed it up. Everyone, please use it slowly. After eating, just put the tableware in bags and put it away. Someone will come to collect it in the afternoon. Recycle it again? Of course we have to recycle them. These tableware are very expensive. That's right, thank you 3 for your hard work. Our company's benefits are really good. Soon, the aroma of rice filled the water bar room. The group of horses ate the set meal, feeling that this was the sweetest meal they had ever tasted. Compared with restaurants outside, there is no doubt that the food cooked by Moyu Internet Cafe has less oil and less salt, and all the ingredients are very fresh. Although less seasoning is added, the taste will be worse, but it is absolutely healthy. The original meals were delivered in meal boxes. Although they were very good, they always felt cheap, making people feel like the kind of street stalls that cost more than 10 yuan, with disposable wooden chopsticks and thin plastic meals. box, it also tastes very unceremonious. I originally planned to cook and bring food at home. This one also comes with yarn. No matter how I make it, it will definitely not taste better than this. It's nutritious and healthy, you can eat with confidence, and it's all home-cooked food, so you won't get tired of eating it for a long time. It's such a blessing to be Mr. Pei's employee. It's absolutely impossible for other people to enjoy this kind of treatment. How much do you think it would cost to sell such a set meal to outsiders? I think it should be 20 yuan anyway. 20 yuan? Don't forget, this tableware has to be recycled. Compared to other takeaways, this is 2 labor costs. I think it costs 30. 30 is a bit expensive. I guess few people can afford it for a long time. What the hell are you talking about? These are all internal benefits now. Do you think Mr. Pei is doing charity and selling such good things to ordinary people? Isn't this about Moyu Takeout? Obviously this is planning to create a new takeout brand. Lin Wan also held her share of the set meal and enjoyed it very much. I am used to eating all kinds of delicious food, and occasionally trying this exquisite home-cooked side dish has a unique flavor. As she ate, she felt a little moved. In the short half-year since I came to Tenda, I always seem to be moved by some of the warm scenes here. Mr. Pei is really nice to his employees. How could such a good boss not be treated tenderly by this world? Lin Wan finally made up her mind, silently called up a phone number, and decided to do something within her power. Chapter 165: The relationship between Izan and Tenda's boss. Additional update October 10th for Fat Chicken Boss Silver Alliance. Moyu Internet Cafe. Coffee area. A slightly aged man was holding a cup of coffee and drinking it slowly. A middle-aged man in his 50s walked into the internet cafe and sat down in front of this slightly weathered man. Mr. Liu. The slightly aged man stood up slightly to show respect. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. The company is busy with business, so I'm a little late. But then again, this place is really hard to find. The older Mr. Liu sat down across from him and took out a cigar out of habit. Li Shi raised his hand to stop him. Mr. Liu, smoking is prohibited here. Mr. Liu was stunned for a moment. No smoking? He turned around and looked around, but he didn't see the no smoking sign, but the young waiter gave him a slightly apologetic smile. It was indeed no smoking. Mr. Liu didn't care and put the cigar away again. Mr. Li, is this the place where you and I have investment intentions? Mr. Liu looked around. This place looks like a very ordinary cafe. He paused and was a little confused, but what do these rows of computers mean? Li Shi drank coffee and said with a smile, Mr. Liu, you don't know something. The owner of this store is definitely very forward-looking. In my opinion, whether it is an internet cafe, bar, or coffee shop, in fact, it has great prospects on its own. It's a pity that the owner of this store didn't know why, but he mixed all these industries together, and ended up holding each other back, causing this store to be deserted now. Li Shi gave a detailed account of his experiences at Moyu Internet Cafe during this period, including the grand occasion of Moyu Internet Cafe when Lei was there. It's a pity that after the singer left, the new singer was not so popular, so the popularity of this place began to gradually decline, and now it is almost back to the half-dead state before. However, my judgment about this place will not change. At least the high-end route taken by this internet cafe may be the future development direction. After listening to what Li Shi said, Mr. Liu nodded slightly. So, you want to invest here? Li Shi took a sip of coffee and said with confidence, that's right. As an investor, you still need to have this sense of smell. Mr. Liu, you are engaged in real estate. I think the high-end model of Moyu Internet Cafe can be opened in the right place. There should be some head start, so I specially invited you here to talk about this matter. Mr. Liu thought for a while and quickly understood the connection. Well, that's right. Whether this store makes a profit or not, it doesn't really mean much. Let it serve high-end people and raise the land price in the entire area. It's a good idea. Buy and sell. Have you talked to the owner of this store? Leisure shook his head. Not yet, I'm waiting for a suitable time. This store has actually only been open for 2 or 3 months. I don't feel that the owner is a person who is short of money. And judging from his radical way of doing things, I am afraid he is quite stubborn and does not listen to opinions. As far as I know, even though this store is clearly not making any money, the owner has continued to spend money and opened 3 or 4 branches in Jingzhou City. Such a stubborn person is indeed rare. Of course, I haven't investigated it carefully. I just made this inference based on what I saw during this period. Mr. Liu nodded slightly to show his agreement. If you spend 3 to 4 million to open such a unique store, many people will definitely dissuade you. However, this store still opened, and not only opened one, which is enough to prove that this boss is not only not short of money, but also quite arbitrary. Otherwise, this kind of thing cannot be done. Li Shi continued, so, if I go to talk now, I will probably hit a snag. The other party will definitely not accept my investment. I will continue to wait for this store to continue to show no improvement, wait for several branches to also suffer huge losses, wait for the boss to question himself and plan to make changes. I will decisively lend a helping hand, invest a large amount of money, and naturally get some control. At that time, Mr. Liu, we can have a serious discussion about cooperation. Mr. Liu chuckled, neither agreeing nor rejecting. Mr. Li has a good plan. But I think this business model still needs to wait and see. Mr. Li, don't get me wrong. I'm not pouring cold water on you. I am a conservative person and not as far-sighted as you investors. However, when Mr. Li's goal is really achieved, I don't mind talking about this in detail matter. Maybe, President Li will come back in vain? Then the person who talks about cooperation with me will probably be someone else. Li Shi smiled and took a sip of coffee. Don't worry, Mr. Liu, I think this boss has no reason to reject me. June 18th. Several Tenda games have updated versions at the same time. The eagerly awaited players immediately ushered in a carnival. Those who should buy DLC bought DLC, and those who should grab epic weapons grabbed epic weapons. They shouted Tengda's true conscience while buying like crazy, and by the way, they also went crazy on the forum to whip corpses. Some cash games. Pei Qian was browsing the forum while paying attention to the data in the background. The sales of several DLCs have increased rapidly, which makes people a little panicked. Especially for the 500 Barrett destructions in Sea Fortress, Pei Qian originally thought he could hold on for one, but now it seems that he may not be able to hold on for an hour. Players can see that the limited edition of 500 is being sold at the speed of light, and many who were hesitant at first bought it without hesitation. Although the increase in these data makes Pei Qian a little frightened, after careful calculation, everything is still being calculated. After several settlements, Pei Qian became increasingly clear about some of the system's regulations. To achieve a loss, you don't actually need to bankrupt the company, nor do you need to let the company stagnate. As long as 2 conditions are met during settlement, the loss can be completed and the property converted. First, at the moment of settlement, the system funds are lower than the initial system funds. Second, there are no unreleased products in the week before settlement. The system funds will be replenished at the beginning of each settlement cycle. From the initial 50,000 yuan to the current 5 million yuan, no refund will be given to the system. For this settlement, Pei Qian actually only needs to ensure that the system funds are less than 5 million. How much less will be converted? After the settlement, several games will continue to make money, and the system will replenish system funds. The company's capital chain will not be broken. It should develop and expand when it is time. In fact, it has no impact. What's more, the system funds spent are either spent on employees or on research and development, so they are not thrown away in vain. Now Pei Qian actually doesn't pay that much attention to whether a certain project is losing money. Just like this DLC, it was purely to deceive others. It was definitely made to make money, but Pei Qian still did it. This doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as the other projects lose one loss and the system funds are guaranteed to be less than 5 million at the time of settlement, the purpose of losing money can still be achieved. It does not have to be a total loss to count. Now, the entire script is basically in accordance with Pei Qian's plan. Even the fish delivery, which was the latest to start, has been completed. Although there are no users yet, it is officially in operation and does not count as an unreleased product. Everything is ready. Pei Qian is in a good mood, ready to see the players' rainbow farts. Just click on a game forum. Ghost General has finally been updated. I'm so touched. And there are so many generals in the update, and I can play it for another half a year. Click on another one. This update of Game Maker has received 5-star reviews, and the new dubbing and new scenes are full of conscience. One more. Does a game like Lonely Desert Highway really need an updated version? Or does it only cost 1 yuan? I'm bored. Even though I don't know how to play it, I still want to buy it. By the way, I say Tenda is awesome. The last one. Dog Plot NMSL. You can sell 500 of such a handsome epic weapon like a grass mud horse. I specially set aside my working time to find an internet cafe, but you gave me one that has been sold out this month. I've got Barrett Destruction's account. I sincerely accept it. A Tenda boss is 1 centimeter shorter. The Chow Mu Ma is selling out quickly. I can't wait until next month. Pei Qian silently closed the comment area of Sea Fortress. Ahem, this style of painting seems a little different from the previous one. But it doesn't matter, you can scold me, as long as you don't send me any more money before the settlement this time, then we will still be good brothers. Chapter 166, Can Qiao Laoshi be banned? Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. After the Tenda game version was updated, it set off a craze on the internet. Except for the players of Sea Fortress who were scolding Boss Tenda and hoping that the purchase limit of Barrett Destruction could be released immediately, the other players were all grateful and couldn't be happier. Naturally, major game media are also reporting on it, including some game self-media, which has also become popular. For example, Qiao Laoshi. After the success of the Apotheosis of the Gods column, Xiao Liang also received an olive branch from Ellie Island and switched jobs from fensha.com. Although he only signed the most common creative incentive agreement and could only get about 30 yuan for 10,000 views, Qiao Laoshi had a group of regular fans and the website promoted him as a star-up master in the game area. Therefore, each video can have hundreds of thousands of views. In this way, Qiao Laoshi no longer has to live a life of one meal, and his income is relatively stable. As long as 2 issues of videos are released every month, one is popular and the other is just a fan, which together can have about 1.5 million views, then the incentive plan plus the advertising fee of the fan can also make the monthly income stable. The land is maintained at 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, which is much better than the previous situation. It's just that so far, the Apotheosis of the Gods column, which has brought Qiao Laoshi's popularity to another peak, has not been updated for the second issue. People are urging updates every day, but Qiao Laoshi's reply is also very firm. Sorry, there is currently no game in China that can be compared with Game Producer in terms of ideological connotation. If there is, this column will definitely it's updated at the speed of light, if not, you can't force it to update, which will ruin your reputation. Xiao Liang's words are 30% true and 70% false. In fact, if he wants to update a few issues of old foreign games and classic series of games, he can definitely make videos. But now he can make a steady income of 5 to 6,000 yuan just by relying on complaints about garbage games, monthly new game recommendations, and other miscellaneous short videos, and he is too lazy to spend so much effort on it. Update the column, the works of the gods regularly. After Tenda carried out a wave of DLC updates that were called the most conscientious in history, Qiao Laoshi couldn't hold back his excitement and updated an article on his column. I am also paying attention to the recent conscience update of Tenda games. I expected that Ghost General and Sea Fortress would be updated, but I never expected that even Lonely Desert Highway would be updated. When it comes to this game, a lot of people may have misunderstandings about it. This is Tenda's first game, and I have complained about it. From all aspects, it is a shoddy and quite careless game, and it is also regarded by many as the dark history of Tenda games. I once thought that this might be a shoddy game that Tenda Games had to produce due to various constraints such as funding in its early stages. But now I understand that I was wrong, and everyone who thought this was a garbage game was also wrong. If Tenda really regards this game as its own dark history, it should stop updating it and let it die on its own. But on the contrary, Tenda knew that the popularity of this game had completely passed and there were not many players left, but it still arranged a very conscientious version update for it. Not only did it update 5 times more scenes than the original, but it also added new features that I had previously played in endless mode and online features proposed in the video. This shows what? This shows that Tenda does not regard it as its own dark history. Instead, it takes it as seriously as other games and repays all players who support this game with the greatest sincerity and enthusiasm. Even though I knew very clearly that this DLC would not be able to recover the cost, I still had no hesitation, and the pricing was as conscientious as ever. 5 times the content is still the same price, which is really a great value. This proves that Lonely Desert Highway also condenses Tenda's hard work. Like Game Maker, it is a satirical work with black humor and is also part of Tenda's performance art. The introduction to this game and the line with a black screen at the end of the game seem meaningful now. Furthermore, Tenda is a company that really values the opinions of players. Allow me to put my arms around my waist, they actually implemented the features I casually mentioned in the video. Sure enough, I still have a little influence. Well, hiya. This column by Qiao Laoshi was reprinted and liked one after another, and soon aroused widespread resonance among players. That's great. It turns out that the game Lonely Desert Highway has such a profound meaning from the beginning. Damn it, is this all part of Tenda's calculations? What a big deal. I am becoming more and more interested in Tenda's mysterious boss. It seems that in the future, Tenda's games can be purchased without any thought, and DLC can be purchased without any thought. Such a rubbish game insists on updating, even at a loss, so is there anything to worry about? Pei Qian was in the office, reading the column published by Qiao Laoshi, and fell into deep thought. The system, will you be reimbursed if you pay for the murder? After receiving a negative reply and a slight warning, Pei Qian felt very sad. How can I make this Qiao Laoshi shut up? You are still haunted. You just brag about me when I make a new game and make me tremble every time I make a new game. That's okay. You can brag like this when I update a DLC? Can I block this Qiao Laoshi? No. No, he must be silenced. Pei Qian felt a little headache. The hatred for Qiao Laoshi was not formed in a day. In the very beginning, it was because of this guy's complaint video that Lonely Desert Highway became popular and Pei Qian went bankrupt with a goal of losing 50,000 yuan. Last time game producer was only one step away from success, and successfully invented Qiao Shui. It was originally going to succeed in revenge, but was overturned by Qiao Laoshi. This time, although bragging about these DLCs will not cause much actual loss to Pei Qian, at most it will increase some sales, but as the saying goes, there should be 2 again and again, not 4 again. Unacceptable. Pei Qian vaguely felt that this Qiao Laoshi might become a major obstacle in the future, and he must find a way to solve it. But how to solve it specifically? You can't go hard, you can only go soft. Give him a sum of money so that he will never mention anything related to Tenda again? No, it would be too unreasonable to do so. If the news gets out, everyone will say that Mr. Pei is indifferent to fame and fortune. Pei Qian didn't think of any good solution for the time being, so he had to call Assistant Qian. Assign 2 people to investigate Qiao Laoshi for me. I want his detailed information. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Pei Qian planned to do a little research on what was going on with this old enemy who had repeatedly done harm to him, and whether he had any character weaknesses, and then take the right medicine. If he is greedy for money and can be defeated by material things, it will be easier to say. Chapter 167, The share has been changed. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. June 20th. Starting from mid-July, the school will start its summer vacation. During this period, it will gradually enter the exam week. Pei Qian still has to spend some time to master the homework. Although the exam was easy to pass, some closed-book courses still required a few all-nighters to prepare. At this point, Pei Qian particularly admired Ma Yang. Ma Yang was able to take care of Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeout at the same time, and he also listened carefully in class. It was hard to say that he would get a high score in the exam, but there was absolutely no problem in passing the exam steadily. It can only be said that sometimes mixing is a very powerful ability. So far, Pei Qian's identity has not been exposed. Although he rarely returns to the dormitory and does not see anyone all year round, there are many similar students in the university, so there is nothing to make a fuss about. Ma Yang, the only one in the school who knew anything about it, was very tight-lipped, and few classmates would deliberately ask questions. Pei Qian always returned to the rental house to change into his normal clothes every time he went to school, so he did not arouse suspicion. However, Ma Yang's clothes became more and more expensive, and the digital products he used became more and more high-end, causing his classmates to mistakenly think that his home had been demolished recently. With Ma Yang attracting firepower to himself, Pei Qian is happy to be an ordinary student in school. Of course, Pei Qian also knows that this matter is just like hiding it from his parents. He can't hide it for long, but there is no need for him to expose it now. It's good to get along with everyone as an ordinary person. It's just that final exam week is approaching, and Pei Qian has to review and pay attention to things in the company, which makes him feel very hard. In the study room, Pei Qian forced himself to carry the borrowed and photocopied notes, and occasionally picked up his cell phone to take a look. Although he himself cannot always pay attention to the news on the internet, he can ask Lu Mingliang to sort out some key information and notify him at any time. Mr. Pei, Playtime reported on the DLC of several of our games and praised us as the conscience of domestic games. The response has been good. Pei Qian looked at his phone and put it down. Playtime was the first game media to report on Tenda. This kind of hot press release is expected and will not have much impact. Mr. Pei, the news about our DLC update has been trending on Weibo, and many players are discussing it intensely. This is not a big problem. Things like hot searches come and go quickly. You can buy them with money, so there is nothing to worry about. Mr. Pei, it is said that in the black market, the account of Barrett Destruction has been sold for 2,000 yuan. What the hell, it's already the end of the month, and the limited edition of 500 units will go on sale next month. Why are you so anxious? Oh, that's right, I probably won't be able to buy it next month. Buying an account now will give you 10 days of fun. Then you go ahead and buy it. Anyway, it's said that the limited edition is 500, so it's impossible to get more than one. Mr. Pei, Ellie Island has created a special section for our games. Mr. Pei, a game producer, scolded us on Weibo for disrupting the market order and was criticized by players. Mr. Pei, the ESRO official platform, has made a special feature for several of our games and arranged them in the recommended spots on the homepage. It is estimated that our game sales and DLC sales will see a significant increase in the next few days. Seeing this, Pei Qian's hands trembled suddenly. The official platform is causing trouble again. The last time I gave Game Producer a big recommendation on the homepage, it was already a bit overwhelming for Pei Qian. As a result, this time, all the games were packaged into a special topic and put on the homepage together? Calm down. Pei Qian took a few deep breaths to calm down. Judging from the last experience, although the effect of homepage recommendations is indeed good, the increase is still within the acceptable range. Pei Qian still has the opportunity to spend money unexpectedly, and since he is now recommended, his income next week should not have an explosive growth. The settlement will have been completed before the income explodes next week, so there should not be a big problem. Mr. Pei, also, the official platform, believes that our company is a benchmark in the gaming industry and has decided to vigorously help and support us. Pei Qian was stunned. Great help and support? It's interesting enough to give free recommendations on the homepage every now and then. How many game companies can offer this kind of treatment? How else can I help and support you? Mr. Pei, the official platform has upgraded our company. In order to encourage us to have more funds for game production, we have decided to change our share with the platform from 50 to 50 to 73 to 70, with us accounting for 70%. This is usually a special treatment that can only be enjoyed by some very large game companies with a strong voice, or that have a very good reputation and are established as typical game companies. This represents the high official recognition of our games. I heard that we can get up to 19 points, Mr. Pei. We will definitely continue to work hard. Pei Qian's hand shook and his cell phone fell on the table with a bang. It's over. If the 50 to 50 share is changed to a 30 to 70 share, doesn't it mean that in the future, if you do nothing every month, all games will gain 20% more income for no reason? A game like Sea Fortress can earn about 3.5 million a month. If it's 20% more, that's 13.4 million. In other words, there is still 1 week before the next settlement. Even if the income of DLC is not taken into account this week, the income of all games will be 20% more than the usual weekly income, at least an extra 600,000 to 700,000. Plus DLC revenue. Pei Qian was stunned. He had already expected that the game would make money, and had roughly estimated the sales of all DLCs originally. These profits were within his expectations, but the official platform's cunning operation directly disrupted his plan. If other companies knew the news, they would definitely celebrate, but now Pei Qian is like an ant on a hot pot. If you don't pay attention to this, you may not be able to spend all your money. After all, you can no longer invest money in research and development of new things 1 week before the settlement. You can only spend money unexpectedly through benefits and other means, which will not be spent quickly. If there is a profit of 1 or 2 million at the time of settlement, it will only be converted into more than 10,000. A slight loss can be much larger than this number, and the system will make up for the lost funds. This is really exciting. I think about heaven and hell. Pei Qian couldn't sit still anymore, so he put away his books and left the study room. At this critical moment, it's time to review something. The surprise spending plan must start in advance. When he arrived at the company, Pei Qian hurriedly called Assistant Qian and went straight to his office. Lu Mingliang, Ma Yichun and others couldn't help but sigh when they saw Mr. Pei's solemn expression. It has just been officially named and commended, and the share ratio has also been changed. This is something that other game companies only dream of, and it is enough to make countless people envious. As a result, Mr. Pei looked as normal, as if nothing had happened. Instead, he walked in a hurry, looked serious, and was still worried about other company affairs. This kind of mentality is really the style of a general. In the office, Pei Qian opened a form and carefully looked at the company's various expenses. So far, Tenda's various expenses have been very complicated. From the most basic rent, water and electricity bills, to various research and development investments, to employee benefits, etc., Pei Qian was overwhelmed by the huge table. Pain. We can only take a rough look. After casual browsing, Pei Qian thought of a good entry point. Our company's operating conditions have been getting better and better recently, and it's almost time to expand. Let each department make a recruitment plan and start recruiting people next month, including your administrative, human resources, and financial departments, and also expand them. There is no limit on the number of places, so they can apply for more places. Chapter 168, Good Deeds are Rewarded. Additional update for the leader of Kazami Yuto. Assistant Qian nodded and recorded, "Okay, Mr. Pei. As for workstations, we still have a lot of space on this floor. We can squeeze it in a little and add a few desks." Squeeze? How can you have such an idea? Providing employees with a comfortable and spacious work environment has always been our company's purpose, and now this floor is overcrowded and very saturated. Go and tell the building manager that we will rent another floor, and all the layout and furnishings will be based on the conditions of this floor. Renting office space is a normal expense and is not a business premises, so it will not cause settlement delays. Although the layout of Tenda's office area is very unreasonable and there is still a lot of available space, according to this sparse arrangement of desks, it is all occupied. In this case, renting an extra floor is not considered a violation. Oh, one more thing. The last time I signed a lease contract, it seemed like it was for 1 year, right? Pei Qian asked. Assistant Qian nodded, yes, we signed for 1 year. At that time, Manager Zhang gave us preferential terms. We deposited 1 and paid 1, so that the initial financial pressure would be smaller. Pei Qian waved his hand. I asked Manager Zhang if I can change the contract this time. I don't need to deposit 1 and pay 1. From now on, we will pay quarterly. Anyway, our company's cash flow is already very good. This half hour of rent still has to be paid every day. It's troublesome to pay once a month. By the way, rent another floor and just sign the contract with Manager Zhang. Assistant Qian asked, do you still need to review the contents of the contract? Pei Qian thought for a while, no need. The last time he rented it, Pei Qian basically didn't read the contract. He couldn't understand the many terms. He just knew the price and left it all to Assistant Qian. This time I just changed the monthly payment to quarterly payment. If I rent 1 more floor as it is, Pei Qian will naturally not need to make another trip. In this way, when signing the contract for the newly rented floor, you have to deposit 1 and pay 3, and you will spend 1.8 million in an instant. Adding in office desks, chairs, computers, etc., it would cost 7 to 800,000 to copy this floor almost exactly as it is. In total, 25.6 million was spent. Perfect. Pei Qian had thought about renting another floor before, but at that time, the company's office space was still very abundant, so he did not agree to rent another floor for the system. After this period of natural expansion, the game has grown bigger and bigger, updated more and more content, and naturally more and more employees have been recruited. Although there is still a lot of space for everyone on this floor, it is basically full. We can finally continue to expand. Oh, and don't forget about Qiao Laosher. Pei Qian reminded. Assistant Qian nodded, we are already investigating. Okay, then you go find Manager Zhang now, and hurry up to sign the contract and make the payment to rent another floor. Pei Qian planned to ask Assistant Qian to spend the money first to avoid long nights and dreams. I'll come back after signing the contract and tell you about the new employee's benefits. Okay, Mr. Pei. Assistant Qian turned and left. Pei Qian roughly calculated the current number of employees. Tenda has expanded to more than 60 people, nearly 70 people. The 5 Moyu internet cafes, including the waiters, chefs, bartenders, takeaways, etc., each have about 20 people, and the 5 internet cafes have nearly 100 people. Feihuang Studio has now grown to more than a dozen people. These add up to less than 200 people. This is Pei Qian's current son's team. There is another exception, that is Yangyang Games. So far, Yangyang Games is still in a situation where its reputation has reversed and its losses have expanded. After acquiring Yangyang Games, Pei Qian did not forcibly increase the wages of Yangyang Game employees to the same level as Tenda, nor did he provide those benefits. There are a total of 50 people at Yangyang Games, but the rent for the house is only 150,000 yuan per month, and the employee salary is only 200,000 yuan. Both the working environment and the salary level are far lower than Tenda standards. Pei Qian officially took over on May 10. In order to ensure that Yangyang Games could continue to lose money, Pei Qian did not act rashly and did not increase his salary or benefits. Nearly 2 months have passed now. Although the reputation of Yangyang Games has changed, the loss hole has been stable, which makes Pei Qian very satisfied. So he felt that it was almost time for the employees of Yangyang Games to take some appropriate responsibility. If the salary and welfare levels of employees at Yangyang Games are directly brought to the same level as those at Tenda Games, there may be some problems. As the saying goes, rewards and punishments are clear. Tenda Games has outstanding performance, so it is normal and reasonable to pay more wages and benefits. And Yangyang Games was a newly acquired company, his godson, and it was still losing money. He suddenly mentioned the same benefits as his biological son, and the reason was very weak. Therefore, we can only give a small reward. They conscientiously rectified the game in accordance with Mr. Pei's requirements, and saved the reputation of Yangyang Games. This is considered a small achievement and can be rewarded. It shouldn't be too much to implement a general increase for all employees and provide some benefits. The workspace, office desks, chairs, computers, etc., can be directly brought to the same standards as Tenda. After all, this is a way to improve work efficiency, which is well-founded and convincing. Calculated this way, Yangyang Games should be able to spend more than 1 million on a surprise basis. Still not enough. Pei Qian thought about it again, and he should be able to make up for the 200 people in his son's team. Where to make up for it? We have already made up for food, clothing, housing, and transportation, so let's make up for it. In fact, the industry has always provided subsidies, and taxi fares for overtime work are fully reimbursed. However, there is no subsidy for daily travel. Pei Qian plans to give each person another 500 yuan a month for transportation expenses, which will cost another 100,000 yuan. Housing is a big deal, so Pei Qian tested the system and decided to give each person a monthly rental subsidy of 1,000 yuan. Another 200,000 went out. Although it is a bit small, the system will not allow more. Pei Qian wanted to spend his own money to build a staff dormitory for his employees, but it was obvious that the system thought that building a self-built staff dormitory was a bit too extravagant at this stage, so it did not agree. Pei Qian had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and give each person a rental subsidy of 1,000 yuan. After the operation, Pei Qian felt a little relieved. Fortunately, if I work hard before the settlement this time, I should be able to create a loss of almost 1 million. Although the official platform silently changed the split to 30-70, Pei Qian was a little caught off guard. Fortunately, after careful planning, it was not fatal. In other words, at least it won't be fatal when the settlement comes a week later. The biggest impact will be in the future, but we will talk about the future later. In the next cycle, Pei Qian will think about other ways to lose money. At most, he will open a few more internet cafes and acquire a few more loss-making companies. What a big deal. After roughly smoothing his thoughts, Pei Qian leaned back on his seat comfortably and felt a lot more relaxed. Tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. It was Assistant Qian, who came back. Mr. Pei, we have rented the entire floor upstairs, the contract has been signed, and the money has been sent, Assistant Qian reported. Pei Qian nodded. As expected, Assistant Qian was very efficient in handling matters. This is the new benefit I am considering for everyone, rental subsidies. Pei Qian briefly shared his thoughts with Assistant Qian. Assistant Qian smiled and nodded. Mr. Pei is so generous. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around, and it is true. Pei Qian was stunned. Good deeds are rewarded? What's the meaning? Assistant Qian smiled and said, speaking of renting a house, there happens to be good news. Manager Zhang said that since Tenda settled in Shenhua Haojing, it has become a role model for all companies. The cooperation in the past 6 months has been very pleasant. Therefore, all deposits and property fees were waived for us, and the rent was reduced from 4 yuan to $1.50. Calculated this way, we can save at least more than 400,000 yuan per month on the rent of these 2 floors. Mr. Pei, this is really a time when the world and the earth are united. Congratulations. Pei Qian? Don't lie to me because I don't study well. How can Manager Zhang have so much power? Chapter 169, There is a mole. You bargained? Pei Qian asked. Assistant Qian smiled. I originally planned to bargain, Mr. Pei. But before I even opened my mouth, Manager Zhang offered to reduce the price. Pei Qian felt a little dizzy. That's right, no matter how good Assistant Qian's eloquence is, how could he possibly cut down the price of 4 yuan to 1.5 yuan? It's definitely not that simple. Manager Zhang is just a manager in the building of Shenhua Haojing. Where does he get such great power, including no deposit and reduced rent? If 4 yuan is the standard price, reducing it to 3.5 yuan is already very good. If it is reduced to 3 yuan, it is a super discount. But here it is directly reduced to 1.5. Are you fooling a fool? By doing this, hundreds of thousands were lost every month in an instant. If Manager Zhang had such great power, he would have already gone to heaven. How could he just be a manager in this building? There must be a secret behind this. Anyone else would have happily accepted it. But Pei Qian can't. It doesn't matter if you lose a certain amount of money. You can think of other ways to spend money unexpectedly during this cycle. The key is that this is a huge hidden danger. This time the rent is reduced, what about next time? Maybe something else could cause trouble. Therefore, Pei Qian must find out the culprit of all this. Only by knowing himself and his enemy can he win every battle. When calculating losses in the future, he will take all these uncertain factors into account. Otherwise, he may make a mistake and regret it for eternity. Pei Qian thought for a moment. Take me to find Manager Zhang. Assistant Qian nodded. Well, I think so too, I should go there. Assistant Qian also thinks there is something fishy here and needs to be investigated? Sure enough, the hero saw the same thing. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel very pleased. There was a knock on the door, and an administrative girl handed Assistant Qian a bag of fruit. Pei Qian, ? Assistant Qian said, this time, Manager Zhang has waived off so much rent for us all at once. I also think you should really visit and say thank you in person. So I specially arranged for someone to buy fruit. Pei Qian? Is this what I mean when I say go find Manager Zhang? Who wants to thank him? But looking at Assistant Qian, who was waiting for him with fruits, Pei Qian was speechless for a moment and had to stand up. Let's go. The two people went straight to Manager Zhang's office. The door is open, and Manager Zhang is busy with something inside. Pei Qian was just about to knock on the door to attract Manager Zhang's attention. Manager Zhang had already noticed Pei Qian at the door and stood up with a bang. "Mr. Pei. What gust of wind has brought you here? Please sit down." Pei Qian was a little confused. Sure enough, there is a problem. This was not the case the last time I met Manager Zhang. Although the previous Manager Zhang was polite, it was more of a service-oriented and polite attitude. He had this attitude when talking to most of the company bosses in the building. But this time, Manager Zhang's attitude seemed to be more respectful, a bit like the attitude of seeing a superior. Pei Qian sat down suspiciously. Manager Zhang reduced Tenda's rent a lot, and Mr. Pei came here to express his gratitude. Xian Hailu put the fruit on the table and said with a smile. Pei Qian reluctantly curved his lips to reveal a smile. "That's right, that's right." Manager Zhang hurriedly said politely, "Oh, Mr. Pei, you are too pretentious. It is our honor for Tenda to settle in our Shenhua luxury landscape. This is what we should do. How can I accept your gift again? It should be, I just want to pay you a visit." Pei Qian. Something is wrong, something is so wrong. He became more and more certain that there must be something behind this that he didn't know, and it was something very fatal. Pei Qian decided to get straight to the point. "Manager Zhang, let's not talk behind the scenes. I'm afraid it's not your decision to reduce the rent to 1 renminbi and 50 cents, right? I am very grateful for this matter. I hope to know which master is behind this, to lend a helping hand to Tenda. If there is an opportunity in the future, this favor must be repaid." Pei Qian said it very sincerely. Manager Zhang hesitated. Indeed, this level of reduction and exemption is definitely not something he, a small manager, can decide, and must be reported to his superiors for approval. Mr. Pei is not stupid. If Manager Zhang insists that this is not the case, it is obviously inappropriate. What's more, this is not revenge. Mr. Pei just wants to make friends and return favors. There seems to be no reason to hide it. But the problem is, he really doesn't know where this order comes from. Manager Zhang was in a dilemma and said with a smile, "Mr. Pei, I'm just following orders on this matter, so don't embarrass me, right? In fact, I don't know what's going on. This was personally ordered by the senior management of our Shenhua real estate." "Yes, as for which boss made the decision, I really can't tell. Did the senior executives of Shenhua real estate personally order this?" "Sure enough, there is a problem, and it's a big one. How did the senior executives of Shenhua real estate know about Tenda games? Could it be that they were playing Tenda games? What are you thinking? It's definitely impossible." From the look on Manager Zhang's face, it was obvious that he really didn't know who the order came from, so Pei Qian had no choice but to give up and leave after saying a few polite words. Manager Zhang thanked him profusely and emphasized repeatedly that if Tenda encounters any unsatisfactory things in Shenhua Haojing in the future, he must bring it up as soon as possible and don't make it difficult for him. Back in the office, Pei Qian sat silently in front of the computer and asked Chandu for help. Shenhua real estate is one of the industries of Shenhua Group. The real estate industry has been booming in recent years. Shenhua Group has also launched some real estate projects. Although it is not one of the best in the country, it has reached the first echelon with the financial resources of Shenhua Group. Shenhua Luxury View is one of the many properties of Shenhua Real Estate in Jingzhou City. The president of Shenhua Real Estate is Lin Zhou, the second son of Shenhua Group President Lin Jingnan. He has just taken over Shenhua Real Estate in recent years and promoted Shenhua Real Estate's transformation to high-end, closer to the lifestyle of young people. Lin Zhou? Pei Qian felt that the name seemed a little familiar, and when he looked at the photo, the facial features seemed a bit familiar. There seems to be a rich, second-generation female employee in our company, also named Lin. Pei Qian's heart kept sinking. No way? Pei Qian searched for Lin Wan but did not find any useful information. But the more I think about it, the more wrong it becomes. Pei Qian's previous impression of Lin Wan was that when she first came for the interview, Assistant Qian said that she was wearing clothes costing tens of thousands of yuan and looked like a silly girl with little work experience or social experience. The principle of no more and no less was enough to accept her. Later, because Lin Wan worked at Tianhua Studio, she was responsible for contacting some hardcore players of FPS games, and objectively did the first wave of promotion for Sea Fortress. But this incident did not arouse Pei Qian's vigilance. After all, anyone who has been responsible for this work can contact these players. Pei Qian did not think that Lin Wan had any special identity, and thought that she was just an ordinary rich person. Second generation. Later, Lin Wan was responsible for some simple tasks in the company. He was conscientious, unobtrusive, and had no particularly outstanding performance, so Pei Qian continued to ignore it. But now Pei Qian realized that he seemed to have made a serious mistake. The rich second generation and the rich second generation are also different. Some rich second generations are just from better-off families, while some rich second generations can waive hundreds of thousands of monthly rent for Mr. Pei with just one phone call. Pei Qian was in a daze. There is a mole. And it has been lurking for several months, and it has never been discovered. What to do? How to deal with it? Pei Qian thought about it again and again, but had no clue. Too difficult. Calm down, I have no clue right now, mainly because I know nothing about her. Only when you know yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Lin Wan didn't come to work for me for no reason. There must be some reason behind it. If we can figure this out, maybe we can make her think about it and go back to inherit a family fortune worth hundreds of millions? Even if not, at least you can get some useful information. Thinking of this, Pei Qian decided to call Zhou Mayan from Tianhua Studio. He must know something. Chapter 170 Lin Wan plus Yang game equals? Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Mr. Pei, do you have any advice? On the phone, Zhou Mayan's voice sounded a little weak. Since their separation in Yangqing at the end of last year, Pei Qian and Zhou Mayan have not been in contact with each other again. The main reason is that the results of the two games Sea Fortress and Bullet Trace are too different, which makes the already fragile relationship between the two people even more fragile. Sea Fortress has become the well-deserved #1 domestic FPS game, with a huge user base, and it is still expanding. Its competitors have already changed from other domestic FPS games to counterterrorism plan. As for Bullet Traces, after the initial overwhelming publicity, its popularity began to slowly decline. Although it still maintains stable operation and profitability, it is obviously far from reaching the goals expected by Zhou Mayan and Sea Fortress. The gap is getting wider and wider. The design concepts of the two games are very different. When Tenda came to Tianhua Studio for inspection, Zhou Mayan proudly shared the design concept of Bullet Traces with everyone. At that time, Zhou Mayan was full of confidence. Pei Qian was sitting in the audience, smiling, nodding frequently, and his eyes were full of approval. But now Zhou Mayan knows that this Mr. Pei is all about acting. When Sea Fortress was launched, Zhou Mayan was a little disinterested, but as its data continued to skyrocket, Zhou Mayan realized that something was wrong. After a little investigation, we can find that the development of Sea Fortress was almost at the same time as Bullet Trace. When Tenda came to Tianhua Studio to inspect, Sea Fortress was already almost in development. Zhou Mayan couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Mr. Pei had already seen the problem with bullet marks a long time ago, but he nodded frequently in the audience and pretended that nothing happened. So scheming. So after that, Pei Qian did not take the initiative to contact Zhou Mayan, mainly because he was afraid that Zhou Mayan would mistakenly think that he was showing off. And Zhou Mayan would not take the initiative to contact Pei Qian. He couldn't afford to lose this person. So until now, the two people have reconnected. As for why Zhou Mayan answered the phone, there is no other way. I still have to give Mr. Pei some face. After all, Tenda has been named and praised by the official, and they are all working in the industry. Zhou Mayan cannot deliberately turn against Mr. Pei. It's just that the person who answered the phone was somewhat reluctant. Pei Qian could feel Zhou Mayan's resentment, and he was afraid that something he said wrongly would irritate his fragile little heart, so he hurriedly kept the story short and got to the point. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry to bother you. I mainly want to ask one thing. Do you know Lin Wan's identity? Zhou Mayan was stunned for a moment. Of course he knew Lin Wan's identity. The day after Lin Wan joined Tianhua Studio, the Shenhua Group president's office called Zhou Mayan directly. If I remember correctly, Lin Wandu has been with Tenda for several months. Is it possible that Mr. Pei still doesn't know Lin Wan's identity? Unreasonable? Zhou Mayan was a little confused and asked, Don't Mr. Pei know? Pei Qian's heart became even colder. When Zhou Mayan said this, he obviously acquiesced that Lin Wan's identity was extraordinary. Pei Qian coughed twice. Mr. Zhou, to be honest, I am encountering some problems now. I hope you can give me a little help. I will be very grateful. Zhou Mayan hurriedly said, Don't dare to take it seriously, Mr. Pei. If you have any questions, just ask and I will tell you everything. Pei Qian asked, Can Mr. Zhou tell you in detail what the relationship between Lin Wan and her family is, and why she entered the gaming industry? Zhou Mayan was a little puzzled. Mr. Pei doesn't even know this? It seems that the Shenhua Group president's office didn't call Mr. Pei? This thing is a bit strange. However, Zhou Mayan didn't think too much and told him everything he knew. Lin Wan is the youngest daughter of Lin Jingnan, the president of Shenhua Group. She has one sister and two brothers. After graduation, out of love for the game industry, I looked for a job and found Tianhua Studio. Lin Jingnan obviously did not support Lin Wan's career in the game industry. However, because Lin Wan had a very stubborn personality, Lin Jingnan did not want to stalemate the relationship, so he called Zhou Mayan, hoping that Lin Wan's gaming dream would be shattered as soon as possible and he would return to Shenhua Group. Work. That's pretty much it, Mr. Pei. I don't know the rest. Zhou Mayan said sincerely, as for why I didn't call you. I don't know. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. So, how is the relationship between Lin Wan and her brother, Lin Zhou of Shenhua Real Estate? Zhou Mayan, it is said that her relationship with her father is somewhat tense, but her relationship with her brother Lin Zhou is quite good. Pei Qian felt cold in his heart. Okay, everything is correct. Lin Wan must have asked his brother Lin Zhou to give Tenda rent-free, and he didn't run away. So, Mr. Zhou, how can we get Lin Wan to leave the gaming industry and go back to inherit a billionaire family fortune? Pei Qian asked sincerely. Zhou Mayan thought for a while. I'm afraid she will be completely disappointed in the gaming industry. Pei Qian was silent. Isn't this too difficult? The key thing is completely contrary to Pei Qian's original goal. If Pei Qian wants to spend more money, he must pay more employee benefits, but this will make Lin Wan feel that Tenda is particularly conscientious and unwilling to leave. Isn't this a dead end? Right now, it's just free rent. Who knows what tricks this little ant can come up with in the future? Thank you very much, Mr. Zhou. I will organize a team building another day. I will definitely stop by to thank you when I go to Yangqing. Pei Qian thought to himself, Lao Zhou is quite interesting. This information is very important. Zhou Mayan was a little speechless. Again? Come and whip me to death. Mr. Pei, let me ask one more question. has Lin Wan done anything unforgivable to your company? Pei Qian was silent. He didn't know how to answer this question. It stands to reason that Zhou Mian has said everything he knows and said everything, and he just asked this question. If Pei Qian avoids answering, or talks about him, or lies, it seems a bit unreasonable. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. She lowered our company's rent from 4 yuan to 1.5 yuan. Zhou Mian? After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian felt that the situation he was facing was unprecedentedly severe. Pei Qian immediately checked the lease contract of Moyu Internet Cafe and felt relieved after finding that it had nothing to do with Shenhua real estate. Fine. The locations of these Moyu Internet cafes are very remote, and they all choose single-family buildings. When Shenhua real estate acquires land, it likes to choose central business districts in cities, and most of them are high-end office buildings or residential areas. The location of Moyu Internet Cafe avoids the Shenhua Group's industries. If the rent at Moyu Internet Cafe is also waived, then Pei Qian will really vomit blood. The question now is how to deal with this Lin Wan. It is absolutely impossible to leave things alone. This is a time bomb. It's even worse to use too harsh methods to drive away people. If you do it too obviously, you will be noticed. Even Lin Jingnan, the president of Shenhua Group and Lin Wan's biological father, had nothing to do with her, and Pei Qian had nothing to do with her. If Lin Wan's stubborn temper gets worse, things may get out of hand. The only way is to make Lin Wan lose interest in the game as much as possible, as Zhou Mian said. Judging from Lin Wan's hard work at Tenda, it seems that she is not the kind of wealthy second generation with high ambitions but low abilities and a fragile mentality. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have concealed her identity for so long without being discovered. This kind of person should be particularly persistent in his or her own goals. If the failure was caused by some external factors, it might not be enough to dampen her enthusiasm, but would only make her choose to do it again without believing in evil. It's difficult. Pei Qian thought for a long time and suddenly had an idea. It seems that the Yangyang game I bought from the garbage collection can be put to use? So far, Yangyang Games has basically maintained the original ecology when it was acquired. Moreover, judging from the current operating conditions, it is still suffering losses. Let Lin Wan be responsible for a game project that is bound to fail. When the game really fails, she will naturally question her own abilities and even the entire game environment. When the time comes, Mr. Pei will continue to spend money happily, and Lin Wan will go back and inherit hundreds of millions of assets. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Pei Qian thinks this is a good idea. Sure enough, many things will always be foreshadowed inadvertently. Chapter 171. You ignored me yesterday, but tomorrow. Night. Swan Lake Restaurant, team building dinner. For Pei Qian, this has become a common way to spend money unexpectedly, and for all employees, it has become a tradition to have dinner together to celebrate after the game development is completed. Now, Mr. Pei's direct employees have reached nearly 200 people, so he simply reserved the Swan Lake Restaurant. This also includes several new employees of Moyu Internet Cafe, as well as members of Fei Huang Studio who have just returned from the Magic City. Employees of Yangyang Games are currently not included in this list. Pei Qian planned to gradually include Yangyang Games starting from the next settlement cycle, so he did not have dinner with the employees of Yangyang Games this time. However, it is still a lot of money to spend. Pei Qian asked Ji Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin to organize a dinner party on their own. The company reported that it was also at this restaurant, but the time was staggered. He even felt that the most expensive buffet restaurant in Jingzhou City could no longer meet the demand. If he could fly to the imperial capital to eat better, Pei Qian would certainly not be stingy, but the system did not allow it. At this rate of expansion, soon the Swan Lake Restaurant will no longer be able to accommodate all employees having dinner together. Got to find a way. I'm such a worried person. While everyone else was eating and stuffing, Pei Qian was silently thinking about the future dinner party. The Swan Lake restaurant cannot accommodate many diners. After all, this is a high-end restaurant, targeting high-end people in Jingzhou City. The location is very spacious and the environment is beautiful, so the number of people it can accommodate is not large. Now that Tenda's direct employees have enough seats to book the place, the next time we have a dinner party, if the number of people continues to expand, there will definitely not be enough seats. Okay, let's just have dinner separately next time. I will take the key members of all departments to have a meal first, and then each department will have a meal separately. This way you can spend more money. Perfect. It's a pity that there are no more high-end restaurants in Jingzhou. Wait a minute, can't I just open a restaurant that's more upscale than Swan Lake Restaurant? Pei Qian came up with a good idea very naturally. Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeaway have already entered the catering industry for the first time, which can be regarded as a kind of testing. So far, it has been very consistent with Pei Qian's expectations. On the one hand, it provides employees with good working meals. On the other hand, it continues to create losses, making great contributions to Pei Qian's money-losing career. This is a very good successful experience. But the only problem is that Moyu Takeout is not high-end enough. The starting point of Moyu Takeout is to provide employees with healthy home-cooked meals. Although it is more expensive than ordinary restaurants, it is far from the specifications that Pei Qian wants to spend unexpectedly. After all, they are common ingredients. The system has limits on the prices of meals and cannot increase them without limit. No matter how delicious a serving of tomatoes and eggs is, it is difficult to sell it for a sky-high price unless the chef is cheating. Pei Qian doesn't have that kind of chef now. Building a high-end restaurant can solve this problem very well. Then find a remote place to open a small restaurant, stock it with all kinds of high-end ingredients, and set the charge as high as you can. Although our employees are eating at a discount, as long as the ingredients are expensive, there is no problem. Every time I go to have a meal before settlement, I keep it on and let it lose money freely, which is good. Thinking of this, Pei Qian knew what was going on. In the next cycle, several games are still making money, and Pei Qian doesn't have to worry about where the money is spent. He might spend more on a high-end restaurant than 3 Moyu Internet cafes. Of course, this kind of high-end restaurant will definitely be liked by some rich people, so it is impossible for there to be no customers at all. But considering that Jingzhou is only a second-tier city and there are not that many local tycoons, it should still be a loss and the possibility of making money is low. Pei Qian thought about it and glanced at Lin Wan, who was 2 tables away. Lin Wan thought that Pei Qian hadn't figured out her true identity yet, but in fact, Pei Qian already knew it and had even arranged for her silently. Of course, Pei Qian will not alert the enemy now. He will just wait for the next settlement cycle to transfer Lin Wan to Yangyang Games and quickly make a few games, which will be considered a success. Lin Wan was tapping on her phone at this time, replying to messages. On the screen of the mobile phone was a message from Qingshan. Beauty Lin, my sister-in-law, please help me find a way to get Barrett destruction from within. Aren't you in charge of this? There should be an internal quota, right? It really doesn't work. I can't help with this. Otherwise, you should increase the price and find scalpers. Lin Wan quickly replied, don't blame me. Even Bao Su, Barrett. Destruction is all bought from scalpers. Qingshan. Ever since Qingshan was abducted by Lin Wan to Sea Fortress, he has become a heavy player of this game. At the beginning, Qingshan often played counterterrorism plan. After all, counterterrorism plan is more competitive and takes longer to play. As an FPS game that is more oriented towards novices, Sea Fortress is different from counterterrorism plan. There are gaps in many aspects. But gradually, Qingshan switched sides. Because Sea Fortress became more and more popular and more people played it, Qingshan was slowly abducted. He never expected that the game he once railed against would one day replace the anti-terrorist plan in his heart. This time, when Barrett Destruction came out, Qingshan, like other players, dreamed of it. After all, who plays FPS games and doesn't like to play snipers? However, it is limited to 500 pieces and is impossible to grab. Looking for scalpers? You may not be able to buy one account for 2,000 to 3,000. It's not all about money. The main reason is that Qingshan has a fire unicorn on his account and a bunch of guns. How could he give up so easily? Qingshan refused to give up, but I have contributed to Tenda. Thinking about the success of Sea Fortress, is it possible that I helped promote it? After all, I am also a small opinion leader and a hardcore player of FPS games. I am also a mover and shaker in other domestic FPS games. Why is it so difficult to get a weapon here? Lin Wan, I remember the last time I came to you for promotion and gave you a fire unicorn. At that time, you were quite disgusted and said it was just data in the game. What idiot would spend 888 to buy it? Yes. How do you put it? If you ignored me yesterday, tomorrow. Qingshan, I am a sand sculpture. The sand sculpture now wants to destroy Barrett, Chocho. Seeing Qingshan being so humble, Lin Wan was a little embarrassed. Well, for the sake of your sincerity, I'll ask Mr. Pei. I can't guarantee that I can get it. Qingshan, thank you very much. Lin Wan looked at Pei Qian, who was thoughtfully not far away, feeling a little uneasy, wondering if he had discovered his identity. Logically speaking, the rent reduction this time is a bit too much. For yuan was directly reduced to 1.5 yuan. It would be difficult not to arouse Mr. Pei's suspicion. It would be possible to hide it from Mr. Pei by reducing the amount less, but to Lin Wan, that would be boring. It would not be enough to repay Mr. Pei's care for employees, and it would also seem a bit stingy. Lin Wan never felt that she was a stingy person. Now, Lin Wan was not sure whether Pei Qian suspected her. As a rule, if you suspect her, you should ask her as soon as possible, right? But Mr. Pei seemed like nothing happened and didn't pay any attention to her. Maybe Mr. Pei is too busy? Haven't you paid attention to small things like rent yet? Well, that's very likely. Then I'll pretend nothing happened for the time being. Lin Wan will not take the initiative to mention this matter to Pei Qian. Her purpose is to do good deeds without leaving her name behind, and she hopes to get along with everyone as an ordinary person. Lin Wan made up her mind and came to Pei Qian. The two of them had their own secrets, but they both smiled and pretended that the other did not know whether they knew the other's true thoughts. Chapter 172, Huang Sibo's documentary. Mr. Pei, do you remember Qingshan? He wants a Barrett. Lin Wan briefly told her purpose. Pei Qian's first reaction was to refuse. Just kidding, the limited edition of 500 is just 500, how can we make an exception so easily? Give out a handful today, give out a handful tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow it will become cabbage. This kind of opening cannot be opened. Mr. Pei himself doesn't have this kind of privilege, so how can he give it to others so easily? Of course, Mr. Pei didn't give himself this kind of privilege, mainly because he was too good at FPS games, and even getting Barrett Destruction into the game would lead to a life of abuse. As if he had guessed what Pei Qian was going to say, Lin Wan took the lead and said, Mr. Pei, I know his request is not very reasonable, but I think the core players should be taken care of a little bit, right? Even if we can't send it directly, can we provide a compromise plan? Now the monthly purchase limit is 500. In fact, it's all about hand speed, which is a waste of money for scalpers. Some players who really like our games can't get weapons, which is quite sad. Pei Qian thought for a while, and it seemed to be the same thing. It doesn't matter whether Tenda makes money or not, but it can't dishearten players, let alone give scalpers a free advantage. After all, the players are innocent, and the scalpers are just a bunch of worms. Pei Qian thought for a while, this is easy to handle. We will soon update an account reputation system. Accounts will be rated based on many factors. Core veteran players like Qingshan are particularly helpful to the game and have special contributions. Other people's accounts can be rated based on factors such as whether they have had abusive behavior in the game, whether they play in a civilized manner, their level of activity, etc., just like a credit rating. Those with a high credit rating can make reservations in advance to purchase epic weapons. Once the reservation is successful, it will be directly deducted from the 500 limit for this month. The higher the credit rating, the higher the reservation authority. Of course, you still have to grab those with the same credit rating. Scalpers are not hardcore players, so their priority will naturally be at the bottom. When the time comes, it will be useless for them to be quick, and they will have no chance to grab it. Lin Wan's eyes lit up. What a good idea. Mr. Pei is really amazing, he can come up with such a perfect solution. Then I'll tell Qingshan right now, and let him wait, without any worries. Not worth being so surprised, right? Pei Qian was a little confused. Isn't this a natural thought? But after thinking about it, Lin Wan's reaction was reasonable. Nowadays, most people's concept of games is relatively backward. Pei Qian himself has a few years of extra memory, so he still has a natural advantage in this regard. Of course, in most cases, this advantage can only be used in such small matters. How can we now rely on these experiences to directly create a huge business empire like Xinhua Group? Pei Qian feels a bit far away and not particularly realistic. It's better to take care of the present first. What's more, by limiting game income and creating losses, thereby freeing up system funds and converting more personal property, this does not conflict with the long-term goal. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a sudden noise in the distance. Brother Huang is back. Brother Huang is late, hurry up and punish yourself with 3 cups. Pei Qian was shocked. Here we go, Huang Sibo is back. According to Pei Qian's request, Huang Sibo should complete the filming work before June 18th. If the video is released later than the 24th, the system settlement will be delayed, which is absolutely unacceptable to Pei Qian. Pei Qian estimated that Huang Sibo should have completed the editing of the video, and the release time would probably be within the next day or two. How much money Huang Sibo makes from this video will directly affect Pei Qian's next plan. Looking from a distance, although Huang Sibo smiled and greeted everyone, Pei Qian seemed to see a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Pei Qian was overjoyed. Could it be that Huang Sibo could bring me some unexpected surprises this time? He looked behind Huang Sibo again, but did not see Qianlei. After Qianlei went to Magic City, he became an employee of Fei Huang Studio, but he had no actual job, just in name. Fei Huang Studio completed the filming task this time, so they naturally had to return to Jingzhou to edit the film, so they stopped by for dinner. Qianlei didn't come, so he probably had his own arrangements. Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi greeted everyone one by one and came to Pei Qian's table. Come, sit down. Pei Qian warmly greeted the 2 people to sit down opposite him. The 2 people who had the privilege of dining at the same table with Mr. Pei were a little surprised. After all, this was not a common treatment. But Huang Sibo felt a little worried. It just happens to be this time. Why did Mr. Pei seem so cold when Fei Huang Studio signed a contract with Ellie Island and made a lot of money in the past, but he was so enthusiastic this time? Could it be that Mr. Pei had guessed in advance that our work was not going well this time, so he went out of his way to enlighten us? Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi looked at each other, and it was obvious that they both had this suspicion. Mr. Pei is such a good boss who is considerate of his subordinates. Pei Qian didn't know that the inner drama of these two people was so rich, but he just inferred from their expressions that the documentary filmed by Fei Huang's studio this time might not go well. That's great. It can be said to be a timely help. On Pei Qian's side, the pressure to create losses was already great, and Lin Wan suddenly made things worse by exempting him from a large amount of rent. But now, if Fei Huang's studio loses all its money, Pei Qian's tense heart can relax a little. Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi had little appetite. After casually dealing with the two, they looked at each other, and they both didn't know where to start. Why, the documentary didn't go smoothly? Pei Qian asked with concern. Huang Sibo took out his mobile phone. Mr. Pei, please take a look at the finished film we have cut out. Good. Pei Qian didn't ask any more questions, just took the phone and played the video. Huang Sibo had briefly told Pei Qian before that this was a documentary about an esports player, Li Jingwei, the star player of the domestic anti-terrorism plan, but did not disclose the specific content. Clicking on the video, the first thing is a monologue with a black screen. Now, I train at least 14 hours a day. I rarely see my family, friends, and almost no holidays. For a lot of people, this is unbearable. But if you want to be a strong player, you have to make these sacrifices. I remember that the day I decided to go work professionally, my father was about to go out to work. He locked the door and said, "If I go work professionally, I will never enter this house again." After he left, I kicked the door open, ran to Shanghai alone, and started my career. Then an aerial footage appeared. First there was a small county town that looked very dilapidated. Then the camera turned into a bustling magic city. The title of this documentary appeared on the screen, Breaking Out of Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly. The entire documentary is not too long, only about 10 minutes, but Huang Sibo and the others filmed it for more than a month. Pei Qian watched it carefully and found that the documentary was even better than he imagined. The structure of the story is very complete, from Li Jingwei skipping classes to surfing the internet, to leaving home to pursue a career, to achieving good grades and being regarded as the first person in the country's anti-terrorism plan, and now his grades are at a low point, interspersed with his parents, people around him, and interviews with coaches and fans, coupled with just the right background sound and camera switching, can give people enough resonance. Even Pei Qian was shocked by this story. Chapter 173 Mr. Pei is always so heartwarming. Additional update for Luoya Feishuang 923 leader. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Obviously, Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi knew what they wanted to film. The focus of this documentary is not to exaggerate the glamorous side of these professional players, but to focus more on their daily lives, allowing everyone to see their difficult side. It was a great shot. Pei Qian said this from the bottom of his heart. He has also watched many good documentaries about esports players, and this film produced by Zhu Xiaozi is of a very good type, both in terms of content and technique. Huang Sibo smiled helplessly. I am quite satisfied myself. But I'm afraid I won't be able to recover the cost. We have looked for several video websites, but none of them can provide us with enough income. If we just participate in the ordinary incentive plan, even if the film has 3 million views, we can only earn back a few thousand yuan, which is a drop in the bucket. Pei Qian nodded. Sure enough, the difficulty of monetizing documentaries is not at the same level as short videos. Short videos have a wide range of materials, can be adapted to the needs of users, and can be produced continuously. For video websites, signing up for this type of column can bring real traffic to the website. But documentaries are completely different. Huang Sibo and the others used very high-end photography equipment and traveled back and forth between Jingzhou, Magic City, and Li Jingwei's hometown. Pei Qian also asked them to arrange food and accommodation according to Tengda's business trip standards. Naturally, they spent money like water. Similar documentaries are generally produced by the government and are used to promote games or events. You can make money back no matter how much money you spend. But Huang Sibo and others are doing this purely for semi-public welfare purposes, and it is normal for them not to be able to recover the cost. Huang Sibo knew that this time Lu Mingliang led the development of new versions, and the DLCs of several games were all great successes. In the position of chief planner, it can be said that his achievements have surpassed his own. Fei Huang Studio has not accomplished anything this time, and in this kind of dinner party, it is more or less lackluster. Pei Qian smiled. Is this why you feel bad? Huang Sibo was stunned. Mr. Pei. Pei Qian raised his glass, shook it casually, and said in a calm tone, didn't I tell you before? Don't care about temporary gains and losses, and don't care too much about money. Didn't the short video use love to generate electricity when it first started? I refused the low-end meal and didn't starve to death. In the end, I found a way to monetize the best of both worlds. In my opinion, the key is not whether you can make money at all, but whether you are doing something meaningful. You plan to make a documentary, aren't you already prepared to lose money from the beginning? Seek benevolence and gain benevolence, why bother? Huang Sibo felt warm in his heart. Mr. Pei, thank you. The two people couldn't help but sigh. If these words were said by others, they might appear false. But when it came out of Mr. Pei's mouth, it seemed so sincere. Maybe this is the difference between Mr. Pei and other bosses. He really has an extraordinary broad mind and a far-sighted vision. Pei Qian smiled and said, don't doubt yourself. So what if we use love to generate electricity? As long as this documentary can attract enough attention and resonate with players, it means that Fei Huang Studio is on the right path. Are you running out of funds for your next film? It doesn't matter. If you don't have enough money, just ask. Pei Qian was simply overjoyed. This time filming the documentary, Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi probably spent all the money Fei Huang Studio had earned before, and there was not much left. Pei Qian can just use this as an excuse to give them another sum of money and let them continue to spend it. Of course, that will have to happen next cycle. Mr. Pei, it's not just that we have no funding for filming. Zhu Xiaozi sighed softly. Actually, we put in our own savings and found that it was still not enough. Now we still owe our employees 1 month's salary. Okay. Pei Qian blurted out. Zhu Xiaozi was stunned. Pei Qian coughed twice and said, you did a good job. This shows that the employees are of the same mind as you. Under this difficult situation, not a single employee left, which shows that Fei Huang Studio is already a mature team that can withstand the test. You don't need to pay in advance yourself. Go directly to Assistant Qian and make up the difference to the last cent. No, it's not enough to just make up for the difference. The nature of the salary arrears is very bad, and we have to make up the interest. We must not let down the brothers who sincerely support us. Huang Sibo was stunned. Mr. Pei, is this inappropriate? I've never heard of paying interest. Pei Qian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say any more. Huang Sibo. I have no control over what movies you make and how you struggle. But I will never allow anything to affect the company's image. We must not let the employees who share hardships with Tenda feel cold, do you understand? Mr. Pei spoke righteously and sternly. Huang Sibo was moved to tears. This is the warmth of home. No matter what kind of setbacks you suffer outside, returning to Tenda is like coming home. You never have to worry because you have Tenda and President Pei as your backing. Seeing Mr. Pei's indifferent appearance, Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi's psychological pressure was much reduced. Pei Qian asked, are you still planning to make a documentary for your next project? Huang Sibo shook his head. We haven't thought about this yet. Let's wait until this documentary is posted online and see the response before making a decision. However, I probably won't continue filming this subject, not because it doesn't make money, but because many of the things I want to express have already been filmed. Maybe we will continue to move to new areas. Pei Qian nodded. Well, feel free to try it. If you don't have money, just ask. After chatting for a few more words, Pei Qian suddenly remembered something. By the way, how is Qianlei doing now? Although he has been sent to the Magic City, Pei Qian still feels a little uneasy. Qianlei was a man of real ability. Pei Qian was afraid that he would cause trouble, so he just asked him casually. I don't know much about him. I solved the problem of food and accommodation for him as you requested. But we were very busy with filming, and he was also traveling around the city, so we didn't have much communication. We originally wanted him to sing the ending song of the documentary, but we ran out of budget and couldn't find good lyrics and music, so we didn't mention it to him. Huang Sibo kept talking. Pei Qian's heart skipped a beat and quickly returned to normal. Scared me. Fortunately, Huang Sibo didn't mention the ending song to Qianlei. If he had actually sung it, maybe something would happen. Although this documentary does not make any money, considering the subject matter and the care taken in the filming, the number of views will definitely not be low. What if Qianlei's song inexplicably becomes popular all over the internet, is discovered by a talent scout, and then makes Fei Huang's studio popular? The consequences could be disastrous. Fortunately, none of this happened. Of course, Pei Qian didn't dislike Qianlei. He mainly wanted him to wait a little longer so that he wouldn't become popular again this cycle and wouldn't implicate himself. You can just be angry silently, but don't take me along with you. What now? Pei Qian asked. Huang Sibo thought for a while. You should still be looking for opportunities in the Magic City. If Mr. Pei wants to know, I can call and ask. Pei Qian waved his hand. No, I'll just ask. As long as Qianlei can't affect the settlement this time, everything will be fine. Zhu Xiaozi on the side couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Pei really cares about every employee. He also heard a little bit about Qianlei. Qianlei is a resident singer at Moyu Internet Cafe, and it is said that he has created good benefits for the Internet Cafe. If it were another boss, he would definitely squeeze Qianlei to death, treat him as a hen that lays golden eggs, and would never let him go. But Mr. Pei was just the opposite. He didn't let Moyu Internet Cafe constrain Qianlei's dream. Instead, he paid for him to come to Shanghai to let him look for opportunities on a bigger stage. It can be said that this is an act of no benefit to Mr. Pei and is a completely altruistic act. Even on this occasion, Mr. Pei did not forget to care about Qianlei, who was far away in the Magic City. What kind of spirit is this? Mr. Pei is always so heartwarming. Chapter 174. The settlement is approaching. There are no dangers. On June 21, the documentary Butterfly, filmed by Fei Huang Studio, was officially released on the Ellie Island website. As a documentary, Butterfly does not include any advertisements, nor does it receive any special sharing agreement from any website. If we estimate based on Ellie Island's regular incentive plan, even if the number of views exceeds 1 million, the income will only be a few thousand yuan, which can be said to be a drop in the bucket. Therefore, Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi have almost given up on this thought, and regard it as generating electricity with love. Since Fei Huang Studio has previously released the series of short videos Mr. Pei's Daily Life and already has a large number of fans, this documentary immediately attracted widespread attention once it was released. In the video, Li Jingwei faced the camera and recounted his journey over the years. After my dad left, I kicked the door open, ran to Shanghai alone, and started my career. Looking back now, I don't regret this choice. I feel that I was born for esports. If I go out to work, get married and have children step by step, I am afraid I will spend my whole life in regret. I'm not like those second-generation people who were born with silver spoons in their mouths. I had bad luck and was born in a poor family. But looking at it from another perspective, my luck is also good. I chose a career that I like. And made a name for himself. But I wouldn't recommend that kids go down the path I did. After I become famous as a professional, many people will ask me questions about playing professionally. My answer is always the same. If you have really decided, then you will not ask me this question. You will just kick the door and leave like me, and you will always believe in it in the future. This is my dream, and I will do it for you. It's a lifelong struggle. If you need my advice to make up your mind, my advice is to first figure out one thing. Are you afraid of learning and want to escape it, or do you really understand the price of choosing to become a professional player? Soon, a large number of players left messages in the comment area of the video. Sofa. I also asked why Fei Huang Studio didn't make Mr. Pei's daily life anymore. It turned out that it was a big move. This documentary looks very high-end, a big production. It turns out to be my favorite documentary about professional players. I must support it. I didn't expect that the life of a professional player would be so hard. It would be too miserable to kick out the door and start playing professionally. Fortunately, my parents approved it after I achieved results. Every word Brotherly says is very sincere. This documentary is really meaningful. I have a younger brother who doesn't do well in school. He skips class every day and plays games online. He also clamors to go professional. I think what Brotherly said is right. He doesn't really love it. I didn't consider whether I had the talent or not, it was just to escape. Yes, this documentary is not only advocating passion, struggle, and esports spirit. These have been badly filmed. For young people, this is misleading. The valuable thing about this documentary is that it also reflects the hardship and sadness of this industry, especially when we know that there are still so many professional players who have not yet achieved success, can be said to be very objective. I didn't expect that Fei Huang Studio would produce such realistic content. I support it. The player comments below the video are simply rave reviews. Butterfly quickly entered the popularity list of the games section, and then appeared on the homepage of Ellie Island, where the popularity remains high. June 23. In Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian turned off the documentary video on his phone, took a sip of the coffee in front of him, and temporarily let go of his suspenseful heart. The painting style is finally normal again. It's really not easy to make any money. Becoming a Butterfly has been released for 3 days. During these 3 days, Pei Qian was simply trembling with fear. I was afraid that Huang Sibo would suddenly call me without any warning and say, "Mr. Pei, the documentary has made money again." Fortunately, a similar plot did not happen. Pei Qian repeatedly confirmed that although Butterfly achieved nearly 2 million views in 3 days and ranked among the top 3 on the site's rankings, it did not bring any revenue. If calculated according to the incentive plan, the final income from this video is only a few thousand yuan, which is a drop in the bucket. This is completely in line with Pei Qian's previous prediction. Not bad, I gained valuable experience about losses again. It turns out that making this kind of documentary that doesn't make money is indeed a good choice. I feel like I can continue to invest money in Fei Huang Studio. Pei Qian suddenly discovered that after Moyu Internet Cafe, he seemed to have found another good way to lose money. That is to make films that are well received, but not box office hits. After so many failures, Pei Qian has realized that losing money is not as simple as he thought. The system has many restrictions and requirements, which are to prevent Pei Qian from maliciously causing losses. For example, the system stipulates that shoddy production and inferior quality cannot be made, and the games made must have profit points, etc. In other words, the products launched by Pei Qian must be of high quality and cannot be deliberately messed up. But now Pei Qian realizes something. in the system's judgment rules, high quality obviously not only refers to making money, but also includes reputation. The likelihood of a documentary like Butterfly being able to recoup its costs is already very low, but the system doesn't stop it. Including Pei Qian opening a Moyu internet cafe, the possibility of losing money is very high, and the system does not prevent it. This shows that word of mouth is also a very important indicator in the system's judgment. As long as it can get enough and good enough reputation, the system will also recognize this product and will not think that Pei Qian is deliberately losing money. Pei Qian had vaguely felt this before, but he didn't dig deeper, mainly because the profit methods of games and movies were different. In the gaming field, building a good reputation often means high sales. Under the premise that the system mandates the addition of profit points, the possibility of losing money in high reputation games is extremely small. Although there have been games that were both well received and not well received in history, compared to movies, the number is much smaller. But videos are different. No matter how good the reputation is, and how high the number of views is, it may still not be monetized, such as this documentary. So, as long as I continue to let Fei Huang Studio make these films that are both well received and not well received, I can steadily make losses. Pei Qian instantly found the future development direction of Fei Huang Studio. Next time I meet Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi, I will try to trick them so that they will never come back on the documentary road. This will create an opportunity for stable losses. How great! It's just that Huang Sibo and the others probably won't shoot esports themes next time. The specific content needs to be discussed again. There is only one final week left before settlement and there cannot be any unreleased products. In other words, there is not much that Pei Qian can do now. He can only spend money suddenly while praying that things will not change. Pei Qian looked at the system funds and found that they were currently at a loss. Almost everything that needs to be done is done. The question now is how to maintain this loss-making state. Chapter 175: Who is causing trouble for me here? Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian roughly summarized the current situation. The DLC feedback for several games has been good. Although Sea Fortress has received some criticism, a patch has been updated in the past 2 days, and a credit system for accounts has been established to purchase new epic weapons in batches according to different credit levels. There are 500 new epic weapons released every month, and players' credit ratings are divided into 3 levels. The evaluation criteria for levels are multidimensional. In short, these factors are quantified into a specific credit value based on the player's activity level and contribution to the game, and then the players are divided into 3 levels. The epic weapons released every month will be snapped up in 3 batches. Level 3 players are the first batch to snap up, limited to 100 pieces. Level 2 players are snapping up the second batch, also limited to 100 pieces. Level 1 players are the last to snap up the remaining 300 pieces. Players of the same level will also have very slight differences in the probability of grabbing it during the rush purchase. Every increase in the credit value will slightly increase the probability of grabbing it. The ratio of the number of players in the 3 levels is about 1 to 2 to 10. The higher the level, the higher the probability of buying weapons. For some new players with very low credit ratings, it is not that there is no opportunity to grab them, but the weight will be much lower. In addition, there are also level 0 accounts in the game. For example, scalpers only create accounts to grab weapons. If they don't play at all, they are not qualified to buy them. After the introduction of this credit system, the influence of scalpers has been greatly reduced. It is impossible to completely eliminate the phenomenon of account reselling, and many players will even sell their level 2 and level 3 accounts at high prices. However, it is no longer possible for scalpers to make a lot of money just by relying on hand speed. The account value on the trading platform will fluctuate, but it will definitely gradually stabilize. The response from players has been very good. Although many people are still dissatisfied with the limited limit, the voices of dissatisfaction have been reduced a lot. After all, on the premise that the purchase limit cannot be changed, this way of purchasing is at least fair. Yangyang Games is still losing money steadily. Yi Zhizhou and the others have completed the tasks requested by Pei Qian. Although the side effect is that the game's reputation has been reversed, without the top-up of the rich, the game's revenue has plummeted, and it is impossible to generate profits in the short term. On the Moyu Internet Cafe side, although the commission model for singers has increased the sales of alcohol, it still cannot cover operating costs, and the 5 Moyu Internet cafes are losing money together. It can be said that Fei Huang Studio basically lost everything. It spent all the money it earned and still owed some money. The hole was filled by Tenda. Moyu Takeout is also very deserted at present, and it basically mainly delivers work meals to Tenda employees. Due to the small number of food orders, the chefs and food delivery staff are basically idle and are constantly losing money. With so many loss-making projects, it was difficult to offset the profits of several games. Although this cycle is only 2 months, it is a bit thrilling for Pei Qian. First, Chenlei's appearance almost made Moyu Internet Cafe turn a profit. Fortunately, Pei Qian discovered it in time and stopped the loss in time. Lin Wan waived a large amount of rent for Tenda, which was a heavy blow to Pei Qian, but fortunately, the loss was still within the acceptable range. Moreover, he caught the mole and avoided a more serious situation in the future. Pei Qian took out a small book and wrote and drew in it with a serious face, constantly calculating. Although the system funds are currently showing a loss, a sum of money will be credited to several games on the 28th, which is the last Monday before settlement. Pei Qian is currently unable to make a good estimate of how much the money will be. After all, no one can tell what will happen within this week. Roughly estimate a value based on the data in the game backend, spend as much as you can, and try to create losses. Although the situation is still not too optimistic, fortunately, it is not hopeless either. Another corner of the Internet Cafe. Li Shi observed Pei Qian while drinking coffee. Moyu Internet Cafe is actually Tenda's industry, and the boss is so young. I really didn't expect that. As an old customer of Moyu Internet Cafe, Li Shi often came to Moyu Internet Cafe. He had occasionally met Pei Qian before, but he did not realize that this young man was the boss behind the Internet Cafe. But after some investigations in the past few days, Li Shi already knew the relationship between Moyu Internet Cafe and Tenda. From the attitudes of Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan towards Pei Qian, he determined that this was the mysterious Tenda boss. Li Shi was originally a little worried about whether Pei Qian was a rich second generation and had a special background, but after a little investigation, he found no similar signs. Based on the information he currently has, Li Shi infers that Pei Qian probably started his career by playing games. He had too much money to spend and had nowhere to spend it, so he was a little bloated, so he rashly entered the field of internet cafes. In this way, Li Shi became more confident. Young people are easy to fool. This Mr. Pei may be professional and a good player in gaming, but that may not necessarily be true in business. At this time, Mr. Pei was holding a small notebook and writing and drawing in a very unprofessional manner. What are you doing? Well, most of them are calculating the profit and loss of internet cafes. Judging from his solemn expression, it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with the continuous loss situation of the internet cafe, and he had not come up with a good solution. Maybe we can try to discuss cooperation with him in advance? Li Shi took another sip of coffee, and there were some changes in his previous plan. He had long been interested in investing in Moyu Internet Cafe, but he was worried that the boss behind the Internet Cafe would not accept it, so he wanted to wait for the Internet Cafe to make another loss. Originally, Li Shi thought this process might last a few weeks or a month or two, but now it seems that it doesn't take that long. Now that the boss is in trouble, he might be able to take action now. If you keep waiting, you may miss the opportunity. What if the boss gets hot-headed and sells the internet cafe to someone else? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Thinking of this, Leisure straightened his collar a little, got up and left, and went outside to make a phone call. As the boss of an investment company, Leisure couldn't go directly to Pei Qian himself, as this would seem too hasty and childish. It would be more reasonable to directly ask your subordinates to conduct business contacts, express their intention to invest in Moyu Internet Cafe, and then choose a formal occasion for the interview. In fact, most of Leisure's investment projects came to him by himself. Founders of various companies would come to Leisure with detailed information, begging him to invest in their projects, while Leisure would quickly browse and filter out most of them, leaving only a small part that he was truly satisfied with. Things like Moyu Internet Cafe are accidental situations. Leisure lit up a cigarette silently outside the door of Moyu Internet Cafe, waiting for good news from his subordinates. Pei Qian looked at the ghostly drawings on the small book and made a rough calculation. He felt that there was still hope for a loss of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. The premise is to never make any mistakes. If another unexpected amount of money comes into the account, it will be very stiff. After finishing the calculation, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. This period of time was finally not in vain, and he saw the dawn of victory. Just as I relaxed, the phone rang. Pei Qian took a look and saw that it was Assistant Qian calling. Mr. Pei, Fuhui Capital found us and said it hopes to invest. Pei Qian, refuse. Assistant Qian, it's not investing in Tenda, it's investing in Moyu Internet Cafe, and Fuhui Capital is a pretty good venture capital company. Pei Qian, refuse. Assistant Qian, okay. Pei Qian hung up the phone neatly. Invest in Moyu Internet Cafe? Don't make trouble, I am an industry with stable losses, and you invest another sum of money in me, aren't you messing with me? Really, who is messing with me at this critical moment of settlement? At the entrance of the Internet Cafe, Leisure was smoking leisurely, waiting for news about his men. According to the general script, the other party will definitely agree happily. The two parties will arrange a time to meet. At the negotiation table, Leisure will use his rich investment experience to quickly convince the other party to accept the investment. Before I finished smoking, the phone rang. Mr. Li, the other party refused. Leisure was stunned and didn't even know what to say for a moment. Are you not even going to give me a chance to meet you? So simply refuse? I haven't even finished smoking this cigarette. No, that's not how the script should be written. Chapter 176. I almost laughed out loud. Additional update for the leader Feishan Liuxue. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Leisure quietly finished a cigarette at the door of Moyu Internet Cafe. After listening to the report from his subordinates, Leisure fell into deep doubts about his judgment. Although Fuhui Capital is not a particularly top investment company in the country, there shouldn't be any company in Jingzhou that doesn't know about it, right? However, even after he announced his family status, Mr. Pei remained indifferent and refused at the speed of light. This seems a bit unreasonable. After all, similar investment behaviors are very common in this circle. When a venture capital investor comes to your doorstep, most people's choice is to have a chat first and see what conditions the other party offers. If you are really dissatisfied and can't reach an agreement, the most you can do is break up and look for opportunities to cooperate in the future without any loss. It's really rare to refuse someone like this, without even asking. After all, Leisure was a mature investor and was not easily knocked down by this little accident. He dispersed the smell of cigarette smoke and returned to Moyu Internet Cafe again. Leisure noticed that Pei Qian had stopped writing and drawing in the notebook, but he still looked at the notebook solemnly, wondering what he was thinking. If he didn't trust his subordinates enough, Leisure would even doubt whether Mr. Pei had received the olive branch he extended. It's strange that he is indifferent to my investment. Did I make a mistake in my judgment? Although Mr. Pei is temporarily in trouble and the internet cafe has been losing money, he is still stubborn. Do you think he can turn losses into profits? I can provide him with a lot of funds and cooperation opportunities. Is it possible that Mr. Pei thinks absolute control is more important than this? Anyway, he seems to be a very controlling person who doesn't allow anyone to interfere. Oh, young people are young people, and they want to live alone. This is not the idea that a good entrepreneur should have. From any angle, it is difficult for Li Shi to understand why Mr. Pei rejected his investment so decisively. The key is that the rejection was too straightforward, without even asking for a specific plan. Li Shi could only think of one explanation, and that was that Mr. Pei was a fool, a very paranoid person, who had a strong desire to control his own industry and did not want anyone to tell him what to do. Of course, on the other hand, it also shows that Mr. Pei still firmly believes that the internet cafe's route is fine and it will definitely turn losses into profits in the future, so he doesn't want to share the fruits of victory with others. Although Li Shi could directly go to Pei Qian and make it clear now, he had no intention of doing so. After all, he is also the boss of an investment company. How can he do such an unqualified thing? If Mr. Pei is handed a business card and refuses to accept the polite words, wouldn't it be embarrassing? What's more, judging from the previous situation, there is a high possibility of being rejected again. Humph, young man, no one can refuse my investment, including you. It's the same investment. Some companies are eager to ask for it, some companies are happy to accept it, and some companies need a little help. Li Shi observed Pei Qian silently, with a confident smile on his lips. June 24th. Mayu Internet Cafe, flagship store. A taxi stopped at the door. Ma Yang opened the door, got out of the car, and entered the internet cafe. Mr. Ma, are you done with the exam? How did you do? Zhang Yuan greeted Ma Yang warmly when he saw him coming. Ma Yang found a seat and sat down casually, stretched out, and his long face stretched longer due to yawning. It's not a very important class. There is no problem if you pass. I also lent Brother Qian to copy his homework, which helped him get at least 10 more points than usual. I think he won't pursue the issue of losses from internet cafes and takeaways for at least a month or two. Zhang Yuan was in awe. Sure enough, is this the so-called someone in the DPRK is easy to get things done? Before, Zhang Yuan was a little confused as to why someone like Ma Yang could be appointed to such an important position as the general manager of Mayu Internet Cafe, but now he completely understands. I even think it's natural. Although saying this may make people think that Ma Yang relied on some improper connections to get this key position, for Zhang Yuan, it is also very comfortable to follow a leader like Ma Yang. At least you don't have to worry about being held accountable by Mr. Pei. The waiter had already brought a cold drink, and while drinking it, Ma Yang sighed, having said that, we still have to keep up our efforts. I originally expected the food delivery to turn a profit, but now it's better, and the food delivery is also losing money. Zhang Yuan also felt a little worried when he heard this. Yes, Mr. Pei was writing and drawing in a small notebook here 2 days ago. His expression was very serious, and he didn't know what he was writing. Since sending Chen Lei away last time, Ma Yang has been a little depressed. In order to let him find something to do again, Pei Qian specifically gave him the responsibility of taking out fish and food. Ma Yang was indeed very motivated at the beginning. He was recruiting food delivery people, buying dishwashers, and looking for people to develop the first version of the app. In the end, he found that no one was ordering food at all. Raising a group of people for nothing adds another expense. Of course, it cannot be said that no one ordered Mayu takeout at all. There are still some customers who like this taste, but it is difficult to recover the cost. The problem is multifaceted. Mr. Pei is very averse to local promotion methods such as handing out flyers, so far not many people know about Moyu Takeout. The Moyu Takeout app only provides its own meals and does not integrate with other merchants, so it is seriously unattractive to ordinary customers. They are all home-cooked dishes. The dishes are relatively simple, and the pricing is much more expensive than ordinary home-cooked dishes. In short, due to issues with exposure and general consumer perceptions, Moyu Takeout is not operating at full capacity, and many employees have nothing to do. According to the original plan, the food delivery person can deliver to several households at one time, and the food collector can also collect the tableware from several households at one time. But now, because there are too few customers, they only make one trip with one set of tableware. Although the tableware is good, it is inevitable that it will be damaged or lost. According to Pei Qian's requirements, even if a similar situation occurs, the customer will not be held responsible unless it is found that it has been deliberately damaged 5 times or 3 times. Although there are currently no such customers who deliberately seek trouble, the accidental damage to the tableware still makes Ma Yang feel heartbroken. Judging from this situation, it is basically impossible to make money. Both of them were somewhat silent. Ma Yang drank his drink and looked around at the situation in the internet cafe. His brows suddenly wrinkled. Strange, why do you feel that there are so few people in the store today? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Oh? Really? He didn't pay attention at first. After all, there were not many people in Moyu Internet Cafe during the day. There were only about a dozen people surfing the internet all year round, and about the same number of people drinking coffee. Today is a working day morning again, so it is normal for there to be fewer people. But when Ma Yang said this, Zhang Yuan did notice that there seemed to be very few people today. There were only 2 people playing in the internet cafe area, and there was only 1 customer in the coffee area. Maybe it's a coincidence, Zhang Yuan said. When the 2 of them were wondering, the door of the internet cafe opened, and a fish delivery boy ran over with several flyers in his hand and a hurried look. Mr. Ma, Mr. Zhang, something happened. Look at these flyers. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan were a little confused and took the flyer from the delivery man. Although the current business situation of Moyu Takeout is not very good, there are still some customers. Obviously, this delivery man went out to deliver food and saw something on the way back. There were several flyers, some from internet cafes, and bars, and there were a few duplicate flyers among them. Maybe the delivery boy had duplicated them in a hurry. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan spread the leaflets on the table and looked at them one by one. Internet cafe, recharge discounts, limited time discounts. Cafes and bars also offer discounts on drinks and half-price second drinks. Ma Yang was a little confused. What does this have to do with us? The delivery boy was still slightly out of breath. Mr. Ma, these stores are all around us. Zhang Yuan frowned and instantly realized that the situation was not good. A closer look reveals that these stores are indeed around the flagship store of Moyu Internet Cafe, not far away. Ma Yang's long face instantly tensed up, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Could it be targeting us? He thought for a while and shook his head. No, we don't seem to have offended anyone, and we haven't had a price war with them. Are these stores so targeted? Ma Yang was puzzled. Logically speaking, if Moyu Internet Cafe was prosperous and took away other people's business, then forget it. The key point is that now that Moyu Internet Cafes have become so deserted, is it interesting to still engage in this kind of targeting? Zhang Yuan's expression became more solemn. Not necessarily. Although Moyu Internet Cafe is losing money, as long as our store is still open, we will have competition with these stores. Maybe they just want to add insult to injury and won't stop until Moyu Internet Cafe closes down? Moreover, so many stores, including internet cafes, bars, and coffee shops, are offering discounts together, as if there is a tacit understanding. Maybe there is someone behind this. Ma Yang felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. What should we do? Zhang Yuan frowned and thought for a long time. It's not easy to handle. The other party is obviously prepared. These stores are the first to start a price war. Whether they are internet cafes, bars, or coffee shops, they all cut prices and distribute leaflets as hard as they can. If I guess correctly, several intersections near our internet cafe have been occupied by them. In this way, people who want to shop at our internet cafes will definitely see their flyers and promotional advertisements. The passenger flow in this area is not large to begin with. After they are all sucked away, our place will naturally become more deserted. Ma Yang was stunned and a little angry. No wonder there are so few people in the internet cafe today. Zhang Yuan continued, it's more than that. I feel like the other side came prepared, and this move directly hit our weak spot. According to Mr. Pei's plan, our internet cafe has been positioned as a high-end store from the beginning, so the price is relatively high. The other party wants to drag us down and start a price war with us. This matter is very difficult to deal with. If we don't lower prices, we're going to have a huge price disadvantage. For example, our original prices are 40% higher than other places, but we have a better environment and services. Many customers will be happy to spend more and enjoy better services. But now the other party is spending money to cut prices, and our prices are more than 60% or more higher than theirs. Will customers be willing to spend so much more for our environment and services? Ma Yang frowned and said, then, what if we also lower the price? Zhang Yuan shook his head again, no. We are taking a high-end route. Lowering prices will damage our reputation. What's more, we are also burning money. We have been losing money, how can we beat them? And, have you forgotten what Mr. Pei said last time we proposed a price reduction? Ma Yang was speechless. When Moyu Internet Cafe first started losing money, Zhang Yuan proposed a price reduction strategy, but Pei Qian rejected it directly. If I mention it again this time, the result will probably be the same. But it's not possible without price reduction. The flagship stores of Moyu Internet Cafe are now completely surrounded. These stores can intercept most of the customer flow by just handing out leaflets frantically at several intersections near Moyu Internet Cafe. Even if there are a few rich people who are very loyal to Moyu Internet Cafe, it is useless. After all, there are only a few customers who do not consider the price at all. Most people still have to consider the cost-effectiveness. Zhang Yuan looked serious. Let's report to Mr. Pei. This matter is not something we can decide. In the rental house, Pei Qian was sleeping happily. The phone is ringing. Pei Qian was woken up from his sleep and was very unhappy. But when he saw that the call was from Ma Yang, Pei Qian still forgave him, considering that he had just lent him his class homework for reference. What's the matter, Lao Ma? On the phone, Ma Yang quickly recounted the major crisis encountered by Moyu Internet Cafe. Brother Qian, this is roughly the situation. Zhang Yuan and I analyzed that all this is definitely not that simple. There must be someone behind it. What do we do now? Ma Yang's voice was very anxious. Pei Qian lost all sleep in an instant. Is there such a good thing? Pei Qian almost laughed out loud. The pressure to lose money in this cycle was already great, and he was still wondering whether he could successfully create losses by then. As a result, just when I was about to sleep, someone came to deliver a pillow. Currently, the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store is losing more than 300,000 yuan a month, but this is on the premise that there is a certain amount of income from the alcohol and internet cafe business. Although Chenlei left, his influence is still there. Many old customers still like to come to Moyu Internet Cafe when they have nothing to do, so the Internet Cafe's losses have been reduced a lot compared to the beginning. Now that the surrounding stores are engaging in price wars, the customer flow of Moyu Internet Cafe has been cut off, which means that Pei Qian will have less income before settlement. If these stores can persist, it means that the revenue of Moyu internet cafes will continue to plummet in the next cycle, which is really marvelous. There is only 1 week left until settlement, and part of Moyu internet cafe's income has been wasted, which may reach 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Don't underestimate the 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. If you earn less than 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, your profit will turn into a loss. This is a huge difference. Pei Qian tried hard to calm down his mood and prevent himself from laughing. When Ma Yang heard Pei Qian's silence, he felt that the situation was serious. What should we do, Brother Qian? Pei Qian rubbed the corners of his mouth that couldn't stop rising, and said in as calm a tone as possible, "Don't panic. At this time, it's better to be still than to move. Don't do anything, I have my own arrangements." Chapter 177 Another person cheats. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. June 25, Friday, evening. The singing still echoed in Moyu Internet Cafe, but the tables and chairs under the stage were all empty, and only 2 or 3 people came to drink. The singer sang weakly, and the people in the audience felt drowsy. Ma Yang looked sad. How to fix this? As the offensive of several surrounding stores became more and more fierce, the customer flow at Moyu Internet Cafe became less and less. Although there are singers singing in the evening, several other nearby bars not only have singers singing, but also offer discounts on all drinks. Those bars were crowded and lively, and many old customers of Moyu Internet Cafe had also switched sides. After all, most people go to bars to have fun and socialize. Few people want to drink in a deserted environment, not to mention that this place is expensive. Although this new resident singer can sing pretty well, his level is far behind that of Chen Lei, so naturally he won't be able to attract many guests. The fewer people there are, the less motivated he is, and the less motivated he is to sing, and the less he cares, gradually falling into a vicious cycle. Brother Qian asked me not to do anything. But, I feel so guilty. Ma Yang drank the wine and felt a little embarrassed. Moyu Internet Cafe continued to suffer losses, and Moyu's takeout showed no improvement. This time it rained all night, which made him have strong self-doubt. On the table in the corner of the Internet Cafe, Leisure took a sip of the cocktail and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. As expected, they are a group of young people who are a bit too young to fight with me. Fuhui Capital has long invested in many local industries in Jingzhou and has considerable influence. After burning a little money, they jointly organized activities with several stores around Moyu Internet Cafe. The store gained attention and customer traffic, and at the same time suppressed Moyu Internet Cafe, allowing Fuhui Capital's investment to go more smoothly. This is a win-win for Leisure and several nearby stores. Leisure has been working undercover at Moyu Internet Cafe for a long time and has already roughly figured out the structure here. The very young Mr. Pei is the big boss behind Moyu Internet Cafe, but he is quite stubborn and very stubborn. He is probably the type who doesn't listen to advice, so he has to figure it out slowly. This Zhang Yuan is said to be the regional manager, but in fact he is not close to Mr. Pei. He is more responsible for the specific operation of the Internet Cafe. The key lies in this long face. This Ma Yang seems to have a very close relationship with Mr. Pei, and he seems to be not very bright-minded. He is the type who is easily fooled. Get rid of this long-faced man first. As long as you fool him, and then use him to gradually influence Mr. Pei, great things can be accomplished. Now, it's hard to say what kind of condition Mr. Pei is in. After all, he hasn't been to Moyu Internet Cafe again in the past 2 days, but judging from the state of this long-faced man, he probably can't stand it anymore. Leisure's abacus was very good, and he still wanted to win as quickly as possible. After all, you can't always do this kind of thing that burns money all the time. The main thing is to hurt your heart. As long as everyone in the Moyu Internet Cafe is able to question the profit model here, and then provide help in times of need, and lend a helping hand at the right time. Then, this investment is a sure bet. Li Shi took the glass of wine and went straight to sit opposite Ma Yang. Ma Yang was melancholy, and couldn't help but be startled when he saw Li Shi, whose face looked slightly weathered. What does it mean? There are no beauties at my table. What are you planning to do? Could it be that rich people like this have special hobbies? Ma Yang didn't know what to say for a moment, so he just silently took his cup back and stayed away from Li Shi. Li Shi didn't know that Ma Yang had so many inner dramas, and thought he was instinctively wary of him. Hello, Mr. Ma, let me introduce myself. I am Li Shi, CEO of Fuhui Capital. Li Shi confidently handed over a business card. Actually, I am an old customer here. I wonder if Mr. Ma is interested in discussing cooperation? Ma Yang felt relieved when he realized that the other party was not coveting his own lust. He carefully took the business card and looked at it carefully under the dim light. Li Shi. He found that Mr. Ma didn't seem to know about Fuhui Capital. Li Shi was a little crazy. Doesn't make sense? Fuhui Capital is well known in the local investment circles in Jingzhou, right? Judging from Ma Yang's perfunctory expression, he had no idea what Fuhui Capital could bring to Moyu Internet Cafe. Fortunately, Li Shi has experienced hundreds of battles and has rich experience. Since Ma Yang doesn't understand anything, let's get straight to the point. A novice like this, who knows nothing, is the best person to fool. Li Shi took 2 sips of his wine, and with the aura of a successful man in full swing, he introduced the cooperation plan to Ma Yang in a calm yet under-control tone. In short, Fuhui Capital invested in Moyu Internet Cafe and guided the operation of the Internet Cafe with its rich experience. Everyone can make money together and promote the Moyu Internet Cafe model to the whole country as soon as possible. In short, you can easily draw a perfect pie. Ma Yang's eyes gradually brightened, and he was tempted. After all, Li Shi is a successful person. No matter how he dresses or talks, he is very unusual. He is very different from the low-level talk of those who engage in pyramid schemes and sell insurance. Moreover, every word he said hit the mark and solved Ma Yang's current pain point, which was the profitability of Moyu Internet Cafe. Now Moyu Internet Cafe is deteriorating, Zhang Yuan cannot give a good solution, and Pei Qian keeps pretending to be mysterious, which makes Ma Yang feel unsure. Li Shi casually threw out the profit models of several internet cafes and deceived Ma Yang. Li Shi saw all Ma Yang's reaction, and he knew that he succeeded. It went surprisingly smoothly. Next, you just need to wait quietly for the fish to take the bait. After Li Shi finished speaking, Ma Yang looked excited, and it could be seen that he was full of yearning for the blueprint drawn by Li Shi. However, he didn't agree immediately. Mr. Li, your suggestion is very good. But I still have to ask my leader for instructions. Ma Yang has not forgotten that Pei Qian still has the final say regarding internet cafes. Li Shi was prepared for this and said with a smile, of course. That's it for now, it's not good to say too much. Li Shi was sure that Ma Yang had been completely convinced by him. As long as this long-faced man could continue to blow Pei Qian's attention, oh no, blowing his ears off would always have some effect. He is not worried about Pei Qian's suspicion. This is also a method of using both soft and hard tactics. Brother Qian, this is almost the situation. If we accept the investment from Fuhui Capital, can we turn losses into profits? On the phone, Ma Yang's voice was a little excited. Pei Qian secretly laughed in his heart. Ma Yang is so easy to be fooled. However, Pei Qian was not angry. After all, in his opinion, this was one of Ma Yang's advantages as an employee. It seems that Ma Yang has been completely brainwashed by Mr. Li of Fuhui Capital, but it doesn't matter. Pei Qian can wash him back with just a few words. Lao Ma, you were deceived. On the phone, Ma Yang was obviously stunned for a moment. Brother Qian, what do you say? Pei Qian chuckled. Actually, Fuhui Capital has called Assistant Xian a few days ago. They wanted to invest in Moyu Internet Cafe, but I rejected it. Ma Yang was a little puzzled. Why refuse? Brother Qian, he gave us a large sum of money to invest, and we can all make money together. Isn't it great? Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. This Mr. Li obviously saw that Ma Yang was easy to fool, so he wanted to find a breakthrough from him. In the final analysis, I still haven't given up the idea of investing in Moyu Internet Cafe. Chapter 178, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian was not sure whether these nearby stores were targeting Moyu Internet cafes when they joined forces to carry out promotional activities. After all, there is no evidence in this matter, and one cannot be innocent out of thin air. What if they just happened to get together and do some regular promotions? Pei Qian couldn't be sure whether Mr. Li was behind it or not. There was no evidence at all. But what is certain is that Mr. Li must have regarded this as a good opportunity and directly benefited from this incident. This seems a bit impatient and careless. But we can't say that Mr. Li is stupid, because this is likely to be a combination of soft and hard tactics. On the one hand, Mr. Li will not directly admit that he is targeting Moyu Internet cafes. Instead, he extends an olive branch in a friendly manner, pretending that everyone is making money, and does not overly arouse the hatred of Moyu Internet cafes. This is to be soft. On the other hand, Mr. Li is also hinting to Pei Qian, if you continue to be stubborn, we will waste each other's lives. If I lower the price, you will have no customers. So what if you know that I am causing trouble? Under huge losses, don't we still have to submit? This is hard work. If it were someone else, desperate, they might actually accept his investment. But Pei Qian is completely different. If you are willing to continue burning money to help me create losses, then I have to thank you. Pei Qian originally wanted to refuse directly, but then he thought about it and it seemed wrong. Since Mr. Li likes to help others, shouldn't he cooperate with him? If he refuses outright again, Mr. Li may give up soon. After all, he is also the boss of an investment company and has many things to do. It is impossible for him to fight with Moyu Internet Cafe all day long. Once Mr. Li's attention is no longer here, the surrounding shops will probably not continue to burn money, and the traffic of Moyu Internet Cafe will probably return to normal levels. Then there is no way to lose so much money. Pei Qian smiled slightly and thought about it. Lao Ma, do you really think that Mr. Li is doing this for our own good? Is he here for charity? If you think about it carefully, the surrounding stores jointly held activities, and there was really no one behind them? Pei Qian woke Ma Yang up with a few words. Of course, this cannot be regarded as a wake-up call. Ma Yang is a person who is very easy to be fooled, and when he is fooled by two people one after another, the person who speaks last obviously has an absolute advantage. Pei Qian said a few words with embarrassment and deliberately exaggerated the harm of being acquired, which instantly changed Ma Yang's perspective. Damn it. It turns out that Mr. Li has such evil intentions. I will reject him immediately. Pei Qian, no need. If you refuse directly, he will get angry and fight to the death with us, which is inappropriate. You tell him that I am very worried about the loss now. I originally didn't want to accept investment, but I am a little shaken and I am still in a dilemma. As long as the internet cafe can continue to lose money, maybe I will change my mind. Ma Yang's voice was a little hesitant. Brother Qian, do you mean that we continue to suffer losses like this? Isn't this good for us? We can't do it, right? Pei Qian smiled slightly. If we lose, won't they? These stores are losing money with us. We are at least one behind the other. What are we afraid of? Besides, they continue to burn money like this, which stimulates many potential customers nearby, and even attracts people from other areas of Jingzhou City to come here to spend money. In the long run, it will promote the business environment here, and we will not lose money at all. Ma Yang suddenly realized, that's it. I understand, Brother Qian. Very good, then go ahead and tell Mr. Li. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian smiled slightly. Mr. Li, you deceived Ma Yang. You should be very proud of your words, right? In fact, you are wrong. Anyone can fool him. You can fool as much as you like, I'll just come back after I fool you again. What Pei Qian said to deceive Ma Yang was either true or false, especially the one about promoting the nearby business environment, which was pure nonsense. The formation of the business environment is the result of the combined effect of many factors. It is impossible to think about how the business environment could be changed just because a few stores conduct promotions. But using this reason to deceive Ma Yang is more than enough. As long as Mr. Li is successfully caught and the surrounding stores continue to offer promotions, Mayu Internet Cafe can continue to lose money. How could Pei Qian let go of such a thing that benefits others at the expense of others? After hanging up the phone, Ma Yang rubbed his long face vigorously to get himself into the mood quickly. Ma Yang felt angry when he thought about being deceived by Mr. Li just now. Fortunately, my brother is smart, otherwise I would have been tricked by you. Although Ma Yang is not an actor, but when he thinks that Mr. Li is deliberately trying to destroy his job, he must not let this grudge go. Turn anger into acting. Returning to the table again, Ma Yang instantly put on a smile. Mr. Li, I just called Mr. Pei and tried to find out what he meant from the side. He is indeed troubled by the recent losses, but he is not willing to let outsiders intervene. He said that he will stick to it for another month and see if there is no improvement by then he will think of other ways. Li Shi nodded slightly. This was exactly what he expected. According to his estimation, this President Pei is obviously a very stubborn person. If he changes his mind because of a few words from his subordinate, then there is something wrong. A month. Continuing to burn money for a month is a little hurt, but it is still within the acceptable range. He felt a little bit hurt, but he couldn't show it. After all, Ma Yang didn't seem to know that it was his instruction behind the joint promotion of the surrounding merchants. Mr. Pei may have noticed it, but he probably didn't tell Ma Yang. After all, there was no evidence, and Mr. Pei probably wanted to avoid talking nonsense. In short, as long as Moyu Internet Cafe can be successfully acquired in the end, the money burned will definitely be earned back. Thinking of this, Li Shi smiled lightly. Of course, I'm not in a hurry at all. Mr. Ma, you don't have to keep urging Mr. Pei. It's not sweet to force things. Mr. Pei still has to figure this out on his own. But I'm more worried about you. The losses are huge in 1 month, what if you can't hold on first? I think Mr. Ma, you can wait a week and try it again. Maybe Mr. Pei will change his mind by then. Okay. Ma Yang nodded and said to the bartender, 1 more margarita, and I'll treat Mr. Li to a drink. Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Pei Qian didn't come to the company much these days because of the internet cafe and exams. Today, he made a whim and made an inspection. The settlement date is getting closer and closer, and it is temporarily difficult for Pei Qian to take care of both. Fortunately, the DLC for several Tenda games has been launched. Except for the official changes in the share distribution, there have been no other problems for the time being, so you can rest assured. Thinking of the current situation of Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel in a good mood and went to his office leisurely. In the office area, Lu Mingliang and Bao Su were discussing quietly. Mr. Pei rarely comes to the company recently. Is he busy with other things? I heard that the situation at Moyu Internet Cafe is not optimistic. I guess I am busy with things there. Looking at Mr. Pei's expression, the problem shouldn't be serious. That's not necessarily the case. You know Mr. Pei's character. He doesn't show emotions or anger. Maybe the problem is serious, but Mr. Pei didn't show it. Then, do you want to report the matter of Sea Fortress to President Pei? Shouldn't it distract him? Bao Su thought for a while. Compared with the Moyu Internet Cafe incident, this matter does not seem to be that urgent. We can still observe it for a few more days. What's more, it is expected that the account price on the trading platform will be driven up. The number of active players and recharges in the game have been increasing in the past few days. This is also a good thing. There is no need to report it specifically. Lu Mingliang nodded, that's right. Let's wait until Mr. Pei has time before reporting to him. Chapter 179, Hold down the gourd and lift the scoop, additional update for Brother Ben, leader of the heart. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. In the office, Pei Qian opened the back end and checked the data of several games. This group of people all report sorrow but not good news. They are all so unreliable. In the end I have to do it myself. Pei Qian was full of resentment. Other employees reported good news but not bad news, but his employees did the opposite. He, the boss, was the last to know any good news. Pei Qian has also reflected on this issue. This may be because from the very beginning, Tenda has been a relatively flat company, with less strict superior-subordinate relationships, and Huang Sibo and Bao Su are both self-motivated and have no heirs. People. When encountering a problem, employees try to solve it themselves, without causing trouble to Mr. Pei. Even if they succeed, they will feel that it was all arranged by Pei Qian long ago and will not make a fuss at all, let alone take such a thing come take credit. This made Pei Qian very uncomfortable. Every time there were signs of profit, he was the last to know, which greatly delayed the opportunity. The key thing is that he can't show that he knows nothing. This is completely inconsistent with his personality and will be very stiff. Pei Qian felt that he could not fall twice in the same place. There are only a few days left before settlement this time, so we must always pay attention to the data of each profitable project, and we must not make any mistakes. Pei Qian specially came to the company today because of this. Open the background and quickly browse the data of several games. The income of these games is increasing, which is normal. After all, the DLC has just been updated, and the official has also given a prominent recommendation on the homepage. It is impossible for the income not to increase. Looking at the rows of growth figures, Pei Qian was a little frightened, but fortunately, after looking carefully, the revenue growth of most games was still within the acceptable range. But, there are also cases where income growth is abnormal. Sea Fortress. Pei Qian obviously noticed that the revenue data of this game was higher than he expected, much higher. Even taking into account factors such as official recommendations, changes in revenue sharing, the increase in popularity after the release of DLC, etc., this revenue figure is still on the high side. Pei Qian was instantly alert and a little unhappy. No one reported such a serious situation to me. Why do Lu Mingliang and Bao Su eat? When you see this, why don't you tell me quickly, what are you waiting for? Fortunately, I came to the company to take a look today, and I almost got scammed again. Pei Qian was angry, but also a little happy. Fortunately, it was discovered early, and maybe we can find a way to remedy it. The key question now is to figure out why this game has seen an increase in revenue. If this increase in income is short-term due to some accidental factors, then you don't need to pay too much attention to it, as long as you spend more money. If due to some long-term factors, this kind of income will continue, or even have explosive growth in the future, then Pei Qian must be vigilant immediately and even take decisive measures. Pei Qian clicked into the player forum of Sea Fortress and carefully searched for recent discussions. I didn't expect that Li Jingwei, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also rebel against the revolution. Hey! Is it possible that the anti-terrorism plan will really be abandoned by the times? I'm overthinking it. Brotherly, this is just a regular meal. Brotherly said it in the fan group, and it's not a coincidence. The main reason is that the documentary filmed by Fei Huang Studio this time is really good. Brotherly used his fame to help them promote the game, which can be regarded as reciprocating the favor. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Sea Fortress is a domestically produced game with good conscience. It's a good recommendation. I fell into the trap just because of Brotherly. Don't tell me, this game is really good. In terms of competitiveness and feel, Counterterrorism Plan is indeed good, but it is an old game after all. It is not convenient to connect online and the gameplay is not rich enough. After switching to Sea Fortress, I feel that I have nothing to play and have fun. It is quite good. Yes, thank you Brotherly for your recommendation. Pei Qian put his hand on his forehead and remained speechless. It's impossible to guard against it. Butterfly, produced by Fei Huang Studio, has not recovered its cost yet, and there is really no good way to monetize it. Even Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi have given up and are preparing for the next film. Therefore, Pei Qian no longer considered the impact of this documentary. But I never expected that this film would actually influence Sea Fortress. Obviously, even Fei Huang Studio did not anticipate this impact. At present, FPS games are a hot category in the field of esports, and Li Jingwei is known as the first player in domestic FPS games. He has a good influence among fans. His career experience is also quite tortuous, and he has a lot of content to shoot. That's why Fei Huang Studio decided to make a documentary about him. After the filming of the film, Li Jingwei was very grateful to Fei Huang Studio. After all, this film was purely for charity. On the one hand, it helped Li Jingwei increase his popularity. On the other hand, it also slightly promoted the development of the esports industry in a more formal direction. During the filming, Li Jingwei and Huang Sibo chatted and learned that Huang Sibo was actually the main planner of the domestic FPS game Sea Fortress. Therefore, after the documentary was filmed, Li Jingwei promoted the Sea Fortress platform many times. And because Pei Qian didn't follow the circle of FPS players, he didn't know about all this. Li Jingwei has a very broad influence among the players of Counterterrorism Plan. If he brags like this, he can naturally attract a large number of players to join the trap. As a result, many Counterterrorism Plan players also defected in droves, gradually creating a chain reaction. Since the official gave a recommendation position, and the new guns of Sea Fortress were also selling well, Pei Qian did not immediately discover that there was a problem with the data. I didn't realize it until today. Pei Qian put his hand on his forehead. Nah. The problem was found, but Pei Qian was unable to do anything. Because, it's too late. Although Li Jingwei has a certain influence among FPS gamers, his support for Sea Fortress can only maintain popularity for a few days at most. It has been several days since this happened, and the enthusiasm has slowly subsided. All the players who should have entered the game have already entered. What else can be done? The stall is so big that it's almost like holding down the gourd and lifting the gourd. Calm. Actually, if you think about it from another angle, it's not bad. This time it was just an accident. Li Jingwei's influence will soon fade. As long as it doesn't have a lasting impact on the data of Sea Fortress in the future, then everything will be fine. Huh. Anyway, let's get rid of a dumb thunder. Although it's useless, I should feel at ease for the time being. In just half an hour, Pei Qian's mentality experienced strong fluctuations, but fortunately, there was no danger. According to Pei Qian's estimation, this wave of player influx may only last for 2 or 3 days, which will increase the burden of spending money on raids, but it should not affect the settlement. After confirming again and again that there were no problems with other games and that only the data growth of Sea Fortress was a little abnormal, Pei Qian felt relieved and prepared to leave. In the office area, Lu Mingliang and Bao Su exchanged glances, quickly. Mr. Pei is out, do you still need to report? I don't think it's necessary. Let's report it. Although Bao Su didn't think it was necessary to say it, Lu Mingliang felt that it still had to be mentioned a little bit and stood up from his seat. Mr. Pei, I have something to report to you. The number of active users and recharges in Sea Fortress have increased significantly recently, and... Pei Qian smiled and nodded, I already know. Oh, okay Mr. Pei. Lu Mingliang retreated silently, feeling that he was really doing something unnecessary. Could Pei always fail to pay attention to such a simple data issue? It's definitely impossible. Sure enough, I thought too much. Before leaving, Pei Qian glanced at Lu Mingliang and nodded slightly. Good. Sure enough, it was right to promote you to be the chief planner, you are more reliable than Huang Sibo and Bao Su. Although the information provided to me this time is outdated information, this behavior is worthy of praise. Your position as the main planner is stable. Chapter 180 Mr. Pei, Watch TV. June 27th, Sunday, evening. Moyu Internet Cafe. Leisure sat by the window and drank leisurely. Pei Qian was sitting in another corner, scrolling through his phone. The two people actually knew each other, but at this time they had their own agendas and were pretending to be strangers to each other. Pei Qian doesn't intend to act rashly. As long as he continues to dedicate his wonderful acting skills and fool Leisure, everything will be fine. In the past few days, several nearby stores have continued to offer discounts. It can be clearly felt that the popularity of the street where Moyu Internet Cafe is located has increased a lot. The commercial area next to it usually doesn't have much traffic, but recently there has been an obvious traffic jam. Many people came here because they heard that the nearby stores were having sales. Even many people who had not planned to go out originally came out to take a stroll. As a result, a quite beautiful scenery has been formed nearby. All the surrounding merchants are crowded with customers, and there is a large flow of people. However, the entrance of Moyu Internet Cafe is deserted, forming a sharp contrast. There were many people passing by who didn't know the truth. They subconsciously thought that Moyu Internet Cafe was also having a promotion. However, when they came in and asked, they found out that the prices here were many times more expensive than the surrounding shops. They were immediately scared off. Pei Qian was still a little confused. Wasn't there a price sign at my door? Why do so many people come in and ask? After thinking about it later, I realized that it was probably because these people were lucky and thought that nearby stores were having promotions, and Moyu Internet Cafe forgot to write it on the sign, so they had to come in and ask before they gave up. Pei Qian asked Ma Yang to add 3 eye-catching characters on the sign, no discount. So after a while, no one came to ask about the price anymore. The situation of Moyu Internet Cafes can be described in a poem. The excitement is theirs, I have nothing to enjoy. And this is exactly the scene Pei Qian has dreamed of. After confirming that there were no major problems with several games from Tenda, Pei Qian ran over here. Sometimes when he happened to meet Leisure, Pei Qian would act worried and extremely troubled. Anyway, as long as Leisure is suspended and nearby shops can continue to carry out promotional activities, and the customer flow of Moyu Internet Cafe is further cut off, then the losses in this cycle are very promising. Leisure drank silently and glanced secretly in the direction of Pei Qian. Pei Qian didn't come to internet cafes often before, so Leisure didn't have many opportunities to observe. Now, Leisure could just take a closer look. Being a boss at such a young age obviously has many advantages. You are obviously very anxious inside, but you can still remain calm, only showing a little bit. This kind of psychological quality is definitely beyond the reach of others. Not bad, it strengthens my idea of investing. Li Shi's mentality is also undergoing a slight change. The key to investment is to invest in people. It's not unusual for a company to hit a storm. When the wind blows, most companies will just fall to death, while a very small number of companies will fly. The key to this lies in the company's boss. Li Shi does have money, but having money doesn't mean he has to roll up his sleeves and go into battle. Li Shi is not good at managing internet cafes. What he can provide is funds and connections. Specific to the management and operation of internet cafes, specialized people are still needed. Li Shi knew this very well. He not only took a fancy to the model of Moyu Internet Cafe, but also took a fancy to Pei Qian as a leader. Therefore, Li Shikai hopes to invest in Moyu Internet Cafe instead of copying Moyu Internet Cafe himself. It is time-consuming, laborious and expensive to build a copycat internet cafe by yourself, and you have to find someone to manage it yourself, which is very poor value for money. Investors like Li Shi would never roll up their sleeves and do such dirty work themselves. What's more, in his opinion, he will succeed soon. Li Shi took a sip of wine and savored it carefully. I still feel a little uneasy. Did I overlook something? Li Shi thought about it carefully and found that there was indeed a doubt in this matter. According to common sense, Mr. Pei can achieve such results at such a young age, so he should be a very capable person. But he doesn't seem to doubt me until now. At least he hasn't shown it. This is unreasonable. Mr. Pei did not resist at all and allowed the surrounding shops to cut off his customer flow, but did not let Moyu Internet Cafe make any changes. There were no discounts or promotions. We even wrote "no discounts" on the sign at the door to dissuade customers who came to inquire about the price. Are you overconfident in Moyu Internet Cafe? Have you given up on Lin Kong? Or, do you have a backup plan? Li Shi thought for a long time and finally shook his head. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Most people would really be helpless in this situation. He cannot lower the price, because a price war will damage the high-end image of Moyu Internet Cafe. In the long run, it will do more harm than good. This is indeed a very unsolvable matter. It's also possible that he did this on purpose? No, that would be too unreasonable. Other stores can at least increase their reputation by burning money, but Moyu Internet Cafe is just burning money now. He is crazy to survive in such a situation with no profit. Unless he has some backup plans that even I can't see through. Forget it, it's probably because I'm overthinking it. What tricks can a young person do? Thinking of the end, Li Shi himself laughed. Mr. Pei acted unconventionally, which made Li Shi a little unpredictable, so he inadvertently overestimated. Li Shi thought for a while. He had been in the investment circle for so many years, what kind of big storms had he not seen? Even if Mr. Pei is talented, he is still a young man with little experience. It would be meaningless to overestimate him. After finishing the glass of wine, Li Shi was ready to leave. Today is Sunday night, and Moyu Internet Cafe is still deserted and no one is here. It may be that the overall situation has been decided, and there is no need for him to keep an eye on it. Go back and play some, be patient and wait, maybe you can open the champagne to celebrate soon. At this moment, Pei Qian's cell phone rang. Li Shi Gang wanted to stand up, but stopped again. Although he didn't think he could hear any confidential information on this call, there was no harm in listening. Pei Qian was also a little surprised. It was so late at night, who was calling? At first glance, it was Huang Sibo. Pei Qian instinctively didn't want to take the job when he thought that Huang Sibo had almost screwed himself up again by filming Butterfly, but then he thought about it. This time, Huang Sibo at least lost money on the surface and left himself a Dachau, can be regarded as a meritorious minister. Then just take it. Mr. Pei. Do you have a TV over there? Watch Magic City TV. Pei Qian was puzzled. what's wrong? Huang Sibo, don't ask, just turn on Shanghai TV and you will know. Congratulations in advance, Mr. Pei. Chapter 181 Mr. Li, don't leave, this is a misunderstanding. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian's hand holding the phone trembled. What does congratulations mean? Pei Qian put away the phone and walked quickly to the second floor. There is a small private theater on the second floor, which can also be used to watch TV programs. Li Shi also became nervous for a while. What's the situation? Judging from Pei Qian's actions and expression, this call should be of great importance. 5 minutes after Pei Qian came up, Li Shi left his seat and walked to the second floor, pretending to be strolling around. Moyu Internet Cafe is divided into 2 floors. Both floors have an internet cafe area and a coffee area. There are also 2 or 3 sporadic customers on the second floor, so Li Shi's behavior is not particularly conspicuous. The private theater was originally playing a movie, but no one was watching it. Pei Qian had already tuned out the program on Magic City TV. The moment the picture appeared, Pei Qian was stunned. Chen Lei's figure actually appeared on the huge screen. He was in front of the microphone, gently strumming the guitar strings, and singing soulfully. In the quiet night, I walk on the street. In the dim light, you are waiting. In this noisy city, only you can understand my sorrow. No matter how far I wander, I will never forget you, that glass of intoxicating wine. The melody is melodious and beautiful, and Chen Lei sings it with his unique voice, which fully expresses the lazy atmosphere in this song. The melody of the song is very slow, with a special human touch and breath of life, but also a faint sadness, which makes it difficult to forget after hearing it once. Boom! One instructor excitedly took a photo of the lamp in front of him. Boom! Bang! Bang! Chen Lei hadn't even started to sing a few words. As soon as he reached the chorus, all 4 instructors had already turned around. Pei Qian looked carefully at the name of the TV show. Looking for a good voice. Pei Qian? Looking at the big screen, Pei Qian fell into a sluggish state. He even had doubts about his own memory. What's the situation? If I remember correctly, wasn't The Voice a program that was only aired in 2012? And it's not broadcast on Shanghai TV? Is the island tragedy about to happen again? Pei Qian understood instantly, no wonder Huang Sibo called him. Huang Sibo knew that Chen Lei was a singer who went out to Moyu Internet Cafe, and Mr. Pei specially told him to take good care of him. The relationship between the two was obviously unusual. Chen Lei appeared on a national variety show, so of course Huang Sibo had to notify Pei Qian. Li Shi had already found a corner to sit down in the coffee area on the second floor, pretending to look at the scenery outside the window, but actually paying attention to the big screen. After seeing Chen Lei, Li Shi breathed a sigh of relief. It was a false alarm, because I was overthinking it. Chen Lei used to be a resident singer here, and he has a good relationship with the people here. As a friend, Mr. Pei came to watch his show. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Etc. It doesn't seem right. Li Shi suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem and could no longer remain calm. Chen Lei had already finished singing a song, and the audience was filled with endless applause and cheers. Hello, 4 mentors. My name is Chen Lei, from Jingzhou. After briefly asking Chen Lei for basic information, a tutor went straight to the point. I noticed that this song is called Waiting and it is a love song. When you sang just now, I just wanted to say, the lyrics are so well written. These are definitely words that can be written by someone with a story. In the quiet night, you understand my sorrow. No matter how far I wander, I will never forget that glass of intoxicating wine. Is this written to your girlfriend? She is still waiting for you somewhere, right? Chen Lei smiled sheepishly. It was obvious that he was still not used to being in such a large number of people and seemed very shy. No. This song is written for a place, a small internet cafe that makes me feel the warmth of home. Actually, I have always had low self-esteem. After graduating from high school, I never looked for a job until one day, I passed by a nearby internet cafe. Leisure was sitting in the corner of the second floor, his hands already shaking slightly. He looked at Pei Qian, who was facing the big screen, and vaguely felt that the figure behind him was like a big mountain, pressing heavily on him. Could it be that he broadcasted to me on purpose? Leisure's heart became even colder. On the screen, Lei continued to tell his story with Moyu Internet Cafe. Later, with Mr. Pei's strong support, I finally plucked up the courage to pursue my dream in Shanghai. I heard that the internet cafe's sales dropped a lot after I left, but Mr. Pei never contacted me again, probably because he didn't want this news to affect me. So I wrote this song to remember a time that I'll never forget. This time I have the opportunity to be on the stage of The Voice. I would like to say thank you to Mr. Pei, Mr. Ma, and everyone at Moyu Internet Cafe. Thank you for allowing me to continue on this path firmly. Moyu Internet Cafe will always be like home to me. Several instructors have already applauded. Oh my God, I thought it was a touching love story, but I didn't expect it to be a story about dreams. It's so well said. It's really touching. It reminds me of the times when I was very miserable, and some very small things can give people a sense of warmth. Don't worry, Lei, I guarantee you, you are already popular. Come to my team, I will have more than 20 concert tours across the country next year. Stop, it's not the time to grab people yet, just wait a moment. Lei, now that the 4 instructors have turned around, you have been confirmed to advance. So, what are you going to do next? Lei didn't hesitate. I want to go back to Jingzhou and go to Moyu Internet Cafe to sing some songs. I want to tell them face to face that I miss this place. Lei's face was filled with a happy smile. There was a pop and the screen went black. Pei Qian is off. The moment the screen turned black, Leisure felt his heart sink, as if he fell to the ground and broke into pieces. In the darkness, Mr. Pei's back looked like a huge beast, as if it wanted to choose people to devour. In Leisure's opinion, Pei Qian's behavior was a form of extreme self-confidence. Although Mr. Pei did not look back, Leisure could still think of his extremely confident expression, as if to say, the victory or defeat has been decided, there's no need to look further, right? Yes, there is no need to look further. Only now did Leisure understand that Pei Qian didn't come to see Lei sing at all. All of this was deliberately performed for him. It goes without saying that looking for a good voice is so popular. Lei's waiting may soon become popular all over the internet. And the story that Lei shared at the end with Moyu Internet Cafe will naturally arouse heated discussions on the entire internet. Lei said that he would go back to Jingzhou and sing a few songs at Moyu Internet Cafe. He would know with his feet what the scene would be like. Leisure reluctantly stood up and came to Pei Qian's side, his heart full of bitterness. He thought that Pei Qian was helpless and waiting for death, but he was obviously wrong. Mr. Pei, I admire you. This move is buried so deep. If you don't make a move, it will be done. Once you make a move, it will be the final word. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated you. You won this time. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future. Leisure shook his head, turned around and went downstairs. Everything is self-defeating at this moment. There is no point in continuing to engage in small tricks. It is even more impossible to invest in phishing internet cafes. Of course, shopping malls are like battlefields, and victory or defeat is a common occurrence for military strategists. Leisure was ups and downs in the shopping mall, so he was naturally willing to admit defeat and had nothing to complain about. In his heart, Pei Qian's status was even higher and he became a very respectable opponent. Pei Qian was still immersed in huge shock and grief. By the time he came to his senses, Richest had already left Moyu Internet Cafe. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. Damn it, don't leave. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Chapter 182, How is this number calculated? Added update for Mr. C's integrity leader. In front of him was a large black screen. In the distance, there is Richest, who has left. Pei Qian has a feeling that he seems to have been abandoned by this world. What happens next is obvious. The flagship store of Moyu Internet Cafe is definitely popular. The influence of this popular TV program is too great, just like some food programs make a kind of food popular, and then this food can open chain stores across the country in a short period of time. Of course, things are not that bad. After all, the business model of Moyu Internet Cafe is different from that of a restaurant. Wherever a restaurant opens, they sell the same food, and the food is the same no matter where you go, but there is only one Moyu Internet Cafe with Qianlei. There will definitely be many Qianlei fans who come to chase stars and visit the internet cafes where Qianlei once stayed, but other Moyu Internet Cafes are not very attractive to them. Just like the Beatles once worked as resident singers in an underground bar, it is still one of the must-visit attractions for many tourists, while other bars on the same street do not have this treatment at all. For star-chasing fans, only the flagship store of Moyu Internet Cafe, where Qianlei stayed, has the value of pilgrimage. There is no need to go to other Moyu Internet Cafes. Therefore, the most serious problem Pei Qian faces now is that the revenue of the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store will inevitably skyrocket. For the other branches of Moyu Internet Cafe, the problem is not too big for the time being. However, just the surge in revenue from the flagship store is already bad news for Pei Qian. Because this cycle is not over yet, Qianlei is going back to the flagship store of Moyu Internet Cafe to sing. Who knows how much drink reward he can get in these 3 days, before settlement. Pei Qian wanted to refuse, but had no reason. Thinking of this, Pei Qian's hands and feet were so cold that his whole body felt bad. Pei Qian sat for a long time, before finally standing up from his seat. With Richest gone, the surrounding shops will no longer hold promotions to grab the customers of Moyu Internet Cafe. Of course, they can't grab them now. During this period, the promotional activities of surrounding stores and the popularity created through hard work, as well as Qianlei's popularity, all benefited the flagship store of Moyu Internet Cafe. The profit points that Pei Qian had worked so hard to introduce before have all come back with greater strength. He was very tired and uncomfortable now, and wanted to go back to his warm bed immediately and wrap himself up in quilt and sleep. As soon as I reached the stairs, I heard a commotion downstairs. Ma Yang ran upstairs excitedly. Brother Qian. Brother Qian, are you upstairs? Pei Qian's voice was weak. What's wrong? We have guests. Lots and lots of guests. Ma Yang's long face was filled with excitement. Pei Qian looked downstairs and saw many customers gathered at the entrance of Moyu Internet Cafe. Many people had already poured into the lobby on the first floor, and everyone took out their mobile phones to take photos frantically. Some people couldn't wait to find a seat and occupied a seat first. Some people had no place to sit, so they stood on tiptoe to pat the singers on the stage, and more people saw that the first floor was quickly filled up and were already heading to the second floor. Gone. Pei Qian and Ma Yang were almost blocked by the surging crowd. They finally squeezed downstairs and slipped out of the internet cafe through the back door of the employee passage. As soon as I went out, I happened to see a lot of people rushing here on the street. Take a closer look and you will understand. People from the surrounding bars, as well as many nearby residents, all came running. The nearby bar has been offering discounts on drinks recently, and the night is the peak time for crowds. As a result, halfway through drinking, this group of people all knew about Chenlei and Moyu Internet Cafe. The news spread immediately. It happened to be only one street away, so I definitely wanted to come and take a look. As for the price of Moyu Internet Cafe, no one thinks it's too expensive. Go in and take a photo and send it to your friends to show off. So what if you spend dozens of dollars ordering a glass of wine? Looking at the excited crowd at Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store from a distance, Pei Qian's eyes were a little moist. My good internet cafe is gone. It's so uncomfortable. Woo-woo. Pei Qian was a little confused. What's going on? I haven't cried yet. When he turned around, he saw that it was Ma Yang crying. Brother Qian, I finally understand the meaning behind you sending Chenlei to the demon city. You always believed he could be popular, right? Brother Qian, I misunderstood you before, woo-woo-woo. Pei Qian originally wanted to cry, but seeing Ma Yang crying like a big hippopotamus, he suddenly didn't want to cry anymore. Not in the mood anymore. Pei Qian looked inside the internet cafe melancholy. Where is Zhang Yuan? Ma Yang wiped away tears. He and the store manager are receiving customers inside. There are too many people. We just discussed it and we plan to stay open all night tonight. Pei Qian, no need, my health is important. Ma Yang patted his chest. Don't worry, Brother Qian, the three of us will take turns to rest, and we will urgently transfer a few waiters from other internet cafes and give them triple overtime pay. No problem. You have worked so hard to make the internet cafe popular. How can we live up to your hard work? Get up, Zhang Yuan and I, as the management of the internet cafe, have never been able to share your worries. I'm really ashamed. Don't worry this time, just leave it all to us. The corners of Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Then I really thank you. Ma Yang wiped his tears with a smile on his long face. No. Brother Qian, we don't need so much, just understand in your heart. Pei Qian. It's really hopeless. There are still 3 days left. Whether it is open all night tonight or not will not have much impact. Okay, then Brother Qian, I'll go and get busy. You've worked hard during this period. Go back and rest quickly. Ma Yang returned to Moyu Internet Cafe from the staff passage again. Looking at his leaving figure, Pei Qian felt that he was really lonely. Second. On Monday. When Pei Qian opened his eyes, it was already noon. After struggling for a long time, I finally made up my mind and called the system panel. Last night, Moyu Internet Cafe probably stayed up all night. I don't know how many drinks were sold. The money earned should be reflected in the system funds. This morning, last week's game revenue will also be recorded. Before going to bed, the system funds were still in a loss, with a loss of more than 2.1 million. Pei Qian spent all this money with great effort. According to Pei Qian's original plan, Moyu Internet Cafe does not make money, and the income from the game will probably be around 1.6 million this week, and it is unlikely to exceed 1.8 million at most. The original monthly net income of Ghost General and Game Producer is about 600,000 to 700,000 yuan, and Sea Fortress is around 3.5 million yuan. When converted into weekly income, the total net income is more than 1.2 million yuan. The official platform has changed the share ratio, and taking into account the money earned from DLC, Pei Qian's psychological bottom line is 1.8 million. Moyu Internet Cafe's sales last night should have been only over 100,000 yuan, no more. If some bars have such things as booths worth several thousand yuan, you can indeed spend hundreds of thousands, but Moyu Internet Cafe does not have it. At most, it is just some drinks, and some people go online. What is really hard to resist is the next two. Once Chenlei comes, there will definitely be no shortage of drinks and rewards. However, now that Pei Qian has many employees, spending hundreds of thousands to create losses and a sudden expenditure should not be a big problem. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that if he was lucky, he might still lose 3 to 400,000. In that case, it is still acceptable. A light curtain appeared in Pei Qian's field of vision. Wealth conversion system. Host, Pei Qian. Profit conversion ratio 100 to 1, loss conversion ratio 1 to 1. Next settlement time, after 2. System funds, 6.27 million. Personal assets, 0.4. Nima. Pei Qian almost spit out blood. How the hell can this be more than 1.5 million yuan more than my psychological bottom line? Something is seriously wrong. Pei Qian almost vomited blood. He hurriedly sat up from the bed and ran to his computer to open the background to check the specific revenue data of several games. The income from Ghost General and Game Producer is higher than Pei Qian expected, but it is still within psychological expectations. And Sea Fortress made more than 1 million yuan more than Pei Qian expected in the worst-case scenario. Based on this estimate, the monthly revenue of Sea Fortress has exceeded 10 million. Based on a 30-70 split, the weekly income after tax deductions will be over 2 million. Pei Qian's originally estimated data was mainly lower than the revenue of this game. Pei Qian felt his hands and feet were cold. What's the situation? Haven't you seen Sea Fortress before and there's no big problem? These days, Pei Qian has focused all his energy on Moyu Internet Cafe. He never expected that the Sea Fortress that he had been ignoring would be the project that gave him a fatal blow. What the hell happened in Sea Fortress last week? Li Jingwei did promote Sea Fortress, but no matter what, it can't have such a good effect. Besides, my 500 Barrett destructions for next month haven't even started selling yet. The Light and Fire Kirin can sell me more than 10,000 pieces in a week. What the hell is going on? It's totally unreasonable. What information did I ignore? Chapter 183 No Solution. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. There must be something wrong with Sea Fortress, and the data he estimated were so different. Even if there is an influx of new players, there is no reason to be so crazy about buying Fire Qian. There must be some key inducement. Pei Qian carefully observed all the data of the game and found that not only the recharge data had increased, but the number of active players had also increased significantly, and the average daily game time of the players had also become longer. It can be said that Sea Fortress has become more lively. This is very strange. It stands to reason that this DLC does not update any gameplay that requires a lot of effort. The story mode can be cleared by playing slowly for a few days. The battle mode is still the same, and there is no online time gift package or other activities to increase online time. But the average game time of players has still increased. Players are suddenly in a good mood during this period and want to spend more time playing games? Impossible. The data behind the game will never lie. Pei Qian vaguely feels that the key to the skyrocketing income lies here. Pei Qian once again turned to Chengdu to find the root cause of the significant increase in player activity in Sea Fortress. Finally, Pei Qian found the answer in a post. I've heard about stock and real estate speculation, but this is the first time I heard that you can even speculate in account numbers. I'm convinced. When Sea Fortress was first updated, I was also scolding it. Such a beautiful Barrett destruction only sold 500 units. Are the officials crazy? Is it because they don't make money or something? But now it seems that Tingda's routine is really deep. Yesterday, a friend who has never played FPS games came over and asked me if I would play Sea Fortress and if I wanted to add friends to play the biochemical mode together. I was quite puzzled at the time. He had never played FPS games. Why did he change his mind? Only after I asked, I found out that he was here to make money. Barrett destruction on the original trading platform has been sold for 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and it is not yet available. After all, the monthly limit is 500, and many of the ones that are grabbed are intended for personal use, or they are planning to continue to watch. Can the price be increased? If the rich want to buy it, they will have to pay a lot more. Many scalpers are happy, spending a lot of money to buy them, and then hoard them. Anyway, there will be a limited edition of 500 pieces next month. This thing will maintain its value. As a result, the official backhanded away a patch. From now on, everyone will make an appointment to buy it based on their credit rating. The higher the credit rating, the higher the probability of getting an appointment. And ordinary people don't have no chance. As long as you are a real player and not the kind of scalper who registers an account just to grab Barrett destruction, you will have a chance to win the lottery. What's even more outrageous is that every time the credit value increases, the chance of getting a drop is increased. Although this is quite unreliable, this is metaphysics. So everyone is racking their brains to improve their credit value, spending more time playing games, playing story mode, and ranking. Some people have discovered that account recharge can also significantly increase their credit value. Many new players with money just gritted their teeth and started playing Qingshan. After all, this gun looks good. It can be used to show off when entering the game, and it can also increase the chance of grabbing Barrett destruction. There is a person in our player group who really grabbed Barrett destruction and sold it for more than 3,000 the day before yesterday. There is also a boss with a third-level credit account who sold his account due to work reasons, but it was bought by a rich man for 15,000. Got it. Nowadays, second and third-level accounts are more valuable than Barrett destruction. After all, there will be more and more epic weapons in the future. These accounts can be regarded as cash cows. I have mobilized 3 people in our dormitory to play this game, and asked them to play 2 guns a day to stay active. As long as they can get a gun next month, we will give it away. After browsing through the post, Pei Qian fell into a sluggish state. Understand what the problem is. I am too naive. I thought that as long as the purchase was restricted, the revenue of this game would not grow anymore. Pei Qian understood that the problem was with the limited edition of 500 Barrett destruction. Because this gun is so popular, 500 of it per month are immediately sold at sky-high prices, so that players can earn 1 or 2,000 yuan as soon as they get it and resell it. If it is a third-level account with Fire Qingshan and Barrett destruction, then the value of this account is even more difficult to estimate. This temptation is irresistible to many players. What's more, Sea Fortress is originally a free game with rich content. Many people have been hesitant to join the game for a long time. This news is the last straw for them. Originally, the enthusiasm of the players would not be so high, because the rush to buy was originally dominated by scalpers and studios, but Pei Qian couldn't stand the scalpers and set up a credit system so that every ordinary player could buy Barrett. Opportunity of destruction. As a result, the enthusiasm of players has reached an all-time high. Taking into account factors such as the vigorous promotion of the official platform and the vigorous promotion of Sea Fortress by Li Jingwei, Xiao Laosher, and others, this week's income has skyrocketed. And not only this week, but also in the next month or two, the money earned by Sea Fortress will definitely not be less. Considering that Chenlei will also come to Moyu Internet Cafe to sing for a few days, Pei Qian realized a rather painful fact. In this cycle, it is impossible to lose money. Pei Qian slumped in his chair, feeling hopeless for an instant. Think about it carefully, who is to blame this time? It seems that I don't blame others. It was Pei Qian who asked Chenlei to go to the Magic City. It was Pei Qian who asked Barrett to limit the number to 500. It was Pei Qian who asked players to buy according to their credit value. The only problem was that Pei Qian did not explain to Lin Wan clearly what the credit rating system was, and how to improve the credit value. Lin Wan directly told Lu Mingliang about this matter and asked Lu Mingliang to think about it. So Lu Mingliang naturally included the account's consumption records into the credit value. This is a natural thought. It is too unreasonable for a wealthy person to spend 888 to buy a fire unicorn without considering the credit value. So, the current problem arises. Many players who did not originally plan to buy Fire Qilan also spent money to buy Fire Qilan in order to make it easier to draw Barrett Destruction. Now that I have spent money and improved my credit rating, the chance of buying Barrett Destruction will be even greater when it goes on sale next month. Therefore, many people spent money suddenly in this last week to buy Fire Qilan, which caused the income of Sea Fortress to skyrocket this week. This is probably the so-called one mistake leads to eternal hatred. What's even more painful is that this mistake is irreversible. Now Pei Qian has relaxed the purchase limit of 500 weapons? Sorry, players will buy it up in minutes. And you can't do this kind of dishonest thing. If you want to be scolded by the players, the characters of Pei Qian and Tenda will completely collapse. Therefore, the game Sea Fortress has only one way to go. No solution. Mr. Pei felt very sad. Mr. Pei wanted to drink away his sorrows. Forget it, let's go to Moyu Internet Cafe and have a drink. Anyway, it's impossible to lose money. Chapter 184, I am at odds with your Lin family. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store. The entrance was already packed with enthusiastic onlookers. On the stage on the first floor, Qianlei was playing the guitar and singing leisurely. Although it was daytime, the audience still cooperated and listened quietly, suppressing the applause and screams, and started to revel after the song was finished. People kept going to the bar, throwing out a few bright red bills, and only took back a glass of wine. The rest were given to Qianlei as gifts. The bartenders, waiters, and even Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan were all too busy during this time. I never dreamed that Moyu Internet Cafe could become so popular. Fortunately, last night, waiters from other Moyu Internet cafes were urgently deployed to help, and the scene was barely maintained. Ma Yang also expressed emotion. Thanks to Brother Qian for taking precautions and opening a few more flagship stores in advance. Otherwise, how could he have found so many manpower at the last minute? The traffic of several other Moyu Internet cafes has also increased, but it cannot compare with the flagship store. After all, people mainly come to see Qianlei. Now, the flagship store is the real flagship store. On the second floor, there was a long-legged girl sitting by the window, posing for a photo. In the photo, she is holding a book she just found on the bookshelf and studying seriously in the sun, giving people a sense of peace and tranquility. It's just that the upside-down Russian text on the cover actually means use and maintenance of walking tractors. Some people ordered drinks and listened carefully to Qianlei's singing. But after all, there were too many people in front of the stage and it was impossible to squeeze in, so many people were walking around in the internet cafe to explore this seemingly mysterious place. A clean and tidy internet cafe area, a collection of bookshelves full of stylish items, a private cinema with a sense of style, and respectful waiters. Many people discovered that this internet cafe has such a sense of quality. Most of these customers lived nearby. When they heard that Qianlei was coming, they rushed there as soon as possible. They had passed by the Moyu Internet Cafe before, but they had never come in to take a closer look and were immediately persuaded to leave by the high price. But now it seems that it is not expensive. On the one hand, this internet cafe has a good environment and good service. If nothing else, just the computer configuration, it will crush all the nearby internet cafes. Of course, there are also high-end internet cafes nearby, but when it comes to computer configurations, you can basically save what you can. After all, the investment in this area is too large, and most internet cafes will choose the most cost-effective installation solution. But the computers here are simply impeccable. Many people grit their teeth and stamp their feet and decide to get a computer of their own, but it may not be better than the computers here. This game experience is awesome. Not to mention the drinks, environment, etc. are all top-notch. On the other hand, this place hasn't increased its prices. What was the price before? It will still be the same price now that Qingshan is here. This time it seems too conscientious. If it were another boss and Qingshan came to sing here, he might have to charge tickets directly. Even if he didn't charge tickets, drinks and the like would definitely be much more expensive. After all, making money is the usual way. But Moyu Internet Cafe is different. When Qingshan comes, the price will still be the same. Many customers were moved. There are really not many shops with such conscience. If you thought it was expensive before, I really misunderstood you. Moreover, starting from tonight, there should be Qingshan's die-hard fans flying in from other cities. The scene then will only be more popular than now. Pei Qian came to the door of the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store and found that he might as well not come. I was in a bad mood and wanted to come over for a drink. It turned out that there was no place to start. The two-floor internet cafe was already packed. Not to mention the bar area, even the internet cafe area had 3 or 5 people watching the game behind every computer. Pei Qian wanted to go inside, but the key was that hundreds of people outside had the same plan, and the people inside basically had no intention of leaving. Many people stood at the door of Moyu Internet Cafe to listen to Qingshan's singing. They raised their hands from the crowd, handed the money to the waiter with great effort, bought a glass of wine, and then tipped the rest. Even some of the shops next to it were overcrowded, and some people even went to the second floor of the board game bar opposite Moyu Internet Cafe just to get a good view from above. Fortunately, this road is not a main road and there are not many cars, otherwise the traffic would be blocked. Pei Qian was very sad. Is this still my Moyu Internet Cafe? It was nice and deserted. I could drink when I came and sit wherever I wanted. Such a big internet cafe could only serve me, and I could still lose money. How perfect. It's better now, I don't even have a place to stand. Forget it, let's find another one. Pei Qian was speechless. It seemed that there was no need to come to the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store in the future. Fortunately, there are still several branches. Just as Pei Qian was about to leave, a waiter who was greeting guests outside saw him and trotted to Pei Qian's side. Mr. Pei, you're here. Please go inside quickly. There's a seat reserved for you. Pei Qian was stunned. Save a seat for me? The waiter nodded. Yes, Qingshan is waiting for you, come on. Several more waiters came over and surrounded Pei Qian as he entered the Moyu Internet Cafe from the staff passage. There is an empty seat next to the bar, which must have been specially reserved for Pei Qian by these people. Ma Yang seemed a little sleepy, but he still worked hard. Brother Qian is here. Sit down quickly, the drinks will be here soon. Qingshan on the stage looked at Pei Qian, nodded with a smile, and then spoke leisurely. In the quiet night, I walk on the street. In the dim light, you are waiting. In this noisy city, only you can understand my sorrow. No matter how far I wander, I will never forget you, that glass of intoxicating wine. The song Waiting, which became a hit on Looking for a Good Voice and has already appeared on the music charts, was played in Moyu Internet Cafe. Qingshan's live version. At this moment, this situation makes many people feel sad. A man sitting in the front row, who looked casually dressed but had a strong aura, raised his hand, called the waiter next to him, and whispered a few words. Soon, Qingshan finished singing. The waiter came to the stage. I want to tell you some good news. All purchases from this afternoon to evening will be paid for by Mr. Lin. Pei Qian took a sip of wine and almost spit it out. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Pei Qian looked in the direction of the man, feeling vaguely familiar. Mr. Lin also looked in the direction of Pei Qian, smiled and nodded. Pei Qian. This person seems to be somewhat similar to Lin Zhou, the president of Xinhua Real Estate that I saw in the photo before, but he seems to be younger. Pei Qian's heart thumped. Come to think of it, this is Lin Jingnan's third son, Lin Chong, who seems to be the president of Xinhua Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. Pei Qian silently drank the glass of wine. Lin Chong was a little surprised. This Mr. Pei seems to be a bit extraordinary. If someone pays the bill, everyone's consumption will definitely increase. On this night, hundreds of thousands may be spent. For Lin Chong, this is not a big deal, just a little greeting gift for Mr. Pei. What's more, he really thought Chen Lei sang well. What made him more curious was Mr. Pei's reaction. He was completely unmoved, and even looked at himself with a certain amount of vigilance. He has not been dazzled by the immediate benefits. He can still remain calm in the face of such huge success. He can even remain alert to good intentions of unknown origin and be on guard against possible risks at any time. It's exactly what Yuan said, he is an amazing talent. Lin Chong sighed secretly in his heart. Pei Qian placed the wine glass on the table viciously, with only one thought in his mind. Your Lin family and I are inseparable. But then I thought about it, and it didn't seem right. Now that we are no longer losing money, if we make more money, we can convert more money. If he thinks this way, he should be grateful to Lin Chong. This move will at least allow him to get several thousand more yuan of personal property. This is obviously something I should be happy about, but why am I not happy at all? Pei Qian felt very sad. Chapter 185 The System is Tony Ma. June 30th, the day of settlement. Pei Qian took a sip of Coke, but Feijai happy water couldn't bring him happiness at all. In the past 3 days, the popularity of the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store was beyond imagination. Chen Lei's fans came from all over the country and ordered drinks like crazy to reward him. Seeing that there was no hope of loss, Pei Qian had no choice but to retreat to his rental house and isolate himself for 2 days. In the past 2 days, Pei Qian has been thinking about a question. What went wrong? It seems that every time, at the critical moment, the success falls short. Since I got this cheating system until now, I have only lost money once, and I only lost 20,000 yuan. With this little money, you can make it back by earning 2 million. It is completely contrary to the script Pei Qian imagined. Pei Qian originally thought that with this system, he could lose money and become the richest man in minutes. However, it seems that the system funds are constantly rising, but his personal wealth has basically remained unchanged. It has not exceeded 100,000 yet. It's really strange. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be so poor. But why am I so poor? Pei Qian is a little doubtful about life. The policy should be correct. Before this cycle began, Pei Qian never imagined that he could make so much money. Whether it was the popularity of Sea Fortress or the counterattack of Moyu Internet Cafe, it was all beyond Pei Qian's expectation. If Pei Qian had known that he would lose money, he might have considered how to make more money, but he couldn't predict the future. And for Pei Qian now, the difference between 100,000 and 20,000 is actually not that big. Pei Qian can now use the system to reimburse any consumption related to work. The main places where he needs to spend money are consumption and enjoyment that have nothing to do with work, and to subsidize his family. It is faster to make 100,000 every time step by step than to lose 600,000 to 700,000 at once. The initial capital of the current system has reached the level of 5 million, and it will be raised again next time. With such a large base, it should not be too difficult to lose 6 to 7 million. However, if I can't make a loss, I will be very angry. Is it possible that we really have to rely on the pitiful 1% of profit to make money? That would be too miserable, right? I'm not willing to give in. Pei Qian was struggling as the system light curtain appeared automatically. Wealth conversion system. Host, Pei Qian. Profit conversion ratio 100 to 1, loss conversion ratio 1 to 1. Settlement coming soon. System funds, 7.36 million, 2.36 million. Personal assets, 45256.4. Settlement in progress. Wealth conversion in progress. System funds, 7.36 million. Personal property, 71,299.78, 23675.8 times 110%. Pei Qian was silent. I have been busy for 2 months, and have converted more than 20,000 people. It is even worse than last time. Uncomfortable. Seeing this pitiful personal property, Pei Qian couldn't help but have another thought. Why don't you just take a rest and have a little fun for a cycle? Now several games are continuing to make money. Not to mention anything else, the monthly revenue of Sea Fortress alone has exceeded 10 million levels. Plus the official platform gives me such a high share, I can make money every month. 7 to 8 million. Now the flagship store of Moyu Internet Cafe is also making money. Although other branches are still losing money, their losses are much less than before. Calculated this way, if I do nothing, or just do some low investment, low return projects, even if I keep my current expenses, I should be able to easily save 5 to 6 million a month. Pei Qian did not consider reducing expenses. Pei Qian cannot do this by cutting off employee benefits and converting them into assets. On the one hand, I can't afford to lose this person, and on the other hand, my efficiency is too poor. Taking away 400,000 yuan in employee benefits and converting it into 4,000 yuan for yourself, is this what people do? But even if he keeps his current expenses, Pei Qian will still make some money. Assuming that the next settlement period is 2 months, and I save 5 million every month, I can convert 100,000 yuan at the settlement. Isn't it much more cost-effective than me spending my money now, only to convert 20,000 yuan in the end? Pei Qian suddenly felt that doing the salted fish seemed to be a good choice. While he was thinking about it, the text on the system light screen continued to scroll. Next settlement time, 120 days later. System funds will be replenished soon, target amount, 8 million. System funds 63,457.6 are being replenished. System funds have been replenished. System funds, 8 million. Personal assets, 71299.78. Special tasks for this cycle, profit and loss are the principles of business. The host seems to be too obsessed with temporary profits. This is not the mentality that a business wizard should have. It is recommended to achieve a loss at the next settlement. Rewards for completing special tasks, mysterious surprises within the system rules. Pei Qian, who just now was thinking about having a salted fish for a cycle, froze instantly. He read this week's special tasks carefully and couldn't help but want to spit out the fragrance. System Maitoni Ma. Damn it, the host seems to be too obsessed with temporary profits. Is this because I am obsessed with making profits? I don't want to make profits. I always want to lose money. Can you blame me if I fail to lose money? However, the system doesn't seem to think so. In the last 2 settlements, Pei Qian has indeed made money twice in a row. If the results of the 5 settlements are taken into consideration, it is profit, profit, loss, profit, profit. If you don't look at the process and only look at the results, it will indeed make people feel that Pei Qian seems to be a host obsessed with making money. In Pei Qian's heart, 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped past. The key is the reward after completing this special task. Mysterious surprises within the system rules. I didn't explain exactly what it was, but just looking at this description gives people a feeling of being particularly precious and cost-effective. So far, this system only provides funds to Pei Qian and converts his personal property during settlement, nothing more. But the mysterious surprises within the system rules are too easy to associate. Maybe some special prop? Or you can drastically change the wealth conversion ratio. Pei Qian knew very well that this was probably a trap, but he had to jump. Although it is possible to draw a rather deceptive surprise reward after completing the task, what if you really draw something useful? There is no way Pei Qian would give up this mysterious surprise within the system rules just for $100,000. That would be too stupid. Pei Qian, who breathed fragrance for a while, calmed down. Dog system, for the sake of your integrity, I trust you this time. Anyway, the settlement has been completed, the special tasks have been completed, and the unpleasantness of the last cycle should be over. In order to complete the special task, Pei Qian still had to pack his mind before setting off, and then think about how to lose money in another way. But the good news is that this time the cycle is longer. Last time it was 2 months, and this time it is as long as 4 months. 4 months is enough time for Pei Qian to show off his talents and do some things that he had no time to do in the previous cycle. Chapter 186 – Find other ways to make money. After learning from the painful experience, Pei Qian decided to sum up his experience and look forward to the future. For the mysterious surprise within the system rules, Pei Qian will still have to work hard to lose money in the next cycle. However, Pei Qian has already become more enlightened about the saying that one learns from every experience. This time, we must learn from the previous lessons and never make the same mistakes. First of all, you must not pin all your hopes of making money on wealth conversion. In the past, Pei Qian always looked down upon an income of 10,000 or 20,000, thinking that a small loss could be converted into hundreds of thousands. There is obviously something wrong with this idea. The two settlements were more than 30,000 yuan each, and more than 20,000 yuan each. The average monthly payment was just over 10,000 yuan. Too little. Pei Qian decided to find other ways to make money. I made 30,000 yuan directly when I acted in The Daily Life of Mr. Pei. Isn't it much more reliable than the system? Sure enough, these days, you can't even support yourself with a regular job. In the final analysis, you still have to do a side job. Pei Qian hasn't thought much about how to do it specifically yet, but he already has a general idea. In short, as long as you put in some work in exchange for remuneration within the scope allowed by the system, and don't go too far. How to operate it specifically needs to be tested again before the system can be decided. Secondly, there is the issue of how to lose money correctly. Pei Qian has now roughly figured out the yuan properties of the system. There are actually many limitations to the system. Products cannot be shoddy, garbage cannot be forced to sell at high prices, and high-value items cannot be sold at low prices. In short, the pricing of all products can fluctuate, but it must be within a reasonable range. This restriction basically eliminated Pei Qian's idea of maliciously losing money. If you invest less, you can only sell it at a low price, which is liked by the poor. If you invest more, you can only sell it at a higher price. When the time comes, it will gain a good reputation and be liked by rich people. Therefore, if some crooked ways fail to work, they are all within the calculations of the system. But Pei Qian discovered a phenomenon during this process, that is, when the system evaluates the quality of a product, it will consider both income and word of mouth at the same time. In other words, burning money in exchange for reputation is also feasible. If you want to make less money, you must improve your reputation as much as possible. This is the revelation brought by the documentary Butterfly from Cocoon. As long as the response is big enough and the influence is wide enough, even if the film has no means of monetization and makes no money at all, the system will not stop it. Of course, because of the documentary, Li Jingwei praised Sea Fortress, which led to an increase in the number of players and revenue of Sea Fortress. This is a small flaw. But after all, the shortcomings do not hide the good points, and making documentaries is still a good way. Moreover, this experience is not limited to documentaries. In fact, games can also be considered this way. If you invest enough money and make a game with a niche taste, everyone will praise it, but no one will pay for it. Wouldn't that be perfect? Pei Qian feels that this should be the goal of Tenda Games in the next stage. In the last cycle, Tenda Games updated DLC for all games. If we don't develop new games, everyone can only play games every day, which is a bit unreasonable. Fortunately, Pei Qian was confused before, but now he has found a new direction. If this direction can be successful, it will not be a problem to lose millions on a game. As for Yang Games, from the current point of view, it has been losing money, which shows that Pei Qian's plan is relatively successful, so don't worry about it for the time being. If he encounters such a treasure company that continues to lose money in the future, Pei Qian wouldn't mind acquiring a few more. In addition, some new areas must be explored. Moyu Takeout was a relatively successful attempt, but the losses were a bit insufficient. As for Moyu Internet Cafe, strictly speaking, it is outrageous that the flagship store became popular because of Chen Lei. Pei Qian still cannot accept this fact. But now only the flagship store has become an attraction, and other stores are still suffering small losses. Therefore, the general direction of opening a physical store should be no problem, but there are some minor problems at the specific operational level, and Mr. Pei's luck is indeed not good. Therefore, physical stores can continue to open. In addition to the long-awaited plan to open a high-end restaurant specifically for raids, Pei Qian also plans to engage in logistics and warehousing, that is, express delivery. If he could really lose money every year like Godong, then Pei Qian would laugh out loud in his dreams. Moreover, if we engage in more labor-intensive industries like this, each employee will get more benefits, which will give them more advantages when spending money unexpectedly. Pei Qian straightened it out and felt that it would not be difficult to create a little loss in the next cycle. Then start with the first thing, find extra money. Facts have proved that if you want to make money, you cannot rely solely on the system. Pei Qian sells his labor in exchange for compensation. As long as he doesn't go too far and doesn't maliciously steal system funds, the system will not stop him. As for the specific amount of salary to be calculated as applying system funds, then you have to ask the system a little bit. Pei Qian asked silently in his mind, if I invest in opening a company and use my labor in exchange for reasonable remuneration, what is the highest salary I can pay myself? Depends on the host's actual business capabilities and working hours. Pei Qian. That doesn't sound very optimistic. Pei Qian's actual business ability is basically non-existent. Although Pei Qian feels that it is easy to be the boss, it is really difficult to take on a specific responsibility. This can probably be seen as the highest salary that Pei Qian can get if he puts aside all his status and position to interview with a company. Moreover, you have to do this job according to regular working hours to get so much money. For example, Pei Qian can earn up to 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month by washing dishes in a restaurant, and he has to work conscientiously for more than 8 hours a day. This is too unreliable. Isn't it just because I don't have such professional skills that I'm counting on the system? As expected, the system has no mercy at all in this regard. However, Pei Qian thought about it and realized that there seemed to be loopholes in this rule. For some relatively simple jobs, the business ability is relatively easy to define, such as washing dishes in a restaurant, working as a waiter, etc., and there are fixed salary levels. But what if it is some more abstract and complex work? For example, be an actor. The salary difference between a movie star and a supporting actor can be tens of thousands of times. Moreover, even actors of similar level will have a huge pay gap due to the different films they accept. So how should it be calculated in the system? System subtitles soon appeared. The host currently earns a maximum of 1,500 per day. It will improve as acting skills, popularity, and other factors increase. If a company that has nothing to do with system funds hires a host, the system will not impose restrictions as long as it does not arouse suspicion from others. Pei Qian was stunned. Why should we treat them differently? After a second thought, I understood. This is a patch made by the system to prevent Pei Qian from cash out system funds. For example, Pei Qian bought a film and television company and spent 1 million in salary to hire himself to make movies. This is not acceptable and is a malicious cash out of system funds. If you invest your own money, you can earn up to 1,500 yuan a day. When I was filming Mr. Pei's daily life, I shot 1 episode a day and the salary was 1,000 yuan. The pricing was within this range, so the system did not prohibit it. Based on this calculation, if you have 10 days of shooting in a 30-day month, you can earn 15,000 yuan. Judging from Pei Qian's current income level, it's not too small, but it doesn't seem to be too much. And if a company that has nothing to do with system funds asks Pei Qian to film, the system will not care how much money they give Pei Qian. After all, there is no malicious conversion of system funds involved. Chapter 187 Mr. Pei's Little Experiment. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. However, this does not mean that Pei Qian can do whatever he wants. How could a company that had nothing to do with system funds and was probably not familiar with Pei Qian offer him such a high salary? Pei Qian cannot engage in exchange of interests or hints, because the system has a prohibition that no one can doubt the system itself or the existence of challenges. In other words, the other party must be willing, without doubt, and reasonable to offer Pei Qian a high salary. In this case, it doesn't matter how high the system is turned on. But this condition itself is difficult to achieve. As expected, it's very rigorous, and all possible evil paths are basically blocked. Pei Qian has a vague idea, but it requires someone's cooperation, so he can only give up for now. At this time, the phone rang. It was Ma Yang. Brother Qian. Mr. Lin said that he hopes to meet you and talk about something. How about you come over? Mayu Internet Cafe branch. Lin Chang and Pei Qian did not choose to meet at the flagship store because there were too many people and it was too noisy. So Ma Yang proposed that they meet at another branch. Pei Qian came to the door of the branch and pushed in. It can be clearly seen that there are many more people than before. This is obviously because of Chen Lei. Since Chen Lei became famous on looking for a good voice, the story between him and Moyu Internet Cafe was also talked about by the audience, which invisibly gilded the brand of Moyu Internet Cafe. Most of the people who came to chase stars went to the flagship store of Moyu Internet Cafe. After all, that was the place where Chen Lei once stayed. But other Moyu Internet Cafe branches also benefit from this layer of brand gold plating. Many people who originally thought Moyu Internet Cafes were expensive are now happy to pay a premium for the Moyu Internet Cafe brand. Of course, due to location issues, there are only so many customers with strong spending power nearby, so at present, several branches of Moyu Internet Cafe are still wandering between being able to recover their costs and not being able to recover their costs. Pei Qian sat down opposite Lin Chang. Although this internet cafe in Moyu threw away hundreds of thousands, Pei Qian was not particularly grateful to him. After all, what he really got was only a few thousand yuan. And Lin Chang obviously didn't care about the money. Mr. Pei, nice to meet you. My sister has been taken care of by you during this period. The reservation for that day is just a small thank you gift. Lin Chang said with a smile. Pei Qian got angry when he mentioned this. You did spend hundreds of thousands, but it didn't fall into my hands. Pei Qian smiled and said, Mr. Lin, you are very insincere when you say this. You obviously spent hundreds of thousands to show off in front of everyone. How can this be considered a thank you gift? Lin Chang was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "That's right, that's right." A joke brought the two people who were originally strangers closer. Lin Chang said with emotion, "My sister has been the most stubborn among our brothers and sisters since she was a child. Even my father couldn't do anything with her. But I heard that she is very peaceful and down-to-earth with you, which really surprises me. That's why I made a special trip to Jingzhou, to see who Mr. Pei is." Pei Qian. Is she very peaceful and at ease here? I almost let her trick me to death. Pei Qian had 10,000 things to say in his heart, but he still took a sip of coffee silently and decided not to respond to this sentence, but to let the topic continue. It seems that your father doesn't want her to continue working in the gaming industry. Pei Qian tried in a nonchalant tone. He now doesn't know whether Lin Chang, the older brother, has the same attitude as Lin Wan's father, nor does he know what the situation is at home. If you ask a little to find out the situation, you can also know what Lin Chang is thinking. In this way, when sending Lin Wan away, she wouldn't be poking fun at her. Lin Chang felt helpless. I'm also very confused about this matter. It stands to reason that Wan's current behavior is meaningless. If she is willing to come back and inherit the family's business, she can invest her own money to start a game company. But she is quite stubborn, so she must be the designer herself. Intellectually, I agree with my father's view more, but emotionally, I understand Wan's choice. After all, my dream at the time was to be the lead singer of a band. Now that I think about it, I still regret not persisting. The corners of Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, you four brothers and sisters are all very versatile and have a wide range of hobbies. Judging from what Lin Chang meant, he originally wanted to pursue his dream, but he couldn't defeat his father and was forced to give up his dream of being the lead singer in a band. He went back to inherit the family business and became the president of Shenhua Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. Lin Chang took a sip of coffee and continued, "Actually, I think it would be a good thing for Wan to practice and experience more things. Firstly, she is still young and has plenty of time to waste. Secondly, she needs to hone herself more so that she will not be at a loss when she takes over the family business in the future. So, Wan should ask Mr. Pei to take more care of her. I may have caused you trouble, and I'm really sorry. Why don't you, Mr. Pei? Tenda is a game company, and I also like the game, Sea Fortress, very much. How about I buy 500 fire unicorns and express my feelings?" Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. 500 fire unicorns? That's more than 400,000. How great would it be if you gave me more than 400,000 yuan directly to buy Nima's fire unicorn? Obviously, in Lin Chang's concept, isn't buying the fire Kiran equivalent to giving money directly to Pei Qian? And it also increased the game's revenue data, which is great. But for Pei Qian, this is simply a loss of blood. The more than 400,000 yuan is divided according to 30 to 70, and then converted using the profit ratio. The real money in his hands is only more than 2,000 yuan. No need. Pei Qian kept a calm expression and spoke at a leisurely pace. If Mr. Lin really wants to express his feelings, I have a suggestion. I'm just thinking about spending a little money on an experiment recently. I wouldn't mind if Mr. Lin can reimburse me for it." Lin Chang was stunned for a moment, then showed a very interested expression. "Spend a little money? No problem. How much money does Mr. Pei need?" Pei Qian said calmly, 200,000. 100,000 of which is my salary, and the other 100,000 is the cost of props, in the form of short videos, a total of 20 episodes. However, Mr. Lin must be prepared for this money to be wasted. Lin Chang made a rough calculation. Mr. Pei's salary is only 5,000 yuan per episode? It's too low. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. He originally planned to spend 400,000 yuan to buy the fire Qilin, but since Pei Qian had a better suggestion, he would do as Pei Qian said. Lin Chang looked at Pei Qian's plain expression and understood. For Mr. Pei, 400,000 is just a little pocket money. He obviously planned to use the 400,000 yuan to have some fun. He just happened to talk to me about this topic, so he made a smooth favor and asked me to pay the money. It just so happened that I got a favor from him and got closer to him, which is good. Lin Chang was very happy on the contrary, feeling that Mr. Pei did not regard him as an outsider. It's like two good friends. One of them had a birthday. The friend asked him what gift he wanted. He said, "I recently watched a game. It cost more than 200 yuan. You can buy it and give it to me." It means the same thing. In Lin Chang's understanding, this 400,000 yuan was equivalent to a small greeting gift from a good friend, plus a thank you gift for taking care of Lin Wan. Pei Qian, on the other hand, was still in a daze. He was so surprised that he didn't have time to make an expression. The system didn't warn me? Got 200,000 so easily? Then what does the little money that I worked so hard to convert count? Chapter 188, Some Outstanding Students. After sending Lin Chang away, Pei Qian quickly received the transfer notification. A total of 300,000, all of which are Pei Qian's personal property. Obviously the system does not care about other people sending money to Pei Qian, as long as the money is collected reasonably and does not cause other people to doubt the system. But Pei Qian couldn't spend all the money himself. He had to use part of the money to pay for props, and the money couldn't be less. To put it bluntly, it was just to prevent Lin Chang from doubting Pei Qian's behavior. Pei Qian couldn't just take the money and go drinking and drinking. There was no sound at all. That must be unreasonable. Lin Chang may not care at all about how Pei Qian spends the 300,000, or he may care, which is not good. Once Lin Chang asked on a whim, Pei Qian had to come up with a reasonable answer. Although this was unlikely, it was just in case. Therefore, after Pei Qian received the 200,000 yuan in salary, he still had to leave 100,000 yuan to buy some props, show off, and produce some results. This matter was destined to fail, but it didn't matter. Lin Chang had long been prepared to spend the 300,000 in vain. As long as Pei Qian shows that he doesn't really need the money to spend it, but is just having fun, so that Lin Chang won't be suspicious of this matter, that's fine. Looking at the 300,000 yuan lying quietly in his bank card, and then seeing his personal property turned into just over 370,000 yuan, Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. If you start a company and earn 10 million through hard work, you can convert it into 100,000. However, if you just do some side business, you can get 200,000. After discovering this ridiculous operation, there seems to be no reason to convert personal property through profit. July 1st. Pei Qian turned on the computer and checked his results. Well, they all passed by with low scores. I feel like I was infected by the old horse. Forget it, after all, I'm still busy losing money now and don't have that much energy to study. It's good to pass the exam like this. Pei Qian comforted himself. He majored in liberal arts, and the examination mainly relied on rote memorization, so it was not difficult to pass in a sudden attack. Now Pei Qian doesn't want to drop out of school. It's not that he covets this diploma. This certificate means nothing to him. The main reason is, he has nothing else to do after dropping out of school. Pei Qian now attends classes casually, and when he is lazy, he sleeps in the rental house and plays games. He only needs to go to the company to keep an eye on the company before settlement, and strives to complete the losses. Even if I drop out of school and just live in a rented house, my life will not change in any way. Moreover, Pei Qian did not want to expose his identity. Until now, many people around him, including some of his classmates, only know that Pei Qian participated in the daily life of Mr. Pei and regard him as an internet celebrity, but they do not know that he is the boss of Tenda. Pei Qian's concerns mainly come from three aspects. First, there are issues with parents. Second, if it is known that Pei Qian is the boss, his relationship with classmates will probably become a mess. Then people from the school will come to ask Pei Qian to find a job or borrow money, which will be too annoying. Third, although Pei Qian is the boss, he actually has too little personal property at his disposal. He is afraid that if someone who hates rich people or a stupid person keeps staring at him and finds some clues, it will make the matter bigger. Pei Qian cannot expose the existence of the system, so it is better to do less than to do more. It is better not to let too many people know his identity as much as possible, and not to increase this unnecessary risk. Life is quite comfortable now, and Pei Qian doesn't plan to change it for the time being. Of course, it would be even better if you could lose a few million occasionally. Summer vacation is coming soon, and many students who have finished their exams and checked their scores have already gone home early, and Pei Qian's new cycle of losses has just begun. Pei Qian is going to make a list, carefully calculate the current profits and losses of each project, and plan the future loss route. After opening Excel and writing 2 lines of words, Pei Qian opened the browser to look up some information, then habitually opened Ellie Island and started to follow the story. Unknowingly, more than an hour passed. Hey, what did I want to do before? Pei Qian suddenly asked this question. Just then, Pei Qian's phone rang. Pei Qian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the name displayed on his phone. Teacher Zhang? It was his college counselor, Zhang Wei. Pei Qian was a little confused. Why did Zhang Wei call him? He does not hold any position in the school. With this score, it is estimated that scholarships and merit evaluations will not be involved in him, and other things are even less likely. Zhang Wei's tone was very kind. Pei Qian, I heard that you seem to have filmed a short play and joined a certain studio. So far, you have done a good job, right? Pei Qian suddenly realized, oh, this is about Fei Huang's studio. He participated in the short play General Pei's Daily Life and was not in the dormitory all year round. His classmates knew it. So the classmates thought he was busy in this studio, and the news reached Zhang Wei through various channels. Pei Qian admitted directly, yes. What's the matter, Teacher Zhang? Not bad, not bad. I usually think you are inconspicuous, but you are busy with your career. In this way, you can still maintain excellent class grades. You are capable. What an excellent class result. Obviously I just passed the test. After Zhang Wei praised him, Pei Qian felt a little embarrassed. This is normal. In fact, many counselors in universities do not care about students' grades. In comparison, they care more about employment rates. People like Pei Qian are guaranteed to find a job immediately after graduating from college. There will be absolutely no employment problems, and Zhang Wei, a counselor, can have less to worry about. However, Zhang Wei's compliment obviously had other purposes. It's like this. It's almost the graduation season. Some of the outstanding senior students in our college have not yet settled on their jobs. I wonder if you can introduce them to the leaders of your studio and introduce their work problems. Outstanding student? Then you asked the wrong person. Pei Qian subconsciously wanted to shirk. Can't we recruit on campus? Zhang Wei coughed twice. Campus recruitment. Of course I didn't find a suitable job, otherwise it wouldn't have been delayed until now. Pei Qian understood instantly. Oh, I just can't find a job. Obviously Zhang Wei's excellent student was a glorified method, which almost caused a misunderstanding. In fact, it should be the school recruits the remaining students. Although Handong University is a key university with an employment rate of about 90%, there are still a number of students who cannot find jobs. This is normal. Moreover, this 90% is full of water. After all, every year is known as the most difficult graduation season. It is difficult to find a satisfactory job. Most students find a job and make do with it first. Maybe two, I resigned after 3 months. Even just being affiliated with a relative's employer is considered employment. For universities, especially counselors like Zhang Wei, improving the employment rate is also one of the most troublesome issues. The employment rate is the performance of the college and teachers, and every method must be used to improve it. In addition to asking students to actively participate in school recruitment, they will also take the initiative to contact some companies to solve the problem one by one. Obviously, Zhang Wei wanted to contact the person in charge of Fei Huang's studio through Pei Qian to see if he could find a way to arrange for 1 or 2 of the remaining students. Although the chance is small, what if? Pei Qian couldn't help but feel happy. Then you have found the right person. Handong University is a key university. Anyone who can get admitted here will not have a low IQ. This is indeed true. But now, the group of people in Zhang Wei's hands have all been screened by the company. It's graduation season now, it's already July, and those who are pursuing postgraduate studies have already gone away to be happy. Those who have found jobs, some have already joined the job, and some are about to join the job. Those who have decided to take the postgraduate entrance examination have already made it clear to their counselors. The list still in Zhang Wei's hand is a group of people who want to find a job, but have gone through countless rounds of school recruitment and still haven't gotten an offer. Doesn't this perfectly meet Pei Qian's requirements? Pei Qian immediately said, "Don't worry, Teacher Zhang, this matter is all on me. How about you send me the list? Or notify them to come to the company for an interview?" Zhang Wei didn't expect Pei Qian to agree so simply. Okay. After a few polite words, Pei Qian stopped talking. Soon, Zhang Wei sent these resumes to Pei Qian's mailbox. Chapter 189: What to do with the new game. Pei Qian clicked on it and saw, well, there were more than 20 people, both male and female. Because they were liberal arts majors, there were more girls. Most people's resumes are very clean, they have basically never received any honors, and they don't even have many specialties. As for looks, to put it politely, they are very ordinary. This is normal. If she is a beautiful girl, even if she has no ability, there will be companies willing to recruit administrative positions to work as flower vases. Those left until July basically have the following advantages. Poor grades, unable to secure graduate school. I don't have any background at home, so I can't arrange work. I have basically never held a student job or a part-time job, so I can't find a job on my own. All in all, it's perfect. Well, we must have really received a group of gangsters this time, right? Pei Qian was particularly satisfied. After flipping through it, he decided to take it all. So there is a saying that goes well, there is no garbage in this world, only misplaced resources. To Pei Qian, these people are misplaced resources. However, we have to think about what kind of work we will assign them. Pei Qian thought about the jobs he currently had. Placed in the game department? Inappropriate. The current game department has a big frame and is running without any problems. When these people arrive in the game department, they are just doing odd jobs at most. Even if their workability is particularly poor, it is not enough to ruin the game. It is impossible for Pei Qian to directly let them parachute into the game department to take management positions. That would be too unreasonable and would be suspected. Go to Moyu Internet Cafe? The positions there are mainly manual labor, such as waiters and delivery people. After all, these people are also my senior brothers and sisters. It is not appropriate to arrange for others to clean the table, either good or bad. What's more, anyone can do this kind of physical work, so there's no way to fully utilize the value of these people. Just arrange a new company for them. Pei Qian had a flash of inspiration, and he had it. How great would it be to open another company and put all these people in and let them fully shine? Of course, the boss of this new company must be one of his own. On the one hand, this boss cannot engage in petty tricks, tax evasion, etc. Although these students are his senior brothers and sisters, they are all strangers after all, and Pei Qian cannot trust them. On the other hand, directly letting them serve as management is unreasonable and can easily arouse suspicion. Pei Qian first finds a lucky person from his own company and asks him to open a new company, with financial, administrative and other personnel, and then recruits all these people. This is much more reasonable. After that, the company started to lose money in normal operations, and everything was perfect. Pei Qian thought about it for 2 minutes and immediately came up with an idea. Isn't there still a hidden danger that has not been resolved? Fortunately, we solved it together this time. The Myriad from before is still writing copywriting and plots for Tenda Games. He was originally recruited as a mascot to counteract Pei Qian's good luck. But later on, it became unreasonable to let the Ma group do nothing, so Pei Qian reluctantly arranged for him to be responsible for the plot of the game. As a result, Ma Yichun backhandedly beautified the copywriting packaging and added a lot of points to the textual content of several games. We must find a way to get rid of this kind of person. This time, the opportunity was just right. As for what to ask him to do, Pei Qian had already planned it. Let's build an online novel website. First of all, this is Ma Yichun's dream. Helping employees realize their dreams has always been Mr. Pei's purpose. Secondly, Ma Yichun wrote books and hit the streets continuously, which proved that he was not qualified for this industry at all. Pei Qian felt relieved when he was asked to take charge of this company. Finally, in the online writing industry, it is relatively easy to lose money. The world already has a very mature web-based website called Infinite Chinese Network, which has developed into a large-scale website of considerable scale. There are also some capitals trying to do this business, but only a small part has succeeded, and most of them have failed. And what Pei Qian is doing now is just like a joke. He invests a lot of money and raises a group of editors and authors. Under the leadership of Ma Yichun, he will definitely lose money. In fact, now that I think about it, I could have started building an online writing website a long time ago. There is actually a big difference in how much investment is required in this industry. 1 million has 1 million ways of playing, and 100 million has 100 million ways of playing. If you spend money to poach various website masters, buy them out at high prices, open up sales channels, operate copyrights, etc., it will cost a lot of money. But if you just build an ordinary website, recruit a group of editors, collect some scrapped manuscripts at a low price, give some full-time work as a token, and buy a cloud server and a domain name online, in fact, it will only cost about 1 million yuan. Can play around. Pei Qian considered that he could throw more than 1 million to a group of horses for fun first. If he could really lose money, he could increase his efforts later. Thinking of this, Pei Qian was in a good mood. In the afternoon, Pei Qian came to the company. First, Pei Qian has to arrange the work of the game department. After updating the DLC before, the game department has been working hard for a while. Now that a new cycle has begun, Pei Qian has to keep everyone busy. After all, the system stipulates that you can't be passive and slow down, and you can't be without products for a long time. Everyone is also waiting with great anticipation for the development plan for the next new game. However, Pei Qian did not call everyone to the meeting this time. After all, there were too many people and the conference room could no longer accommodate them. I only called Lu Mingliang, Bao Su, and several key members of the department. This time, Pei Qian would like to tell them his general idea and outline the game's route. As for the specific details, he will let them play freely. The main thing is that even if Pei Qian wants to set the details, he can't. He doesn't have the ability. Soon, everyone arrived. Lin Wan was also there, holding a small notebook and preparing to record it carefully. A group of horses were also there. Although they didn't have a notebook, they were very serious. Pei Qian thought silently, "I'll make arrangements for you two after the meeting." Pei Qian has been thinking about what to do in this game for a long time, and he probably already has a plan. According to previous experience, mistakes made must not be made again. Due to the existence of the system, Pei Qian cannot make a bad game and sell it at a high price to cheat money. Although the price can fluctuate up and down within a certain range, in general, the pricing should roughly match the investment. At the same time, with the influence of the previous popular games, many players are staring at Tenda's new games. This new game is probably a hit before it is released. It is impossible to rely on no publicity like Lonely Desert Highway and Ghost Commander, and then the game will remain unknown and unknown. In this case, you have to make a niche game, a word-of-mouth game, and invest a lot of money. Even if players know it, most people still won't buy or play it. Pei Qian knows a lot about this kind of game. Soul-based games, or some extremely difficult side-scrolling games, are all of this type. Pei Qian doesn't plan to play a side-scrolling game, mainly because the investment is too small and he won't lose much. If you want to do it, make a big production and spend more money on art resources. Of course, Pei Qian also knows that Miyazaki's soul-based game is very successful and has a high sales volume. It is definitely not a game that will lose money. However, when considering the problem, many factors must be considered comprehensively. In any type of game, there are some that are popular and some that are popular. The key is to look at the details and how to operate it. Many manufacturers also want to copy Souls-based games, but how can they succeed? In the end, they all rush to the street, proving that only the old thief Miyazaki can succeed in this method. Pei Qian doesn't think he has the skills of the old thief Miyazaki. Besides, if he wanted to perfectly reproduce the Soul series, he couldn't do it. He didn't have that much money. Counting the 8 million that the system originally had, plus a few games and miscellaneous income, deducting various expenses. Now Pei Qian has squeezed out a maximum of about 20 million for this new game. This little money is not enough to make a true AAA masterpiece. There are almost enough R&D personnel. After all, games like Metro 2033 were made by 30 people. Pei Qian currently has 60 or 70 R&D personnel on hand, and they will have to recruit more in the future. However, considering that the development time is only 4 months, manpower will still be tight, and the game content will have to be further compressed. In other words, only one miniature version can be made, and the game content will be reduced a lot. This further increases the chance of failure. Chapter 199 Return to the Shore, updated for Alliance Leader Yuan De. In addition, there are environmental issues. The Souls game was not very successful at the beginning. It also experienced a process of sales from low to high. From the earliest Demon Souls to Dark Souls, Bloodborne to Dark Souls 3, and finally to Sekiro, overall, the difficulty is gradually decreasing. While retaining the essence of the Souls-based game, the difficulty is gradually reduced, and sales are steadily increasing. This shows that increasing difficulty can indeed reduce sales. Moreover, the success of Soul-based games varies by region. The game Demon's Soul was originally completely contrary to what the publisher required. Miyazaki, the old thief, played some tricks during the development period and did not completely follow the above requirements. Instead, he made a game with his own style. Game. By the time the top management discovered this problem, Demon's Soul had been largely completed. The people above were furious, but they had no choice but to act like a living doctor. Initially, even the publisher was not optimistic about it. If project leader Ken Kaji had not persisted, it might not have been possible for this game to be released to players. On the eve of its release, the famous video game magazine Fami gave it a low score of 29 points. This game was quite a hit in China. Miyazaki tried his best to contact European and American publishers, but it became an unexpected hit. The key factor in this is that the Soul series games just meet the tastes of European and American hardcore gamers. It will basically be around 15 years when the Soul series games really become popular in China. The current domestic game environment is generally consistent with what Pei Qian remembers. High-difficulty games are relatively common and not popular. In this case, wouldn't it be enough to make a difficult Soul-based game and only publish it in China? Moreover, in order to prevent this game from being discovered by European and American players, it was deliberately made into a Chinese background to increase a cultural barrier and make it difficult for European and American players to play it. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel very proud. Sure enough, Rao's creativity is endless. If it wasn't for the loss, he wouldn't have known that he could have come up with such a good idea. Pei Qian explained the positioning of this game to everyone very concisely, summarizing it into 5 requirements. First, this is a game with a Chinese background, which should be filled with a large number of puzzle elements, and a large number of puzzles and text content should be written in ancient Chinese. This is mainly to prevent this game from being discovered by European and American players and becoming popular. When the time comes to solve the puzzles, you will need excellent skills in classical Chinese, which will definitely make it impossible for those foreigners to play for even a minute. This game is mainly sold in China. Even if it is not released in other languages, it will not be judged as a violation by the system. Second, this is a very difficult game. Pei Qian asked Bao Su and Lu Mingliang to rack their brains and think of every possible way to make the player fail. Dissuading as many players as possible is their first mission. Third, this is a big scenario action game. The game must have a large number of models, actions, and scenes, and the budget for all art resources must be fully occupied. Do whatever you can to spend more money. Of course, this so-called extra money is based on the previous investment in Tenda games. In fact, Pei Qian's psychological limit is only 20 million. He would still like to spend more, but the system funds may not be enough. If you compare it with foreign supergiants that often spend tens or hundreds of millions of R&D funds, it is incomparable. However, compared with the investment of these domestic manufacturers, it can still be regarded as a large-scale production. Fourth, this game will have the longest refund time limit. According to the requirements of the official platform, games on the platform can be refunded within 3 hours of the actual game time. This time can only be longer, not shorter. In fact, most game developers hope that this time can be shortened and cancelled. How can they take the initiative to extend it? But Pei Qian decided that this game will adopt the longest refund time limit on the official platform, which is 5 hours. For many games, the total game time is only 3 or 4 hours. It would be crazy to offer a 5-hour refund, which is basically the same as free. But in Pei Qian's view, 3 hours is actually not a long time. Some people died unknowingly at the gate of Cadat when playing Soul 3, and the refund period expired. Pei Qian decided that his game can be refunded within 5 hours, and a line of prompts will appear in the upper right corner of the game when it is 10 minutes before 5 hours. Absolutely every player who wants to get a refund will not miss the time. Fifth, about the name of this game. In order to avoid the impact of the game name on players and prevent some innocent people from straying in, Pei Qian decided to make the game name as straightforward as possible. The game will turn around contains Pei Qian's sincere advice to the players. After hearing Pei Qian's 5-point request, even Bao Su was stunned. In Pei Qian's memory, Demon's Soul was a game in 2009, but there was no Demon's Soul in this world, so even a well-informed player like Bao Su had never heard of such a crazy game. Of course, there are some hardcore games that are famous for their high difficulty, but games like Pei Qian's that directly require doing everything possible to make players fail are really rare. Everything else is easy to understand, except for this difficulty. Both Lu Mingliang and Bao Su feel a little blind. Mr. Pei, can you tell us in detail about the difficulty? For example, what percentage of players will be blocked by the boss in the last level? Bao Su asked. Pei Qian subconsciously thought, 99.9999% of the players will be blocked. However, a line of words instantly appeared in his field of vision. Warn. A game that has absolutely no possibility of being passed by most people is illegal. The highest difficulty level of the game is subject to the host being able to clear it. Pei Qian's smile froze on his face. System, my Tony Ma almost blurted out. Subject to my being able to get through? I'm so handicapped. I was tortured when I played Sea Fortress, and you actually asked me to beat this game. You just can't do it with me, and it's over. However, Pei Qian did not panic. After all, he was well informed and this problem would not trouble him. Subject to my being able to get through? That's easy to handle, I'll just hide something in the game secretly. I said that there is a particularly powerful weapon in the game, and this weapon can only be obtained by triggering a very complicated hidden plot and advancing through a completely unreasonable game route. After that, with this powerful weapon, my understanding of the souls-based game, and the level map that I knew well in advance, it shouldn't be a problem for me to get through it in 2 or 3 weeks. In order to lose money, I endured this hardship. After this idea appeared, the system did not warn again. Pei Qian smiled slightly and said to Bao Su, our design will not block any players. Theoretically, most people can pass the level, it just requires some skills. The implication is that if they give up on their own, it's not my fault. You just make it as difficult as you can imagine, and I will personally modify it in the end. When the time comes to add this weapon, Pei Qian will set the game to the extreme difficulty level where he can use this weapon to pass the level, so that he will not be warned by the system. When the time comes, players will not be able to get this weapon and will be playing in hell mode. Coupled with the unconditional refund at 5 o'clock, most people will definitely give up. Lu Mingliang asked, Mr. Pei, this game is a game with a traditional Chinese background. So what is the specific worldview? Pei Qian smiled and said, it's up to you to decide on this matter. Chapter 191 Destination Chinese Website. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. It's not that Pei Qian is deliberately modest, it's mainly because he can't write about worldview. Not only the worldview, but also the design of some details, Pei Qian did not impose strict requirements. After the design draft is written and Pei Qian makes some slight changes, it will be no problem. The group of horses listened very carefully. This is the first time he has participated in the development of a new project from scratch after being responsible for plot design, and this game sounds very demanding and full of challenges. We must not disappoint Mr. Pei. The general idea was already in place, Mr. Pei's requirements were already clear, and everyone left one after another. Pei Qian stopped the group of horses. The group of horses couldn't help but feel excited. Mr. Pei left me alone, obviously because he wanted to talk to me about plot issues. Great. Since joining Tenda, I have been trying to figure out Mr. Pei's intentions every day. I will definitely benefit a lot from being able to communicate with Mr. Pei face to face this time. I just don't know how Mr. Pei designs the worldview of Back to the Shore. Even if it's just a reminder. The group of horses couldn't help but think a lot. Pei Qian looked at the group of horses and smiled, from tomorrow on, you are no longer a member of Tenda Games. The horses were confused. What does it mean? I'm not good at my job and I was asked to quit. No, Lu Mingliang and other colleagues rated me very well. What did I do wrong that made Mr. Pei dissatisfied? Is it because the plot I wrote before didn't work? disappointed Mr. Pei. It doesn't make sense, isn't the response from the players pretty good? Pei Qian smiled and continued, I want to give you a more important task. Tenda is going to open an internet website. I know that the internet has always been your hobby and dream, so you will be the person in charge of this website. The horses were even more confused, their eyes slowly opened wide, full of confusion. Happiness came so suddenly that I didn't react at all. Just now I thought I was going to be fired, which scared the whole group of horses into a cold sweat. Now it's clear, it's not dismissal, but another appointment. From games to online writing. The group of horses felt a little dazed. Unexpectedly, I could intersect with internet articles again. He once thought that he was very talented in writing. After all, his family came from a scholarly family. He had been nurtured since childhood and had very good writing skills. While in college, he began to try to write books, and he also gained many fans who really liked his works. Pei Qian likes to interact with readers very much, and also enjoys the feeling of being liked and recognized for his works. However, his experience after graduating from college was a huge blow to him. He finally went from being ignored to writing with good data. In the end, the first order of several books did not exceed 100, and he almost starved to death. So, he had no choice but to give up his account on Infinite, find a makeshift job at Yang Games, and start plot planning. Up to now, he has not touched online articles for more than a year. Although I am still following popular works, I have stopped writing for a long time. Pei Qian's voice was trembling. Am I the person in charge? What is the current state of this company? Pei Qian smiled. It's still under construction, but you don't have to worry. Assistant Qian will arrange the financial and administrative staff. All you need to be responsible for is the daily operation of the website. The workplace is upstairs. As for the staff, we have recruited some new people from the liberal arts major of Handong University in the early stage. Considering that there is no need for people who are right or wrong in the field of online writing, you can use these people and arrange some work, just arrange some work. What Pei Qian said was true. These people were real newcomers. Pei Qian didn't even know if they had read the online article. But the horses obviously don't think so. Why did Mr. Pei set up an online website on a whim? Definitely not here to join in the fun, there is a deep meaning in this. So far, Tenda's development direction is multifaceted. Whether it is Fei Huang Studio or Moyu Internet Cafe, they are all unrelated on the surface, but in fact they form a big game. If Fei Huang Studio is developing towards the film and television industry and Moyu Internet Cafe is heading into the real industry, then the online website. This is probably an important step towards copyright layout. As long as a good IP can be hatched, Fei Huang Studio can turn it into a film and TV show, and Tenda Games can also make games around this IP. In the future, this highly forward-looking layout can be said to be of great significance. Although this website has just started, with Mr. Pei's ruthless strategic vision and Tenda's strong financial resources behind it. If this doesn't go well, the Ma Group feels that they can raise their heads and come to see him. Pei Qian was a little touched when he thought that Mr. Pei would hand over such an important part of the layout to him without hesitation. But while I was moved, I also had some self-doubt. Mr. Pei, you also know about me. I'm afraid I'm not the material. I can't write well myself, and if I have to guide others, I'm afraid it will only lead them down the wrong path. By then, the impact will be too great, and I'm a bit. Pei Qian smiled. Leading them down the wrong path? That's right, otherwise you think I asked you to be the person in charge for what purpose? Pei Qian knew that after this website came out, he would definitely not be able to do nothing. When the time comes, it will be necessary to accept a batch of manuscripts that are thrown out of the market and sign a batch of authors who work hard. Pei Qian was very worried. With his miraculous koi physique, if a great internet writer came out and a book directly broke through the reader subscription ceiling of the entire website, and even the website became popular, wouldn't something big happen? Judging from past experience, this kind of thing has to be guarded against. The group of horses is an excellent insurance for Pei Qian. His ability to continuously attack the public clearly shows that he has a big problem with his understanding of the objective laws of online articles. It is completely contrary to the tastes of mainstream readers of online articles, and even does not satisfy the tastes of some niche readers. As for Pei Qian's group of senior brothers and sisters, even if some of them have read online articles, they probably know nothing about the inner rules of creation. If there was really a good idea, people would have already started writing online articles full-time. How could they wait until now? Ma Yiqian's own understanding has been greatly deviated, but they have to teach these people to be editors, responsible for reviewing manuscripts, making recommendations, and a series of other tasks. That is definitely even more unreliable. When the time comes, the manuscripts accepted will not be good enough. The resident authors are all a bunch of thugs who rush to the street. Readers will not be able to find good books to read on the website, forming a vicious circle. Well, that's stable. Of course, having said that, this matter is a bit too far-fetched. How can it be so easy to succeed? If he really wants to build an online writing website seriously, even if Pei Qian conscientiously recruits some editors in the industry and spends money to poach great authors, the final result will probably be a failure. In this industry, the possibility of making money is very low. Since the outcome cannot be changed, it is better to make random arrangements so that Ma Yiqian can still fulfill his dream. What is money? Fulfilling dreams for employees is Mr. Pei's lifelong pursuit. Chapter 192 Enhanced version of the hot-blooded war song. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian gently patted Ma Yiqian on the shoulder. You are not welcome at all. I think the editor must be jealous of your talent. What you write is too advanced and readers don't recognize it. That's not your fault. Ma Yiqian suddenly said, Mr. Pei, have you read the book I wrote? I haven't seen it. Pei Qian shook his head, but I can see your talent from your eyes. If our website wants to be successful, we must not copy Infinite's routines. Otherwise, no matter how well it develops, it will only be a miniature version of Infinite. How can we talk about overtaking in a corner? The horses were in a trance. It seems that what Mr. Pei said makes sense. Ma Yiqian does not feel that his talents have been buried. After all, online writing is a fully competitive market. If it is not recognized by the editor, it can be said that it is temporarily buried, but if it is not recognized by the readers, it is really not possible. Ma Yiqian felt that it was obviously the latter that his book was on the street. So he is very unsure of his abilities. But there is one thing Mr. Pei said that is right. If a website wants to be successful, it must not copy the routines of Infinite. Otherwise, readers can just go to Infinite to read. Why have a copycat website that follows the trend? Therefore, if you want to overtake in a corner, you must seek innovation and change. This shows that Mr. Pei's vision is indeed far-reaching and he has high hopes for himself. What Mr. Pei wants to do is to transcend infinity, not just be rich. Ma Yiqian nodded sharply. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will do my best to run this website well. Mr. Pei, what is the name of this website? Pei Qian smiled slightly. The end. It means to make it a tomb for internet articles. The group of horses stood in awe. Pei always has to work hard to make it the end point of all online articles? Let all writers come to this website to write books. Look at Mr. Pei, he can always think of such a grand and appropriate name. Go ahead and report to me if you encounter any problems. After sending the group of horses away, Pei Qian turned his attention to Yang Games. First, I took a look at the data of Blooded War Song sent by Yi Zhizhou, and it was still terrible. Stable, very stable. After all, this game has become so good now that all the old players have a great time playing it. It will not be a problem to play it stably for a few months. However, the income is really low. Cutting off so many payment points has left the original wealthy people with no place to spend money. The graphics of this game are too old-fashioned. There is no publicity fund and no new players are pouring in. Even if some old players are returned, this recharge, the cost is still completely inadequate. Now that the rectification of Blooded War Song has been completed and the version has been stabilized, Pei Qian has to arrange new tasks for them. If you continue like this, you might get a warning from the system one day. But Pei Qian has already made arrangements for these. He had previously arranged a two-step strategy for Yuan games. The first step was to cut off the payment points of existing games and keep only one. The second step was to make new games. Everyone each came up with a game plan and formed a design draft, which Pei Qian selected and developed as a new project for Yuan games. During the settlement period, everyone at Yuan Games was busy working on this design draft, and now it is all completed. Pei Qian wants to pick a design draft and decide what game Yuan Games will develop in the future. As a result, Tenda Games and Qingshan Games have also embarked on completely different paths. For Tenda Games, Pei Qian has to personally take charge of it, point out a general direction that can easily lead to failure, and try his best to make the game develop in the direction he expected. As for Yuan Games, we try to maintain its original ecology as much as possible with as little intervention as possible. At present, this route of Yuan Games seems to be more successful, so it is natural to continue to stick to it. Pei Qian randomly found a lottery software, numbered all the more than 20 design drafts, and drew lots. Number 6. Pei Qian opened the document numbered 6 and took a cursory look. The entire document is 4 pages in total. It is a strategy game, but the rules are obviously very imperfect. If the actual settings required for this game are 100%, this document only covers about 20% at most. Some gameplays are only briefly mentioned, and there are no specific design details at all. Well, the attitude is good, but this document cannot be used. On the surface, this document seems to meet Pei Qian's requirements for a bad game, but the problem is that it lacks too many settings. It was impossible for Pei Qian to add settings to it by himself. Once they decide to make this game, everyone at Yuan Games will naturally add content to this document and refine various rules. By then, the game will definitely be changed beyond recognition. So definitely not. Pei Qian can't imagine what this game will be like in the end, and there is a huge risk. It is best to have a design that has clear rules and is obviously very unspectacular, which is the most reassuring. Pei Qian eliminated the plan number 6 and drew again. Number 13. Pei Qian opened the design document number 13 and found that it was a standalone game with a good idea, and it also proposed some good level design concepts. If you look carefully, you will see that it was written by Wang Xiaobin. Can't you see that you, a numerical planner, still have the dream of revitalizing the domestic game industry? Well, it's not impossible to spend money to help you realize your dream. But the key point is that your design draft is a bit conservative. If you do it the way you do, I'm afraid you won't lose much money. Pei Qian flipped through it casually and decided to put it aside for now. Although it is also a good choice to let Yuan Games do standalone games, Pei Qian mainly considers 2 aspects. First, the lower limit of standalone games is actually quite low. With a relatively fixed investment, even if it is not popular, it will definitely be able to sell some sales. The biggest possibility is a small loss. If it is slightly better, the cost can be recovered. Second, the solution written by Wang Xiaobin is very complete. There are no very risky designs. They are all mature solutions that have been verified by some foreign standalone manufacturers. Pei Qian's vision was so forward that he could see at a glance that although this design plan was not very reliable, it was not outrageous either. From Pei Qian's point of view, it is below average. Draw it again. If there is a better one, use the better one. If there is no better one, then fulfill Wang Xiaoban's dream. It was said that it would only be drawn once at random, but Pei Qian still changed his mind and wanted to pick a little more. After all, Bao Su and Huang Sibo gave him a sea fortress last time he left it alone, and they haven't spent all the money yet. This time it's number 2. Oh? The sequel to Blooded War Hymn? Written by Yi Zhizhou? Pei Qian clicked on the design draft and looked at it carefully. Basically, there are no major changes to the gameplay. We just added some details and advanced the story a little bit. We still continue to use the previous charging model. Huh? This is good. Pei Qian felt that both Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaoban's plans were good, but they also had problems. Although the initial plan number 6 was unreliable enough, it was precisely because it was too unreliable and had too few details that Pei Qian did not feel comfortable following it. He was afraid that the people in Yangyang Games would add hundreds of millions of details and make it completely different. On the other hand, the plans of Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaoban are quite complete, which also means that they are not easy to go astray. Then let's use Yi Zhizhou's plan. Wang Xiaoban's plan is quite remarkable, but the only thing is that it is too safe and not risky enough. If your dream is more unrestrained, you might conquer me. Pei Qian finally kept Yi Zhizhou's plan, but Yi Zhizhou himself didn't think about the name of this sequel. Pei Qian quickly tapped the keyboard and added the name. The powerful enhanced version of the hot-blooded war song. Well, since it's a fun game, let's be more fun. For such a game that is likely to lose money, Pei Qian has even thought of a way to promote it. It will definitely cost the most money and get the most scolding, for sure. After making the changes, Pei Qian resent the design draft to Yi Zhizhou. Just do it this way. He thought for a moment and then added, tell Wang Xiaoban that his plan is good, but too conservative. Let him make some changes during the research and development period, and there will be opportunities for it to be useful in the future. Chapter 193, The Choice of Two Plans, Additional Update for the Leader by Yuan. Yangyang Game. Yi Zhizhou waited for a long time with anxiety in his heart, and finally got Mr. Pei's reply. However, he was confused when he saw the content of Mr. Pei's reply. Brother Wang, come here and take a look. Wang Xiaoban had nothing to do now. When he heard Yi Zhizhou's call, he immediately stopped what he was doing and came to his workstation. Brother Wang, Mr. Pei has given us a plan for a new game. He chose my plan. Yi Zhizhou pointed to the document on the screen, the powerful enhanced version of the hot-blooded war song. Wang Xiaoban opened his mouth slightly, a little surprised. Did you come up with this name? Yi Zhizhou, no, Mr. Pei changed it. I originally wanted to read War Song 2. Hiss. Wang Xiaoban took a breath of cold air. This name really gives off a strong copycat vibe. Mr. Pei would actually give the game such a name? This? It's hard to understand. Has Mr. Pei changed the design elsewhere? Wang Xiaoban asked again. Yi Zhizhou was a little embarrassed. I checked carefully and didn't change a word, just the name. Wang Xiaoban. He couldn't help but have some emotions. Wang Xiaoban knew very well that the main reason why Yi Zhizhou wanted to make a sequel to War Hymn was because he was unwilling to do so. Yi Zhizhou created a selection system for War Song and completely transformed the profit model of this gold-based game in accordance with President Pei's requirements. Yi Zhizhou is very proud of this. Now, the activity level and various data of War Song are maintained well, many old players have returned, and the reputation has been completely reversed. But the only problem is that this game doesn't make money. Yi Zhizhou is actually quite concerned about this. In his opinion, a game that does not make money will still fail, no matter how good its reputation is. Think about it carefully, why not make money? The main reason is that the graphics of the game Hot-Blooded War Song are so bad that it has completely lagged behind the times, and Yangyang Games does not have enough funds to promote it, so there is no inflow of new players. With all the payment points cut off, the poor old players simply cannot support the game's income. Therefore, Yi Zhizhou is unwilling to give in. He hopes that the new mode of selection system can be played by more players, and through the development of a sequel, the game can turn a profit. But Wang Xiaobin actually disagrees. In the past, doing Krypton Gold games was forced by life. Now that they have been acquired by Tenda, and they have embraced Mr. Pei, who will eat shit when they have food to eat. War Hymn is not a great IP, it is just a third-rate rubbish gold-earning game. Are you holding on to it so much? Therefore, Wang Xiaobin wrote a design draft for a standalone game and submitted it, hoping that Mr. Pei would select this design draft so that he could fulfill his long-cherished wish for many years, to develop a truly high-quality standalone game. Wang Xiaobin was originally very confident about this design draft. Because he has the richest experience among all the people at Yangyang Games, and the design of standalone games should be the most in line with Mr. Pei's taste. In Wang Xiaobin's mind, Mr. Pei should be a talented designer whose mission is to save the game industry. He should be a noble person, a person who is free from super interests, and a person who is not greedy for money. Otherwise, how could it be possible to cut off most of the charging points in Hymn of War? But now, Mr. Pei's choice has come out. He chose Yi Zhizhou's plan instead of his. Not only that, Mr. Pei didn't change a word of Yi Zhizhou's plan, but only changed the name. This made Wang Xiaobin feel a little confused, incomprehensible, and a little lost. Oh, by the way, Brother Wang. Mr. Pei, your plan is good, but it is too conservative. If you change it during the development period, it will still have a chance to be useful in the future. Yi Zhizhou truthfully told Pei Qian what he said. Wang Xiaobin couldn't help but feel refreshed. Oh. I see. It turns out that Mr. Pei still approved of my plan, but my approach was too conservative and not good enough for a standalone game. Wang Xiaobin was instantly full of motivation. Now he probably understands why Mr. Pei chose Yi Zhizhou's plan instead of his. Yi Zhizhou's plan can be quite novel among the many Krypton Gold games. However, Wang Xiaobin's plan seems very mediocre among many standalone games. The two games are in different reference systems. Yi Zhizhou's plan is more innovative and naturally easier to win President Pei's favor. Mr. Pei's design is too conservative. That's right, that's the situation. For the sake of safety, I adopted some very mature designs, but now it seems that they are actually somewhat outdated. The environment is changing rapidly. Now we can barely keep up with the times, but after a few months of game development, we are already out of date. Mr. Pei is right, I am too conservative. As expected of Mr. Pei, he saw the crux of the problem at a glance. It seems I have to keep working hard. Wang Xiaobin's emotions disappeared instantly. In this case, then let's cooperate fully with Yi Zhizhou to make Hot-Blooded War Song Power Enhanced Edition, and then make the next standalone game you like. In the past 3 or 4 months, I have continued to explore some ideas and made major changes to the current plan, hoping to satisfy Mr. Pei by then. Yi Zhizhou flipped through the design draft again. Indeed, Mr. Pei has not changed a word. Brother Wang, what should we do? Should we just do this? Yi Zhizhou felt a little guilty. Wang Xiaobin's blind faith in Mr. Pei was at its peak at this time, and he immediately nodded. Of course, Mr. Pei has made the decision. Why should there be any hesitation? Just do this. And another advantage of this is that the development time can be greatly shortened. What we are going to do is the enhanced version of the Power of the Bloody War Song. The name is really awkward. In fact, it can be regarded as a high-definition reset version. In terms of game functions and gameplay, there is actually no need to make major changes. At most, we need to spend a little effort to optimize various functions. In this way, all the energy we save can be used to invest in art resources. Didn't you always think that now the Warham of War has been completely transformed, and all it needs is a good skin? Just take this opportunity to replace it. I think this is what Mr. Pei means. Yi Zhizhou nodded, yeah, that's right. I'll sort out the design draft and prepare an art resource list. After finalizing the design plan, the first thing to do is to prepare an art resource plan. Yangyang Games is currently in a state of continuous losses and has handed over all the money. However, even so, it cannot maintain its daily rent and salary expenses. Tenda needs to spend money to fill the hole. Making a new game this time will cost a lot of money. For this money, we can only report it to Mr. Pei. I'm a little worried. I want 2 million, but I don't know if President Pei will approve it. Yi Zhizhou felt a little uneasy. Wang Xiaobin was silent for a moment. Let's try it. In terms of game quality, Mr. Pei should be willing to spend money. If it doesn't work, let's cut the budget. Chapter 194, Little Book Arrangements. Tenda Games. Pei Qian flipped through his notebook and found that there were still 2 people to arrange. In fact, it was not Lin Wan who ranked first in Mr. Pei's book. After all, Lin Wan only saved him hundreds of thousands in rent. Now it seems that this money was spent casually. What's more, considering the 200,000 given by Lin Chang, Mr. Pei had to treat Lin Wan lightly. The first place in the book must be Qiao Liang. Last week, when the Lonely Desert Highway was updated, Qiao Laoshi gave Tenda another blow, which made Pei Qian almost want to pay for the murder. From the very beginning of Lonely Desert Highway, to game producer, and then to the later DLC, this Qiao Laoshi is simply a ghost. It's just that after asking someone to investigate Qiao Laoshi last time, Pei Qian still hasn't figured out how to deal with it. Qiao Liang lives in the imperial capital, but he is not a native of the imperial capital and belongs to the Beidiao clan. My life was supposed to be relatively difficult originally, but then I came to Eli Island and lived very well relying on the video incentive plan and daily meals. Now I am even unwilling to accept some low-end meals. Basically, it's okay. After introducing Game Producer in the issue of The Work of the Gods, Qiao Laoshi forced himself to do a performance art style announcement, and then inexplicably walked up to the standing restaurant. Root. It's also very strange that other up owners are scolded for being just a fan, but Qiao Laoshi is also a fan. In the barrage, a group of viewers are shouting, "Just right" and "Just right art." When other up owners saw this scene, they were so envious that they were separated from each other. However, there will never be another special case like Qiao Laoshi. It is precisely for this reason that Qiao Laoshi is extremely grateful to Tenda. After all, he was originally a relatively popular up owner. Now he has become a popular up owner on the Eli Island game channel, mainly because of Tenda's popularity. Maybe when the next game comes out, Qiao Laoshi will be watching it at the speed of light. Pei Qian originally wanted to use money to defeat Qiao Laoshi, which was feasible, but the problem was what to do after he was defeated. This was a problem. It's true that Qiao Laoshi is short of money, but the question is, after Pei Qian buys him with money, what does he ask him to do? Let him make a video to smear Tenda's game? That is very unreasonable, and I am afraid that no matter how Qiao Laoshi slanders it, the audience will only regard it as another large-scale performance art. Tell Qiao Laoshi not to post any videos about Tenda? Spending money specifically to do this kind of thing might make Qiao Laoshi suspicious of Pei Qian's true purpose, which goes against the requirement of not exposing the system. So Pei Qian found that this matter was a bit deadlocked. Letting Qiao Laoshi praise Tenda is promoting Tenda. Letting Mr. Qiao blackmail Tenda is still promoting Tenda. This is very stiff. Pei Qian realized that he could indeed use money to knock Qiao Laosher down, or even make him never stand up again. But the key point was that even if Qiao Laosher was just lying around and wasting money, it would not be of any help to Pei Qian. This is the most supportive. But no matter what, this revenge must be avenged. After the new game comes out and the budget is full, I will ask Qiao Laosher to play it for me 100 times to relieve the hatred in my heart. Pei Qian silently looked at Lin Wan in the second line of the notebook. It had been decided before that Lin Wan should be assigned to Yongyang Games, and now was the right time. Over at Yongyang Games, the current structure is relatively complete, with Yi Zhizhou as the creative and Wang Xiaobin as the senior planner and coordinator. For the time being, there is actually no shortage of people. However, Wang Xiaobin is the main numerical value after all, and he is somewhat incapable of doing anything else. The current structure is actually a bit unreasonable. The main purpose of arranging Lin Wan to go there was to let her experience how hard it is to implement the main plan, and to pass on the Tenda spirit to Yongyang Games. The best outcome was that Lin Wan worked hard at Yongyang Games but ultimately failed, which made her disheartened by the gaming industry and went back to inherit the family property. The average result is that Lin Wan did not make any achievements there and continued to work hard, but at least Yongyang Games can continue to lose money, and Lin Wan will not suddenly give Pei Qian a rent exemption and cause him a myocardial infarction. The worst outcome is that Lin Wan's game, Shangyang, became an inexplicable hit, and his confidence doubled. However, Pei Qian feels that this possibility is unlikely. Thinking of this, Pei Qian called Lin Wan to the office and made his arrangements simple and clear. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan shook her head and flatly refused. "I don't go." Pei Qian was a little confused. Was he so decisive? When other people knew that they were going to be promoted, most of them were moved to tears on the spot. But you were better off. Not only were you not moved, but you flatly refused? Lin Wan said seriously, "Mr. Pei, thank you for your kindness. However, my current abilities are still insufficient. I hope I can continue to stay with Tenda, at least to see the release of Return to the Shore and accumulate some experience." Pei Qian was speechless. Sure enough, he is a rich second generation. I thought wrong. For Lin Wan Lai, he didn't care about promotion at all. Anyway, no matter how you get promoted, it's not as fast as asking your family members for money and becoming your boss. What Lin Wan wants is to learn from excellent project experience and have the experience of working happily with colleagues. Now she is very happy with the project at Tenda and doesn't want to move at all. Pei Qian never expected that the tried and tested first-place elimination system would encounter unexpected setbacks. Is this the money-making ability of the rich second generation? However, this did not trouble Pei Qian. His mind was spinning rapidly, and he quickly thought of another set of words. People in our company like to underestimate their abilities. Of course, this is normal. When working with so many outstanding colleagues, it is easy to have the illusion that I am good. But you have to believe that you are actually good enough to do the job. Pei Qian paused and said seriously, "Going to Yongyang to play games is an important task, and this task belongs to you." Lin Wan was stunned. "Ah? Really?" Lin Wan couldn't help but become curious when she heard the words, "It must be you." Pei Qian stood up, took a few steps, and explained, "Shangyang Games is a loss-making game company. After Tenda bought them, it was natural for them to carry out in-depth transformation. But this kind of transformation cannot be rushed. It must be done step by step. After all, a company's inertia is not so easy to reverse. And you are responsible for two important tasks. First, you are the link between Yongyang Games and Tenda. The current person in charge there, Yi Zhizhou, is a little too cautious. For decisions he dare not make, you have to make decisions for him and then communicate with me. I'm afraid I'm just afraid of them and don't dare to spend money." Second, you are the communicator of Tenda spirit. I hope you can use Tenda spirit to slowly transform Shenyang Games, whether it is leading them in team building or improving their wages and benefits. Follow Tenda's lead. If it is really effective, it means that you have the ability to take charge of a project alone. It is no longer far away from completing your dream. So, this is a very serious challenge for you. Do you want to give up? Lin Wan immediately shook her head, of course not. She hesitated for a moment, then, can I come back to Tenda in the future? Pei Qian smiled slightly, that's natural. Tenda is your forever home. Your workstation will always be kept, and you can come back and hang out at any time. Lin Wan thought for a moment and nodded, okay, I accept this task. Chapter 195 New Layout. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. After sending Lin Wan away, Pei Qian let out a sigh of relief. Hey, Demo, I still can't handle you? Pei Qian knew that Lin Wan's weakness was that she was too obsessed with training and growing her personal abilities. As long as she felt that this task could bring her training and growth, she would definitely go without any money. In short, arranging Lin Wan to play Yangyang games was enough for her. Moreover, Pei Qian also gave enough hints, both inside and outside his words. Pei Qian was worried. What if Lin Wan felt she was short of money halfway through her work and asked her brother for money directly? Therefore, Pei Qian specifically hinted to Lin Wan that this time was a major test of her ability, to cultivate her ability to take charge of a project alone. In this way, Lin Wan would not use family resources in order to verify his personal abilities, and the chance of success would further decrease. In short, perfect. Pei Qian closed his small notebook. The current hidden dangers were almost eliminated, and the affairs of the two game companies were almost arranged. But this is only the first step in a long journey of thousands of miles. After all, the stall is now too big, and every aspect needs to be taken care of. In order to ensure that the money is spent in real ways before this settlement and to achieve the loss target in a down-to-earth manner, Mr. Pei still has to suffer a lot. Pei Qian decided to go out and check out the situation at Moyu Internet Cafe. Moyu Internet Cafe, Mingyun Villa Store. This is the worst business among several Moyu Internet cafes. Zhang Yuan and Ma Yang were already waiting in the store. Pei Qian walked to the store and looked around. Well, it still feels familiar. There were only a few people in the store, the computer seats were not occupied, and the coffee area seemed deserted. The bartenders were dozing on their feet, and there were more waiters than customers. This is what Moyu Internet Cafe should be like. Since the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store became popular, Pei Qian has stopped going there. Although Chenlei has returned to the Magic City, the enthusiasm he left behind has not dissipated. The Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store has many customers every day, and it has now completely turned a profit. It can be said that Chenlei has completely made the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store popular. Therefore, Pei Qian didn't want to go to that sad place again. They found a seat and sat down. The waiter brought coffee and the three fishermen chatted while drinking. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan looked at each other and understood each other. Mr. Pei obviously had a deeper meaning in choosing this store. We had always met at the flagship store before, so why did we go to the Mingyun Villa store this time? This is obviously a hint. Since the flagship store is already popular, there is no need to pay attention to it. Now, the Mingyun Villa store has the worst performance and the most losses. The next step is obviously to turn losses into profits here. Choosing the meeting place here this time is enough to explain the problem. We must understand Mr. Pei's intention and let Mingyun Villa, which is at the bottom, become the next successful store as soon as possible. Ma Yang is in good spirits and has gained weight. The turnaround of the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store made him feel like he had a strong sense of presence in front of Pei Qian, and he felt a little windy when he walked. This time, he was even more confident about his plan. "Brother Qian, I have good news to report about the flagship store." Pei Qian's left eye twitched suddenly, and he tried his best to remain calm. "Say." Ma Yang looked very excited. Since Qianlei sang at the flagship store's alcohol revenue has continued to grow. Now, it has completely covered the losses and turned losses into profits. Not only that, a virtuous cycle has also begun in terms of singers. After learning about Qianlei, many local singers from Jingzhou want to switch jobs to us, and the quality of singers has improved a lot than before. Pei Qian heard it in his ears and felt pain in his heart. Although he had had a premonition, Pei Qian still felt a little heartbroken at this moment. Qianlei became famous and attracted a large number of fans. The Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store became a small attraction, so naturally more and more outstanding singers came to apply for jobs. In this way, even if Qianlei is not here, the share of drinks at the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store will still remain high. For a long time in the future, the singers at the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store will probably be the highest quality in Jingzhou City and even the entire Handong province. This is a golden sign. Fortunately, there is only one flagship store of Moyu Internet Cafe, and other branches do not have this kind of treatment for the time being. Ma Yang continued, "So, Brother Qian, I think we can carry forward this model now. Actually, we can completely renovate and transform the entire internet cafe into a bar. In this way, the alcohol revenue should continue to increase." Pei Qian immediately shook his head, "No. Lao Ma, you are too short-sighted." Ma Yang was speechless. Zhang Yuan smiled and said nothing. Look, I knew Mr. Pei would not agree. Zhang Yuan had to admire Ma Yang. Mr. Ma still doesn't understand Mr. Pei's thoughts. This understanding is really hard to describe. In this way, Mr. Pei still insists on leaving him. This relationship is really strong. Could it be that Brother Ma took a bullet from Mr. Pei? Obviously, Mr. Pei wants a diversified layout, not a single operation. You turned an internet cafe into a bar, just to earn some money for drinks. It's so short-sighted, and that's why Mr. Pei agreed. Zhang Yuan guessed that Mr. Pei's next goal must be to let the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store take off the remaining branches, and continue to promote this new model to the entire Jingzhou, and even other surrounding cities. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a little proud. He found that since following Mr. Pei, he has made great progress. From the beginning, I didn't understand Mr. Pei's behavior at all, then I had only a little understanding, and now I can finally make some predictions about Mr. Pei's future behavior, and I barely guessed a little bit correctly. This all shows that my vision has become wider and wider, and I have finally begun to approach Mr. Pei's level of thinking. Pei Qian took a sip of coffee and asked casually, "How is the situation of Moyu Takeout?" Ma Yang hurriedly replied, "Currently our Moyu Takeout has a very good reputation. Everyone who has eaten has given it good reviews, saying that the food is healthy, hygienic and reassuring. Well, they also have high praise for our takeaway guy. However, there is still a long way to go before we can make a profit. In fact, there is still a long way to go, it is obviously far away." Zhang Yuan has also secretly studied this model, and the result of the study is that there is absolutely no possibility of making a profit in the short term. Unless the stalls are spread large enough and cover a wide enough area in the future, the labor costs of delivering meals, collecting tableware, and disinfecting tableware can be offset. Pei Qian nodded, satisfied with this. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but start analyzing again. Strange, Mr. Pei didn't mention these branches, but asked about takeout. Is it possible that the main task in the next stage will be takeout? Let Moyu Takeout take advantage of the popularity of internet cafes to gain popularity? Under Zhang Yuan's confused gaze, Pei Qian confidently stated the next stage of his plan. Next, we will initially enter the logistics industry. We are going to set up a new company, called Headwind Logistics. Chapter 196 Benefiting the Society. By the way, additional update for the Leader Youth League OVO. Zhang Yuan and Ma Yang looked at each other. The corner of Ma Yang's mouth twitched slightly. Brother Qian, let's not talk about anything else. The meaning of just saying this name is a bit bad. Does it mean that our logistics is particularly slow? Pei Qian shook his head. Old Ma, you just suffered the disadvantage of being uneducated. The direction against the wind is more suitable for flying, understand? Our name means preparing to take off. Zhang Yuan blinked and said nothing. I can't keep up with Mr. Pei's jumping thinking. Just now, Zhang Yuan was trying to guess what President Pei's next goal would be. Are you going to open up the remaining branches as well? Or are you focusing on taking out food? It turned out that it was not the case. Mr. Pei made the stall even bigger. The two looked at Pei Qian eagerly. Pei Qian cleared his throat. I know that this layout may be a bit big, and it is not enough for the current funds. However, I am not rushing to establish a large-scale logistics company covering the whole country, or even do intracity express delivery business. We will only focus on Jingzhou City and focus on solving the last-mile problem. In fact, the world already has an online shopping platform, but it has not developed to the level of popularity that later universal online shopping did. As for logistics and express delivery, they have naturally covered the entire country and have achieved good development. However, most express delivery is still in a state of barbaric growth. It is not uncommon for packages to be delivered late, lost, or thrown to self-pickup points for customers to pick up. In other words, there are only a few cases where it is delivered to your door. In a nutshell, it's the last-mile problem. Even 10 years later, this problem has not been solved well. Except for a few conscientious express delivery companies such as SF Express and JD.com, which will definitely deliver the goods to your door, all other express delivery services have to be dropped off at the collection point. Hive, Rookie Station, etc. are also proposed solutions to the last-mile problem, but the experience can be said to be very bad. In the final analysis, it is still because of cost. It is precisely because it is thankless to deliver each item of goods from the local warehouse to the doorstep, so most express delivery companies choose to pass this cost on to consumers. Pei Qian's idea is very simple. No one is willing to do such dirty and tiring work. Isn't it because it doesn't make money? I don't mind it. You are going to lose money anyway, so if you take on this dirty work, you can not only lose money but also provide some convenience to everyone, so why not do it? I have already thought about opening 100 headwind stations in Jingzhou City in the early stage, covering most of the communities in Jingzhou City. At that time, we will directly discuss cooperation with various express delivery companies, and let their couriers deliver all nearby express packages to us, and then our couriers will deliver them. To put it bluntly, it is a rookie post that can deliver goods to your door. But the problem is that Sanya Station makes some money. The initial investment of Sanya Station is only about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. It only needs to rent a first-floor apartment in the community, pay a monthly rent of 1,000 to 2,000 yuan, based on the rent level in Jingzhou at this time, and then spend more than 10,000 yuan to bear the cost. Shelves, front desk, computers, desk cabinets, decoration, and other costs, and then you can start business. Negotiate a good price with the courier. Each courier charge ranges from 20 cents to 40 cents. You receive 200 to 300 couriers every day. You can make a profit of about 3,000 a month by courier collection. Sanya Post is usually run by 2 people, and other monetization methods include product sales, advertising access, express delivery, etc. To sum up, Sanya Station is profitable, so many people will take the initiative to join Sanya Station. But the headwind station that Pei Qian wants to build is completely different, because it needs to proactively deliver goods to your door. On the one hand, it increases the net cost of couriers. 300 express delivery items every day requires at least 1 or 2 couriers to work hard. Pei Qian pays these wages. On the other hand, customers do not need to go to the inn to pick up items in person. If there is less traffic, the inn's merchandise sales, advertising, and other revenue will naturally plummet. To maintain such a post station, at least 3 people are needed, 1 store manager and 2 couriers. Some communities with high traffic may require 3 couriers. Calculated according to the standard of 3,000/person, basic salary plus commission, 1 month the net cost is more than 9,000. Calculated based on the rent of 2,000 and the salary of 9,000, the profit barely reaches 3,000 to 4,000 and the net loss is 7,000 to 8,000. Calculated in this way, the initial investment for 100 stations would be 3 million, and the monthly net loss could reach 700,000 to 800,000 yuan. Moreover, this is just the beginning. As Pei Qian's stall grows bigger and more employees become more and more, the losses will continue to rise. The best part is that the losses of this thing can be roughly estimated and controlled. For example, Pei Qian estimated 1 month before the settlement that he would need to suddenly spend 1 million system funds. Then he could directly open more than 20 new headwind stations at the speed of light, as long as he opened the stores 1 week before the system settlement. Come on, even if the funds are successfully spent, the settlement will not be delayed. Nifeng Station is not like Moyu Internet Cafe. It can be opened and closed quickly. The so-called boat is small and easy to turn around, so it is more suitable for surprise spending. Pei Qian has thought about it, and will give priority to Tenda, Feihuang Studio, Moyu Internet Cafe, and the headwind station near his home. At that time, whether you are buying something online or your parents are buying something online, you will no longer have to go to the pickup point to pick it up, everything will be delivered to your home. Anyway, it's all about benefiting society, so we must start benefiting our own family first. It not only completed the loss, but also did a good deed. It was perfect. After listening to Pei Qian's introduction, Zhang Yuan was completely convinced. Sure enough, Mr. Pei's thoughts are always so difficult to guess. It seems that this time it is a rather long-term plan. Although Pei Qian didn't say it clearly, Zhang Yuan could roughly guess the intention of this move. As long as the last-mile problem is solved, everyone will gradually become dependent on headwind logistics. In the short term, losses will indeed continue, but what about the long term? After getting used to the door-to-door delivery service of headwind logistics, when everyone sends express delivery, they will naturally give priority to headwind logistics. In the future, headwind logistics will naturally continue to enter the field of intracity express delivery and even national express delivery. However, this layout is too long-term, and it is difficult for most people to expect it in the long term. Maybe headwind logistics will continue to lose money in the next few years, but once it succeeds, it may profoundly affect all aspects of people's lives. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but respect Pei Qian. Look, this is called a pattern. Chapter 197. This game is so bad that it's unbelievable. What kind of game did I play? Lin Wan closed the laptop screen and fell into deep thought. This game called Blooded War Song completely refreshed the lower limit of her understanding of games. How could there be such a rubbish game in this world? Although it has been updated and changed in the new version, these changes are mainly in gameplay and design. No matter how it is changed, War Song is still a web game. When you click on it, there are countless reasons to persuade Lin Wan to quit. The picture is sparse and still full of the aesthetic style of the last century. The characters in it are wearing armor with fine patterns and no sense of design. They are wrapped in exaggerated and vulgar golden special effects. They also carry a pair of colorful large guns on their backs. Wing. The scene looked messy, especially in the main city, where a large number of players gathered together. Everyone wore colorful equipment and had long names on their heads that included a series of information such as ID, guild, title, etc. The entire scene looked messy. The picture is simply a mess. The game is very thoughtful in providing a function to block other players, and you can indeed find your location very well after opening it. But the problem that arises from this is that the entire game immediately becomes exposed and appears extremely deserted, and those unrefined scenes are clearly presented in front of the player. The music and sound effects of the game are full of the flavor of the previous decade. It can't be said to be unpleasant, but it always feels like a drama. And the most important thing is that this is a web game. Therefore, most of its art resources need to be downloaded from the internet. Every time you enter a new map or scene, because the art resources have not been downloaded, a small progress bar will always appear on the screen, showing resources loading. Moreover, all players have become black default villains, and the map scene also takes a while to load. In some places where scenes may be switched frequently, every switch feels like a crash. As for the gameplay, it is old-fashioned and monotonous. It is nothing more than spawning monsters, upgrading, running tasks, etc. Calling it old-fashioned is a bit flattering. Lin Wan held her nose and played with it for almost 5 minutes, but she only had one feeling. Low. Even if it was a game that offered money, she wouldn't want to play it. Lin Wan felt a little regretful. I had too much trust in Mr. Pei, so I accepted the task without thinking too much at the time. She vaguely knew something about Yuan Games, and also knew that this company had a relatively popular game. But she never expected that she would be able to rush to the street to such an extent. In Lin Wan's concept, the so-called blockbuster works may be several levels lower than Tianhua Studios' bullet marks. However, when she saw War Hymn, she realized that this was not a matter of a few levels down, it was a matter of several years. This game even made her feel like she was back 10 years ago. After trying out the game, Lin Wan not only felt some instinctive discomfort, but also had deep doubts and confusion about Pei Qian's decision. Mr. Pei, why do you want to acquire such a game company? From any point of view, this game company should have only one destination, to be eliminated by the market. This company should go bankrupt, and the designer who designed this game should find another job. If no company wants it, they might as well change careers. Judging from the situation of this game, its chief designer should not exist in this industry. But Mr. Pei still acquired the company, and it is said that he personally promoted a new employee and put forward suggestions for rectification. The situation that Lin Wan saw now was already the revised version by Mr. Pei. But obviously, this is still far from a game that can really make money. Lin Wan flinched a little and didn't want to go. How great would it be to develop Return to the Shore here at Tenda Games? With Mr. Pei in charge, this game will most likely receive rave reviews and explosive sales. When the time comes, Lin Wan, as a member of the production team, will also feel sincerely proud. But now, when I go to Yuan Games to develop Blooded War Song, the script is completely different. Let's not say whether the game can be successfully developed at that time. Even if it can, it will probably end up being cast aside by mainstream players. For this kind of game, Lin Wan was embarrassed to say that he did it when he saw his friends and classmates. However, considering that this was Mr. Pei's arrangement, Lin Wan felt that there might be a deeper meaning in it. After all, when he assigned this task to her, Mr. Pei acted like he had high hopes for her, being both a link of connection and a spiritual communicator. If you just give up in this way, you may not be able to understand Mr. Pei's true intentions. And among these, there may be a key to becoming stronger. Lin Wan thought about it for a long time and finally made up her mind. Anyway, her workstation at Tenda is still reserved for her, and she can go back at any time. Taking this opportunity to challenge herself at Yuan Games is a pretty good opportunity. Yuan Game. Meeting room. Yi Zhizhou, Wang Xiaobin, and others glanced at Lin Wan sitting on the other side of the conference table with some anxiety. Lin Wan, who had just arrived at Yongyang Games, held a small book and showed an attitude of humbly learning. But in the eyes of others, Lin Wan's constant recording with a small notebook only made them more stressed. For this leader who parachuted in from Tenda, everyone felt anxious and uneasy. The main thing is that I can't guess what Mr. Pei is thinking. Does Mr. Pei trust or distrust Yongyang Games? To be honest, the design of new games is all done by Yongyang Games. The new chief planner Yi Zhizhou was also promoted from the original project of Yongyang Games. The company's original structure has not changed much. But speaking of trust, now that a new game is about to be developed, someone is directly parachuted in. What does this mean? According to Mr. Pei, Lin Wan's position is development director, which basically means the same thing as producer. But looking closely at this position, it seems that it does not involve specific management, but plays more of a supervisory role. The current Yongyang Games can basically be seen as having three key positions: Yi Zhizhou, who is responsible for game creativity and overall planning, Wang Xiaobin, who is responsible for game values and specific execution levels, and Lin Wan, who has veto power on any important decisions. Originally, Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin had completed all the planning work for the game and could just report it directly to Mr. Pei. But now, between Yi Zhizhou and Mr. Pei, there is Lin Wan, the development director. Many people even privately speculated that Yi Zhizhou had not been able to turn a profit for so long after taking over the main planning, so he lost the trust of Mr. Pei, and Mr. Pei was parachuted in from Tenda. For a time, the whole company was cast in a shadow of uncertainty. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin initially planned to let Lin Wan take over all the work, but unexpectedly Lin Wan refused. The speech in front of everyone was also very brief. I just said a few words that were not painful to calm everyone's emotions, and then listened silently. So the meeting continued according to the usual process, with Yi Zhizhou explaining to everyone the specific design of the power of the war song. Lin Wan was nearby, listening and writing down notes in a small notebook. Then there were question marks one after another in my mind. What is this? What is this? Chapter 198: Increase the budget. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. It's normal for Lin Wan not to understand, because the project she worked on before at Tianhua Studio was bullet traces, and after arriving at Tenda, she participated in the production of Sea Fortress and Game Producer, and all of these it's a terminal game. War Song is a web game, which can basically be regarded as a completely different species from the above games. Web games have a unique set of design concepts and ideas, and various mature system gameplays are relatively rare in client games. Not only has Lin Wan never participated in the development of web games, he has never even played web games and is not interested in them at all. When people like Yi Zhizhou hold meetings, they use some commonly used terminology in web game development, mixed with some English abbreviations. When describing the gameplay, there are many colloquial and internal abbreviations for the gameplay. As a result, although everyone was communicating in Chinese, Lin Wan could only understand 30% to 40%. In a sentence, I obviously know every word, but when I put them together, I have no idea what it means. Lin Wan could only record it silently, without nodding or asking questions. She didn't nod because she really didn't understand and didn't want to pretend to understand. She didn't ask because she was worried that she would reveal her cowardice and embarrass Mr. Tenda and Mr. Pei. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin, on the other hand, secretly looked at Lin Wan's expression every time they spoke. I saw Lin Wan's face was solemn, and she kept writing and drawing in a small notebook. Her expression was unpredictable, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Although she looks very young, no one dares to look down upon her. After all, they all know that Mr. Pei always employs people in an eclectic way. Those who can be favored by Mr. Pei either have real talents or have deep potential that can be tapped. Either way, they must not be offended. Every time Yi Zhizhou spoke, he paused slightly, wanting to give Lin Wan some time to express her opinions. Although Mr. Pei has not changed the design draft at all, who knows if the development director will have any insights? However, Lin Wan just recorded it silently without saying a word. Yi Zhizhou even had some self-doubt. Why don't Mr. Pei and the director have any suggestions for revision? Is the design draft I wrote really so perfect? Can't? Or am I underestimating myself? Finally, all the design drafts were finished, and Yi Zhizhou briefly explained the construction period, the approximate amount of art resources this time, and the budget required to purchase various resources, which was just over 2 million. Then, Yi Zhizhou looked at Lin Wan. This director has to say a few words this time, right? Otherwise, what are you doing here? Lin Wan also felt a little panicked when she felt the heated gazes on her. What should I do? They talked for a long time, but I basically didn't understand them. Even if you understand part of it, you definitely can't discuss it, because what you understand is obviously very basic. Wouldn't it show cowardice if you talk about it? Fortunately, Lin Wan stayed calm in the face of danger and successfully caught something that Mr. Pei was absolutely dissatisfied with. Other problems are not big. This is the budget. According to my understanding of Mr. Pei, it is definitely not feasible. Yi Zhizhou was a little nervous. Sure enough, in the end, the budget failed. A budget of 2 million is a bit too much compared to a web game. In the web game model, research and development funds only account for a small part, and most of the other money is used for marketing, such as buying click-through ads on web pages, spending money to hire celebrities, etc. This is determined by the characteristics of the target population targeted by web games. Web games are mainly aimed at office white-collar workers and rich bosses. These people do not have high requirements for game graphics. Many of them play secretly during working hours and do not want to work hard or use their brains. They just want to charge money and kill people with the click of a mouse. These people often have strong spending power, so they can maximize the benefits of the game by saving money on research and development and spending it on publicity. But when Yi Zhizhou made a budget, he was not willing to follow the traditional method. Finally, Mr. Pei made the decision. The name of the game this time is Power Enhanced Edition. It can't be made to have the same level of graphics as ordinary web games, right? The art resources must be high definition, and the various gameplays must be optimized to perfection. Over time, the budget was increased to more than 2 million. Yi Zhizhou even met with Wang Xiaobin and was very satisfied with the budget. However, it is still exceeded? Yi Zhizhou looked at Lin Wan with some anxiety, thinking that he could cut off 300,000 or 400,000 at most, but he couldn't cut off any more. Lin Wan continued, I think. I'm afraid it will take at least 4 million before Mr. Pei will approve this project. Forget it, you should just increase it to 5 million, so that you don't have to call back from Mr. Pei later and have to work for a second time. Every time the budget is overturned, all art resource lists, various plans, and the artists, programs, etc. contacted on the resource site must be replaced. If it were to double from 2 million to 3 or 4 million, these plans would basically have to be overturned and redone. After all, the change was too big and it couldn't be done simply by changing a few painters. So Lin Wan was very considerate and directly helped them upload the budget, so that the budget table they had worked so hard to make would not be brought back and redone by Mr. Pei. Everyone looked confused. Yi Zhizhou almost thought he heard wrongly. 2 million is too little? Increase it to 5 million? I just gave him a super double, is that okay? But looking at Lin Wan's serious expression, it was definitely not a joke, but rather serious advice. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin looked at each other and hesitated. 5 million? It's too much. Actually, you don't need that much money. More than 2 million is enough. It's really enough. Lin Wan shook her head. It's enough for you, but it's far from enough for Mr. Pei. You don't know how much Mr. Pei will strive to improve these details. Listen to me and increase it to 5 million. Lin Wan couldn't help but smile knowingly as she looked at Yi Zhizhou, who was looking confused and lowering his head to change his watch. I finally understand why Mr. Pei asked me to come here. In addition to learning the design knowledge of other types of games here, it is also very important to convey the Tenda spirit. Yi Zhizhou's submissive way of making budgets is really like Lu Mingliang's before. Mr. Pei is busy with work and lacks skills. It is impossible to come here personally to correct these people's bad habits. So he just sent me here. On the one hand, it gives me a chance to exercise, and on the other hand, it also allows me to correct these people's bad habits. So, I should guide them more mentally so that they can try to keep up with Tenda. Mr. Pei didn't lie to me. This is really a very important job. Yi Zhizhou quickly went through the budget and frowned. But, if the budget is really increased to 5 million, we will encounter a new problem. We are just a web game. Even if we replace all the resources with high-definition versions and hire a few outstanding original artists to do concept design, I'm afraid we still won't be able to spend all the money. Moreover, we are currently using the 2D version of the engine on the official platform, which does not support these high-definition resources very well, and the effect may not be particularly obvious by then. In short, the price/performance ratio will be very poor. Lin Wan thought for a while, then just change the engine and go directly to 3D. Yi Zhizhou was speechless for a moment. If you go to 3D, then you can't make a web game. The amount of art resources that need to be transferred is too large, and the current network speed is too slow to load. The mode of web games is to play immediately, and all art resources are transmitted in real time. Limited by network speed, resources cannot be made too large, otherwise the transmission will be very slow. Players will go to the next scene, but the resources of this scene have not been loaded yet. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? When Lin Wan was playing Battle Song, he would see resources loading every time he entered a new scene. It was because of this. Discussions went on, but the problem was still not resolved. Lin Wan knew very well that a mere 2 million yuan budget would never be able to meet Mr. Pei's requirements. However, due to the web game model, increasing the budget to 5 million yuan would not significantly improve the graphics. Unless we no longer make web games, we will make client games and let players download all resources to their own computers. But then, even the game type of this game has changed. Isn't it completely different and a piece of shit? Wang Xiaobin coughed twice. Well, I think if we must use high-definition resources to make a 3D version, we can try to make a micro-client. That's micro-clients. Compared with client games, players need to download much fewer resources, and the computer configuration requirements are not very high, and compared with web games, the graphics can be significantly improved. Of course, it's possible that both parties won't be able to please each other. This is a very risky matter. Chapter 199, Director Lin really does have something. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Although Lin Wan cannot describe the difference between web games and client games particularly accurately, he can generally understand the problems with this approach. Client games and web games are two completely different game types. Their traditional gameplay, core, and player groups are completely different. If anyone thinks that web games can be easily converted to PC games, they are definitely newbies who don't know anything about games. Transplantation can only be done top-down, such as client games being transplanted to web games, and web games being transplanted to mobile games. And it also needs to be supported by the features of the game itself. If it were the other way around, such as porting a client game from a web game, there would be too many things to change, and the difficulty would be basically the same as developing a new game from scratch. However, Yangyang Games has decided to develop the enhanced edition of Hot-Blooded War Song, and even the design draft has been finalized. This is President Pei's decision, and it must not be changed indiscriminately. In this way, if you want to spend so much budget, making a micro-client becomes the only solution. But as Wang Xiaobin said, there are huge risks in doing micro-end. Micro-clients require players to download fewer resources than client games, and the graphics are better than web games. It seems to be a solution that offers the best of both worlds. But looking at it from another angle, it is a solution that is unpalatable to both sides. For end game players, its picture quality is not as good as regular client games. For web game players, they have to download a micro-client and cannot play immediately, which is very troublesome. It is very likely that players on both sides will not like it, and it will be completely ruined. Everyone turned their attention to Lin Wan again. She still had to make the final decision on this matter as the director. Lin Wan was a little panicked. In the past, he was at Tenda. Although he was responsible for some work, he had never made such a key decision. You must know that making this decision will most likely directly affect everyone's work and millions of dollars in the next few months. It's done, of course it goes without saying. If it fails, everyone's work will be in vain, and all the money will be wasted. This kind of heavy burden made Lin Wan feel very stressed. She subconsciously wanted to ask Mr. Pei for advice. But then I thought about it and thought it wouldn't work. Mr. Pei sent himself here to take charge of Yangyang Games because he had high hopes for himself. If you ask Mr. Pei for advice on everything, wouldn't it become a sounding board? That would completely betray Mr. Pei's good intentions. Lin Wan fell into deep thought. If it were Mr. Pei, what would he do at this time? Calm down. President Pei often makes some unexpected decisions, but if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Will President Pei cut the budget? Absolutely not. Then does Mr. Pei care whether players accept microclients? It doesn't seem like he does. Mr. Pei should make the choice for the players, regardless of whether the players accept it initially. So, it's clear what President Pei will do. After thinking about it for a moment, Lin Wan said decisively, make a micro-client. The design content will remain the same, but the art resources will be fully upgraded from 2D to 3D. Lin Wan's expression was quite confident. Her confidence does not come from herself, but from her accurate speculation on Mr. Pei's behavioral intentions. This is the self-cultivation of a Tenda employee. After the meeting, Yi Zhizhou returned to his workstation and began to modify the budget and demand list. Although it is a good thing to directly double the budget, for Yi Zhizhou, it is still very troublesome to change various demand tables. Fortunately, this can be regarded as a kind of happy trouble. While he was busy, the screen of his mobile phone came on. When he saw it, it was a message from Mr. Pei. How's the progress? Yi Zhizhou perked up. Great, Mr. Pei took the initiative to ask. Yi Zhizhou was still a little worried about Lin Wan's decision. The two decisions of doubling the budget and changing the web game to a micro-client game were a bit too risky. Without Mr. Pei's nod, Yi Zhizhou still felt guilty. But he couldn't report this matter to President Pei, as that would make him appear to be snitching. Now that Mr. Pei takes the initiative to ask, of course it would be best. Yi Zhizhou hurriedly recounted the results of the meeting, which mainly focused on budget and micro-end issues. He thought that if Mr. Pei had any questions about this matter, he would answer them himself. 2 minutes later, Mr. Pei replied. Very good, just do this. If there are any issues that cannot be decided in the future, just listen to Director Lin. Mr. Pei didn't have any problems and completely agreed with Director Lin's decision. Yi Zhizhou couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the design director who came from Tenda was a person with a false reputation. In fact, at the meeting, Yi Zhizhou was still a little suspicious of Lin Wan. After all, Lin Wan did not raise any questions about the details of the design draft, and directly decided on such a big change, which made Ji Zhizhou feel rather hasty. But now, with Mr. Pei's affirmation, all doubts have disappeared. Is there anything wrong with Mr. Pei's decision? And indeed, as Director Lin said, Mr. Pei approved the 5 million budget without hesitation, and did not question even the risky decision of micro-client. It seems that Director Lin's interpretation of Mr. Pei is indeed several levels higher than ours. In this way, Mr. Pei, who is busy with work, should be able to rest assured about Yongyang Games, right? Pei Qian put down his phone and was in a good mood. Lin Wan's performance was even better than she expected. Pei Qian was mainly worried that Lin Wan would be tied up in the Yongyang game and would not dare to do anything, and would be sidelined and become a mere commander. In this case, Lin Wan's frustration will not be strong enough when the time comes, and he may pass the blame to others, and will not be able to go back and inherit the family property willingly. But now it seems that Lin Wan has done a good job in changing his role. It actually coincided with what Pei Qian wanted. Not only did I spend more money, but I also changed the originally solid web game into a microclient. In fact, Pei Qian knows about microclients, but he also knows that this model has never become the mainstream model for web games. Not now and not in the future. It is true that some web games have microclients, but this is just the icing on the cake, and the microclients of most games are controlled within 50 m, and there are no larger ones. Like the current approach of Shengyang Games, on the one hand, it will increase the computer configuration requirements for this game, and on the other hand, the downloaded client will become larger, at least 200 to 300 megabytes. Many people who play web games on company office computers or classic machines may be directly persuaded to quit. To put it bluntly, this game is currently unable to please both PC game players and browser game players. It doesn't touch both ends, and it also costs more money. It's perfect. For such a web game, if 5 million is spent in the early stage to produce it, and another 2 to 3 million will be spent on publicity later depending on the situation, the development progress should be faster than that of Return to the Shore. At that time, we can go online more than a month in advance and determine the loss in advance, which is simply a blessing. Chapter 200. Please give me full attendance. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door outside. Pei Qian looked up and saw a group of horses coming. Since preparing to form the finish line, Ma Yichun has been busy. Although administrative, financial, legal and other personnel have been arranged, and the company's big frame has been set up, it is still up to the Ma Group to make their own decisions on how to operate the website. According to Pei Qian's request, Ma Yichun went to the resource website to buy a ready-made website template and author backend, and bought a domain name for more than 300,000 yuan. Because there is no starting point in this world, people who are rushing to register the domain name endpoint cannot raise the price too high. Moreover, it is 2010, so the domain name is not that expensive, so it is a small profit. In addition, I found the website maintenance personnel, bought a cloud server, and applied for authorization from the relevant departments. After a series of twists and turns and hundreds of thousands spent, the preliminary preparations were almost completed. Then, the group of horses started to get busy. The first is to gather all his employees and assign work to them one by one. These people were all senior brothers and sisters who were directly recommended to Pei Qian by Guowei. All of them graduated from liberal arts majors and their writing skills were all decent. Ma Yichun's first impression of them was that these people were relatively autistic and somewhat nerdy. This is normal, after all, these people have not found jobs. If everyone could speak eloquently, they wouldn't have been unemployed right after graduation, waiting until now. Fortunately, the attitude of these people is not bad, and the horses are not too picky. He knows very well that online writing does not matter whether it is the right one or not, nor does it matter how good your professional performance is. When you enter this industry, you have to learn everything from scratch. This is a good thing and a bad thing. At least in the eyes of Ma Yichun, the basic qualities of these people are sufficient. Then, Ma Yichun simply assigned a task. Once the website is set up, the first thing to do is to enrich the library. The website is a content website. Without content, everything is useless, so you must spend money to recruit a group of authors in the early stage. If it is some particularly wealthy website, they will definitely spend money to poach some famous celebrities, and even poach them batch by batch. In this way, they may not be able to stop them even if they are worth millions. But Pei Qian did not choose such a path. Although it costs a lot to play this way and the probability of failure is not low, the master is a master after all, and after being poached, he can instantly bring a lot of attention to the website. Money can either poach great masters or attract people from the street. After thinking about it, Pei Qian decided that the latter would definitely have a greater chance of losing money. After all, most of the famous masters have real talents and knowledge, and the probability of a master being born on the street is actually very low. Any aspiring author, even if he is temporarily out of business, will definitely choose a big website like Infinite to pursue his dream and become a god with one book. I wouldn't go to a small website with an uncertain future just for a few $100s more for perfect attendance. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Pei Qian decided that it would be safest not to dig out the great masters in the early stage, but to use full attendance to attract some desperate authors. The early tasks of Ma Yichun are mainly training and screening manuscripts. These people know very little about online articles. Even if some have read online articles, they have not studied them in depth. Some of the most basic concepts, such as coolness, rhythm, and subject matter, have to be taught step by a group of horses. Only after they have been taught enough can they become qualified editors, help a group of people select manuscripts, guide authors in writing, etc. Now, Ma Yichun felt that it was time to report the current progress to Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei, the current situation is like this. After briefly introducing the current results, Ma Yichun changed the topic. Now we mainly encounter two problems. The first problem is that our current editors are not high enough and their understanding of online articles is not adequate. They always like to select manuscripts based on the author's writing style, and many of the selected manuscripts are unqualified online articles. I'm afraid it will be difficult to reverse this in the short term. I can only teach it slowly. The second problem is that the overall quality of the manuscripts we receive is low. Let alone high-quality manuscripts. Many manuscripts may not even be recommended for testing on Infinite, let alone be put on the shelves. For a very small number of excellent works, if you put them on Infinity, you will probably only get 500 per subscription at most. Of course, I'm not looking down on the 500 average subscription, I'm just stating this fact objectively. Ma Yichun said so hard that he felt guilty. After all, he has also written online articles. As an author whose first order is 30, there seems to be no reason to look down on others who order 500. But logically speaking, if the best author on a website only has an average subscription level of 500, then this website is basically considered to be completely cool. After all, this kind of author can get 500 subscriptions on big websites like Infinite because of the large number of readers. At the end of the day, I'm afraid it will shrink tenfold. There is actually no conflict between the 2 points mentioned by Ma Yichun. In short, the author's level is not good, and the editor's review level is not good either. The accepted manuscripts are basically unreadable. At present, the website has not been officially launched. Ma Yichun mainly goes to some forums to contact some street writers. The website will not be officially launched until the number of manuscripts can almost support the website. After listening to Ma Yichun's story, Pei Qian looked very calm, as if everything is under control. Do you have a manuscript? Show it to me. Ma Yichun took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Pei Qian. Inside are the collected manuscripts, some of which have been signed, but most of them have not. Pei Qian randomly clicked on a few manuscripts and looked at them. After reading it, I only have one feeling: it hurts my eyes. Most manuscripts cannot be read after just one chapter. Not to mention things like coolness and rhythm, many people have problems with even the most basic word choice and sentence making, including typos, misuse of punctuation marks, bad sentences. The logic of the first 3 chapters is confusing, and the theme is vague. In short, the problems can be said to be diverse. Pei Qian took a rough look and found that these manuscripts that had been selected by Ma Yichun to be signed could barely be regarded as generals among the dwarfs. If they were put on other websites, they would be destined to be thrown out of the public. It seems that although Ma Yichun's first order is 30, he still understands the basic rules of online writing. This was also within Pei Qian's expectation. After all, Ma Yichun's initial subscription was low, but his public chapters were still well written and he had a group of readers. Seeing Pei Qian browsing these manuscripts with ease, Ma Yichun couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Pei is so patient, he can actually see through it. After randomly selecting a few manuscripts, Pei Qian felt relieved. If the manuscripts I receive in the future are all of this level, then this website will be amazing. Great, keep it up. He calmly pulled out the USB flash drive and handed it to Ma Yichun. It's not a big problem. As for the 2 questions you mentioned, it doesn't matter if our editing skills are not good enough. We can just relax the review standards. Anyway, our current focus is on enriching our work library. People are just working full-time to sign contracts, so there is no need to be so strict. Ma Yichun looked hesitant, but Mr. Pei, the perfect attendance standard you said originally was only 1,000 yuan. The unlimited perfect attendance standard is 500 yuan. Some small websites give 1,000 yuan for full attendance, but it must be updated with 10,000 words per day. And our standard is to give 1,000 yuan for perfect attendance if you update 3,000 words a day. If the standards are further relaxed, I am afraid that a lot of money will be wasted in a month just for perfect attendance. Pei Qian shook his head. It doesn't matter. To support 500 authors, it's only 500,000 per month. It's not much money. We are a new website. If the attendance standard is not set higher, why would people come to our site to write about it? Besides, 3,000 words a day is actually not that easy for many novices to achieve. Don't worry, as long as we receive more manuscripts, great people will emerge. The Ma group thought for a while, and it seemed that what Mr. Pei said made sense. But this probability is too low. Ma Yichun thought for a while and then said, Mr. Pei, there is another problem. The current work of most employees is not saturated. Because there are not many authors who submit manuscripts, the review task is not heavy. Even if our editors take time to guide the authors in their writing, there will be times when they have nothing to do. Pei Qian waved his hand. This is no longer a problem. If they have nothing to do, just let them develop some hobbies. Just like you, wouldn't it be nice to write books and entertain yourself when you have nothing to do? Pei Qian stood up and patted Ma Yichun on the shoulder. A bunch of people, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Tengda's purpose has always been to work happily. If you have work, be busy. If you don't have work, just develop some hobbies. If you are too busy with work, recruit people. What a big deal. Don't think about eating a fat man in one bite, take your time. Ma Yichun nodded. Yes, Mr. Pei, I understand. Originally, he was a little impatient. He felt that Mr. Pei had entrusted such an important job to him, but there had been no progress. Instead, he was burning more and more money, and he was a little uneasy. But now seeing Mr. Pei's expression of having everything under control, the horses felt inexplicably relieved. Sure enough, following a good leader makes you feel at ease. Chapter 201, A Group of Horses with Dual Roles. The group of horses who came back from Mr. Pei felt that they were not as confused as before. Back upstairs, I passed by the editorial office and saw the young editors carefully reviewing and revising manuscripts. These young people still cherish this job opportunity. As a second-tier city, Jingzhou's high-tech industries are not developed, there are not many internet companies, and the main jobs come from traditional industries. Jobs in traditional industries are full of torture for most young people who have just graduated. Sophisticated people, strict hierarchies, and boring work, traditional industries are very uncomfortable for most young people. Originally, these people were very confused about their future. I can't get into the postgraduate school, I can't pass the postgraduate entrance examination, and I can't find a job that suits my needs. Traditional industries look down on them, and they look down on traditional industries and dislike each other. I saw that all the students have found their homes one after another. Some have successfully secured graduate degrees and are free and happy, some have received offers with high salaries and have become the envy of everyone. However, I didn't even have an offer at all, I had been rejected after several interviews, and my resume was sent to nothing. You can imagine the psychological pressure. Originally, some people were preparing to take the postgraduate entrance examination for World War II, and some were planning to return to their hometowns. However, unexpectedly, things took a turn for the worse. It happened that a newly established website took them all in one package, and it was an editing job that had something to do with the liberal arts major. This was really good luck. Although some people were not particularly satisfied with this job at the beginning and were a little repelled by online novels, after talking to other students who were already working, they will find that their job is very good. The salary is definitely considered high in Jingzhou. The work content, although reviewing manuscripts is a bit boring, is still much more interesting than that of many office clerks. In addition, the leader is young and easy to talk to, and the atmosphere in the entire company is relaxed and harmonious. Basically, everyone quickly recognized the job and began to work hard to transform from students to office workers. Seeing a group of horses coming, a thin boy stood up and said, "Brother Ma, I have finished reviewing today's manuscript." Ma Yiqun nodded, "Okay, you can be busy for now. I will call you for a meeting later." This boy's name is Zhuanqing. He is the most active one among this group of people. He is not as autistic as others and has a more flexible mind. He is one of the few editors that Ma Yiqun is quite satisfied with. Zhuanqing's academic performance was at the bottom, and he still failed in 3 subjects until graduation, so his graduation was honorably delayed. Considering the difficulty of exams for liberal arts majors, he was able to still fail 3 subjects before graduation, which shows how much this person doesn't like studying. Postponing graduation meant that he would not be able to get his diploma until the end of the year, but Ma Yiqun didn't care about this. Anyway, in his opinion, whether his academic performance was good or not had little to do with his ability to do a good job as an editor. Zhuanqing had a wide range of interests in reading online articles and playing games during college, so he started editing relatively quickly. Ma Yiqun is considering promoting Zhuanqing to the editor-in-chief of a popular channel when his abilities are almost reached, so that he can share some work with himself. After returning to their workstations to prepare a little, Ma Yiqun called several young people who were hopeful of becoming editor-in-chief for a meeting and briefly explained what Mr. Pei meant. In the future, the standards for submission of manuscripts will be further lowered, and full attendance will be used to attract authors, and the library will be enriched first. After that, there is the problem of unsaturated workload. People like Zhuanqing, who understand online articles relatively quickly, are now barely qualified for the job of editor, and since there are very few manuscripts submitted by authors, they are quickly reviewed. After that, if I don't have other work, I can only go to Infinite Chinese to read popular online articles and study. Ma Yichun looked around at everyone and said, if you feel that your workload is not saturated, in addition to finding some popular online articles to read, you can also try to write them yourself. Although we are all editors, what if we write an online article that can confer gods? You still have to have a dream. Besides, we don't have many manuscripts on our website now, and the quality of the manuscripts is not high. Books written by everyone can definitely be assigned good recommendation positions. You can take this opportunity to give it a try. This sounds fine, but it actually doesn't make any sense. No one reads the website, so what's the use of being ranked in the recommended position? Ma Yichun paused and continued, if there is really nothing to do, I will arrange a job for everyone. Think about the worldview and plot of Return to the Shore. Regarding the worldview of the game Back to the Shore, Ma Yichun should have been responsible for the plot planning. But something unexpected happened, and the horses were promoted inexplicably. Logically speaking, Ma Yichun should hand over this job. Lu Mingliang was stupid and told Ma Yuan that if you quit this job, no one can take over. The only one with this level is Mr. Pei, but Mr. Pei is so busy, how can he have time to do the plot himself? Ma Yichun thought about it and realized that this was also the case. It seemed that writing about the worldview could only be done by oneself. Therefore, Ma Yichun had to wear two hats. While thinking about the worldview setting of Return to the Shore, he is busy with the Chinese website of Dingmin. This is why he has been so busy recently. Now, the initial preparations for the website have been completed, and with Mr. Pei's strong support, Ma Yichun's psychological pressure has been relieved a lot. The Ma group suddenly realized a problem. Now they have brothers. They don't have to fight alone. They can work on the plot of Back to the Shore together. These 20 people can help think about the plot of Return to the Shore during their free time, especially since there are several people in it who are majoring in Chinese, like Xu Xing'an, who has a very good foundation in ancient Chinese. According to Mr. Pei's request, Return to the Shore requires a large amount of ancient Chinese puzzle-solving content. Ma Chuanqin was asked to write all this content alone. It was not impossible to complete it, but writing so much content by one person would definitely reduce the quality. But now that there are so many people helping together and each person taking a little responsibility, isn't this equivalent to having an extra plot team? Ma Yichun briefly talked about the worldview setting of Return to the Shore with everyone. The initial worldview setting has been completed. It is a traditional Chinese background with elements of Buddhism, Taoism and traditional mythology, but it will not highlight any one element too much and is only used as an embellishment. Although this game can also be completely made into a Buddhist background, and even some Sanskrit in the art materials, Ma Yichun and Lu Mingliang discussed it and felt that it was not appropriate. Although a pure Buddhist background will make the worldview of the entire game more unified and the style more distinctive, it may not be able to highlight the characteristics of the Chinese style. In other words, it is possible to overshadow the guest. After all, Buddhism is a foreign religion, not local enough, and Chinese style is not prominent enough. Therefore, Ma Yichun and Lu Mingliang discussed it and decided to integrate Buddhism, Taoism, traditional mythology, and other elements to form a unique Chinese style. As for the question of whether mixing so many elements will cause style confusion, don't worry, Boss Ruan Guanjian is responsible for the style design. The epic ink and oil painting style is used to paint this subject, and the effect is absolutely perfect. Chapter 202 Let's write the plot of Back to the Shore together. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. The story of Back to the Shore takes place in ancient China in an unknown era. It was originally a quiet and peaceful small village, but suddenly more and more people lost their souls and became wandering souls. These people will gradually lose their memory and reason, wander unconsciously, attack people with 3 souls and 7 souls intact, and will unconsciously move in a certain direction in the distance. In the mouths of some survivors, that direction was called Yellow Spring Road. According to the elders in the village, people who were originally dead will be captured by Black and White and sent to the underworld to be judged by Yama to decide whether they will be reincarnated as human beings, enter the 6 realms of reincarnation, or go to the 18th level of hell. But for some reason, Black and White impermanence no longer attracts those who are about to die, so whether they are people who have reached the end of their lifespan or those who have died unexpectedly, they can only wander on the road to the underworld and cannot go to the underworld. These wandering ghosts were instinctively inspired by the underworld, but they could not find the right path. As time went by, they became more vicious. As a result, the world gradually turned into purgatory. The protagonist played by the player is an ordinary dying person, whose 3 souls and 7 souls are no longer complete. It's just that he seemed to feel something calling him in a certain direction in the distance. In order not to become an unconscious wandering ghost, and to explore the truth of all this, the protagonist embarks on the road to hell and enters the underworld as a mortal. The game process is roughly divided into several parts. The original small human village. A town that has been completely occupied by wandering ghosts. The dangerous terrain of Guimen Pass. Huangquan Road, where a large number of evil ghosts roam. Sunta River, covered with bianhua flowers. The Huangchuan River and Naiha Bridge at the end of Huangquan Road. The Wangxiang Terrace and Sanqing Stone beside Naiha Bridge. The majestic Yama Palace. The chaotic 6 realms of reincarnation. The deepest endless hell. In addition, the bosses in the game will also choose characters from traditional myths, such as Pemang on the Naiha Bridge, the 4 judges of the underworld, Cha Cha Si Lu Jidao, punishing evil officials Zhong Kuei, rewarding good deeds Wei Jing, and In Law Division Shui Ju. 10 halls of Yama, and so on. In addition, according to Mr. Pei's request, every time the player dies, all the mobs will be refreshed again, so there will be a Buddha statue at intervals to guide them. Elements such as dilapidated temples, Buddha statues, earth temples, and earth statues will be distributed throughout the process. There is no Buddha in this worldview, only broken Buddha statues, hinting at the legendary end of the Dharma era. The Buddha statue is a save point, allowing players to restore their status and refresh surrounding mobs, while the land statue can collect nearby residual souls to enhance the character's attributes. All of this content is actually not much. Due to the limited budget, the entire game process only takes about 12 or 3 hours. Of course, the premise is that the player is familiar enough with the battle and advances steadily. If you are a novice, the clearance time is likely to be extended to dozens of hours, or even infinite. The game is not linear, and sometimes players need to turn back midway to get to the next scene. For example, at the very beginning, the player must first go to a town occupied by evil spirits, defeat the innocent souls gathered in the town, obtain preliminary enhancements, and obtain some special props to deal with wandering souls, then return to the initial small village and kill a dying old man. Only by following his soul can we embark on the road to hell. If the player does not go to the town, but directly kills the old man and follows his soul on the road to hell, it will be very difficult along the way. Similarly, in the main hall of Yama, players can also choose. It is to go deep into the main hall of Yama, eliminate the judge and Yama, and become a real evil ghost. Or enter the chaotic 6 realms of reincarnation, reincarnate and start a new life, far away from this terrible world. Or go deep into the endless hell, kill the already crazy town dwellers, and sacrifice your life to suppress the souls of injustice. The game will have 3 to 5 endings, each ending depends on the player's choices at some key nodes. The key tips for making these choices are hidden in the game's plot. In the game, players will hear some fragments of words from NPCs, and can also kill some wandering souls or bosses, seize the remaining memories of their 3 souls and 7 souls, and obtain some available memory fragments. On some key props or scenes, you can also get some very obscure tips through the prompts of these props. Scenes like the Sanqing Stone can be used repeatedly. As the player progresses through the game, different content can be seen every time he goes to the Sanching Stone, which affects some key plot turns. Of course, when players embark on different plot branches, there will be different monsters in the same location, and reusing scenes can save some money. These tips are the key to dissuading foreign players. Pei Qian did not require these prompts to be written in poetry. After all, poetry is too difficult. As long as it is written in relatively obscure ancient Chinese, it is enough to ensure that most people who have received 9 years of compulsory education can guess the general meaning. It's not that Pei Qian doesn't like poetry, it's mainly that even if they make such a request, Lu Mingliang and the others can't do it. These are just preliminary designs. In the early stages of game development, you only need to roughly determine the scene, boss, and story flow of the game to ensure that the preliminary preparations can be completed smoothly. More detailed content and details can be continuously improved during the development process of the game, and some settings and content can also be changed at any time. Ma Yichun told everyone in detail about the worldview of the game and the work everyone needs to be responsible for. Relatively speaking, everyone is not interested in the work of screening manuscripts, but is more interested in the plot of the game, Back to the Shore. Because so far, the quality of the manuscripts selected by the terminal is really not good. If there were really that kind of good book with an interesting beginning, fast pace, novel plot, and fascinating plot, everyone might be more excited. But no. In other words, no matter how you select the manuscripts, it is basically impossible for one to become a hit and make the entire website famous at once. As for instructing authors, that is even more nonsense. After all, most editors themselves know little about it. If they try to instruct others, what if they are not helpful? But the game Return to the Shore is different. The latest masterpiece from Tenda Games. Invest tens of millions. Mr. Pei does it himself. No matter how you look at it, this game is definitely going to be a big hit. Even if it can't make a lot of money like Sea Fortress, it can definitely earn a lot of reputation like Game Maker. If you participate in the development of this game, or even write a plot of the game yourself, then you can brag about it with your friends. Zhu Anqing's eyes lit up after listening to Ma Yichun's introduction. Brother Ma, I want to write. Can we just post the written content directly on our website? It can be regarded as the official version of the game. We can divide the tasks into tasks, and each person is responsible for a part of the content, including the entire chronicle of the game, as well as the background stories of the bosses and NPCs in it, as a supplement to the game. Although it may not necessarily be useful, it is much better than us aimlessly working blindly and working behind closed doors. Ma Yichun thought for a while, and it seemed to be the same thing. Anyway, there is nothing to do now. Even if they write online articles themselves, many people don't know what topics they want to write about. Then let's just write the plot of Back to the Shore together, and after writing it, just select part of the plot and put it into the game. Ma Yichun nodded. Okay, then everyone should think more about the plot of Return to the Shore while reviewing the manuscript. From now on, we will have a meeting every week to discuss the design of the plot, and I will give feedback to the project team. Chapter 203, What is the layout of Mingyun Villa? July 13th, morning. Moyu Internet Cafe, flagship store. Leisure sat in the corner, drinking coffee quietly. It's a lot more lively here, but I still prefer the way it was before. Leisure sighed softly. He didn't know that he and Pei Qian had reached a consensus on this point. Although the last confrontation with Mr. Pei ended in a complete defeat, Leisure was frustrated and did not come to Moyu Internet Cafe for more than a week, but he was still a little unwilling and hoped to regain his place in the future. Moreover, it has become a habit to come to Moyu Internet Cafe to sit and have a drink if you have nothing to do. Therefore, Leisure came to the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store again today, to see what the store is like now. The first impression is that there have indeed been more customers. He knew that it would be very lively here at night, so he specially chose a Tuesday morning to come here. Unexpectedly, even on a weekday morning, there are many customers here. Some people were reading and drinking coffee quietly in the coffee area, some were posing for photos, and some were surfing the internet. Business looks good. Daily revenue, plus a share of the drinks from the singer's reward in the evening. Leisure estimates that most Moyu Internet Cafe flagship stores now have to make a profit. It's hard to say how much they will make, but they will definitely make a profit. However, he personally still prefers the previous Moyu Internet Cafe. It's very quiet, no one disturbs me. Of course, the current Moyu Internet Cafes are not so lively and annoying, but they are not as quiet as before. Leisure took another sip of coffee, inexplicably feeling that something was missing. Mr. Pei is not here, which is normal. But where are the long-faced ones, and the regional manager who has been following the long-faced ones? Leisure often came to the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store before, and he would meet these two people every time, as if he was a permanent resident of this flagship store. But today, both of them are not here. Strangeness. It stands to reason that this store's business is so good, shouldn't it be more important to keep an eye on it? Leisure has also roughly observed the changes in Moyu Internet Cafe in the past few days. The flagship store really became popular because of Chen Lei, and it became an internet celebrity store. Many people came to check in and make purchases, and the customer flow was very large. However, the other chain stores of Moyu Internet Cafe have not changed much. Although the traffic flow has also increased and the income has also increased, they are not comparable to the flagship stores. It is reasonable to speculate that although these branches can recover some losses, they should not be able to turn losses into profits. At this time, shouldn't we focus on flagship stores and promote the experience of flagship stores to other branches? Why are these two people gone? Leisure raised his hand slightly, and the waiter next to him immediately understood and came to his table. "Can I help you with anything?" the waiter asked with a smile. After all, Leisure is a regular customer of Moyu Internet Cafe and spends a lot of money here. The waiter naturally knows this big customer and his service attitude is very good. Leisure put on a nonchalant look and asked, "Your boss, Ma, didn't come today?" The waiter smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Ma hasn't been here for a while. It's been almost a week." Leisure was stunned. A week? That is to say, during the period when the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store became popular and the most people were busy, after the customer flow in the flagship store stabilized, the big face never came again. It stands to reason that the flagship store has a store manager, and the long-faced person can really leave it alone. But after all, Big Face and the others are the management above the store manager. If they are not in this store, they must have moved to another store. What did they go to do? There's probably something fishy here. Leisure smiled at the waiter. "It's okay, I'll just ask." 2 hours later. Leisure glanced at his phone, which contained a message from his subordinate. "Mr. Li, I found out. It's at the Mingyun Villa store." Leisure was a little surprised when he saw this message. But after thinking about it, I quickly understood. Obviously, the two men with a long face saw that the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store was popular, so they shifted their goals for the next stage to other branches. Although Leisure looked down on Ma Yang's long face and thought he was a bit stupid, he did not dare to look down upon him. After all, Mr. Pei's instructions must be behind every move Ma Yang makes. After what happened last time, Leisure no longer dared to look down on Mr. Pei because of his age and qualifications. He knew that although Mr. Pei looked young and acted contrary to common sense, he had extremely clear and long-term plans, and he always had a backup plan. Last time, Leisure suffered a big loss because he underestimated Mr. Pei. He gently rubbed his chin, thinking about the whole matter. Mr. Pei must have noticed my behavior last time. The big face disclosed false information to me, which must have been the secret instruction of Mr. Pei. Sure enough, although Big Face is stupid, he is a little bit stupid, but he is loyal enough to Mr. Pei. I am really stupid if I want to open a gap with Big Face. This is also very reasonable. If the long-faced man is not loyal to Mr. Pei, how can he win Mr. Pei's favor and occupy a high position? This time, we must not make the same mistake again. The long-faced man no longer comes to the flagship store, but is permanently stationed at the Mingyun Villa store. This most likely indicates that Mr. Pei's next plan is in that area. Leisure did not follow his previous wishful thinking and thought about acquiring Moyu Internet Cafe. He knows very well that Moyu Internet Cafe is now booming and the brand has been built so well that it is basically impossible to invest. Leisure's interest in Moyu Internet Cafe faded, but he was not interested in Mr. Pei. Since the last incident, Leisure's evaluation of Mr. Pei has continued to rise, and he even feels that he can be regarded as a visionary entrepreneur in the entire Jingzhou city. With such an awesome person around, it is natural to pay close attention to every move. Maybe we can find some business opportunities? It was the same this time. Leisure investigated the Moyu Internet Cafe Mingyun Villa store not for investment or acquisition, but mainly because he was very curious about Mr. Pei's next move. Open the map on your phone and take a rough look. Leisure frowned. I don't quite understand what's going on in this place. The so-called Mingyun Villa is actually a high-end residential area on the outskirts of Jingzhou, mainly composed of single-family villas. But there is a little problem with the planning of this place. Mingyun Villa is located in the southeast of Jingzhou city, surrounded by mountains and rivers, with beautiful scenery. But there are two big problems in this villa area. First, the surrounding supporting facilities are not good. It is okay to buy it and live there for a few days occasionally, but it is not suitable for long-term living and makes life a little inconvenient. Second, there is a big problem with the developer's strategy. They built it entirely according to high-end villas. The average price is much higher than other villas in Jingzhou city, but their marketing capabilities are not strong and there is not enough hype. Therefore, almost a year after it was built, the occupancy rate is still not high. And the location selection of Moyu Internet Cafe in Mingyun Villa made Leisure feel completely confused. This internet cafe was not located near Mingyun Villa. Instead, it was some distance away from the residential area of Mingyun Villa and the nearby East Campus of Handong Jiaotong University. It's a bit far for people from these two places to go to this Moyu Internet Cafe. Chapter 204. After all this, is there anyone still spying on intelligence? If Leisure had to choose by himself, he would definitely consider opening an internet cafe at the entrance to the East Campus of Jiaotong University in Handong, or near Mingyun Villa. There is no way he would choose such an embarrassing location where both ends of the road are not connected. According to the preliminary investigation, the Moyu Internet Cafe in Mingyun Villa is indeed the worst business among these Moyu Internet cafes. This is directly related to its location selection. Therefore, Leisure was very puzzled. The long-faced Moyu Internet Cafe in Mingyun Villa naturally means that Mr. Pei regards this store as the key layout for the next stage. But no matter how you look at this store, it doesn't have much potential to tap into, right? If Leisure was the boss, he would probably have to abandon this store at the speed of light to stop losses. This made him even more curious. After much consideration, Leisure left the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store and prepared to drive to the Mingyun Villa store to find out. Moyu Internet Cafe, Mingyun Villa store. The open space outside is very spacious. After all, this is the suburb of Jingzhou city, and it is not that lively. Leisure parked the car outside and walked into the Internet Cafe. Although the layout of the two stores is not exactly the same, the styles are highly consistent and everything is so familiar. Moreover, there are much fewer people in this store than in the flagship store, which is a big plus point for Leisure. He came to the coffee area, sat down, and ordered a cup of black tea. He was very satisfied with the quiet environment in the store. However, Leisure did not forget the purpose of his visit. He glanced at the first floor of the internet cafe and found that Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan were indeed there. It's just that the two of them are happily playing games together in the internet cafe area, wearing headphones and looking very focused. Ma Yang was fully committed. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, was in trouble. Who knows what kind of torture it is to play games with a leader who is very good at playing games without even realizing it. However, in the eyes of an outsider like Li Shi, the two people loved each other and lived happily together. Sure enough, their focus has really shifted to this branch. But, why? Is it just because the performance here is poor and you want to turn losses into profits? No, that shouldn't be the case. Mr. Pei is a person with a long-term vision. How can he be obsessed with the profit and loss of a certain branch? There must be some hidden meaning. Maybe there is a deeper plan behind this internet cafe? Li Shi did not dare to neglect it all. Last time, he didn't expect Pei Qian to be able to completely turn the situation around with just one singer. He gained wisdom through every experience, and now he knew very well that there was a deep meaning behind every seemingly ordinary decision made by Mr. Pei. This time it will definitely be no exception. Li Shi didn't want to be seen by Ma Yang. After the last incident, he had understood that the relationship between this long-faced man and Pei Qian was too strong and he could never be counted on. But for other low-level employees, it's hard to say. Li Shi's eyes quickly glanced at several waiters in the internet cafe. Because the internet cafe was so deserted, the waiters looked a little listless. They were trying to maintain a high working level out of professionalism. Li Shi estimated that the wages of these waiters should not be too high. Even if the salary of Moyu Internet Cafe is higher than the industry average, these waiters are still doing manual labor and are not worthy of high wages. Then, by spending a little money, you should be able to bribe them and get some information about the Mingyun Villa branch. Thinking of this, Li Shi silently wrote down the faces of several waiters and the names on the chest labels, drank 2 more sips of coffee, paid and left. Bribing 2 or 3 waiters may not seem to mean much, but it can bring Li Shi what he needs most, which is information. As long as this waiter can continuously provide information so that he can know Mr. Pei's next movements, then the money spent is definitely worth it. If you only consider it for the sake of safety, buying just one person is the least likely to be exposed. But Li Shi was worried that he only bribed one person. What if he provided false information? It is still necessary to bribe a few more and at least 2 or 3 pieces of information to verify each other to determine the authenticity of the information. Of course, buying more passes will increase the risk of exposure, but Li Shi is not particularly worried. He would ask his men to contact these waiters to prevent Pei Qian from finding out about Fuhui Capital. It doesn't matter if someone informs Pei Qian. This method will be useless in the worst case, and Li Shi himself will have no loss. The only thing you need to be wary of is that several waiters work together to deceive you with false information, but the premise is that all the waiters are devoted to Mr. Pei and completely resist the temptation of money. How can this be? Therefore, Li Shi is quite confident in this. He believes in the power of money. The next day, Pei Qian happened to have nothing to do in the morning and wanted to visit the Mingyun Villa store of Moyu Internet Cafe. By the way, let me ask Ma Yang and the others how the planning for Nifeng Station is going. The preliminary preparation work for Headwind Station is actually not complicated. It mainly involves renting a store and decorating it, purchasing shelves and office supplies, recruiting couriers, and contacting various courier companies to discuss cooperation with them. For the time being, Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan are responsible for these. After all, Moyu Internet Cafe and Moyu Takeaway have been losing money. It can be said that they are in good condition. Pei Qian still trusts Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan. When the headwind logistics stall gets bigger and Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan are too busy, Pei Qian will consider handing over this business to others. Seeing Mr. Pei arriving, all the waiters in the internet cafe were a little nervous. As we all know, Moyu Internet Cafe in Mingyun Villa has the worst performance among all Moyu Internet cafes, ranking at the bottom. These waiters are worried that one day, the branch will suddenly be closed down and they will lose their jobs on the spot. It was fine at first, but all the stores were losing money. The Mingyun Villa store was located in a remote location, and Mr. Pei rarely came. As a result, as the flagship store of Moyu Internet Cafe turned a profit, everything was different. The Mingyun Villa branch seems to have suddenly received Mr. Pei's attention. The manager of the Internet Cafe, Ma Yang, and the regional manager, Zhang Yuan, are at the branch almost every day, and Mr. Pei also comes often, making all these waiters very stressed and nervous. Obviously, the senior management has noticed Mingyun Villa's bottom-line performance, and maybe it needs to be rectified. Although it is still calm at the moment, who knows what kind of storm will come in the future? The waiters are all in danger. Although the wages and benefits here are very good, who knows how long they can keep this job? Therefore, some people are already prepared to have two plans. Although the welfare benefits here are very good, people are selfish and have to consider their own future. Brother Qian, you are here. Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan greeted him warmly, and they found an empty table to sit down with Pei Qian. Several waiters stood nearby, waiting to be dispatched. Pei Qian took a sip of coffee and said to Ma Yang, "This month, give all the brothers in this store an extra 1,000 yuan in wages." Ma Yang was stunned, and so were several waiters. Pei Qian explained, "This is an incentive fund. Mingyun Villa store's current performance is not good, and we need everyone to work hard. Don't put too much pressure on us, because of temporary poor performance. Don't worry, we at Moyu Internet Cafe will never give up on any of our brothers." Pei Qian didn't think too much, he just spent more money on a whim. The money was well spent and the amount was not large, so the system had no reason to disagree. Moreover, Pei Qian felt that the Mingyun Villa store could maintain steady losses and show no improvement. This was simply the benchmark industry that he dreamed of. It was in sharp contrast to the flagship store, so he naturally had to spend more money on it with a clever name. After saying this, Pei Qian suddenly noticed that 3 or 4 waiters had strange expressions. Somewhat happy, some hesitant. Finally, a waiter plucked up the courage, "Mr. Pei, I have something to report to you. Someone wants to bribe me to sell information about our branch." Another waiter also nodded and said, "I am here too." There was also a waiter who looked hesitant and obviously had something on his mind. Originally, there was no need for these waiters to report to Pei Qian. After all, they were just the lowest service staff of the Internet Cafe and were not familiar with Pei Qian at all. The act of reporting might not necessarily bring direct benefits to them. However, the waiters were all moved by Mr. Pei's 1,000 yuan incentive fund. Recalling the high benefits of fishing Internet cafes, I instantly felt uneasy. Therefore, although the other party gave more money, some people still stood up resolutely. Pei Qian was also stunned. He was a little shocked, not because his men were bribed, but because he didn't expect that someone would spend money to buy such useless information. The Mingyun Villa branch is in such a miserable state, why are you still spying on information? You have so much money and nowhere to spend it? How nice would it be if you just gave it to me? Pei Qian asked casually, "How much did the other party give?" A waiter hesitated for a moment and said, 500 for regular information and 3,000 for critical information. In Li Shi's view, this was definitely a price that the waiter could not refuse, but he obviously underestimated the various additional benefits of the Moyu Internet Cafe waiter. Pei Qian felt like shit in his heart. Why the hell can't I encounter such a good thing? Isn't it the information about Moyu Internet Cafe Mingyun Villa store? For 3,000 yuan a piece of information, do you believe that I can sell you to bankruptcy? Chapter 205 The information released by Mr. Pei. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. The waiter mustered up his courage. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, we will never betray Moyu Internet Cafe. I will reject him immediately. Another waiter also nodded and said, yes. Mr. Pei is very kind to us. As long as you don't give up on us, we will never betray any information about internet cafes. Looking at the determined expressions of these people, Pei Qian was a little confused. Do not. If you should sell it, just sell it, I don't want it. Why does the other party buy information? Isn't it just to harm the branch of Mingyun Villa? That's just right. I can't wish for Mingyun Villa to suffer even more losses. At that time, several waiters will make money and Mr. Pei will lose money. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Pei Qian waved his hand, no need. Sell the information for as much as you want. Don't be polite to him. Or try to bargain with him for a price higher than 3,000 yuan. Several waiters looked confused. What does it mean? Did Mr. Pei promise to sell us information? A waiter thought about it and suddenly realized, I understand, Mr. Pei, are you planning to use the trick? Deliberately deceive him with false information? Pei Qian smiled and said nothing. False information? There is no false information. What I said is all true information. You just have to sell it as hard as you can. Pei Qian casually took out his mobile phone and turned on the recording calmly. I just want to tell you today about the arrangements for Moyu Internet Cafe in the coming period. In the next few months, the Mingyun Villa store will become the top priority of all Moyu Internet Cafe businesses. At the same time, our Internet Cafe business will also continue to develop. Although Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store is very successful now, this is only the success of the alcohol model, not the success of the Internet Cafe model. He looked at Ma Yang. Lao Ma, you have always wanted to transform Moyu Internet Cafe into a bar. I have never agreed, just because of this. Although high-end internet cafes may not seem popular at the moment, they are definitely the future development direction. I predict that within a year, this high-end internet cafe model will inevitably replace the traditional internet cafe model and become the mainstream in the market. Pei Qian's words are both true and false. The transformation of the internet cafe model, with low prices as its main competitiveness, into a high-end internet cafe model is indeed the mainstream of future development, but it will definitely not be completed within 1 or 2 years. In Pei Qian's mind, the internet cafe model took shape only around 12 years ago. It was only around 2014 or 2015 that it truly spread from first-tier cities to second-tier cities and was gradually accepted by most people. Therefore, in Pei Qian's concept, he still has at least 2 years to lose money. So what is the future direction of development? Anyway, as long as you lose money within these 2 years, it will be fine. We will talk about the future later. Pei Qian continued, the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store can only be regarded as an unexpected surprise, but it was actually not within my plan. This statement is 100% true. Due to the unexpected success of the flagship store, data such as customer flow has been disrupted, and the flagship store is no longer suitable for experimenting with the internet cafe model. So, I chose the Mingyun Villa store, which is currently the least profitable, to test the internet cafe model. Our goal is to focus on nearby luxury residential areas and universities, and give full play to the advantages of Moyu Internet Cafe as a high-end online leisure venue. Please believe that Mingyun Villa will become the next core business district in Jingzhou City, a leisure place where high-end people gather. After hearing what Pei Qian said, several waiters looked at each other. Is what Mr. Pei said true or false? Since you were telling your competitors, it was probably a lie, right? But why can't I tell what's wrong with this statement? How come it sounds like the truth? Moreover, it seems to be completely consistent with Mr. Pei's current behavior. A waiter weakly raised his hand and asked, "Then, Mr. Pei, what should we do?" Pei Qian smiled slightly, "Serve customers well and wait patiently." After the meeting, Pei Qian sent the recording to Ma Yang. "Give this recording to any waiter." Pei Qian was afraid that some waiters would miss something when they relayed his words, so he recorded the audio very thoughtfully. With the recording, the other party should be more convinced. Of course, even if this is done, the other party may still suspect that this is false information and not take the bait. But regardless of whether the other party takes the bait or not, there are only benefits to Pei Qian and no losses. That night, Leisure got the information bought from 3 different waiters from his subordinates, and there was also a recording. It was an unexpected surprise to get this recording. This made Leisure very happy and asked his subordinates to pay an extra 500 yuan to the person who provided the recording. This information and this recording corroborate each other, and the information is basically consistent. However, since this information was relayed, in Leisure's view, some information was actually missing. The key is Mr. Pei's original words in this recording. Leisure was in his study, drinking tea and savoring this recording. Mr. Pei's words can be summarized in 2 points. First, the high-end internet cafe model will become the mainstream of internet cafes in the future, and there is a lot to do now. Second, Mingyun Villa will be the next core business district of Jingzhou City. A gathering place for high-end people. The first point is consistent with what I thought. Indeed, high-end internet cafes will definitely be the mainstream in the future. With the gradual improvement of people's living standards and the popularization of personal computers, most people will go to internet cafes instead of just for playing games. The social demand for playing black games together will naturally lead to higher and higher environmental requirements. The second point may be open to discussion. Mingyun Villa is a relatively failed high-end villa area. The nearby East Campus of Jiaodong University is far smaller than the main campus of Handong University, and the number of students is not too large. Just counting on these 2 places to bring fire here? It's too optimistic and idealistic. What's more, the branch of this Moyu Internet Cafe is quite far away from both places, nearly 2 kilometers away. It takes about 20 minutes to half an hour to walk. The distance is quite awkward. It's too far to walk and it's troublesome to wait for the bus. Students in the East Campus are more likely to surf the internet at the internet cafe in front of the school, while those rich people who live in Mingyun Villa, it's impossible to drive here just to have a cup of coffee. You want to take care of both? It's too much. If it's a high-end restaurant, it's worth people coming all the way here, but internet cafes are not that attractive. But then again, with Mr. Pei's methods, this is not impossible. Ever since the last time Pei Qian used a resident singer to make the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store popular, Leisure has admired Mr. Pei's hype skills. As for Mr. Pei saying in the recording that this was an unexpected surprise, he was obviously being overly modest. How can there be such an unexpected good thing in the world? Therefore, Leisure believed 80% of these words. There are also suspicions that this may be false information. But when I think about it carefully, I think it doesn't make sense. Chapter 206, When the fake is true, the truth is also false. The 3 bribed waiters teamed up to deceive themselves with false information, and no one informed them? This probability is not high. After all, these waiters are not related to Mr. Pei, they are just workers at the lowest level. How can they be so loyal? The most important thing is that based on Mr. Pei's behavioral judgment, Leisure has a high probability that this information is true. What is Mr. Pei doing recently? He is indeed no longer staying at the flagship store, but running to the Mingyun Villa store every now and then. Moreover, Ma Yang and Zhang Yuan are also resident at Mingyun Villa. These are enough to show that Mr. Pei's energy has indeed been transferred here. Mr. Pei has so many properties in his hands and must be very busy at ordinary times. If he didn't have plans and plans for this area, how could he waste so much time here? Just to play with Li Shi, just to release a piece of false information? How is that possible? Mr. Pei is not such a boring person. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, the possibility of this information being true is extremely high. Mr. Pei has really focused the next stage of development of Moyu Internet Cafe on the Mingyun Villa store. He has already prepared a backup plan. Confidence is fueling the market environment in this region. Thinking of this, Li Shi was a little excited. After all, Jingzhou City is only a second-tier city, and good investment opportunities are scarce. Last time, Li Shi spent money on a promotion, hoping to cut off the customer flow of Moyu Internet Cafe so that the investment could be completed as soon as possible, but he lost money. Fortunately, the loss was not much, because not long after the fire, the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store exploded, and Li Shi stopped burning money. What's more, after the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store became popular, it drove the traffic of the entire street, and other stores also benefited to some extent. This time, Li Shi will definitely not try to invest in Moyu Internet Cafe. He knows that this is nonsense. But even so, he can still do something with the information he has obtained so far. For example, make early arrangements in the area of Mingyun Villa. The popularity of the Moyu Internet Cafe flagship store has ignited the surrounding business environment, causing nearby cafes, bars, internet cafes, etc. to increase customer traffic, and even the rents of popular nearby shops have increased. From this point of view, Mr. Pei's statement that he would improve the business environment near Mingyun Villa is not necessarily bragging. In this case, what if it is planned to be located near Mingyun Villa now? For example, invest in several restaurants, cafes, bars, internet cafes, board game and card rooms nearby. Anyway, just open 1 or 2 stores. When the business environment improves, these stores will be able to make money. Even if Li Shi doesn't plan to run his own business, as long as he sells it, someone will naturally take over. If he sells it casually, he might be able to make a fortune. The more Li Shi thought about it, the happier he became. This is the role of intelligence. Although Mr. Pei is very young, he has a unique vision and hype ability. Follow his footsteps and you will be right. As for the specific investment amount, Li Shi thought for a while and decided to invest more and earn more, invest less and earn less. But as an investor, you certainly can't put all your eggs in one basket. Then invest in high-end internet cafes, coffee shops, board game and card rooms, etc., and invest one in each. In terms of location selection, high-end internet cafes and board game and card rooms are closer to universities. After all, college students are the main consumer group, and they can also attract customers of Moyu Internet cafes. Of course, Li Shi will not run these stores personally. He will still have to use his connections to try his best to persuade the owners of the chain internet cafes he has invested in to find people to open branches here and choose the latest internet cafe model. Then Li Shi can invest money. After it was determined that he could not invest in Moyu Internet Cafe, Li Shi could only settle for the next best thing and invest in someone else. When the time comes, I will drink some soup with Mr. Pei, and I will definitely make a lot of money from this move. Pei Qian didn't know the specific information about who wanted to buy the Mingyun Villa store, but it didn't matter, whoever wanted to buy it would buy it. The information that Pei Qian deliberately released was indeed false information, but it seemed more genuine than the real information. Pei Qian's real purpose is actually very simple. It is deliberately creating the illusion that the area around the Mingyun Villa store is going to be popular to attract more people to invest here. Whether you open an internet cafe, restaurant or coffee shop, won't it distract the customer flow of Moyu Internet Cafe? The Mingyun Villa store has been losing money because there is too little traffic nearby, the Mingyun Villa occupancy rate is low, There are not many students on the East Campus of Jiaotong University, and it is not close. It's already so miserable. If a few more stores come to distract the customer flow, the Mingyun Villa store will definitely suffer even worse losses. As for who is this unlucky guy? Then only those who are willing will take the bait. Who told you to ask for information about Moyu Internet Cafe with ill intentions? Moreover, if you don't buy the information from Mr. Pei will not get a penny. This will definitely be recorded in the small notebook and kill you severely. There shouldn't be any feedback on this matter in the short term. After all, if you want to open a store nearby, it will take a month or so to prepare. Therefore, Pei Qian no longer paid attention to this matter for the time being, but continued to work on other things. The planning for Nifeng Station is almost complete, and the locations for each station have been quickly finalized, mainly in residential areas. It is not yet possible to cover the entire Jingzhou city, but a large part has been covered. Recently, he has been busy recruiting people, purchasing shelves, decorating, etc. If he is optimistic, Pei Qian will be able to inspect the first Niefeng Inn in more than a week. In addition, there is another thing, which is high-end catering that Pei Qian has repeatedly considered before. The Swan Lake restaurant can no longer meet Pei Qian's dining requirements for team building. A special restaurant must be built specifically for the unexpected expense. During this time, Pei Qian also gave some thought to the location and specific details of the restaurant. Just the issue of site selection gave Pei Qian a headache. I originally wanted to choose a location in a relatively remote business district, but I felt it was still not safe enough. Because now, review websites have appeared and the internet is very developed. It is difficult to hide such a sky-high price restaurant. It is impossible for Pei Qian to turn such a high-end restaurant into an internal canteen exclusively for employees. The system will not agree. This high-end restaurant must target all consumers in Jingzhou City. Of course, ordinary consumers would definitely not be able to afford it, but if a rich man wanted to come and eat, Pei Qian couldn't rudely turn them away. If it were in Jingzhou City, such as Guangming District and Linqing District, then if this restaurant was really discovered, it would cover the high-end people in the entire district. After all, this is the only high-end restaurant in Jingzhou, so everyone doesn't mind traveling far for a meal once in a while. In this way, you may not necessarily make a profit, but you will definitely lose a lot less. Therefore, Pei Qian thought about it and decided that this place should be as far away from the city center as possible and the location as remote as possible. Anyway, if we can lose a few customers, we will lose a few customers. Choosing and choosing, I found the most suitable location, which I had already seen before. It's the location of Moyu Internet Cafe Mingyun Villa store. Chapter 207. A small website is definitely a trap. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from the game. If you think about it carefully, this is reasonable. When choosing the locations for Moyu Internet cafes, they all chose relatively remote places. Basically, we screened out the poorer locations in Jingzhou City. And the Mingyun Villa store suffered the most losses among all Moyu Internet cafes, which naturally shows that its location selection is the worst among the worst. Pei Qian wanted to find a suitable place for this high-end restaurant, and it was no surprise that he found it here. After thinking about it this way, it seems really good. How about taking a look at the ancient temple hidden in the mountains? There were originally some shops near the villa area of Mingyun Villa, but due to the low flow of people, most of the shops could no longer withstand the traffic and closed down one after another. At that time, Pei Qian chose a single-family store farthest from Mingyun Villa and turned it into the Mingyun Villa store of Moyu Internet Cafe. Now, those shops can still be used. Pei Qian plans to choose a shop that is hidden deep inside, preferably one that is more spacious, and renovate it into a high-end restaurant. At that time, we will not enter information on the review website or publicize it. Our employees will just eat here and lose money in silence. It is perfect. Pei Qian will definitely not use the buffet format this time. There is a consumption limit on that thing, so he doesn't spend enough. You have to make a sky-high price menu and order all the expensive dishes. Spending money will make you happy. All the ingredients are selected from the best and freshest. In short, all the best ingredients that can be obtained in Jingzhou City are used. What should I do if the customer flow is too small and the food is left unfinished and wasted? The system will probably not allow this behavior to happen. Otherwise, Pei Qian would lose a lot of money just by purchasing ingredients like crazy and letting them rot and spoil. This was completely inconsistent with the system's long-standing requirements. In this regard, Pei Qian also thought of countermeasures. Some common ingredients can be purchased at any time or used as employee meals. Anyway, they are all digested internally, so there is not much waste. The system should not care about these 3 melons and 2 dates. Some relatively precious ingredients, such as Australian lobster, Kobe beef, diamond white truffles, blue lobster, etc., are subject to a reservation system. You can reserve a meal on a certain day and purchase as much as you need in advance. It's nothing to Pei Qian. After all, he knows the time for every dinner party. It's okay to tell the restaurant before the dinner to prepare all these high-end ingredients. As for customers, when they come once in a while, they find that this ingredient is not available, that ingredient is not available, and there are no good ingredients at all. All of them require reservation. It can also produce an excellent dissuading effect. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. At that time, if we spend a high price to hire a few powerful chefs from the imperial capital, the magical capital, or even abroad, and support them every day, we will be able to spend a lot on wages alone for a month. Wouldn't it be nice to lose money and still have big meals every now and then? Thinking of this, Pei Qian considered walking around the area in the past 2 days to find a place that was remote enough, spacious enough, and decided on the location of the restaurant. The space must be large enough to accommodate enough employees. Monday, July 19th. A group of horses came to the finish line and started their daily work. There were not many manuscripts to review, even including the manuscripts from Saturday and Sunday, so they were all reviewed quickly. I casually wrote a bit of the plot of Return to the Shore. Ma Yichun felt a little bored and wanted to fish for a while. So, he opened an online forum and browsed around. After scanning the hot posts on the homepage, I found that many people were discussing the end point. This is also normal. After all, Ma Yichun found some channels to send out news about the terminal website opening request for manuscripts. He also posted it on the forum, and many authors would naturally discuss it. However, Ma Yichun discovered that their reputation on online forums was not very good. Recently, a new website has been launched, called Dingmin. It is said that perfect attendance seems to be pretty good. For 3,000 daily updates, you can get 1,000 yuan for perfect attendance, which is more generous than unlimited. Can I go? Can anyone give me an opinion? Small website, not recommended. It is said that some people have tried it and said that the initial traffic of the website is too little. It seems that there is no operation to poach the masters or divert readers from other channels, so you have to do your best for a long time in the future. The only income earned is perfect attendance. No way, is it so miserable? It's really so miserable. Mainly because someone asked their editor, this website doesn't seem to have any other preferential conditions except for perfect attendance. I suggest that if you have ideals, you should go to the terminal and try to write a book to become a god. Even if you write it on a small website like this, it's a good book, but no one will subscribe to it. Unless your writing is particularly rubbish and you don't expect to receive subscriptions for the rest of your life, then you can go. These were comments from some forum users, and there were several other comments. Ma Yichun could tell at a glance that they were posted by editors or authors of other websites. After all, Ma Yi has been in this forum for a long time, and is quite familiar with some common IDs. Everyone, please don't go, it will definitely trap you. This website has no publicity and no channels, so naturally, there are not many readers, and the library is rubbish. Over time, it will inevitably become a vicious cycle. You are updating endlessly, even if your attendance is less, you can still earn some subscription money after it is published. It's just that I don't know if this website is laundering money, or is it really so naive to think that just providing some perfect attendance can find good authors? It's simply funny. Yes, it would be fine to accept a slightly more expensive buyout manuscript, at least so that the book on the homepage of the website can be read, right? So I advise newcomers not to go there, they will definitely get cheated. To write online articles, you still have to go to a big website. If one day this website goes away and you can't get it even if you work hard, wouldn't you cry to death? The Ma group looked at these people's comments and sighed silently. Although I wanted to refute it in my heart, I felt that what they said made sense. From Ma Qian's point of view, he has 100% trust in Mr. Pei and believes that Mr. Pei will definitely have a way to make the website popular. But from the standpoint of bystanders, what everyone sees is naturally the most unreliable side of the endpoint. Although some editors and writers of enemy sites are adding fuel to the fire and making sarcastic remarks, we have to admit that most of what they say is true. Without poaching great writers, without buying them out, and without channels to guide readers, there is really no way to attract any good authors just by relying on the hard work of these three melons. Ma Qian quietly closed the forum and continued working. The website has been set up, and the authors who have published it before have also begun to update it. All the recommendation slots in each section and the homepage have been given out, at least it has a big look. And the web page is quite beautiful, after all, it cost money. However, if you take a quick look at the books on the first page, all the secrets will be revealed. The writing is simply unreadable. The names are all the same as XX God Emperor, XX Crazy Son-in-Law, XX Crazy Soldier, etc., and there are even a few books written by female fans, such as Unruly Wife, Don't Get Angry, President, The Masked President's Story, The Sweet Wife, and so on. The title of the book is very general, but the content is even more general. It is basically a cliched plot that is badly written. It would definitely be the kind of book that would hit the ground running in infinity. Moreover, this is still a relatively high level, so it can be placed in the recommendation position on the home page. There are many more books that don't even reach this level. The horses shook their heads and sighed. Sure enough, this matter is still the same as Mr. Pei said, there is no need to rush. It's better to write the plot of Back to the Shore slowly. There is nothing to do now, but I can elaborate on the plot. Several editors are also writing the plot of Back to the Shore out of interest. We will discuss it regularly. If we encounter some conflicts in settings, we will communicate with each other until they are resolved. Updates are very slow, and it is even difficult to meet the full attendance requirement. But everyone didn't care. After all, the benefits and salary levels given by Mr. Pei were good, so they wouldn't force themselves to write hard just for the sake of being a good person. In the eyes of Ma Qian, this is also a good thing, at least the plot written in this way has no water content. As the saying goes, slow work makes the most of careful work. If you write slowly, the quality will not necessarily improve, but if you write too fast, some small flaws will almost certainly appear. The plot of Return to the Shore serves the game, not to increase the number of words. It must be written in more detail, the better. Chapter 208 Who is this? He is harming others and himself. Mayu Internet Cafe Mingyun Villa Store. Pei Qian, Ma Yang, and Zhang Yuan were inspecting the location of a new high-end restaurant. In fact, I have visited all the nearby shops before and have a general understanding of the business environment in this area. All in all, the environment was very deserted and Mr. Pei was very satisfied. Some shops were originally planned around Mingyun Villa, but because the place was not popular and the occupancy rate of the villas was not high, many shops closed due to low customer flow and could not recover their costs at all. Nowadays, the rent of many shops is very cheap, and you can basically rent it at about 30% off the average market price. In the past few days, Pei Qian had roughly finalized 2 or 3 favorite shops, all of which were closer to the Mingyun Villa store of Fishing Internet Cafe. These shops have several things in common. First, they are spacious and large in area, which meets Mr. Pei's needs for large-scale team-building dinners. Second, they are all in the middle of a bunch of closed shops, and the surrounding environment looks very deserted. It usually doesn't attract anyone's attention. Third, the transportation is not particularly convenient. There are many places to park nearby, but it still takes a certain distance to walk to the location of the restaurant after parking. Therefore, today Pei Qian plans to step in for the last time and finalize the location. After that, he can sign the contract and start renovations. If everything goes well, maybe we can bring the employees over for the first big meal next month. Zhang Yuan still followed Mr. Pei and Ma Yang silently, feeling that Mr. Pei's actions were becoming more and more unexpected. The location of this restaurant was chosen so well. When he first heard that Mr. Pei was going to open a high-end restaurant, Zhang Yuan was quite happy. He felt that he and Mr. Pei finally wanted to go there together this time. When the time comes, Mayu Takeout will be a low-end, daily catering company, and then add a high-end catering brand. The two can complement each other. How great! According to Zhang Yuan's idea, this high-end restaurant will be opened directly in the city center. It will definitely be very popular and crowded. However, Mr. Pei's next move made him confused. Picking a shop near the most dismal Mingyun Villa store? Mingyun Villa is located in the southeast of Jingzhou City, which is already a very remote location. If this restaurant opens in the city center, it can radiate to the entire Jingzhou City. Even in the surrounding remote areas, driving to the city center can only take about a while. Of course, the premise is that there is no traffic jam. But now, the restaurant is open in the southeast of Jingzhou City. If customers from the north or west of Jingzhou City want to eat, they have to drive across the entire Jingzhou City, which may take more than an hour or nearly 2 hours. Then after dinner, we can catch up with the evening rush hour and drive back in 2 hours. This is too suffocating. Moreover, the business environment nearby is really not good. There are no supporting facilities. People come all the way here just for a meal? No matter how you think about it, it feels a bit outrageous. However, Mr. Pei has already explained his reasons for choosing the location here. He concluded that the area near the Mingyun Villa store will definitely become a new commercial center in Jingzhou City, so this can be regarded as an early layout. From this point of view, Mr. Pei's words and deeds are consistent. But no matter how Zhang Yuan looks at it, he doesn't think it looks like a new commercial center. It's so cool no matter how you look at it. The three of them watched as they walked. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. He saw that there was actually a store under construction and decoration. This is a 2-story store that looks quite impressive. Zhang Yuan still remembered that the last time he came here, the door was closed and it was a deserted scene. Why haven't we seen each other for a while? Someone has already taken over? Zhang Yuan went to the door of the store and randomly caught a guy who was decorating and asked a few questions. Only after asking this question did I know that a cafe was going to be opened here. From the looks of it, it should be aimed directly at the high-income people of Mingyun Villa. It is conceivable that this cafe will definitely have an impact on the business of Moyu Internet Cafe and divert some customers. After all, it is closer to the Mingyun Villa area and can be reached in about 10 minutes on foot. However, it will also make this place look no longer so deserted. Mr. Pei's expression remained normal and he continued to walk forward. At this time, we came to the first place we were optimistic about. The shop that Pei Qian was interested in was originally in the middle of a lot of closed shops. These closed shops were deserted, and hiding the restaurant inside would have a perfect hiding effect. However, a large store closest to the roadside is also being renovated. Zhang Yuan went up and asked again, only to find out that a bar was going to be opened here, and judging from the size of the store and the luxurious decoration, this bar was definitely not a bar. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but look at Mr. Pei with admiration. Mr. Pei's business vision is truly amazing. A few days ago, the business environment here was going to develop rapidly and it would become the next popular business district in Jingzhou City. A few days later, some people actually came to invest. Although it seems that the area is still deserted and not many people come here, as long as the supporting facilities can keep up, it will definitely become more lively. When the time comes, a high-end restaurant will be opened here. After the guests finish their meal, they will go to the bar at the door for a drink or two. The attraction will be different this time. As expected, Mr. Pei's vision is still so vicious, and he has everything under control. The corners of Pei Qian's mouth were twitching slightly at this time. Who is this? I finally found a deserted place, and you came over to make trouble. What do you mean? This place has become so deserted, but you are still investing money here to open a cafe and a bar. Aren't you afraid of losing money? If I lose money, the system will reimburse me. If you lose money, isn't it just compensation? There is something wrong with harming others and yourself. Pei Qian was speechless. I just wanted to find a quiet place to lose money in peace. Why are there people here to join in the fun? The key is that there are bars and cafes nearby, and it is really possible to attract some guests from Mingyun Villa. If you build your own high-end restaurant in this place, it will be too easy to be exposed. At that time, people have finished drinking and want to stroll around nearby. What if they visit my restaurant? So much traffic has been increased for no reason. Who is so free that he wants to invest money in this place? Pei Qian suddenly thought of something and suddenly realized it. Oh, it must be the person who snooped out information about Moyu Internet Cafe before. He really took my false information seriously. It is very possible that he really thought that the Mingyun Villa store was going to be popular, so he came here to invest money to open a store, thinking that he could make a lot of money in the future. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh, buddy, you move very fast. Not long after I released this false news, you took the bait. How much do you have to believe me? The confusion on Pei Qian's face soon turned into a smile. In this case, it's a dream come true. You come here to burn money to open a store and distract the traffic of Moyu Internet Cafe. You are completely burning yourself and illuminating me. Although it has caused some interference to the location of my high-end restaurant and increased the risk of exposure, it doesn't matter. I haven't decided on the location yet. I can just change it to another place. Pei Qian simply gave up on the current location and continued to move forward. Ma Yang followed immediately, while Zhang Yuan was a little confused. He looked at the bar that was being renovated, and then at Mr. Pei, who left resolutely, feeling a little at a loss. After being stunned for a while, he ran 2 steps to catch up. What does it mean? There are more shops here, wouldn't it be better for our restaurants? Shouldn't we just finalize the location? Why did Mr. Pei leave without looking back? Although he was full of doubts, he didn't dare to ask more questions and just followed silently.